Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 384, C384, hidden title at the bottom. Moneybag insert entrepreneurial gifts here, most likes wins Moneybag. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Alan Warlord, trophy, A/N, I'm on a roll lately crown. Peter leaped down from the control room, his landing sending a shockwave through the air. He stood before the dazed and battered Kingpin, his expression filled with cold anger. Enough games, Kingpin, Peter growled, his voice low and filled with venom. Your actions have hurt a very kind woman. And now, it's time to pay. Kingpin struggled to his feet, blood dripping from his mouth. He attempted to steady himself, but his legs wavered, weakened from the devastating blow Peter had delivered. Fear flickered in his eyes, but he tried to mask it with false bravado. You think you can defeat me? Kingpin sneered, his voice strained. I'm the Kingpin of crime. I've gutted guys 100 times your size. Peter cracked his knuckles, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Well, you know what they say. Size isn't everything. A/N, small d*ck copium. In a blur of motion, Peter launched himself at Kingpin, his fists ablur as he unleashed a barrage of lightning-fast punches. Each strike landed with bone-crushing force, shaking the building with every impact. Kingpin's attempts to defend himself were feeble at best. His massive frame was no match for Peter's agility and strength. Blow after blow landed, leaving Kingpin staggering, bloodied, and broken. The room echoed with the sickening sound of flesh meeting flesh, accompanied by the grunts and groans of Kingpin's pain. Peter's movements were a symphony of precision and power, his years of training as Spider-Man honed to perfection. You're nothing more than an overgrown bully, Peter taunted between strikes. A coward hiding behind a criminal empire. Kingpin's body trembled with each blow, his once imposing figure reduced to a mere punching bag. His face contorted with agony, his attempts to fight back becoming weaker and slower. With a final surge of power, Peter delivered a devastating uppercut, lifting Kingpin off his feet and sending him crashing into the ceiling. The impact left a gaping hole in the structure, debris raining down around them. Kingpin came crashing back down onto a floating bus, barely conscious. His breathing was labored, his body battered and broken. Peter approached him, his expression cold. You still alive? Peter asked, his voice laced with a dark amusement. Peter raised his hand, a fiery energy crackling around it, as he tapped into his phoenix powers. The air shimmered with fiery currents, the room growing tense with anticipation. Kingpin's eyes widened, fear replacing his arrogance. Wait, please. He pleaded, his voice barely a whisper. But Peter's resolve was unyielding. With a swift and decisive movement, he released a surge of fire that coursed through Kingpin's body, overwhelming him with excruciating pain. The area filled with the smell of burnt flesh and the sound of Kingpin's agonized screams. Peter's eyes remained locked on his target, his expression cold and unwavering. As the seconds stretched into eternity, the flames dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Not even a charred corpse was left. Just a bit of ash that blew away moments later, disappearing into the wind. Hopefully, this will help Aunt May move on. Miles groaned in pain as he hit the ground, his vision momentarily blurred. The impact had knocked the wind out of him, leaving him gasping for breath. He struggled to rise to his feet, his mind racing with conflicting emotions. Uncle Aaron. He whispered between labored breaths, his voice unheard. Prowler stood over him, his menacing presence looming. His face hardened into an intense glare. Miles could see the cold look in his uncle's eyes as he stared down at him. Without an ounce of pity, Prowler lunged at Miles once again, his movements fueled by a mix of anger and loyalty to his criminal employer. Miles barely had time to react, narrowly evading each strike. His heart sank as he realized that his uncle's actions spoke louder than any words. Miles tried to create some distance between them, hoping to find a moment to talk and reveal himself, but Prowler relentlessly pursued him, his strikes becoming faster and more ferocious. Miles' thoughts raced as he dodged and weaved. He couldn't give up. He had to find a way to reach his uncle, to show him that they were family. But each attempt to reveal his true identity was met with a barrage of attacks that left him unable to get the words out. In a brief moment of desperation, Miles reached for his mask, hoping that removing it would break through the Prowler's aggression. His fingers barely grazed the edge before a powerful punch slammed into his gut, knocking the wind out of him once again. The pain intensified, forcing him to collapse to his knees, his mask still securely in place. Miles tasted blood in his mouth as he staggered to his feet. His vision blurred for a moment, but determination fueled his every move. He began to realize that he couldn't let his emotions cloud his judgment. He had a responsibility as Spider-Man, no matter who his opponent was. Prowler circled him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Didn't think I'd be this tough, did you, kid?" he taunted, his voice dripping with venom. Miles gritted his teeth, throwing away the idea of revealing himself. "You're not the strongest guy I've faced," he replied, his voice tinged with determination. "Peter hits way harder than you." With renewed determination, Miles launched himself at Prowler, his fist swinging with a newfound intensity. He weaved through the air, striking with expert precision. Prowler blocked and dodged, his movements slowing ever so slightly. Miles could see the fatigue setting in, his uncle's stamina waning. This gave him a glimmer of hope. "You can't beat me, kid. Just give up and go home." Prowler growled, attempting to land a blow on Miles. But the young Spider-Man was too quick, sidestepping the attack and countering with a powerful punch of his own. As their fight raged on, Miles tapped into his mentor's teachings. Peter's experience and skill melded with his own, creating a unique style that was becoming increasingly effective against his uncle. With a calculated move, Miles flipped over Prowler's head and landed behind him. He seized the opportunity and delivered a series of rapid punches to his uncle's back, each strike filled with a mix of anger and resolve. Prowler stumbled forward, his strength fading. Miles pressed on, his movements fluid and precise. He spun a web around his hands, like a boxer taping his knuckles, and delivered a powerful uppercut to Prowler's jaw. The impact sent his uncle sprawling backward, crashing into a nearby wall. Dust and debris rained down, shrouding him momentarily. Miles stood there, panting heavily, his heart pounding in his chest. As the dust cleared, Prowler struggled to rise. Blood trickled from his split lip, his purple suit torn and ripped. He glared at Miles, a mix of anger and surprise in his eyes. Flashback. Only a couple days ago, after Miles' first day in his new school, he managed to sneak off and visit his uncle, whom he usually had to visit in secret. After all, his father always did everything he could to keep them apart. "So, you like this girl, Gwen?" Uncle Aaron turned to Miles, who hesitantly nodded his head. "All right, then let me teach you something important." Confused but intrigued, Miles looked up at his uncle. Question mark. Aaron leaned in closer, his voice filled with wisdom. "Getting a girl is all about confidence, Miles. When you want to ask a girl out, you gotta make your move with style. Watch and learn." With that, Aaron straightened his back, took a deep breath, and walked up to him. Miles watched as his uncle approached, casually placing a hand on his shoulder. "Hey," he said, his voice oozing with charisma. "A/N, Rizgod." His nephew stared at him doubtfully. "Seriously? That's it?" Miles asked as he reached over and placed a hand on his uncle's shoulder. "Hey." Aaron laughed, a twinkle in his eye. "Haha. Yeah, just put your hand on her shoulder and say, hey. Works every time. It's science. I'm telling you." Flashback end. Miles smirked as he thought of a way to get back at his uncle for the beating he was just given. Walking up to his downed opponent, Miles crouched down to eye level, pulled off his mask, and places a hand on his uncle's shoulder. "Hey," he says, activating his charm. Prowler's eyes widened, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. But before he could respond, electricity danced along Miles' body, converging on his outstretched hand, exclamation point. Uncle Aaron convulsed as his nephew's venom strike spread from his shoulder to the rest of his body. "Ah." He screamed in pain before his eyes rolled back, knocked out cold. The air crackled with tension as the remaining spider people emerged from the shadows, each of them bringing with them their own captured villains. Olivia Octavius, also known as Dr. Octopus, was suspended in midair, her tentacles restrained and bound by webs. Beside her, Tombstone struggled within a tight cocoon of sticky silk. Peter glanced at the defeated foes, his eyes filled with a mix of satisfaction and pride in his team. He was especially happy to see Miles' uncle alive and breathing, unlike his movie counterpart. Turning to eye the active collider, he knew they couldn't stay in this universe for much longer, and it was time to bid farewell to their new allies and return to their own worlds. "Good work, everyone," Peter said, a sad smile on his face. "We stopped Fisk and now it's time to destroy the collider. But first, we all have to go back to where we belong." "Wait." Gwen interrupted as she eyed her surroundings. "Where's Fisk?" Peter exchanged a knowing glance with Noir before answering. "I left him in the control room. Miles can grab him later." He shrugged, playing it off perfectly. Not a single person doubted him but Noir, though he already knew Peter's plans. Ben, still catching his breath after the intense battle, stepped up. "It's been a wild ride, but I have someone waiting for me back home. And hopefully, she'll take me back." Spider-Pig sadly stared at the ground as a dark cloud appeared over his head, raining down on him. He didn't want to leave so soon. Noir adjusted his hat and tie. "I've brought justice to this universe. My work here is done. Penny looked at her companions with a hint of sadness. I'll miss you guys. It's been so much fun fighting alongside all of you. Gwen stepped forward and placed a hand on Miles' shoulder. Take care of yourself, Miles. You're gonna do great things. And remember, we're all here for you, no matter what. She says, pulling out the phone that Peter had given them. Miles nodded, his voice filled with gratitude. Thanks, Gwen. I couldn't have done it without all of you. One by one, the spider people approached the interdimensional collider, their captured villains left behind with Miles. Each of them gave Miles a farewell nod or a pat on the back before leaping into the center of the lasers. Peter, the last remaining spider person, turned back for a moment, his eyes meeting Miles' gaze. You're a great Spider-Man, Miles. Keep being amazing. As Peter disappeared into the swirling vortex of the collider, leaving Miles standing alone with the defeated villains, a mix of emotions swirled within him. He felt a sense of loss, yet also a newfound determination to continue his newfound journey as Spider-Man. Miles turned his attention to the control panel across the room, his face set with resolve. Swinging over and plugging in the override key, he hit a single button, which caused the collider to reverse, imploding in on itself. There was only one thought in Miles' mind as he ran for his life with 3 captured villains over his shoulder. Where the hell is Fisk? Peter fell out of a swirling, multicolored portal and landed gracefully on his feet. As he regained his balance, he looked around, finding himself atop a building in a rather familiar New York City. Though was it his? The bustling streets of Times Square stretched out before him, the bright lights and towering billboards shining even in the daylight. Re-equipping his mask, just in case, Peter's gaze fixated on one of the massive screens adorning a nearby building. It displayed a news report, featuring an image of Spider-Man in his iconic red and blue suit alongside an unmasked picture of himself. The headline blared, Spider-Man Unmasked, Public Demands Answers. A video played below the headline, showing a very satisfied J. Jonah Jameson. I haven't seen that guy in a while. Peter thought. There you have it, folks. Conclusive proof that Spider-Man was responsible for the brutal murder of Mysterio, an interdimensional warrior who gave his life to protect our planet, and who will no doubt go down in history as the greatest superhero of all time. But that's not all. Here's the real blockbuster. Brace yourselves, you might want to sit down. Jonah really seemed to be enjoying himself. Suddenly, an image of Quentin Beck, a bearded man with slicked back hair, appeared. Spider-Man's real name is. He spoke with grave urgency as the video seemed to distort and glitch before finally returning back to normal. Spider-Man's name is Peter Parker. Insert picture of Quentin Beck / Mysterio here. After that, the video seemed to repeat again, starting with Jonah's happy rant. What the F***ck? Peter whispered, his voice filled with disbelief. He watched the footage, his eyes widening as he recognized the events unfolding on the screen. It was the same video from the movie Spider-Man, No Way Home. Hidden title, No Way Home. A/N, 2,313 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over your gemstone gemstone please victory hand police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 385, C385 visiting MJ. Cooking insert cooking gifts here, most likes wins cooking. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, low end, trophy, A/N, crown. Peter pulled out his phone and swiftly unlocked it, navigating to the multiverse chat app, which connected all the spider people across dimensions, allowing them to stay in touch and provide support to one another. With a bit of trepidation, Peter composed a message in the chat, his fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard. Ski T-Shooter 69420XD, hey, everyone. Just wanted to check in and see if you all made it back home safely. He pressed the send button, his eyes fixed on the screen, waiting for the familiar blue check marks that indicated his message had been delivered. Time seemed to stretch as he anxiously awaited a response, hoping that the chat actually worked. After what felt like an eternity, the chat bubbles started to appear one by one, indicating that his fellow spider people were typing their replies. Peter's heart skipped a beat as he read the incoming messages, relief flooding through him. Penny, hey, Peter. I'm back in my universe, no problemo. Ben, made it back to my universe too. It's good to be home. Spider-Pig, home sweet home. Noir, made it out of that colorful nightmare. Back in the shadows. Gwen, back in my own dimension too. Hey, Miles, are you okay? Did everything go well with the collider? Miles, yeah, I'm good too. I'm surprised these phones actually work. A mix of emotions washed over Peter as he read their responses. Relief that his multiverse's chat actually worked and that his new friends returned to their respective universes, but also a sense of isolation, knowing that he was the only one who had been diverted from his intended path. Though he knew that he wouldn't be alone for long. I wonder if the Andrew and Toby Spider-Mans that I've met will show up. Peter wondered, knowing that he's met versions of them before in his genie trials. Not to mention the Peter Parker that this universe belongs to. Let's go find my twin brother and mess with him a bit. Peter muttered as a sinister look formed under his mask. Peter's heart raced with anticipation as he made his way through the bustling streets of New York City. The sound of cars honking, people chattering, and the occasional sirens filled the air, reminding him of the vibrant and chaotic world he had seen on the big screen. His mind focused on the task at hand. Peter quickly located a nearby internet cafe and hurried inside, ignoring the odd looks he received for his spider suit. He approached one of the vacant computers, fingers already itching to start his search. With practiced efficiency, he typed in a series of commands and algorithms, utilizing his spider-like speed and agility to navigate through the vast expanse of the digital world. As the search results populated the screen, Peter's eyes scanned the information, searching for the names and addresses of the counterparts he sought. MJ, Aunt May, Ned, and even his own counterpart. Each piece of data brought him closer to his goal, igniting a mixture of excitement and mischievous within him. Finally, he found what he was looking for. A small donut shop situated not too far from his current location. The name, Michelle Jones Watson, appeared beside the address, confirming that this was indeed the place where this universe's MJ worked. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he imagined the surprise on her face when she realized he wasn't her Peter. Walking out of the cafe, Peter summoned a shimmering cloak of magical energy, transforming his Spider-Man suit into a more casual outfit. A simple t-shirt, jeans, and a hoodie. With his appearance fixed, he left the internet cafe, blending into the crowd as an ordinary young man. Or at least, that's what he hoped would happen. The second that Peter's face was revealed, everyone on the street turned to eye him curiously. Their gazes filled with a mix of awe and fear. Instantly, Peter realized his mistake. Oh, yeah. I forgot that my face is very famous in this world. He wanted to slap himself for forgetting this. Opting to just ignore the stares, Peter approached the donut shop, his face split in a devious smirk. He paused for a moment and peered through the front windows. And there she was, MJ, his MJ. Well, not his MJ. They certainly looked like twins, but his MJ is a bit more fit and curvy thanks to her enhancements. Her back was turned to him as she worked the register. Peter's eyes softened a bit as he watched her, a rush of affection washing over him. He couldn't help but admire the way she moved with grace and confidence, even in such a mundane setting. Not wasting any more time, Peter pushed open the door and stepped inside the shop. The smell of freshly baked goods enveloped him. The bell above the door chimed softly, drawing MJ's attention. She turned around, her eyes widening in surprise as they locked with Peter's, not expecting her boyfriend to show up like this. A/N, man. If I was an evil demon of an author, this would be peak time for NTR, nauseated face vomiting. Walking up to the counter, Peter locked eyes with MJ, his mischievous smile still playing on his lips. He feigning nonchalance as he leaned against the counter, pretending to study the donut selection. Hey, beautiful, he said, his voice laced with playful charm. I'll take a dozen of your finest donuts, please. MJ blinked, her surprise morphing into a mix of confusion and suspicion. She studied Peter's face intently, trying to understand why her boyfriend was acting so weird. He would never call her beautiful in public, nor would he do whatever sort of play this was. And if he did, he would be much more awkward than this. Something definitely felt off. He was taller. About 5 inches taller. And instead of tilting her head down to look at him, she found herself looking up, which wasn't normal whatsoever. Do I know you? MJ asked, playing along for the moment. Peter chuckled lightly, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Nah, we haven't met before. I'm new in town. Just thought I'd try these donuts everyone's raving about. Mind giving me some recommendations? He asks, gesturing to the wide selection of pastries. MJ's suspicion grew, but curiosity got the better of her. She glanced around the shop, noticing the lingering glances of the other customers who were just as intrigued by Peter's presence. After all, he's Spider-Man. With a sigh, she began to fill a box with donuts, throwing in the ones that sold the most. Here, these are popular. Peter's grin widened, his eyes sparkling with delight. Thanks, I'll trust your judgment. And hey, while I'm at it, can I ask for your number? Maybe I can swing by sometime and take you out on a date. MJ's eyes narrowed as his request hit her. Her mind raced, questioning the possibility of her Peter playing some kind of prank on her. She hesitated for a moment, her fingers twitching with uncertainty. Sure, she replied, her voice guarded yet intrigued. She quickly grabbed a piece of receipt paper and a pen, scribbling down her phone number. As she handed it to Peter, their fingers brushed lightly, sending a jolt of electricity through her. Peter took the paper, his fingers lingering for a brief moment longer than necessary. Thanks, MJ. I'll be sure to give you a call soon. With that, he straightened up, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. As he turned to leave the donut shop, MJ's mind raced, piecing together the inconsistencies, the height difference, and the feeling that something was amiss. Scrambling for her phone, she quickly dialed her boyfriend's number. It only took seconds for him to answer, his voice filled with warmth and familiarity. "Hey, MJ, what's up? Everything okay?" he asked. MJ's voice trembled as she spoke. "Peter, there was someone here who looked exactly like you, but he's taller, and he just asked for my number. It's not you, right?" There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Is this a joke?" he asked, confirming all her suspicions. Relief flooded through MJ as she realized her instincts were right. She watched anxiously as her genuine Peter, her short king, walked through the door seconds later, his eyes searching for her. He approached the counter, a concerned look etched on his face. "Hey, why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" Walking toward his next destination, Peter smirked as he bit into one of his free donuts. Luckily, MJ was far too shocked and confused to realize that he didn't pay for them. "This is more fun than I thought it would be." He couldn't keep the amused smile from his face. Soon enough, Peter found himself in front of an apartment building, his senses heightened as he navigated the security-filled corridors. He made his way up to Aunt May's apartment, a mix of excitement and nerves bubbling within him. Would Aunt May recognize him? Would she suspect that he wasn't her Peter? Taking a deep breath, Peter approached the door and used a simple spell to phase through it like a ghost, entering the apartment with ease. "Honey, I'm home," he called out jokingly. "And I brought donuts." "Peter, you're home early," Aunt May peeked her head out from down the hall, her voice tinged with a mix of confusion and concern. "Is something wrong?" Peter smiled warmly as soon as he saw her, his eyes sparkling with hidden mischief as he held up the box of donuts. "Hey, May. No, nothing's wrong. Just thought I'd surprise you with some treats. A/N, 1635 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone okay, winking face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 386, C386, hunting a doppelganger. Woozy face, insert drunk gifs here, most likes wins woozy face. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Hazer 0508 and low end, trophy, A/N, crown. A/N, just to avoid confusion, the Peter in the first part of this chapter is this universe's Peter, not the MC. Here are some nicknames that will be used later, just like Into the Spider-Verse. Our MC, Peter. Peter Andrew Parker, Andrew Garfield Andrew. Peter Toby Parker, Toby Maguire Toby. Peter Thomas Parker, Tom Holland Tom. "Hey, why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" Peter asked as he stashed his phone away, his voice filled with genuine concern. He was rushing over to tell MJ and Ned that he planned to speak to the dean at MIT and plead their cases for enrollment, hoping that he could convince the school to at least take his friend and girlfriend in. Ever since he was outed as Spider-Man and blamed for the death of a fake hero/villain, their peaceful lives have been flipped upside down. Not to mention the fact that not a single college would accept him or anyone related to him. Peter even went as far as asking for help from Doctor Strange, hoping that magic could fix his problems, but that failed spectacularly and he only seemed to anger the men that tried to help him. All while nearly tearing a hole in the fabric of the universe. Or whatever magic mumbo-jumbo Strange was ranting about as he threw him out of the New York sanctum, slamming the door shut behind him. But all of that was put to the side for now. MJ took a deep breath, her mind racing to make sense of the encounter. "Peter, there was someone here who looked exactly like you, but he's taller, and he just asked for my number. You're not playing a prank on me, right?" Peter's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing with confusion. "MJ, I promise, it wasn't me. I have no idea who you're talking about." He reassures her as he eyed one of the security cameras behind the register. "The cameras here work, right?" MJ followed his line of sight, nodding her head as she realized what he meant. "Yeah, follow me." The duo quickly moved to the back of the shop, where a small office housed the security camera footage. Peter sat down in front of the computer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he accessed the recordings. MJ leaned over his shoulder, her heart pounding with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. The screen flickered to life, displaying the footage from earlier. As they watched the events unfold, Peter's eyes widened in disbelief. There, on the screen, was their mysterious doppelganger, completely identical to Peter, save for a few extra inches in height, the mischievous smile, and the confident posture. Besides that, he was all too familiar. "What the?" Peter muttered, his voice trailing off. MJ's gaze shifted between the screen and Peter, her mind racing to make sense of the situation. "Peter, who is he? How is this even possible?" Peter let out a sigh, his mind racing to grasp the reality of what they were witnessing. "I don't know. But one thing's for sure, we need to find out who he is and what he's up to." With a renewed sense of determination, Peter reached for his phone and began texting furiously, sending messages to everyone he knew in their close-knit circle of friends and family. The warning messages described the doppelganger and urged everyone to be cautious. However, there was one person who didn't respond as quickly as they'd hoped. Aunt May. May's not answering her phone, Peter muttered, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. We need to check on her. Something doesn't feel right about all this. MJ nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with concern. Let's go. We can't waste any more time. As they hurriedly made their way toward the exit of the donut shop, they bumped into Ned, who was about to walk inside, clearly curious about the texts he had received. Ned's eyes widened as he took in the urgency etched on their faces. What's going on? Ned asked, his voice filled with concern. I heard something about a doppelganger. Explaining along the way, Peter and MJ rushed out of the donut shop followed by Ned, their minds filled with questions and concerns. Peter, our MC, and May sat at the small dining table in the cozy apartment, surrounded by the remains of their shared donut feast. The room was filled with the warm aroma of freshly baked pastries and the soft glow of the afternoon sun filtering through the curtains. May took a bite of her last donut, savoring the sweet taste as she looked at Peter with a fond smile. You know, Peter, it's been a while since we've had a chance to sit down and just relax like this, together. I've missed it. Peter nodded, his expression filled with a mixture of affection and determination. Yeah, I've missed it too. I've been so caught up with everything lately that I just haven't had time. May's phone, lying on the kitchen counter, suddenly buzzed with notifications. Calls and texts from her Peter filled the screen, warning her about the presence of a doppelganger. However, the phone was on silent, and both Peter and May remained blissfully unaware of the urgent messages. Gazing at his aunt's counterpart, who looked just like her, Peter made a silent vow to himself. He would protect May, no matter what it took. He wouldn't allow her to suffer the same fate as her movie counterpart. This May might not be his, but he still watched her die in the theater, crying his eyes out like everyone else. He couldn't bear the thought of watching it happen in real life. Leaning forward, Peter reached out and gently placed his hand over May's. May, I want you to know that I'll always be here for you. You're like a mother to me, and I won't let anything happen to you. I promise. May's eyes softened, her hand squeezing his in return, unaware of the underlying meaning behind his words. Peter, I couldn't be prouder of you, but you don't have to worry about me so much. My problems are simple compared to yours. Peter smiled, returning back to his donut. Oh really? What might those simple problems be? Well, Happy wants to get back together. She started happily ranting off all of her problems, one by one. As they finished the last of their donuts, the room was filled with a comfortable silence, though that silence would soon be ruined. Outside in the hallway, Peter could hear the elevator opening alongside the sound of 3 people stepping out. Do you think he's a clone? Ned asked as they paced to the apartment door. A lot of the time in comic books, the hero's DNA gets stolen and some villain makes a clone of him. Peter smirked as he heard this universe's Peter, MJ, and Ned talking about him. Well, this has been fun, but I should probably get going now. He said out of nowhere. Huh? Where are you going? She asked as he stood up from his seat and waved his hand. Exclamation point. In an instant, a golden portal opened in the center of her apartment, shocking her into a stunned silence. I'll come visit again, okay? Peter smiles as he gives her a wave and steps through the portal. Oh, yeah. One more thing. Turning back around, Peter pointed in her direction, and suddenly, a golden spell circle drew itself in front of him before shrinking to the size of a pin and shooting into her body. What was that? She hopped out of her seat, alarmed. Just a small protection spell. Peter answers as the portal began to close. Stay safe, okay? And just as the portal snapped shut, the front door swung open abruptly, revealing Peter, Ned, and MJ. As they walked in, calling for Aunt May, they found her standing there with an empty donut box on the table and a bewildered look on her face. Her eyes widened even further as she took in the sight of the trio standing before her. Peter. May's voice trembled slightly as she stared at them, her heart pounding in her chest. What's going on? Who are you? Peter stepped forward, his voice filled with urgency. May, it's me, Peter. I know this is hard to believe, but there's some doppelganger of me out there. Was he here? MJ, always the observant one, noticed box on the table from the shop she works at. Her eyes narrowed, and she pointed at it. Looks like he brought over his donuts. Did he say anything? May's confusion deepened as she glanced at the Peter before her, realizing the height difference immediately. He said he'd come visit again, and he did this magic that shot into my chest. He called it a protection spell. After the portal snapped shut, Peter, our MC, donned his spider suit once again and made his way to one of the many manholes that covered the streets of New York City. If I recall the movie correctly, Doctor Strange found the first villain in the sewers. Sighing to himself, as he really didn't want to go down into the sh*t and p$ss filled tunnels, Peter nonetheless descended into the grimy depths, his senses immediately assaulted by the putrid stench that permeated the air. Acting quickly, Peter cast a spell on his mask, filtering the air as if he was wearing a lavender-scented gas mask. The brief light of the spell revealing the damp and moss-covered bricks, along with the occasional rats scurrying through the shadows. With each step, the echo of his steps reverberated through the labyrinthine tunnels, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. The distant sound of water dripping added a haunting melody to the symphony of the underground. As he ventured deeper into the labyrinth, the claustrophobic surroundings closed in around him, the narrow passageways seeming to twist and turn with no end in sight. The darkness seemed to consume everything, save for the occasional flickering of dimly lit bulbs that hung from the ceiling, casting eerie shadows along the walls. Peter's heightened senses detected movement ahead, a faint scuffling sound mixed with a low, guttural growl. He readied himself, knowing that he was about to confront the dangerous creature lurking within these foul corridors. The sound of dripping water seemed to intensify, echoing through the labyrinth like a haunting symphony. Peter focused, his gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. Casually, he moved forward, his footsteps careful and deliberate. The walls seemed to ooze with filth, the grime clinging to his suit. He fought the urge to gag, pressing on. Finally, he reached a wider section of the sewer. The flickering light revealed a figure lurking in the shadows, hunched over and emitting low, raspy growls. It was a giant humanoid lizard, its reptilian features twisted and grotesque. Insert picture of the lizard/Dr. Connors here. Dr. Connors, once a respected scientist, had succumbed to his own experiment, transforming into the monstrous lizard. The lizard's eyes narrowed, studying Peter with a mix of curiosity and aggression. Its snout curled into a menacing sneer, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. A low hiss escaped its throat as it prepared to attack. Peter approached, his spider sense tingling, alerting him to the imminent danger. With a wave of his hand, he greeted the creature, his voice firm yet tinged with an air of familiarity. Yo. A/N, 1931 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone and get a free cupcake police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 387, C387 Sewer Scuffle. Medium light skin tone nose, insert smelly gifs here, most likes wins medium light skin tone nose. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, low end, trophy, A/N, crown. As Peter stepped forward, his confident posture and relaxed demeanor contrasted sharply with the ferocity of the lizard monstrosity before him. Before he had the chance to introduce himself, the creature lunged at him with lightning speed, claws extended and jaws gaping wide. Peter effortlessly sidestepped the attack, fluidly evading the lizard's assault. You know, your teeth are nasty, right? Peter quipped, effortlessly dodging another swipe of the lizard's claws. As someone who used to be human, you should really brush your teeth every once in a while. Lizard monster or not, that sh*ts disgusting. The lizard growled in frustration, its attacks becoming more desperate. Peter continued to effortlessly avoid each strike, his agility and spider sense guiding him flawlessly through the chaotic dance. With a swift and precise movement, Peter flipped over the lizard's head, landing gracefully behind it. As the creature turned and dived his way, Peter simply stepped out of the way, sending it sprawling into the grimy sewer water. I hope you don't mind getting a little dirty, Peter taunted, his voice laced with amusement. Though it seems like you're already familiar with this environment. The lizard hissed in anger and lunged again, claws slashing through the air. Peter effortlessly weaved around the attacks, occasionally throwing out a few taunts to keep his opponent feisty. As the fight continued, Peter's strategy became clear. He wasn't aiming to defeat the lizard at all. In fact, he hasn't tried to counter with a single attack. Instead, he was patiently wearing down his opponent by letting him flail around and waste all of his energy with agile maneuvers. The echoes of their scuffle reverberated through the sewer tunnels, creating an eerie soundscape as the lizard roared in tired frustration. Peter's movements were a blur of speed and precision, each strike that came his way was dodged with calculated efficiency. After almost 10 minutes of staying centimeters out of reach of the monster's grasp, the lizard stumbled forward, panting as he crashed against a moss-covered wall. Peter took advantage of the opening, using his webs to immobilize the lizard's limbs, cocooning it in a sticky trap. Looks like you've been caught and I didn't even have to do anything, Peter chuckled, standing triumphantly over the restrained creature. Maybe next time you'll be able to land a hit. Just be sure to eat your vegetables and grow up to be a strong lizard, okay? The lizard snarled, its reptilian eyes filled with a mix of defeat and fury. Peter approached casually, crouching down so they stood at eyes level. So, you can talk, right? Peter asked, knowing that he could talk in the movie. Without uttering a single word, the lizard before him cleared his throat and spat straight in Peter's face. Okay. Peter stood up and wiped the green-tinted lizardman mucus off his mask, fighting the urge to puke at how nasty it was. That was gross. Dr. Connors peered up at him, his expression a mix of anger and frustration. F***CKU. Spider-Man, he spoke, his voice strained. Peter nodded back at him, a hint of gooey lizard spit still on his mask. I love you too, buddy. Before Dr. Connor's shocked and confused eyes, Peter waved his hand and opened a golden portal, which seemed to lead to some sort of old building. Shooting one more web at the giant lizard's bald head, Connors was dragged through, watching the portal in interest. After all, he may look like a lizard right now, but Dr. Connors is still a very accomplished scientist. Making their way out of the grimy sewers, leaving behind the echoes of their fight and the faint scent of feces and victory in the air, the portal snapped shut behind them, darkening the sewers once again. Peter, not our MC, Ned, and MJ rushed Aunt May to the New York sanctum, their hearts pounding with worry. As they entered the ancient building, the group was greeted by the stern face of Dr. Strange, who seemed to appear after sensing their arrival. Strange's brow furrowed as he saw the group barging in. What is the meaning of this intrusion? He demanded, his gaze laced with annoyance, especially when he eyed Peter in their little group. I thought I made it clear that you're not welcome here anymore. Everyone's eyebrow raised as they heard that, wondering what the sorcerer meant. Peter took a deep breath, his voice shaky but determined. Yes, sir, please, we need your help. There's a doppelganger of me running around, and he visited Aunt May. He placed some kind of spell on her, and we don't know what it does. Strange's annoyance softened into curiosity as he listened to Peter's explanation. He looked at Aunt May, who stood there with a bewildered expression on her face. And you believe this doppelganger poses a threat? Strange asked, crossing his arms in contemplation. Peter nodded. Yes, he seemed off. And the fact that he performed magic worries me. I don't know what his intentions are and I don't like it. Strange sighed, his gaze shifting to Aunt May. Very well, let me take a look. He motioned for Aunt May to step forward, and she cautiously approached him. Strange raised his hands, conjuring golden spell circles that floated surrounded May's entire body, scanning her for any traces of the spell. The room fell into a tense silence as strange magic worked its way through May's being. The spell circles hummed softly, their intricate patterns shifting and pulsating. After what felt like an eternity, Strange lowered his hands, dispelling the spell circles. He frowned, his expression pensive. This is a very impressive protection spell. I won't be able to disarm it without setting it off. Peter's eyes widened, a mix of relief and concern washing over him. So, she's protected. But protected from what? Strange shook his head, his eyes meeting Peter's. I'm not sure, Peter. This spell is powerful, and its purpose seems to be to keep her safe. We'll need to tread carefully and find out more about this doppelganger. He said, his mind drifting to the incident that happened on Peter's first visit of the day, which could be the reason for all of this. May's voice trembled as she spoke up, concern etched on her face. What does this mean? Am I in danger? Strange's stern expression softened, and he placed a reassuring hand on May's shoulder. We won't let anything happen to you, May. I'll keep a close eye on the situation, and we'll find a way to handle it. For now, I suggest you stay with us here at the sanctum for your own safety. May nodded, her trust in Peter and Strange evident in her eyes. Okay, if you say so. But please, be careful, all of you. Although I don't think this other Peter has any bad intentions, it's still better to keep your guard up. Peter glanced at Aunt May, his determination reignited. We will, May. We'll figure this out together. Strange turned to the rest of the group, his tone stern once again. Now, if you're going to be staying here, you'll have to abide by the rules of the sanctum. No tampering with any artifacts, no wandering off, and definitely no web-slinging in here. We don't need any more cobwebs stuck to the ceiling. Peter nodded, a sheepish smile on his face. Got it, Dr. Strange. No web-slinging in the sanctum. As the group started to settle into the sanctum, suddenly, a golden portal appeared in the middle of the main entrance, catching everyone's attention. The group's eyes widened in surprise as the golden portal materialized, its shimmering hues casting a warm glow in the dimly lit sanctum. Peter, our MC, otherwise known as the doppelganger, stepped out of the portal, nonchalantly dragging a giant lizard monster behind him. His casual demeanor was in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere that had enveloped the room just moments ago. With a wave and a simple "yo," Peter greeted them as he removed his mask, his voice carrying a mix of confidence and mischief. Ned, MJ, and Aunt May exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the sudden appearance of another Peter. Dr. Strange, too, was taken aback, his stoic expression momentarily faltering. Peter's eyes flickered across the room, a mischievous smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He couldn't help but revel in the astonishment that painted the faces before him. Hey, guys, he finally said, his voice infused with a casual tone. I brought a friend. I hope you don't mind the extra company. The lizard, still cocooned tightly in webs, emitted a low growl of frustration, his reptilian eyes narrowing at the sight of the bewildered faces in front of him. He squirmed within his constraints, but the thick layers of web held him back. Dr. Strange composed himself, regaining his authoritative presence. With a wave of his hand, he threw a spell at Peter, hoping to capture him for some good old-fashioned interrogation, but that wasn't happening. Peter simply scoffed as he coated his hand in a golden energy and slapped the spell away, sending it crashing into a case in the corner. Peter looked towards Strange, a playful glint in his eyes. That wasn't very nice. I see that this universe's Ancient One didn't teach you any manners. Ned's jaw dropped. Dude, that was Bada asterisk S. Peter shot his friend's counterpart a mischievous grin. I know, right? A/N, 1,595 words, smiley face. Police car light, donate your gemstone to underprivileged aliens. Alien police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 388, C388 Introductions. Chinese, insert Chinese gifs here, most likes wins Chinese. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, low end, trophy, A/N, alright, this king's reign has gone on long enough. Can anyone dethrone him? I'm afraid he'll start an empire at this point, unamused face. A/N, heads up, the nicknames are starting. Peters observed the astonished expressions on the faces before him with a hint of amusement, enjoying the moment. Tom, this universe's Peter, and Ned exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. Aunt May stood there with a mixture of surprise and concern etched on her face. MJ, who had been mostly silent, watched Peter intently, her eyes scanning his every move. So, you're another Peter Parker? MJ asked, her voice laced with skepticism. Well, hello again, gorgeous. Peter chuckled at the glare she gave him. But no, I'm not just another Peter Parker. I'm Peter Parker. The one and only Spider-Man. At least, in my universe. Ned's eyes widened, his voice full of excitement. No way. So, you traveled across the multiverse? Peter nodded. Yup, but I wasn't exactly trying to. In my universe, I was the first hero, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Started my hero gig as a freshman in high school, and it's been a pretty wild ride ever since. MJ raised an eyebrow, her skepticism evident. And you learned magic? Peter nodded once again. Actually, I did. The Ancient One saw potential in me and took me under her wing. I learned some cool tricks from her over the years. Dr. Strange, who had been observing the exchange with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, finally spoke up. This is quite the tale. Peter. But how did you end up in this universe? Peter's smirk faltered for a moment as he recalled his unexpected journey. Well, you see, I was taking a shower when this gooey portal opened up and swallowed me whole. I ended up in another universe, helping a bunch of spider people take down Kingpin's super collider. Long story, don't ask. I thought I was heading home after that, but I somehow ended up here instead. I'm not complaining though, this little vacation has been fun, though Lily might be a bit jealous when I tell her about it. Aunt May quirked her head to the side. Who's Lily? She asked curiously. Peter's confident facade softened, his gaze meeting Aunt May's. That would be your granddaughter. He revealed as his gaze turned to MJ. And your daughter. All eyes widen in shock almost instantly. I have a daughter with MJ. Tom asked, bewildered. Peter nodded. Well, she's an artificial intelligence, but yeah. She called me daddy as soon as I started her up. It was so cute. He said, reminiscing about the good old days. I even made her a body with our DNA and had the dwarves of Nidavellir forge her some metal bones. She's pretty Bada asterisk S for a 10-year-old kid. No one knew what to say as they listened to Peter brag about overpowered daughter. Dr. Strange studied Peter intently, his voice steady but cautious. You may be skilled, Peter, but we'll need to assess the situation carefully. We can't take any risks, especially when it involves another version of you. Peter nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. I get it, document safety first, right? But trust me, I'm not the one you should be worried about. He turned his gaze at Dr. Connors, the man transformed into the formidable lizard. He's not from this universe either. Dr. Strange, intrigued by Peter's observation, nodded and raised his hands, conjuring golden spell circles that hovered around Dr. Connors. The circles emitted a soft hum as they scanned the lizard's form, searching for any anomalies. After a few moments, the spell circles dissipated, and Dr. Strange's expression turned grave. You're right. There are traces of multiversal energy within him. He's not from this universe. Peter crossed his arms, his eyes darting between Dr. Strange and Tom. See? I told you there's something going on here. There could be others out there too. We need to figure out what happened. Someone must have messed up big time for all of this to occur. He said, knowing exactly what happened. Tom and Doctor Strange exchanged a silent glance, realizing the weight of the situation. Earlier that day, Tom had approached Strange seeking his help. The world now knew his secret identity, and he desperately wanted everyone to forget. Strange offered to perform a spell, but a combination of Peter's insistence and their mutual miscommunication had caused the spell to go awry. Taking a step forward, Peter Thomas Parker introduced himself rather awkwardly. "Ah, hey. I'm Peter too, I guess, but you can call me Tom. It's my middle name. That way nobody gets confused, you know." After his awkward introduction, Tom and Strange explained their little mishap. Peter did his best to look shocked, a mixture of concern and realization playing out on his face. "Do you think the spell is pulling everyone in the surrounding multiverse that knows Peter Parker is Spider-Man into this universe?" He offered his knowledge to speed things along. Instantly, realization spread among the crowd. Even Doctor Strange seemed impressed with Peter's hypothesis. Of course, he only knew that because he watched the movie, but none of them needed to know that. So, Peter was the first to break the silence as he gestured towards Dr. Connors. "Do you have a place to keep him? I really don't want to lug him around everywhere I go." Strange thought for a moment before nodding his head. "Yeah, follow me." The group followed him through the halls of the New York sanctum, their footsteps echoing in the dimly lit corridors. The air was heavy with a sense of mysticism from the magical artifacts lining the walls, giving the place an eerie atmosphere. They descended a flight of stone stairs, and as they reached the bottom, the space opened up into an old cellar, which seemed to be used for storage these days. "Welcome to the Undercroft," Strange announced. "Don't touch anything," he exclaimed as Ned started fiddling with a pile of junk. Peter looked around, taking in the sight before him. The Undercroft was illuminated by a soft, ethereal glow emanating from old flicking light bulbs. The place was filled with dusty junk and forgotten artifacts, ancient relics of power that no longer had a place in the sanctum above. They exuded a sense of history and mystery, as if whispering tales of forgotten sorcery and long-lost secrets. But that wasn't all. The end of the room opened up into a dark cave, and embedded into the stone walls were prison cells. Nothing but a window of transparent glass and dense rock made up each cell, though Peter could feel the mystic energy in each of them. It would take someone like the Hulk or Thor to break out of these bad boys. As they approached the cells, Dr. Connors began to thrash like crazy, unwilling to be caged. In a matter of seconds, the lizard managed to snap the thick web and break free. With its primal instinct flaring, it lunged toward Peter, attempting to rip his throat out with its sharp, jagged teeth. Exclamation point. May, MJ, and Ned jumped in fright, cringing in horror as they expected to see something very gruesome. But thankfully, Peter's reflexes were far quicker than they could imagine, and he effortlessly sidestepped the attack, tossing the transformed scientist into one of the glass cells. With a frustrated growl, the lizard thrashed and banged against the glass, which it just phased through only seconds ago, desperately trying to escape. But sadly, for him, Cell held firm, the magical barriers preventing any physical contact between the lizard and the outside world. The sound of impact reverberated through the Undercroft, creating an unsettling noise of frustration and captivity. Peter watched the futile struggle, his expression firm. He knew that, for now, Dr. Connors would be contained within the confines of the cell, though if things go the same as the movie, then he'd be released soon enough. "I don't think he'll be going anywhere," Peter stated, turning back to everyone else. "But we need to find out what's going on and how to fix this. There's probably others like him out there as we speak, displaced from their own universes," he said as his gaze turned to Tom. "Who knows, there could be other Peters out there too." Dr. Connors wondered what the hell was going on as he continued to thrash against his cell, slowly using his genius mind to put the puzzle pieces together. "This isn't my universe," he thought as his gaze turned to the two Peters. "And those certainly aren't my Spider-Man." The others nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting the seriousness of the situation. Doctor Strange turned to face the group, his voice firm and resolute. "We'll need to work together, gathering information and dash." Before he could finish that sentence, everyone's phone suddenly went off, vibrating and chiming. Each member of the group pulled out their devices, their faces contorting with surprise and concern as they read the flood of notifications. Peter, being the odd one out without a phone from this universe, observed their reactions with curiosity. Ned's eyes widened, his voice trembling with urgency. "Guys, look at this. There's a news report about some green elf flying around on a hoverboard. He's throwing grenades all over the city." "Ha ha 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 ha." A shrill laughter could be heard from his phone. MJ's brow furrowed as she read another news report. "And here's another one. It says there's a man with 4 mechanical squid arms running around, demanding Spider-Man appearance. Peter Parker." She played a video of said man throwing cars along the highway. "Show yourself, you traitorous coward." Dr. Strange's expression shifted from resolute to grim as he absorbed the information. "It seems our troubles have multiplied. A/N, 1608 words, smiley face." Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone or freeze to death, cold face skull police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 389, C389 Tom vs. Doc Ock. French insert French gifts here, most likes wins French. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, low end, trophy, A/N, the empire has been established, unamused face our new emperor won't be benevolent for long. Don't say I didn't warn you of the consequences. As the news alerts buzzed through the room, Peter's eyes narrowed in recognition. He turned to face the group, his voice laced with urgency. Guys, listen up. Those villains they're talking about are Green Goblin and Doc Ock. Obviously, they're from other universes, like me. Ned's jaw dropped, his voice barely a whisper. No way, you know their names. Peter nodded. Yeah, I haven't faced them in my universe since they don't exist, but they existed in the last universe I was in. Green Goblin should be Norman Osborn, a ruthless and highly intelligent adversary. He's got a glider that he rides on and uses bombs as his primary weapons. Be careful, he's a master of manipulation. MJ raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. And what about Doc Ock? Peter continued his explanation. Dr. Otto Octavius, also known as Doc Ock, is a brilliant scientist. He uses 4 mechanical tentacles that he controls with his mind. They're incredibly strong and agile. His fighting style is ruthless, and he won't hesitate to use his tentacles to cause destruction. Tom's eyes widened, his voice full of determination. We can't let them hurt anyone else. We need to stop them. Peter nodded, his voice resolute. Exactly. We'll have to split up and take them down. Tom nodded, a determined look on his face. I'm ready. Let's get out there and put an end to this. Doctor Strange stepped forward, his expression stern. While you handle the immediate threat, I'll stay here and try to find a way to send everyone back to their respective universes and fix the damage caused by the spell. Peter glanced at Doctor Strange, gratitude in his eyes. Thanks, Document. Doctor Strange nodded as he quickly left the Undercroft, his focus shifting to the task at hand. Stay safe, both of you. Ned, MJ, and May exchanged worried glances, but Peter reassured them. You guys stay here in the sanctum. It's safer for now. Though if this was my universe, you could all just tag along. But sadly, you don't have any powers here. Instantly, their eyes widened in shock. We have powers in your universe? Ned asked, a genuinely shocked and awed look on his face. Peter nodded. Yeah, I gave you all powers since I didn't want you to get hurt if I wasn't around. May and Ned are super soldiers and my lovely MJ has spider powers as well. She goes by the name Silk. He explains to the stunned crowd. How? Tom asks, knowing that doing something like that would be extremely difficult. Peter looked over at him and raised an eyebrow. You know, the majority of Peter Parkers out there are geniuses, right? If one of us is in a universe, it's almost impossible for us to be normal. Are you dumb in this universe? He asked. Tom's eyes widened. No. I don't think so. He replied, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. He was always the top of his class. Even if he wasn't trying, Tom could easily reign supreme in his school. Good, then you should be able to enhance them later down the line if you want. Peter said with a shrug. Here's a hint to get you started. Steal from the bad guys. They always have the best toys. Are you telling him to become a thief? May asks in disbelief. Yeah, pretty much. Peter confirmed without an ounce of shame. Think of it like a video game. Loot your enemies as much as you can and you'll have an easier time. You know, when the Kree and Chitauri invaded my planet, we stole as many ships as we could. And now, the Avengers has a huge fleet of advanced spaceships that protect the planet. Stealing is just the best, trust me. No one had any arguments there, though they felt like they should. Anyway, we should get going. Peter says as everyone suddenly remembers the 2 villains. And after a few goodbyes, Peter opened a portal under his feet and disappeared, whilst Tom watched jealously. I should ask Strange to teach me magic. He muttered before running off. Tom swung through the city, his web-slinging skills on full display as he searched for Doc Ock. The destruction in the streets below was evident, and the panicked screams of innocent bystanders filled the air. As he neared the epicenter of the chaos, his heart raced with determination. Finally, he spotted the towering figure of Doc Ock, his mechanical tentacles wreaking havoc all around him. Buildings crumbled under the weight of his powerful strikes, and cars were flung through the air like toys. Tom landed on a nearby rooftop, his eyes fixed on his opponent. Insert picture of Dr. Octavius here. All right, Otto, Tom muttered under his breath, his voice filled with nervous energy. Let's see what you're made of. With a surge of adrenaline, Tom leaped off the rooftop, descending upon Doc Ock with a flurry of punches. But his blows were easily deflected by the mechanical arms, which moved with incredible speed and precision. Doc Ock's laughter filled the air as he effortlessly swatted Tom aside, sending him crashing into a nearby wall. Gasping for breath, Tom quickly regained his footing and sprang back into action. He shot his webs at Doc Ock, hoping to immobilize him, but the villain expertly dodged the sticky strands and retaliated with a powerful swipe from his tentacles. Tom barely managed to evade the attack, narrowly avoiding being impaled. "You finally decided to show yourself, Peter," Doc Ock taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. "It's time you paid for what you've done." Although he has no idea what his opponent was talking about, Tom was nonetheless undeterred. He pressed on, his mind racing for a strategy. He knew he couldn't match Doc Ock's strength head-on, but he had to find a weakness. He continued to dodge and weave through the chaos, using his agility and spider sense to anticipate Doc Ock's every move. However, with each passing moment, Tom grew wearier. Doc Ock's relentless assault took its toll, leaving him bruised and battered. The realization that he might not be able to stop this threat sank in, but he refused to give up. Doc Ock lunged forward, his tentacles striking at Tom with blinding speed. Tom managed to dodge a few, but one of the mechanical arms grazed his side, sending him sprawling across the pavement. Pain surged through his body, but he forced himself to stand. Gritting his teeth, Tom unleashed a series of acrobatic flips and kicks, aiming to disorient Doc Ock and create an opening. Yet, his attack seemed ineffective against the villain's mechanical fortress. With a swift motion, Doc Ock seized Tom's leg, hoisting him into the air. Tom struggled, desperately trying to break free, but Doc Ock's grip was unyielding. The world spun around him as he dangled helplessly, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Doc Ock sneered down at him, his victory seemingly assured. "Just a boy playing dress-up," Doc Ock mocked, tightening his grip. "It's time to put an end to this." With adrenaline coursing through his veins, Tom refused to let Doc Ock's taunts break his spirit. Summoning every ounce of strength and determination, he twisted his body, contorting in midair to free himself from the villain's grip. With a swift kick, he propelled himself away from the mechanical arms, landing nimbly on the ground. As Doc Ock lunged forward, his tentacles striking out once more, Tom anticipated the attack. He dodged, ducked, and weaved through the onslaught, evading the metallic limbs with remarkable agility. With each movement, he analyzed the pattern of Doc Ock's strikes, searching for a vulnerability. Spotting a split-second opening, Tom leaped forward, launching himself off a nearby car. He flipped in midair, his foot connecting with the side of one of the mechanical arms, sending it spiraling off course. The impact jolted Doc Ock, momentarily throwing him off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Tom landed gracefully on the ground and darted forward. He delivered a series of lightning-fast punches and kicks, targeting the joints of the mechanical arms. The metallic limbs whirred and clanged as they absorbed the blows, but Tom's relentless assault began to take its toll. Doc Ock staggered backward, his control over the tentacles wavering. Sensing his opponent's vulnerability, Tom launched himself into the air, somersaulting over Doc Ock's head and landing behind him. He swiftly ensnared the villain's arms with his webs, immobilizing them and leaving Doc Ock defenseless. "Now, it's time to end this," Tom declared, his voice filled with determination. As Doc Ock struggled against the webbing, Tom positioned himself strategically. With his enhanced senses, he was able to anticipate the villain's movements, sidestepping each desperate attempt to break free. Time seemed to slow down as Tom analyzed every detail, planning his next move with precision. As if in a dance, Tom weaved in and out, using his speed and agility to his advantage. He delivered a series of devastating blows, targeting vital pressure points on Doc Ock's body. With each strike, he could feel the villain's resistance weakening, the fight slowly ebbing out of him. With one final surge of strength, Tom unleashed a powerful punch, sending Doc Ock sprawling to the ground. The mechanical arms fell limp, their threat neutralized. The battle was over. Breathing heavily, Tom stood over his fallen opponent, triumph and relief washing over him. He had done it. He had defeated Doc Ock. "Stay down," Tom warned his unconscious opponent, his voice laced with a joking authority. "You're not going anywhere." As Tom restrained Doc Ock with webbing, dragging him back to the sanctum. The chaos around them began to subside, the city slowly recovering from the devastation caused by their clash. The streets fell into an uneasy calm, the bystanders in awe of the young hero who had emerged victorious. Love him or hate him, they knew that Spider-Man would always do his best to protect the city and its people. And as he swung away with Doc Ock over his shoulder, a masked man in a similar red and blue spider-themed costume watched from atop a nearby building. Although he was hesitant on whether to show himself, he still followed after Tom from a distance, hoping to figure out what was going on. A/N, 1720 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone or else, medium light skin tone nose carrot police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 390, C390 Peter vs. Green Gnome. Russian insert Russian gifts here, most likes wins Russian. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Wolfie, trophy, A/N, the empire is destroyed. All hail the rebel king, crown. After dropping out of a portal, Peter swung through the city, following the trail of destruction left by Green Goblin. The sound of explosions and terrified screams echoed through the air, intensifying his determination to put an end to this chaos. As he turned a corner, he spotted Green Goblin soaring above, his glider leaving a trail of smoke and flames in its wake. Peter landed on a nearby rooftop, watching as Green Goblin continued his rampage. The goblin's laughter echoed through the streets, his malicious joy evident in every bomb he dropped. His menacing figure stood tall, draped in a tattered green and purple suit that bore the marks of numerous battles. A twisted grin adorned his face, accentuating the madness that flickered in his eyes. His hair, once a vibrant shade of brown, now disheveled and streaked with gray, added to his eerie and unpredictable aura. Insert picture of Green Goblin here. Peters casually waved, his voice laced rather calm for the situation. Yo. He called out, getting his opponent's attention. Green Goblin spotted Spider-Man and his grin widened. Ah, Spider-Man. Wait. You don't look like my Peter. He realized, as Peter's mask was still off. Not to mention the different style spider suit that he wore compared to most Spider-Men. Maybe you're just getting old, Osborn. Peter said as he took a seat at the edge of building. It might be time to schedule a doctor's appointment. You could have dementia. Let's see if I'm too old to remember how to do this. Green Goblin exclaimed as he tossed a handful of grenades down at the crowded street below. Ha. He laughed, expecting Peter to dive down and save the poor innocent bystanders. Peter remained seated. Sorry to disappoint you, but... His voice trailed off as he waved his hand. Suddenly, a portal opened up below the grenades, which deposited them directly above Osborn's head. Ah! Boom, Green Goblin uttered just as the grenades surrounded his body, exploding in a fiery concussive blast. Instantly, cheers filled the whole area as the people below shouted their thanks. Even in the nearby buildings, people opened their windows and cheered Peter on, thinking he was the Spider-Man they knew. As the smoke cleared, without warning, Green Goblin launched forward, only slightly charred and battered from the explosion. Ha ha. He laughed like a maniac as a barrage of pumpkin bombs flew towards Peter. But Peter's reflexes were unparalleled. He gracefully dodged each explosive with ease, barely breaking a sweat. His movements were fluid, his body seemingly one with the rhythm of the battle. Is that the best you've got? Peter taunted, his voice dripping with boredom. Before Osborn had the time to answer, he shot a web at one of the glider's wings, causing it to malfunction and spiral out of control. Green Goblin's eyes widened in shock as he struggled to regain control of his glider. You're stronger than I thought. Peter yawned dramatically. I've faced tougher opponents, Norman. You're just a schizo with nice toys. As Green Goblin tried to regain his composure, Peter closed the distance between them in a blink of an eye. He delivered a powerful punch, sending Green Goblin flying through the air. The villain crashed into a nearby building, his body leaving a dent in the brickwork. Peter walked calmly towards the fallen goblin, his voice dripping with authority. It's over, Norman. Surrender now, and I'll see about helping with that alter ego of yours. Although everything goes to sh*t in the movie because Tom wanted to help Norman and the other villains, Peter still agreed with the idea of curing them. The only problem came when he let them out of their cells. Why didn't he just keep them restrained while curing them? Peter wondered and instantly came to a conclusion. Because that would have made for a very boring movie. Green Goblin struggled to his feet, blood dripping from a cut on his forehead. He sneered, his voice laced with defiance. Never. I'll never surrender to the likes of you. Peter's expression remained unchanged, his voice unwavering. Fine. Have it your way. In one swift motion, Peter sprang forward, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks with incredible speed and precision. Each strike landed with devastating force, causing Green Goblin to stagger and groan in pain. The once feared villain was reduced to a mere punching bag in Spider-Man's relentless assault. Through the flurry of blows, Peter maintained his calm demeanor. He moved effortlessly, evading Green Goblin's feeble attempts to counterattack. His web-slinging skills added an extra layer of finesse to his movements, enhancing his agility and ensuring that his attacks never missed their mark. As the fight reached its climax, Peter delivered a final punch that sent Green Goblin hurtling through the air, crashing into a parked car with a resounding thud. The villain lay motionless, defeated, and broken. Peter stood over Green Goblin, his expression unreadable. He looks almost peaceful when he's not smiling and laughing like a maniac. He swiftly webbed up the unconscious Green Goblin, before opening a portal and dragging him through, disappearing in front of a crowd of thankful New Yorkers. Peter strolled through his portal and appeared in the Sanctum's undercroft once again, dragging the unconscious and slightly charred form of the Green Goblin behind him. Smoke rose from Osborn's suit, evidence of the many grenades he had just endured. Ned, May, and MJ, who had been anxiously waiting, rushed forward to greet him. MJ's eyed him in concern as she paced to Peter's side. "Are you okay? What happened out there?" she asked, her voice filled with worry. Though he could tell she was more worried about Tom than him, as her boyfriend hadn't returned yet. Ned, equally worried, followed closely behind. "Dude, he looks like he's been through a war." Peter shrugged. He was pretty weak, but he just wouldn't give up, so. He gestured to Osborn's broken body. "But don't worry, he'll be fine." Aunt May joined the group, her eyes widening when she saw the unconscious form of Norman Osborn. "Peter, what happened to him?" she asked, concern etched on her face. Peter gently lowered the Green Goblin to the ground and stepped back. "He threw a bunch of grenades into a crowded street, so I delivered them back to him." Ned's eyes widened in awe. "Cool." May looked down at Osborn's unmasked face in pity. "Did you have to go so hard on him? It looks like he's in pain." Peter shrugged uncaringly. "Well, it's hard to go easy when your opponent has what I call psycho energy. He just wouldn't give up, so I had to beat him down a bit more than usual." Seeing that May felt bad for Normal, Peter waved his hand and cast 2 spells. One to disarm Osborn, depositing all of his weaponry and armor in the corner of the room, and then another, which healed his injuries to a certain extent. As the healing spell took effect, Osborn's wounds slowly closed, and his breathing stabilized. He remained unconscious, his form now resting peacefully. Peter stood back, observing his handiwork. "He'll be fully healed in an hour or two," he said, getting a relieved look from May as he deposited their second prisoner into his cell. Although she knew that she shouldn't feel bad for the maniac who was sweeping the city with bombs only moments ago, May just couldn't help it. She wasn't a hero who did this every day, so when she saw someone who's hurt and in pain, she feels the need to help. If only she knew that he would kill her. Peter sighed inwardly. Just then, Tom appeared, dragging their third captive down the stairs, making sure to bang his head on each and every step on the way down. "Oops. Sorry. My bad." He apologized after every thud. Tom stepped into the light, his suit slightly torn, evidence of the intense battle he had just faced. May, Ned, and MJ rushed forward, their worried expressions turning into relieved smiles as they saw his return. May embraced Tom tightly, tears of relief welling up in her eyes. "Oh, thank goodness you're back. Are you okay?" Tom returned the hug, assuring her, "I'm fine, May. Just a few scratches, but nothing serious." Ned patted Tom on the back, a wide grin on his face. "Dude, are those his tentacles?" He eyes Doc Ock's extra appendages. Tom chuckled. "Yeah, cool right?" MJ approached Tom, concern still etched on her face. "Are you sure you're okay? It looks like you took quite a beating." Tom nodded, his gaze shifting to the unconscious form of Doc Ock. "I'll be fine." He gestured to the webbed-up villain. "I managed to take him down, but he put up quite a fight." Peter, who had been watching the reunion, approached Tom. "Nice job. You seem to have handled him well." Tom smiled proudly after hearing that. "Thanks, man. It was tough, but he wasn't the hardest guys I've faced." He immediately thought of Thanos' ugly purple face. Peter turned his attention to the webbed-up Doc Ock. He waved his hand, casting the same spells he used on Green Goblin, disarming the villain and healing his injuries to a certain extent. Once the healing spell took effect, Doc Ock's wounds started to close, and his breathing steadied. Of course, he did the same for Tom, who was gratefully for the help. May looked at the unconscious Doc Ock with a mix of relief and concern. "Will he be all right, Peter?" Peter nodded, reassuring her. "He'll be fully healed in no time. And don't worry, we'll keep an eye on him." As Peter prepared to throw Doc Ock into a cell, a figure descended down the stairs behind him. A man in a very familiar red and blue color scheme appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Taking off his mask to reveal the face of Andrew Garfield, he looked around, taking in the scene before greeting everyone with a warm smile. "Hey, I hope you don't mind that I let myself in. Insert picture of Andrew Garfield Spider-Man here. A/N, 1776 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone or I won't be happy, slightly frowning face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 391, C391 Reunion. Ogre insert satanic gifts here, most likes wins Ogre. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, low end, trophy, A/N, crown. Peter Andrew Parker descended down the stairs, his presence immediately capturing everyone's attention. He took off his mask, revealing his face, and greeted the group with a warm smile. "Hey, I hope you don't mind that I let myself in. I'm Spider-Man, obviously. But my friends just call me Peter." Everyone, except Peter, stared at Andrew in shock, not expecting yet another Spider-Man to appear. How many Peters are out there? May muttered in disbelief. MJ's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Prove it, she said, crossing her arms. Prove that you're really Spider-Man. Andrew raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback by the demand. How do you want me to do that? MJ grinned mischievously. Get on the ceiling. That's something only Spider-Man can do. Andrew chuckled, thinking she was joking. Come on. You're messing with me, right? But the expectant stares from the group made it clear that they were serious. Even Peter remained silent, as he found the idea rather amusing. Andrew sighed, realizing there was no way out of this. He shot a web at the ceiling and effortlessly hoisted himself up, hanging upside down. MJ nodded her head, a satisfied smirk forming on her lips. Not bad. Now crawl around. Andrew's eyes widened in surprise. Seriously? You want me to crawl on the ceiling? MJ nodded, her expression unyielding. Yep. Do it. Andrew shook his head in disbelief but complied nonetheless. He crawled across the ceiling, his movements smooth and graceful, as if he had done it 1,000 times before. He landed back on his feet, a smirk of triumph on his face. There you have it, Andrew said, a tiny hint of annoyance in his voice. Happy now? May approached Andrew, a warm smile on her face. Welcome to the team, Peter. Andrew chuckled. Thanks. But you can just call me by my middle name, Andrew. We've got enough Peters in the room already. Peter walked over and extended his hand. It's good to have you here. Andrew shook Peter's hand firmly. Likewise. This is definitely a unique situation we find ourselves in. Ned approached, a wide grin on his face. Dude, this is amazing. We're building a spider army. Andrew laughed, his eyes holding a hint of worry. Yeah, it looks like it. He couldn't help but wonder what could call for the assembly of so many Spider-Men. Seeing that everyone greeted the new arrival, Peter finally found the chance to ask something that's been on his mind. Andrew, I don't know how to ask this, so I'll just go ahead and spit it out. Is Gwen alive in your universe? Instantly, the room went silent as everyone wondered why Peter was asking such a question and who was Gwen. Wait. Andrew muttered as his eyes widened. Your voice sounds familiar. He uttered as realization began to set in. So it is you. Peter smirked. It's good to see you again, out of your body, of course. He clarified, which only furthered everyone's confusion. Can someone please explain what's going on? Ned asked what everyone else was thinking. Andrew was more than happy to explain, gesturing to Peter. This guy came to my universe and somehow took over my body. MJ immediately interrupted him. And that's a good thing? She asked, eyeing Peter weirdly. I wasn't so sure at first, but after he helped me save my girlfriend's life and took down 2 very powerful bad guys, I couldn't really complain. Besides, he left once everything was taken care of. Andrew explained as he turned to Peter. Thank you. You have no idea how grateful I am for your help. No problem. Peter nodded his head. So, did you cure your friend or is he still, Yeah, a complicated smile graced Andrew's lips. Harry is back to normal. Gwen even managed to cure his retroviral hyperplasia, so not only is he not a crazed goblin anymore, he'll also live a long and healthy life. I can see a but coming along somewhere in there. Peter guessed. He still hates me. Andrew revealed with a heavy sigh. We may have cured him, but he still blames me for a few things. His current imprisonment being one of them. Well, that's life, I guess. Peter couldn't help but shrug. Sometimes people are sh*tty, no matter how much you try to help them. I guess. Andrew muttered in agreement. Pushing the sad stuff to the side, Peter continued. So, did you end up moving to London? He asked, knowing he planned to follow Gwen to her university. Yeah, Andrew nodded. It's actually a lot easier over there. Gun laws and all that. Don't get me wrong, they still have guns, but it's infinitely fewer than America. There are a lot of knives though. At this point, everyone was listening to Peter and Andrew catch up, still a bit surprised at the fact they knew each other. Especially Tom, who was beginning to feel a bit inferior to his other self. Peter seemed to be doing a far better job than him. From the few things he's heard, such as finding a way to give powers to his loved ones or his past multiverse travel, Tom just couldn't seem to stack up against him. And although he shouldn't mind, as everyone is different, Peter looked exactly like him, making their lives seem much closer in comparison. As he stared at his counterparts back, Tom couldn't help but wonder, am I a good Spider-Man? A man in his early 20s slept in a puddle of garbage juice in a New York City alleyway. With short, messy blonde hair, his appearance would harbor a deceptive charm if not for his current predicament. Even his clothes were torn as if he had just gone through one hell of a fight, though his skin didn't hold a single blemish. Insert picture of Eddie Brock from Spider-Man 3 here. Eddie's eyes fluttered open, squinting against the harsh sunlight that filtered through the towering buildings. His head throbbed, and his body ached as he pushed himself up from the dirty concrete of the alleyway. Confusion clouded his mind as he tried to recall how he had ended up in this unfamiliar place. He shook his head, attempting to clear the fog that shrouded his thoughts, but the memories eluded him. The last thing I remember is... Eddie froze as he recalled the horrifying experience of exploding. I'm alive. He muttered in shock as he checked over his entire body, finding all of his appendages in the right place. Staggering to his feet, Eddie scanned his surroundings, taking in the bustling streets of New York City. The sights and sounds were familiar, yet strangely different. People hurried past him, seemingly uncaring or unaware of his presence. What the hell is going on? Eddie muttered to himself, his voice laced with frustration and annoyance. He reached up to rub his temples, only to find something amiss. His fingers grazed against the cold, smooth surface of the symbiote peeking out of his skin. Venom had somehow followed him, a twisted companion that seemed to thrive off his darkest desires. Insert picture of Venom here, the one from the Venom movies. Hey! Watch where you're going, a passerby exclaimed, jolting Eddie out of his thoughts. He realized he had unconsciously walked in the middle of the sidewalk, lost in his own bewilderment. People cast him irritated glances before seeing the pitch-black monster with razor-sharp teeth attached to half of his face. Giving him fearful looks, they paced away, not willing to risk their lives. Eddie scowled, his eyes narrowing with an air of menace. That right. You better keep walking. Venom's voice echoed in his mind, the symbiote reveling in the fear of those around him, eyeing them like the tastiest food. Eyes, lungs, pancreas. So many snacks, so little time. Venom purred, amusement lacing its sinister tone. I'll find you someone to eat later. Ignoring the symbiote's hunger, Eddie focused on the task at hand. Finding his bearings and discovering the reason behind his odd predicament was at the top of his priorities right now. Stalking through the city streets, his predatory instincts guiding him towards the familiar scent of trouble, he soon found something interesting. As Eddie turned a corner, he stumbled upon a storefront with a large television screen displaying news headlines. Curiosity got the better of him, so he inched closer. The news anchor's voice blared from the screen, reporting on a recent event that had shaken the city. In a shocking turn of events, Peter Parker, our resident Spider-Man, has saved the day yet again. Eddie's heart skipped a beat as he heard the name. Peter Parker. The rival he had despised, the one who had always stolen his spotlight. After the new anchor spoke, videos of Peter and Tom defeating Green Goblin and Doc Ock played, though the public seemed to think they were the same person. And although Tom wore his mask, Peter didn't. What the? He muttered in disbelief. That's not Peter. Peter. Venom growled lowly, his voice barely audible amidst the chaos of the city. The realization hit both of them like a freight train. This wasn't their universe. Somehow, they had been thrust into a separate world, a place where Spider-Man was a known figure, and his own identity as Venom remained a hidden secret. A malicious grin tugged at the corners of Eddie's mouth, Venom reveling in the chaos that lay ahead. Oh, Eddie, my dear host, Venom hissed, its voice dripping with sadistic delight. We've hit the jackpot. Time to show this world what true terror looks like. A/N, 1626 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone please, pleading face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 392, C392 Insecurity. Smiling face with halo, insert angelic gifs here, most likes wins smiling face with halo. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, the _wolf_leader, trophy, A/N, a new king rises, crown. As the conversation between Peter and Andrew continued, Andrew's attention was suddenly drawn to a figure lurking in the far corner of the room. Dr. Kurt Connors, also known as the Lizard, stood behind a thick pane of unbreakable glass, his eyes fixed on Andrew with a burning intensity. The memory of their past encounters flashed through Andrew's mind, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Guys, Andrew called out, diverting everyone's attention toward the imprisoned reptilian figure. Why is Dr. Connors here? And why is he, well, lizard-like, again? Tom, who had been silently observing the conversation, stepped closer to Andrew, his gaze fixed on the lizard. Again. In my universe, I cured him, Andrew replied, his confusion evident in his voice. I mean, I'm pretty sure I did. But this is like a step back. The group eyed the glass, their curiosity piqued by Andrew's words. The scaly creature paced restlessly behind the barrier, emitting low, rumbling growls that reverberated through the room. Peter examined the lizard, pretending to come up with an idea. Maybe the spell grabbed him further back in time. He let a bit of his movie knowledge out. Spell. Like a magic spell? Andrew asks as they haven't explained anything to him yet. Well. Tom quickly gives him a rundown on his and Dr. Strange's major F***ck up. Andrew nodded his head slowly, a mixture of shock and worry in his eyes. Right. So magic exists. He muttered as he walked up to Dr. Connors. Approaching the glass, the lizard's eyes fixed on him with a mix of anger and animosity. The reptilian creature hissed, its long, forked tongue flicking out menacingly. Dr. Connors, Andrew began, his voice calm yet filled with questions. Do you recognize me? It's Peter. Spider-Man. We've met before, and I gave you my father's research. The lizard's response was a guttural growl. Yes, but you forget the part where you stood in my way, traitor. If it wasn't for you, everyone in the city would know the joys of my transformation. Andrew's confusion deepened. I don't understand. We fixed you. We saved you. Why are you like this again? Suddenly, Peter stepped up. I think I have a way to confirm my hypothesis. He says as he turns to Dr. Connors. Can you tell me today's date? The caged doctor raised a reptilian eyebrow. March 23rd, 20***y. He asks in confusion. No reason. Peter says as he motions for everyone to follow him away from the cells. Am I right? He asked as they got out of hearing distance. Andrew nodded his head. Yeah, that was a while ago. He's from the past. He seemed even more shocked than when they explained magic. He ran a hand through his hair, processing the information. The lizard continued to snarl and thrash against the glass, annoyed that they left before explaining anything. So, what do we do now? Andrew asked, frustration seeping into his voice. Peter looked at his fellow Spider-Men, Andrew and Tom, as they stood together, contemplating their next move. The possible presence of more villains stirred up a sense of urgency and danger within the group, and it was clear that they needed a plan. All right, Peter spoke up, his voice filled with certainty. We can't waste any more time. We need to start scouring the internet for any sightings of other villains that haven't shown themselves yet. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were ready to do whatever it took to protect themselves and the city. Ned, MJ, May, Peter addressed them, his tone serious. I need you three to dig deep into the web, search for any reports, rumors, or unusual activities that might be related to multiverse travelers. We can't let anyone slip through undetected. Ned, who had been the team's tech guru before, nodded enthusiastically. You got it. I'll get everyone set up. He said as he pulled a laptop from his backpack. MJ whipped out her phone, her eyes gleaming with determination. Consider it done. I'll check social media and find anything that could be relevant. May nodded, her expression filled with both concern and resolve. I'll make sure to keep an eye on local news and police scanners. If there's any sign of trouble, we'll know. With their roles assigned, the trio split off to fulfill their tasks, leaving the three Spider-Men alone once again. Now that we have eyes and ears on the ground, we need to cover as much territory as possible, Peter continued, his gaze shifting between Andrew and Tom. We'll split up and patrol the city individually. Tom raised his hand, as if her were at school. How do we communicate? Your phones won't work here. Come here. Peter walked up to his two counterparts and grabbed their masks. This should work. As soon as he touched them, golden etchings appeared for a brief moment before disappearing completely. Was that magic? One of us can do magic. Andrew exclaimed in shock. Yeah, jealous. Peter smirked, knowing they were both definitely envious of that. I made it so we can communicate through our masks. I'll leave something like this with Ned as well, so they can relay information to us. Andrew nodded, doing his best to hide the jealousy he was feeling. Sounds good to me. Tom adjusted his suit, a complicated look in his eyes, which didn't go unnoticed. I'll head out now. Remember, if you find something, call it out. Peter emphasized as Tom rushed off. We'll converge and take them down as a team. Andrew nodded in agreement before following after Tom with a worried look on his face. We'll see you out there. He called out as he and Tom disappeared up the steps. Andrew couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off with Tom. He had known him for less than an hour now, but he could still tell that something was wrong. Determined to find out the reason behind it, Andrew followed Tom as he made his way through the bustling streets of New York City. After a few blocks, Andrew finally caught up to Tom, who had paused in a brick building to catch his breath. Tom looked surprised to see him. Hey, Tom greeted him, trying to mask his earlier unease with a forced smile. Didn't expect to see you here. Andrew crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Tom's troubled expression. Something's bothering you. And don't think I didn't notice. What's going on? Is it about this multiverse stuff? Tom sighed, his shoulders slumping. I guess I can't hide it very well. It's just, seeing Peter, my doppelganger, with all his confidence, accomplishments, and abilities, it's made me question myself. Andrew's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? Tom's voice dropped to a whisper. I've always felt like I was doing a good job, but as soon as Peter arrived, I realized that I'm struggling to measure up. I mean, I'm Spider-Man, but compared to Peter, I feel like a failure. He's got it all figured out, and here I am, just trying to get by. Andrew's heart went out to Tom as he listened to his every word. He placed a hand on Tom's shoulder, offering support. Listen, I get it. I've had my fair share of insecurities over the years, Andrew admitted, his voice filled with empathy. But we're all different versions of Spider-Man, each with our own unique strengths and weaknesses. Just because Peter seems to have it all together doesn't mean you're any less capable or important. Tom's eyes glistened with a mix of gratitude and vulnerability. You really think so? Andrew nodded, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. Absolutely. Besides, I doubt Peter's the perfect clone that you think he is. Everyone has problems and difficulties in life. And we're Spider-Men, after all. Adversity might as well be our middle name. Tom's shoulders relaxed, and a flicker of determination returned to his eyes. You're right. I can't let jealousy and doubt hold me back. Besides, just like you said, nobody's perfect, not even Peter. A/N, you blind fools. My Spider-Man is a perfect god of all Spider-Men. He stands at the peak of all Parkers in existence. Your feeble minds couldn't begin to comprehend his mere presence. Ha 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 ha. Cough. Cough. Please excuse my outburst. Andrew grinned, clapping Tom on the back. Exactly. Now, let's go back out there and kick some A*S. Tom chuckled, the tension lifting from his features. With renewed confidence and a strengthened bond, Andrew and Tom leaped off the building, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. As they swung through the city, their shared determination and support for each other propelled them forward. Little did they know that their masks were transmitting that entire time. Peter was about to make Ned a communicator as well, but he stopped as he heard Andrew and Tom having what appeared to be a heartfelt conversation. And after listening to the whole thing, he didn't know how to feel. On one hand, he was happy that Tom had such a high opinion of him, but on the other hand, he felt bad for making him feel inferior. Our universes are pretty similar, so he could try to use some of my methods to catch up to me. Even if it's only a little bit. The question was, would Peter be willing to share those methods? And sadly, for Tom, that answer was no. If Tom wasn't known as being a bit of AF**ck up at times, then Peter might be willing to share some knowledge with him, but that just wasn't the case. Look at their current situation, for example. Although the blame could be equally placed on Dr. Strange's shoulders, that doesn't change the fact that Tom wanted to erase the entire world's mind just so he and his friends could go to the same school together. And he didn't even try to appeal his case with the school beforehand. He skipped straight to a worldwide mind wipe. Truly, he is a Dumbledore-S. A lovable Dumbledore-S, but a Dumbledore-S nonetheless. Sorry, kid. You'll have to figure it all out on your own. Though maybe I can drop some small hints and help him with stuff I know he can't F***ck up. After all, he is a nice guy. A/N, 1728 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone because you know I deserve it, right, smiling face with smiling eyes, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 393, C393 New Arrivals. Police car light, insert oily gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Wolfie, trophy, A/N, crown. The three Spider-Men, Peter, Tom, and Andrew, swung through different parts of the city, watching for any odd villainous activity. Each of them ready and waiting for the next bout of chaos to begin. Tom, who only moments earlier found it impossible to concentrate, now felt much lighter, as if a weight was lifted from his shoulders. Venting his feelings seemed to have helped him keep his mind on the task at hand. Back at their base, Ned diligently monitored the communications while May and MJ worked alongside him, keeping an eye out for any signs of trouble. Suddenly, a surge of social media posts came through that caught their attention. Guys, I've got something, Ned announced, his voice filled with excitement. There's been a sighting of a man made of lightning. He was spotted near the electrical lines leading into the city. As soon as he said that, the lights all over the city began to flicker, catching everyone's attention. Peter, Tom, and Andrew quickly responded to the call, their instincts kicking into high gear. I don't think Dr. Connors is the only one who followed you here. Peter's voice transmitted to everyone. But you killed him. Andrew replied in disbelief. Well, sometimes the bad guys don't stay dead. Peter said as they all rushed to the location provided by Ned. Within minutes, Andrew was the first to arrive at the location, skidding to a stop on the side of an electrical tower. His eyes widened as he took in the scene below. Standing among the sparking electrical lines was a familiar figure bathed in crackling blue energy. Max. Andrew muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with both recognition and concern. You're alive. He had some doubts, but those were long gone now. Andrew and Maxwell Dillon, also known as Electro, hailed from the same universe, where they had clashed multiple times. Though in the end, Peter ended up taking over Andrew's body and overloading Electro with massive amounts of electricity, killing him in a fiery explosion. Spider-Man. Electro smiled darkly in Andrew's direction. How good of you to join me. Before Andrew had a chance to react, the air crackled with electricity, and a bolt of lightning surged toward him. With reflexes honed by years of crime fighting, Andrew leaped out of the way, narrowly avoiding the electrifying attack. As the lightning fizzled out, Andrew landed on an adjacent tower, his mind racing. He had to find a way to stop Electro and prevent him from wreaking havoc on the city. Andrew's heart raced as he assessed the situation. Electro stood before him, crackling with raw power. The blue energy rushed into his body from the sparking power lines, illuminating his euphoric expression. Andrew knew he had to act quickly if he wanted to stand a chance against him. What's taking you guys so long? His transmitted to Peter and Tom. Little did he know that Peter had already arrived, taking a seat on a nearby tree to watch the show. I've already beat this guy, so I'll leave this one to you guys. Peter said as the sound of crunching popcorn could be heard. Are you seriously eating? At a time like this? Tom shouted, rushing to Andrew as fast as he could. No. Peter denied as the sound of soda being slurped through a straw filled their ears. Shaking his head in exasperation, Andrew lunged forward, his agility and speed on full display. He unleashed a series of acrobatic flips and spins, aiming to disorient Electro and catch him off guard. But Electro proved to be a formidable opponent, effortlessly evading Andrew's attacks with his electrifying speed. Bolts of lightning shot from Electro's fingertips, narrowly missing Andrew as he somersaulted through the air. The crackling energy scorched the ground beneath him, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Andrew rolled and dodged, narrowly avoiding the deadly blasts. But with each passing moment, it became increasingly clear that Electro held the upper hand. The villain's powers seemed to intensify as the battle raged on. The surrounding electrical lines hummed with energy, feeding Electro's strength. Andrew knew he had to come up with a plan, and fast. Gathering his resolve, Andrew focused on his web shooters. He shot a web line at one of the nearby towers and swung towards Electro with incredible speed. As he closed in, he delivered a powerful kick, aiming for Electro's chest. But the charged villain was ready, and he countered with a surge of electricity that sent Andrew crashing into ground. The impact rattled Andrew, but he refused to stay down. He pushed himself up, his muscles aching, and readied himself for the next attack. But before he could react, Electro sent a powerful shockwave through the ground, causing a web of lightning to ripple towards Andrew. Caught off guard, Andrew tried to evade, but the electricity found its mark. He cried out in pain as the shockwave coursed through his body, temporarily immobilizing him. The energy seemed to drain him, weakening his limbs and clouding his vision. I really should have worn my magnetized web shooters today. He regretted his choice in gear immediately. With a wicked smile, Electro advanced towards Andrew, ready to deliver the final blow. But just as he raised his hand to strike, a voice echoed through the night. Not so fast. Tom swung into the scene, clad in his Spider-Man suit, planting his boot across their electrified adversary's face, sending him flying across the clearing. You all right? Tom asked as he rushed over to Andrew's side. Andrew picked himself up off the ground. Yeah, I'll live. He said, taking a breath to steady himself. Can you keep him busy for me? You have a plan? Tom asked and received a nod in return. Then leave him to me. Just don't take too long. He said and rushed off towards their enemy. Andrew quickly analyzed some of the fallen electricity towers, assessing their structure and identifying the most suitable materials for his plan. He swiftly maneuvered through the debris, using his super strength to lift heavy metal beams and secure them together with his adhesive webbing. Meanwhile, Tom engaged Electro, who was more than surprised to see a second Spider-Man. How are there two of you? He asked as he discharged a flurry of electricity. Using his agility and acrobatics to dodge the villain's electrifying attacks, Tom landed powerful punches and kicks. Have you ever seen the movie Parent Trap? We're long-lost twins that were separated at birth. He joked, attempting to keep Electro occupied and divert his attention away from Andrew's plan. As Electro unleashed a torrent of lightning bolts towards Tom, the agile Spider-Man deftly weaved and dodged, narrowly avoiding the deadly blasts. Tom's quick reflexes allowed him to counterattack, delivering a flurry of blows to Electro's side. The two engaged in a spectacular display of combat prowess, their movements a blur of red and blue. Meanwhile, Andrew worked with precision and speed, his mind fully focused on his task. He connected the metal beams to form a sturdy framework, ensuring it would withstand the force of Electro's power. As he secured the final piece in place, Andrew's eyes caught sight of a fallen power line nearby. He swiftly grabbed the power line and held it against the framework. With his knowledge of electrical engineering, he carefully magnetized the metal construct, creating an electromagnetic field that would interfere with Electro's powers. "It's done. Bring him over here." Andrew's voice echoed in Tom's ears. Back in the midst of the battle, Tom peeked over at Andrew and found him standing next to a larger metal box. Is that his plan? Although he doubted Andrew's plan, Tom skillfully did as he was told, using his web-slinging abilities to maneuver around the villain's attacks. He taunted Electro, luring him closer and goading him into unleashing his full power. "Have you even touched me yet? I'm getting bored. Come on, show me what you've got." Tom shouted, his voice filled with confidence as he skillfully evaded each lightning blast. As Electro grew more enraged and desperate, his attacks became more erratic and unpredictable. With a final burst of electricity, he launched himself towards Tom, condensing his entire body into a huge bolt of lightning. But Tom had anticipated the move. He swiftly leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the electrifying attack. And directly behind him stood Andrew, holding the door to his magnetized trap wide open. Instantly, Electro shot into the box, banging his head against its magnetized inner walls. Ugh. He grunted in pain and confusion as the door behind him slammed shut, locking into place. Scoffing at the shabby excuse for a trap, Electro's body surged with electricity, though his hopes were soon destroyed. The surrounding magnetic field disrupted Electro's control over his powers, causing the lightning to bounce back into his body, leaving the box completely unharmed. After a few more tries, Electro was enraged by his failure. "Hey! Let me out! Peter! Peter!" He screamed and banged metal. Appearing behind Tom and Andrew, Peter quickly vanished all of his snacks. "Good job, guys. I knew we could do it," he said as he clapped them on the shoulders. Turning to glare in his direction, both Tom and Andrew rolled their eyes in tandem. Lily Parker sat at the kitchen table, her small frame perched on a chair that seemed too big for her. A plate of pancakes was in front of her, half-eaten, while her mother, MJ, sat across from her, sipping an iced coffee. "Mom, can I have more juice?" Lily asked, her brown eyes looking up at MJ. "Of course, sweetie," MJ replied, getting up from her seat and walking towards the refrigerator. As MJ turned her back, Lily's attention was momentarily drawn to a bird perched on the windowsill. When she looked back, expecting her mother to be pouring juice into her cup, she found herself in an entirely different location, sitting outside on a park bench. Devoid of any signs of her mother's presence, momentary panic gripped her heart, but Lily's logical AI brain soon kicked in, calming her down immediately. "Mom." Lily called out, but there was no response, only an eerie silence that hung in the morning air. Uncertain of what had just happened, Lily hopped off the bench, her bare feet landing on the cold concrete sidewalk. Lily looked around, her small figure standing alone in the middle of the quiet park. Her heart raced, and she shivered, a sense of unease settling over her. That's when she noticed movement out of the corner of her eye. Across the street, on a nearby building, she saw a figure dressed in a red and blue suit, masked and crouched low, peering out over the city. Though the suit was different from her father's, hope flickered within her. Could it be him? With a burst of courage, Lily sprinted across the street, her footsteps echoing through the empty morning air. As she approached, she called out, her voice filled with desperate anticipation, "Dad! Dad!" The figure turned, and watched in shock as a little girl leaped up more than 15 feet before crawling up the side of the building. "Dad?" Lily asked as she made it to top, eyeing the Spider-Man before her warily. "It's you, right?" The mysterious Spider-Man pointedly at himself. "Are you talking to me?" Instantly, Lily felt that there was something off with his voice and summoned her spider suit, which instantly covered her body. "Take off your mask," she ordered, pointing her wrist in the man's direction. "Whoa." The guy held his hands up and pulled off his mask. "Don't shoot. I'm unarmed, okay?" he said jokingly. Lily's heart sank as he removed his mask, revealing a face she did not recognize. It was an older man, his kind eyes filled with confusion and awe as he looked down at her. Insert picture of Tobey Maguire Spider-Man here. A/N, 2018 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone or die dizzy face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 394, C394 is that. T-Rex insert dinosaur gifs here, most likes wins sauropod. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Lazy_Titan17 and Miharu, trophy, A/N, crown. "I'm sorry, but I'm not your father," Toby said gently, his voice tinged with a familiar warmth. Lily's disappointment was palpable, but she couldn't help but be curious about the men in front of her. She looked up at him, her eyes showing a great amount of confusion. Do you know where we are? I was eating breakfast with my mom and just appeared in the park out of nowhere. Toby's eyes widened in recognition. That's what happened to me too. I was getting ready for work when I just appeared here. I guess we're both not from around here, are we? But don't worry. We'll figure this out together. Okay. Lily nodded, not fully understanding the situation yet. Determined to help her, he offered, hey, how about I take you back home? Do you know the address? Although he was almost positive that Lily wasn't from this universe, like him, Toby had to make sure of that before taking her along with him. After all, he didn't want to accidentally kidnap a lost child. Lily nodded, her trust in Toby growing. Okay, let's go, she said as she dived from the building and started swinging away. With a worried look on his face, Toby rushed off to follow her, ready to help the little girl should she make a mistake and fall. The wind rushed past them as they traveled effortlessly from one building to another. Toby marveled at the sights below, the bustling streets and towering skyscrapers. It was exhilarating, but also a stark reminder of how different this world was from his own. Meanwhile, Lily didn't seem to find anything wrong at all. This universe is very similar to her own, so the New York City around her was very familiar. After a few minutes of swinging, they arrived at a house. Lily landed gently on the front lawn, and Toby appeared beside her soon after, their eyes scanning the surroundings. This is it, Lily said, pointing at the house. But something's not right. Toby furrowed his brow, his gaze following Lily's finger. He looked at the house and noticed a "For Sale" sign planted on the front lawn. His heart sank, realizing what that meant. Toby looked down at her, a mix of concern and sympathy in his gaze. It looks like you're not from this world either. Lily's eyes widened in realization, her AI mind connecting to nearby Wi-Fi and cellular signals. In an instant, she scanned the internet, sorting through everything she needed to confirm her suspicion. We're in a parallel universe, Lily muttered, her voice quivering with uncertainty. Toby knelt down next to her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. I think so. But we'll find a way to help you get back to your parents, I promise. We're in this together. Ignoring Toby for the moment, Lily continued her foreign internet exploration. In mere moments she learned everything she needed to know. Thanos, the Snap, the Avengers, Wakanda, S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, her Uncle Tony's death, all of the major history of this world was laid out before her. Including the most recent events pertaining to Spider-Man's identity. He looks just like my dad, she thought. Though my dad wouldn't be dumb enough to reveal his identity. After parsing through everything, Lily finally arrived at the video of her father beating the sh*T out of the Green Goblin. And she knew it was her father this time since he wore the same old spider suit and everything. He even opened up a portal on video. My dad's here, Lily exclaimed cheerfully, surprising Toby. How do you know that? He asked in confusion. I'm an artificial intelligence. Lily explained the circumstances behind her birth as well as her abilities. Wow. Toby was both shocked and impressed. So your entire body is human besides your brain? And my bones. Those are metal, but that's not really important. Lily shrugged. What is important is my dad is here. I saw a video of him fighting some gnome guy. We need to find him. He'll know how to get us home. Okay, do you know where he is? He asked. No. Lily admitted, her shoulders slumped. Okay, then I guess we have to find him the old-fashioned way. Toby gave her a confident smile, which seemed to be infectious as she couldn't help but smile in return. Almost an hour later, Toby and Lily swung through the city, their eyes scanning the streets below for any sign of Lily's father. The wind whipped through their hair as they leaped from building to building, their web-slinging skills guiding them effortlessly through the bustling metropolis. Lily turned to Toby, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Do you think we'll find him soon? She asked, her voice filled with hope. Toby glanced back at her, a warm smile on his face. I hope so. We'll keep searching until we find him. With what little time they've spent together, Toby has started to realize that he's been missing out on something rather important. He never had any children. Lily's presence seemed to have awakened something in him. Ideas of starting a family began to swirl around in his head. Maybe his children would inherit his powers as well. Suddenly, Toby and Lily's spidey senses tingled, warning them that something was terribly wrong. Their ears perked up, the sound of chaos echoing in the distance. Sirens blared, and people screamed in terror. Following the noise, Toby and Lily arrived at a street corner where chaos reigned. Buildings were in ruins, cars overturned, and terrified civilians ran for cover. Standing amidst the destruction was a figure clad in a sleek black goo, its grotesque tendrils snaking out in every direction. Venom. Toby's eyes narrowed as he recognized the villain. Memories of his own encounter with the symbiote flooded back, reminding him of Eddie Brock, the man who jumped into a grenade and died alongside the symbiote of his universe. "Stay behind me, Lily," Toby said firmly, shielding her with his body. "That thing is dangerous." Lily nodded, fear and curiosity battling within her. She watched as Venom effortlessly dispatched anyone who crossed its path, devouring their bloody body parts with its ravenous appetite. "What is that?" Lily whispered, her voice filled with both fascination and horror. Before Toby could reply, Venom's head turned, its inky black eyes locking onto Toby's unmasked face. "Peter. Is that you?" It asked as it lunged towards them, its elongated jaws opening wide. Toby's instincts kicked into high gear as Venom lunged towards them, its monstrous form propelled by an otherworldly strength. With a surge of adrenaline, he sprang into action, his agility and experience propelling him forward. "Duck, Lily!" Toby shouted, pushing her down to the ground as Venom's claws slashed through the air where she had just been standing. Lily gasped, feeling the rush of wind above her as Toby's body twisted and spun, evading Venom's attacks with precision. Toby's fists flew, each strike aimed with expert precision. His blows landed with calculated force, but Venom proved to be a formidable opponent, its tendrils writhing and protecting its body. As Venom's tendrils extended towards Toby, Lily's determination surged. She couldn't let him face this threat alone. Rushing to the rescue, she fired multiple strands of webbing, aiming to ensnare Venom and restrain its movements. The symbiote hissed in fury as Lily's webbing coiled around it, restricting its ability to strike back. Toby took advantage of the distraction, launching himself into a series of acrobatic flips and kicks, targeting the exposed areas of the symbiote. Their coordinated efforts began to take a toll on Venom, forcing it to retreat momentarily. Toby seized the opportunity to check on Lily, his concern evident in his eyes. "Lily, I told you to stay back. Are you all right?" Lily nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. "I'm fine. I couldn't just watch you fight alone. I want to help." Toby's gaze softened, though he was still apprehensive. "You're very brave, Lily. But please, be careful. You're just a kid." As if to prove herself, Lily leaped into action again, her small frame agile and nimble. She unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, her movements guided by a mix of instinct and the combat skills she had acquired through her artificial intelligence training. Venom retaliated with equal ferocity, its symbiotic form shifting and adapting to counter Lily's attacks. The battle raged on, the clash of fists and the crackle of webbing filling the air. And as Lily dodged a venomous strike from the symbiote, she noticed an opening and sent a powerful kick to its stomach, sending it skidding a few meters down the street. "That hurt you, little B***TCH. Venom spoke, and for a brief moment, the darkness receded, revealing a pained face hidden within. Toby's eyes went wide as he saw who was under the black goo. Eddie Brock. Eddie's voice carried across the road, a hint of familiarity seeping through. Well. Peter Parker, we meet again. Even in another universe, I can't get away from your ugly face. Eddie. Peter whispered, his voice filled with a mix of astonishment and confusion. But, you died. Venom's dark form contorted, fully revealing Eddie's head. His eyes gleamed with a mix of malice and satisfaction. How've you been, Pete? Any guilt left over from killing me? Or was I just another casualty in the grand life of Spider-Man? Peter stood in the dimly lit Undercroft, the air light with the thrill of their most recent victory. The defeated villains were locked away in their cells, their presence a constant reminder of the battles that still lay ahead. He glanced around at his fellow Spider-Men, Tom and Andrew, who still seemed to be annoyed with him. Meh, they'll get over it. Peter shrugged uncaringly. Ned, MJ, and May stood nearby, their expressions a mix of relief and exhaustion. They have been doing nothing but scouring the internet all night, looking for any multiverse travelers. The capture of Electro had been a hard-fought victory, and they were all grateful for a moment of relaxation. The room buzzed with conversation, filled with tales of heroic feats and shared experiences. As the celebratory atmosphere continued around him, May approached, her face etched with concern. Wait, there's something you all need to see, she said, her voice urgent. Peter turned to face her, his eyes searching her face for answers. What is it, May? She quickly grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. A news report appeared, showing an angle of what appeared to a black, goo-like monster terrorizing the city, devouring innocent people. Venom. Peter was both confused and shocked. He's not supposed to be here. Scan the screen even further, Peter's eye widened as his heart pounding in his chest. There, amidst the chaos, fighting the notorious anti-hero/villain, was his daughter, Lily. Is that? Peter whispered, his voice catching in his throat. My daughter. Your daughter. A/N, 1841 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone stones, gemstone victory, hand police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 395, C395 Reunion and Bones. Police car light. Insert chaos gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy. Yesterday's GIF winners, Scar_Justice, Trophy, A/N, Crown. As Venom's taunting words hung in the air, a surge of determination filled Toby and Lily. They exchanged a knowing glance, a silent agreement passing between them. They had to protect each other, fight as a team, and defeat this monster before them together. With renewed focus, Toby launched himself at Venom, his movements fluid and precise. He weaved through the tendrils of the symbiote, delivering swift punches and kicks. Lily followed suit, her attacks calculated and strategic, utilizing her enhanced strength and agility. The battle unfolded with blinding speed. Toby swung gracefully through the air, dodging Venom's relentless assaults. Lily darted around, landing swift blows whenever she found an opening. Together, they formed an unstoppable force, each complementing the other's fighting style. As they fought, Toby couldn't help but marvel at Lily's tenacity and skill. For someone so young, she displayed an astonishing level of bravery and prowess. It reminded him of his own journey as Spider-Man, the countless battles he had fought to protect the innocent. Their combined efforts gradually wore down Venom, the symbiote struggling to keep up with their relentless assault. Toby seized an opportunity, launching a series of powerful strikes, exploiting the weaknesses he had learned from his previous encounters with the symbiote. Meanwhile, Lily took advantage of her smaller size, slipping through Venom's defenses and striking at its vulnerable spots. She aimed for the gaps between the tendrils, delivering precise blows that temporarily weakened the symbiote's hold on Eddie. The battle reached its climax as Toby and Lily executed a perfectly timed combination attack. Toby leaped into the air, spinning rapidly as he released a barrage of web projectiles. The webs encased Venom, ensnaring it in a cocoon-like prison. With Venom momentarily restrained, Lily felt an odd energy within her, her body glowing with a faint blue light, which was a surprise as that's never happened before. Putting her confusion to the side, for now, Lily focusing her newfound energy and unleashed a powerful blast from her small fist, aimed directly at Eddie's sludge-covered figure. The energy blast connected with explosive force, ripping through the webbing with ease. The impact shattered the nearby building, the debris raining down as Venom was blown off of Eddie's body and slithered into a nearby sewage drain to escape capture. A/N, I usually don't like letting defeated enemies run off, but I have an idea, so just wait and see. As the dust settled, Eddie collapsed at the epicenter of the destruction. His eyes wide open in shock before swiftly fluttering shut, knocked out cold. Toby landed beside Lily after checking the drain, disappointed to find that Venom was already long gone. Good work, kid. I don't think that was a spider power, but it certainly came in handy, didn't it? Ah, yeah. Lily wasn't sure what it was either, but she knew someone who probably would. Suddenly, a familiar voice could be heard over Lily's left shoulder. Huh? Am I late? Lily's eyes widened as she turned to find her father standing there, a golden portal at his back. Daddy, she cried out, rushing toward him, her face split into a happy and relieved smile. Peter caught Lily in his arms, holding her tightly. The relief in his eyes was palpable as he whispered, the daddies always seem to come out at times like this, huh? Lily nodded, tears of relief streaming down her face. I thought I was alone here. Peter walked up to Toby, who stared at Peter like a deer in headlights. Thanks for looking after my daughter. I owe you one. Toby nodded slowly, Peter's face bringing back memories of a rather unforgettable and traumatizing. It was my pleasure. He muttered in a daze. Every fiber of Toby's being was telling him to beat the sh*t out of the men in front of him, yet he held back, unsure of himself and unwilling to do such a thing in front of the guy's child. Peter nodded, noticing his counterpart's odd behavior. Is he the one? I mean, what are the odds that both Spider-Men that I've met are here? A/N, 100%. Peeking their heads out of the portal, Ned, MJ, May, Andrew, and Tom watched the heartwarming father and daughter reunion. Tom and MJ turned and stared at one another, picturing themselves with a daughter of their own. Seeing that the onlookers in the area were starting to pour into the street, Peter gestured to Eddie Brock's body. We should probably get going. Can you grab him for me? Without taking his eyes off of Peter, Toby grabbed his former co-worker and followed Peter and Lily through the portal. Is this a gateway? He asked as they stepped into the undercroft, the portal snapping shut behind them. And just when Toby thought he couldn't get any more surprises, Tom appeared before him, another suspect to the incident with his uncle. Maybe they just look like him. Peter gently set Lily down on the floor, listening to her grunt in discomfort, unhappy that they were separated. She can be too cute sometimes. As Peter turned to get Eddie into a cell, he noticed May and MJ approaching Lily with eager and curious looks on their faces. May's eyes sparkled with delight as she knelt down to Lily's level, her voice filled with warmth. Oh, look at you, sweetheart. Aren't you the cutest little spider girl I've ever seen? She may not have ever mentioned it, but May has always wanted a daughter, so knowing that her alternate self already had a cute little granddaughter made her very jealous. Eyeing Tom and MJ out of the corner of her eye, she hoped they would make her a little Lily as well. Maybe not so soon though. After all, they have college to worry about. Lily blinked in surprise, momentarily forgetting the parallel nature of this universe. She hesitated, trying to process the familiarity of May's face. Then it clicked in her mind, and she smiled back, but with a touch of confusion. "You're not my grandma, are you?" May's expression softened, and she exchanged a glance with Peter, her eyes conveying a mix of fondness and sadness. "No, sweetheart, I'm not. But you can call me Aunt May if you'd like." Meanwhile, MJ couldn't contain her curiosity as she admired Lily's Spider-Girl suit. "You look incredible. And those moves out there. Impressive. I wish I could do that. How old are you?" "You can in my universe. We go on patrol around the city together." Lily explained, feeling a surge of pride at MJ's praise. "And I'm technically a year old, but this body is around 11 years old." She answered, confusing everyone. But before they could ask any questions, Lily glanced at Tom, then back at her father, and marveled at the uncanny resemblance between them. "Dad," she called, pointing at Tom, "he looks just like you, but short." Tom instantly deflated at her comment, which seemed to strike him like an arrow, perfectly hitting his weak spot. Peter chuckled as he tossed Eddie into a cell, ignoring the glares of the other resident inmates. "That's because he is me, in a way. We're different versions of the same person. If I had to guess, I'd say that our universes are very close to each other." Toby followed after Peter, his eyes widening at the sight of Doc Ock and Green Goblin, who was still napping in his cell. Lily's eyes widened with wonder, her AI mind grappling with the concept of multiverse counterparts. "Oh yeah," she exclaimed as if remembering something. "Dad, do you know what this is?" Concentrating on the same feeling she had during the fight with Venom, Lily's body began to glow in a blue energy. Peter looked at Lily, his head nodding up and down. "Did you just unlock it? Do you remember what happened before? Anything unusual?" Lily furrowed her brow, trying to recall the moments leading up to her newfound power. I think it happened when I was fighting Venom. It was like a surge of energy, like something awakening inside me," she explained, her voice filled with wonder. Peters nodded, happy for his daughter's progress. "I know what it is," he said, his tone filled with excitement. "Remember those metal bones of yours? They're not just for decoration, you know." May interjected, confusion evident on her face. "Metal bones? What the hell does that mean?" Peter turned to May, his gaze filled with understanding. "Lily wasn't born the normal way. I made her through technology and magic. And her bones weren't an exception. They were forged in the heart of a star," he explained, his words bringing a hint of awe to the room. "The dwarves of Nidavellir specially crafted each of them out of a mixture of URU and vibranium." Tom's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and admiration. Vibranium. He had no idea what URU was, but vibranium was certainly impressive. Peter nodded, a proud smile on his face. "Indeed. URU is the same metal that was used to make Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. It possesses incredible energy properties. Lily's bones are infused with that energy, allowing her to tap into its power." Lily looked down at her hands, her eyes shimmering with a mix of amazement. "So, these powers, they come from my bones?" Peter nodded, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Basically, yeah. Remember when we watched Dragon Ball Z together?" he asks, receiving a nod from her. "Well, think of these powers like the energy manipulation from that show." Tom and MJ exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and concern. "Did you specifically have the dwarves make her bones like that so your daughter could be a super scion?" Tom asked pointedly. Peter looked away, unable to stare anyone in the eye. "No. I would never do such a thing." While everyone was glaring at Peter with a healthy bit of skepticism, Lily stood to the side, cupping her hands together in a practiced motion. Haim. She recited as a small ball of blue energy appeared between her palms. "Hey!" Peter called out before she could go any further. "No Kamehameha waves inside," he said, getting a nod of approval from the surrounding adults. "If you want to practice, then go to the roof and shoot them up into the sky." Instantly, the surrounding adults looked at Peter as if he were crazy, losing faith in his parenting abilities. "Okay." Lily nodded her little head and rushed off to the roof. "Wait!" Tom yelled as he chased after her. "You need to watch out for planes and birds. A/N, 1768 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone stones, gemstone quack, pistol duck, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 396, C396, clearing the air. Yin Yang, insert harmony gifs here, most likes wins Yin Yang. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, the _ crimson _ abyss, trophy, A/N, new king, who dis, crown. After a day of searching for Venom and any other villains that may or may not be out there, everyone returned home for the night, tired from the constant manhunt they've been on. May, being the lovable aunt she was, invited all of the Spider-Men and Lily to stay at her and Tom's apartment. It would be a tight fit, but she was dead set on housing them all for the remainder of their stay. Peter walked into the living room, his steps light as he just tucked Lily in bed. He found Tom, Toby, and Andrew sitting around the living room, chatting amongst themselves. Taking a seat, Peter let out a tired sigh. She really tired herself out, he said, his voice filled with amusement. Practice those energy blasts for a good few hours. Tom glanced at Peter, a smile playing at his lips. She's quite something, isn't she? It must be those Parker genes, he said proudly, as if she were his daughter as well. Peter chuckled, a touch of pride in his voice. Yeah, she's amazing, isn't she? Toby, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the floor. The tension in the room grew, and Peter could sense Toby's unease. Taking a deep breath, he decided to address the elephant in the room. Toby, do you remember me? Peter asked, his voice gentle but carried the tiniest bit of amusement. Toby's head snapped up, surprise and confusion written across his face. He looked at Peter for a moment, his earlier doubts completely vanished. It's him. In a flash, Toby leaped out of his seat, his body tense and ready for a fight. His fists clenched at his sides as he launched himself at Peter, a punch aimed straight for his face. The blow connected, and Peter's head snapped to the side. I deserve that, Peter said, his voice calm as he touched his cheek, his eyes fixed on Toby. But you only get one. Toby, fueled by his anger and confusion, tried to go in for another attack, but this time, Peter wouldn't allow it. With quick reflexes, he caught Toby's fist midair, effortlessly halting his advance. A golden rope made of eldritch energy materialized, ensnaring Toby and pulling him back into the seat. Toby struggled against the restraints, his eyes filled with frustration. Let me go, damn it, he demanded, his voice laced with a mix of anger and confusion. Peter held Toby's gaze, his expression serious. It's just a little spell to keep you from doing anything rash. We need to talk. The tension in the room was palpable as Toby glared at Peter, his eyes narrowed. Andrew and Tom watched in silence, unsure of what was happening but ready to intervene if necessary. Peter leaned forward, his voice holding zero remorse. So, I take it you didn't believe my letter, dot. Toby's eyes narrowed, disbelief flashing across his face. What? The part that said your Aunt May is hotter than mine or that you were sent by a genie to save my uncle. I forgot I wrote that. Peter smirked, holding back a fit of laughter. But both statements are true. He nodded matter-of-factly. Tom and Andrew stared at Peter in shock. What? Peter asked as he looked at Tom. Our Mays are pretty hot. Especially compared to the granny in his world. Hey! Toby shouted angrily. My Aunt May is perfectly fine the way she is. He defended. Dude. Tom stared at Peter in shock. Not cool. I didn't need to hear that. She's like my mom. Peter scoffed. It's the truth. Deal with it. He shrugged uncaringly. My Aunt May is good too. Andrew muttered, feeling that his aunt was being left out of the argument. Who cares about this? Toby shouted as he continued to glare at Peter. You held a gun to the back of my uncle's head. He revealed, shocking Tom and Andrew. Peter's voice softened as he spoke, hoping to calm his counterpart down. I traveled to your universe to save your Uncle Ben. But I also had to teach you a lesson, the same lesson Uncle Ben's death would have taught you. It had to be done. I'm sorry for the way I did it, but I'm not sorry for the outcome. Toby's expression flickered between feelings of anger and acceptance. You were really pretending the whole time. Peter nods his head. Yeah, and as soon as you learned your lesson, I was taken out of your universe. Your mission was actually easy compared to his. He motioned to Andrew. What? Did you try and kill his family too? Toby asks, still annoyed by the whole situation. No, he. Andrew went on to explain what happened. As everyone seemed to calm down, Peter eventually released Toby and the four Spider-Man got to talking about the differences in their lives. So, do you have a girlfriend or what? Peter asked Toby, knowing that his love life was really weird in the movies. He already knew that Tom had MJ and Andrew had Gwen, so he was curious if his interference helped Toby with his love problems or not. Ah, it's complicated. Toby answered awkwardly. Peter leaned back in his seat expectantly. Well, explain and maybe the Council of Spider-Men can give you some advice. He offered as the others nodded in agreement. You do know that I'm older than all of you by like 10 to 15 years, right? He stated, feeling odd about taking advice from those younger than him. Well, at least we aren't maidenless. Peter quips, deflating Toby's ego in an instant. Now explain, old man. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Andrew says understandingly. No, it's fine. Toby shakes his head. He might be right. Your opinions could be helpful. It all started with Dash. Wait. Peter called out as he rushed to the kitchen and came back with arms full of snacks. You may begin. He says as he kicks back and munches on a bag of chips. Letting out an annoyed sigh, Toby began his tale of love and heartbreak. When I was a kid, I met this girl named Mary Jane. Wow, even in real life I'm not a fan of Toby's love interest. Peter thought to himself, and based on everyone else's expressions, he wasn't the only one with that opinion. Basically, Toby loved this girl since she moved into the house next door from him. Even when she started dating his bully Flash Thompson, which was a bit messed up since Flash would physically bully Toby almost all the time, he still loved her. Thankfully, the two ended up breaking up, but she then ended up dating Toby's rich friend, Harry Osborn. Of course, that name brought up some unresolved feelings in Andrew, but this story wasn't about him. While dating Harry, she basically cheats on him when kissing Toby, who was disguised as Spider-Man at the time. Then later on, she gets mad at Toby for not showing up to the play she was staring in even though she told him she's getting married to someone else, knowing full well that she's the love of his life. And finally, when she finds out he's Spider-Man, out of complete nowhere, she wants nothing more than to spend the rest of her life with Toby, abandoning her fiancé at the wedding, who happened to be J. Jonah Jameson's son by the way, like what the actual F***ck. And when MJ and Toby are finally together, she kisses Harry behind his back, who later died while helping fight off some villains, which has now messed up their relationship even more. Wow, that was the most F***ed-up love story I've heard in a very long time. Peter commented as Tom and Andrew nod along with his words. I told you it was complicated. Toby reiterates with a depressed sigh. Tom was the first to speak up, his voice filled with sympathy. Man, that sounds really rough. It seems like she was never truly interested in you as a person. It's like she was always looking for someone with a higher status or some sort of benefit. You deserve better. Andrew nodded in agreement. Yeah, it sounds like she just aiming higher and higher. Flash, captain of the football team. Harry, popular billionaire's son. J. Jonah Jameson Jr., another billionaire's son, who also happened to be a famous astronaut. Then you, a real-life superhero. It's like she's climbing the ladder, one guy, D***ck, at a time. I think it's time to move on. A/N, can you tell that I hate the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man's MJ? Because I really do. The writers really F***ed up her character, in my opinion. Peter chimed in, munching on his chips between words. Honestly, mate, I think you dodged a bullet there. She seems like she's got some serious issues. You should find a girl who doesn't know you're Spider-Man and only tell her after your relationship is solid. After all, the hoes love the red and blue, don't they? He said with a smirk. Everyone rolled their eyes, faint smiles tugging at their lips. They knew he wasn't wrong, but they refused to acknowledge it. Toby sighed, running a hand through his hair. You guys are right. I've held onto these feelings for so long, hoping things would get better. But it's time to let go. I've spent too much time dwelling on MJ when there's a whole world of possibilities out there. Peter nodded his head. Yeah, that's the spirit. Maybe sleep around a bit too. There's nothing wrong with being a bit of a man***re while you're single. We do have the stamina. Please don't talk about that. Tom groans as he averts his eyes away from the group. Wait a minute. Peter realizes something. Please don't tell me you're still a virgin. Instantly, all eyes turned to Tom, who reddened and refused to look any of them in the eye. Oh my God. Peter muttered in shock. We need to fix this. A/N, 1,700 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone before you leave, waving hand, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 397, C397 Sex Ed with Spider-Man. Dizzy insert wish gifts here, most likes wins Dizzy. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Hazer 0508, trophy, A/N crown. The living room was filled with a mix of amusement and disbelief as the Spider-Men stared at Tom, their expressions a mixture of shock and amusement. Well, except Toby, who never had S***X in high school or college, for that matter. Tom shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his face turning several shades of red. His only solace in this situation was Toby, though that was nothing to be proud of. Peter couldn't resist the opportunity to tease his fellow Spider-Man. You mean to tell me that you haven't had a chance to, glaze the donut? He asked and received confused looks all around. Oh, come on. Bump uglies, horizontal tango, conquer the pink fortress, two-person push-ups, assault with a friendly weapon, a bit of the old in and out, bedroom rodeo, hot yoga, parallel parking, bow chicka wow wow dash. Tom interrupted Peter before he could continue, his embarrassment turning into annoyance. Yes, I get it. I'm a late bloomer or whatever you want to call it. Can we please move on? Peter smirked, enjoying this very much. And although Toby and Andrew wouldn't admit it, they were getting a kick out of this whole situation as well. Peter sat back and kicked his feet up. We can't have this. Spider-Man, the heartthrob of the multiverse, has yet to embark on the journey of passion. He couldn't help but exaggerate his words for effect, much to Tom's dismay. Andrew leaned in, a twinkle of amusement in his eye. Don't worry, mate. We're here to guide you through this delicate and beautiful process. Consider us your wise mentors on the subject of knocking boots. Tom groaned. Please. No more innuendos. I can't take any more. Toby nodded in agreement, his eyes drifting off into the distance. I remember when Uncle Ben gave me the talk. I hated every second of it, but it did help. So maybe we should do the same. He offered, seemingly the only one of them that was willing to help out of the goodness of his heart. Tom's face contorted into a mix of horror and annoyance. You guys seriously enjoy tormenting me, don't you? Peter shrugged, a mischievous grin on his face. It's all in good fun. Consider this an initiation into the Brotherhood of Spider-Men. Plus, it's high time you had a proper understanding of these matters. With a resigned sigh, Tom leaned back in his seat, bracing himself for the inevitable onslaught of information. All right, Andrew began, adopting a mock-serious tone. Let's start with the basics. You see, when a man and a woman, or any two consenting individuals, for that matter, really love each other. Peter chimed in, unable to resist the opportunity to add a playful jab. Or when they just want to have a good time, or in some cases, when they're bitten by a radioactive spider. Andrew, still grinning, continued the explanation. They engage in an act known as sexual intercourse, or simply put, having sex. It's a physical expression of love, desire, or just *RNY fun. Tom rubbed his temples, clearly exasperated. I'm well aware of what sex is, guys. I'm not completely clueless. Peter raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Then perhaps you'd like to enlighten us with your vast knowledge and experience. Tom sighed, realizing he couldn't escape. Fine, continue. Just get it over with. Peter pretended to clear his throat dramatically, assuming the role of a professor. Now, there are certain physical aspects to consider during the act. Shall we discuss the male and female anatomy in intricate detail? Tom's eyes widened, his face growing redder by the second. No. Please, spare me. I'll do anything. Toby chimed in, a serious look on his face. Oh, come on. You can't back out now. It's essential, after all. Reluctantly, Tom gestured for them to continue, albeit with a pained expression. Please kill me now. After over an hour of explanations, diagrams, and even videos, Tom knew far more than he needed to know about sexual intercourse, his eyes dim and lifeless as if he survived some sort of horrific event. Peter cleared his throat, holding a notepad in his hand. All right, it's time for a little quiz. We need to make sure you've been paying attention during our lessons. Are you ready? Tom sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. As ready as I'll ever be, I guess. Peter grinned mischievously. Excellent. Let's begin. Question number 1, what is the main purpose of using protection during sexual intercourse? Tom shifted uncomfortably in his seat. To prevent unwanted pregnancies and protect against sexually transmitted infections. Correct, Peter acknowledged, jotting down a checkmark in his notebook. Moving on. Question 2, what are the effective forms of birth control, other than condoms? Tom hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly answered, the pill, abstinence, pulling out, through its not very effective, IUD. The more he listed, the brighter shade of red his face became. Peter nodded approvingly. That's right. No risk, no worries. Now let's take it up a notch, can you explain the concept of safe words? Tom's eyes widened, a mixture of embarrassment and panic washing over him. Well, it's a word or phrase that partners use during intimate moments, to signal when they want to stop or when something is uncomfortable. Good, Peter said as he conjured in a huge image of a vagina. Now, for the final question, can you point out the clitoris in this image? Tom took a deep breath, his cheeks still red. H here. He shakily points it out. Before anyone could respond, the sound of a door creaking open caught their attention. Aunt May stepped into the living room, clad in some rather revealing pajamas. Instantly, her eyes widening at what she found. What in the world are you boys doing? She asked, her eyes firmly placed on the image floating above Peter's outstretched hand. Tom hopped out of his seat and stammered, trying to find the right words. Aunt May, it's not what it looks like, I swear. We were just, Aunt May shook her head, not fully comprehending the situation in her groggy state. She made her way to the kitchen, grabbing a bottle of water. I don't need to know the details. Just, keep it down. I'm too tired for, whatever this is. As the other Spider-Men chuckled awkwardly, Aunt May walked back past them, taking a sip from her water bottle. She gave them all a tired smile and headed back to her room, leaving the young Spider-Man to his awkward predicament. Once she was gone, Tom let out a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. He glanced at the other Spider-Men, who were trying their best not to burst into laughter. Peter stood up and reached his arm around Tom's shoulders. And that is why we have the hottest Aunt May in the multiverse. Tom groaned, burying his face in his hands. Can this night get any worse? Tom sighed, knowing that he would never live this down. But deep down, he couldn't help but appreciate the support and camaraderie he had found, even if it meant enduring some embarrassing moments along the way. As the sun began to set, Venom emerged from the sewers, his dark form pulsating with malevolence as he took in the surroundings. His eyes scanned the street, filled with disdain and hunger for his next meal. And that's when he spotted Flash Thompson, boasting about his fictional friendship with Spider-Man to a group of disinterested girls. Flash, wearing his typical self-assured smirk, leaned casually against the wall, regaling the girls with tales of his heroic escapades. Yeah, you know, Spidey and I are tight. We go way back. Saved the city together countless times. The girls exchanged skeptical glances and rolled their eyes, clearly unimpressed by Flash's attempts to impress them. They turned to leave, ignoring Flash's protests, as he desperately tried to salvage his ego. But the symbiote, hidden within the darkness, was captivated by Flash's words. Venom needed a new host, and someone who could bring him closer to Spider-Man was certainly appealing. So here, in front of him, was a golden opportunity. As the girls walked away, Flash's bravado deflated, his shoulders slumping in disappointment. That's when Venom made his move. In a swift and fluid motion, the symbiote extended its tendrils, wrapping around Flash's body and covering him in its inky darkness. Flash gasped in shock and fear, his eyes widening as the alien substance enveloped him. He tried to scream for help, but his voice was muffled, choked by the symbiote's grip. Venom tightened his hold, draining him of his strength and will, taking full control of his new host. The transformation was swift and brutal. The symbiote molded itself into a new form, melding with Flash's body and disappearing beneath his skin. Venom now wore Flash's body like a suit, his once cocky demeanor replaced with a sinister and predatory aura. Venom's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, relishing in the surge of strength from his connection to a host, a vessel to fulfill his twisted desires. And with Flash's knowledge of Peter Parker, Venom saw an opportunity to finally confront his first host. Venom's voice, a chilling blend of Flash's and the symbiote's hissing tone, echoed through the deserted street. Spider-Man, your best friend, Flash is here to play. And with that, Venom leaped into the air, his symbiotic tendrils propelling him forward, as he disappeared into the night, with a bewildered and terrified Flash Thompson, trapped within the confines of his own body. A/N, 1650 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone cause it's cool, smiling face with sunglasses, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 398, C398 Teacher and Student. Police car light, insert anime gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Forge Coffee, Trophy, A/N crown. Playing on his phone whilst Toby and Andrew were sleeping on the couch, Peter noticed a figure slip out of Tom's bedroom window and begin climbing up to the rooftop. Curiosity piqued, he followed the mysterious figure and found Tom sitting on the edge of the roof, his gaze fixed on the sprawling city below. Peter took a seat beside him, the cool night air washing over them. Couldn't sleep? He asked, his voice soft. Tom shook his head, his eyes still focused on the distant lights. No, just, can't seem to calm my mind lately. Too many thoughts racing around. Peter nodded understandingly. I know the feeling. My mind is always buzzing with responsibilities and missions back home. It's hard to find the time to sleep sometimes. Tom turned to look at Peter, his eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. You mentioned earlier that you're in the Avengers. How is that even possible? We're around the same age, and you're already allowed to join. They still won't accept me as an actual member. I'm too young, or so they say. Peter chuckled, a touch of self-deprecation in his voice. Well, they don't know my identity or age, and it's not as glamorous as it sounds. I spend most of my time doing the work that others don't want to do. Fury tends to do his job, which is great, but Tony and the rest of the council leave all their work for me. I mean, I still have a lot of fun, but there are times when it's overwhelming. I still feel that I've been lucky though. Suddenly, Tom's eyes go wide in shock. Mr. Stark is alive in your universe. He could still remember the day Tony died. It was the worst day of his life. Peter nodded, a sympathetic look in his eyes. Yeah, Thanos hasn't come yet in my world. Though I have met him a few times. What? Tom shouted, his shock only growing. When? How? Peter smirked, finding the look in Tom's eyes amusing. Well, first Thanos sent Ronan the Destroyer to invade Earth, so we him and his army and stole their ships. I was able to speak to him through Ronan's flagship. And the last time I saw him, I tricked the big purple idiot into ingesting a pretty powerful poison. So, either he's dead, or one of his subordinates found a way to help him. Tom's awe-filled expression slowly transformed into one of vulnerability. I can't help but feel inadequate compared to you. I mean, come on. Thanos? Really? Ever since you arrived, I've been struggling with this overwhelming sense of insecurity. You seem to have everything under control, while I've just been stumbling through life. Peter placed a hand on Tom's shoulder, offering a reassuring squeeze. I get it, believe me. But here's the thing. No matter how much you compare yourself to others, there will always be someone who seems better or more accomplished. But that doesn't mean you can't strive to better yourself. And if you want, I can help you with that. Tom looked at him, surprise evident in his eyes. You'd help me? But why? Peter smiled warmly. Because we're in this together. We may be from different universes, but we're still Spider-Man. And part of being Spider-Man is helping others, lifting them up when they're down. So, if you want, I can train you while I'm here, and teach you some of my tricks. But I won't go easy on you. It'll be tough, but it'll make you better. Tom considered Peter's offer, his mind weighing the potential benefits against the challenges that lay ahead. After a moment, he nodded, determination shining in his eyes. Okay. Let's do it. I want to be better. Peter grinned, an air of excitement in his voice. That's the spirit. I'll work you to the bone and turn you into a respectable Spider-Man. You'll see, by the time I leave, there'll be a big difference. Tom leaned back, a newfound sense of hope replacing his earlier doubts. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually looking forward to the tough training. Let's do this. Peter clapped him on the back, his warm smile morphing into an evil smirk. Great. Because we're starting now. He revealed, enjoying the reluctant look on Tom's face. But I haven't slept yet. Tom complains tiredly. Meh, you don't need sleep. Peter shrugged him off. Besides, you're excited for training, right? He says, a dangerous look in his eyes. Why yeah. Tom mutters, too afraid to refuse. Peter smirked. Good, now come here. He said, walking over to the center of the rooftop. They still had some hours before the sun would begin to rise, and even then Peter would still force Tom to train until breakfast. Standing on a secluded rooftop, Peter waved his hand, reinforcing the area with a simple spell. That should stop us from bother anyone or destroying the building. Tom rubbed his hands together, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through his veins. He had agreed to Peter's offer, but he hadn't expected it to start so soon. Peter grinned mischievously. All right, Tom. First things first, we're going to work on your strength. Trust me, it's going to be tough, but it'll be worth it. Tom looked at him weirdly. Aren't I already strong enough? He asked. No. Peter answered without any delay. Come here and punch me as hard as you can. Are you sure? Tom asked, hesitant to hurt his new friend. Yeah, just do it. Peter said, motioning for him to come forward. Okay. Tom reluctantly walked up to him and wins his fist back before throwing it forward, aiming directly at Peter's face. Standing casually, as if a super-powered fist wasn't hurling at his face, Peter simply held his pointer finger up, stopping the attack on its tracks with ease. That's not so bad. But it certainly wasn't impressive either. Huh. Tom grunted in complete and utter shock. Why you, how did you do that? He couldn't believe what just happened. Strength. Peter answered simply. Before Tom could fully compute what just happened, Peter held up his hand, snapping his fingers. Instantly, Tom felt a heavy pressure pressing down on him, as if gravity had multiplied 100-fold. His knees buckled under the intense weight, and he collapsed face first onto the ground. Whoa! Tom exclaimed, struggling to push himself up. What the, ugh? How did you do that? Peter chuckled, pulling out his phone and taking a seat back on the edge of the building. Consider this a light start. We'll begin with extreme weight training. The increased gravity will push your body to its limits, helping you build up strength faster. Tom groaned, his voice muffled as he lifted his head off the ground. Are you serious? Do you think I'm Goku? This is insane. Peter shrugged, his attention focused on his game. Welcome to my world. Now, while you're down there, I want you to do 1,000 push-ups. It's all about building those muscles. Tom's eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000. Are you out of your mind? Peter smirked, not even bothering to look up from his game. Nah, just trying to make you the best version of yourself. Well, the second best because, you know. He motions to himself. But second place is still good. Now get to it. Or else I'll double the gravity. He says dangerously. Tom grumbled under his breath, pushing himself up into a plank position. The weight of the increased gravity made it feel like every muscle in his body was on fire. He began the grueling task of performing push-up after push-up, his arms shaking with effort. As Tom struggled, Peter continued to play his game, occasionally glancing up to check on his progress. The minutes turned into hours as the sun began to rise, and the city below came alive with the hustle and bustle of daily life. Tom's arms quivered with fatigue, his breath coming in ragged gasps. This. Tom managed to choke out between push-ups. This is torture. Peter finally tore his eyes away from his phone and looked at Tom, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Pain is temporary. But the results? They'll last forever. You want to become stronger, right? Tom nodded, determination flaring in his eyes. Yeah, I do. Then keep pushing, Peter urged. The pain will make you stronger. Embrace it. Besides, I'm sure MJ will like the results. I've caught my MJ groping my muscles while I sleep more times than I can count. She may not seem like it, but MJ is a little freak. Let me tell you, Dash. No. Tom shouted, straining against the gravity to cover his ears. I don't want to know what you do with your MJ. I'd rather die. Fine, suit yourself. Peter shrugged and returned to his game. But if I see you slacking off, he said, threateningly. Tom took a deep breath, mustering every ounce of willpower he had left. With a renewed sense of determination, he continued his push-ups, each repetition becoming a testament to his resilience. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly, but eventually, Tom completed his 1,000th push-up, his muscles quivering with exhaustion. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving. Peter finally put his phone away and walked over, an impressed look on his face. Good job. You pushed through the pain and finished faster than I expected. Tom managed a weak smile, a mixture of fatigue and satisfaction evident on his face. Thanks, I never thought I could do it. No problem, Peter was happy for him, but this wasn't the end. But now that we're done with the warm-up, we can finally start your real training. He said, shocking his new student. What? The poor guy uttered as Peter snapped his fingers again, increasing the gravity until Tom smacked into the floor once again. Ugh. Peter smirked sadistically, finding his job as a teacher rather enjoyable. Now, stand up and do 500 jumping jacks, and once you're done with that I want another 1,000 sit-ups. And once you're done with that. He listed off all sorts of exercises, watching the hope drain from his students' youthful eyes. I think I made a horrible mistake. A/N, 1,749 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, mother dollar at end. Pound face with symbols on mouth, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 399, C399 Sandman. Police car light, insert cartoon, not anime, gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Yukesh_Zabrailov, trophy, A/N, new king sits upon the throne. Crown PS, F face with symbols on mouth, CKU for having a long and complicated name. I had to triple check to make sure it was spelled right. Tom could barely catch his breath as he lay sprawled out in the center of the rooftop, drenched in sweat. Every muscle in his body ached, and he could feel the soreness settling in already. He gasped for air, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Suddenly, the door to the roof opened and Aunt May appeared, rushing over to her nephew's side as soon as she saw him, concern etched on her face. What happened? Are you okay? Tom managed a weak smile, his voice strained. I'm fine, May. Just training with Peter. May's eyes darted to Peter, her expression a mix of worry and accusation. What have you been doing to him? He looks exhausted. Peter stood up, stashing away his phone. He ran a hand through his hair and approached May with a reassuring smile. He wanted to get stronger, so I offered to help him. Sorry, but I don't tend to go easy on my students. May's gaze softened slightly, but worry still lingered in her eyes. But does the training have to be so intense? He looks like he ran 100 marathons in a single day. Peter shook his head. You forget that we could easily run 100 marathons. Our powers make it hard to gain strength through exercise. We can't just take a trip to the local gym 4 times a week. Tom needs extremely harsh training to see any real results. May's worry transformed into understanding, and she sighed, nodding reluctantly. I suppose you have a point. Just promise me you'll be careful with him. Peter nodded his head. I promise. I won't push him farther than he can handle. As if on cue, Lily, Peter's cute little AI daughter, rushed up to the rooftop, her face bright with excitement. Dad, breakfast is ready. We made pancakes. Peter's attention shifted to Lily, a warm smile forming on his face. Thanks, sweetie. We'll be right down. He then turned his attention back to Tom. Come on, buddy. You've earned a well-deserved breakfast. Breakfast. Tom's eyes widened at the mention of food, and he mustered the energy to sit up. I could eat a horse right now. Peter chuckled and reached out a hand to help Tom to his feet. Well, we'll have to settle for pancakes. But first, let me clean you up. With a quick flick of his fingers, Peter cast a spell, and instantly Tom's entire body, including his sweat-soaked clothes, was clean and dry. Smelling like fresh lavender, he looked down at himself in surprise before giving Peter a grateful nod. Together, they made their way back to the apartment, where Toby and Andrew were waiting at the dining table, a spread of delicious breakfast foods laid out before them. The aroma filled the air, making Tom's stomach growl in anticipation. Aunt May followed close behind, her gaze shifting to Tom. Dig in. You'll need the food to recover. Tom didn't need to be told twice, and rushed to his seat, filling his plate with anything that caught his eye. Shanks FO'd a foot, thanks for the food, he said as he stuffed an entire breakfast sausage into his mouth. Peter clapped Tom on the shoulder and took a seat beside Lily. Yup, eat and relax as much as you can, because after breakfast we'll return to your torture. Ahem. I mean, training. Ignoring the looks everyone gave him, Peter ate the food that Lily excitedly stacked on his plate. She seemed eager to show him the dishes she made with May's supervision. Of course, she didn't need any oversight, but her grandmother's counterpart was very nervous with her in the kitchen, especially when Lily started chopping up vegetables with a large chef's knife and working over a fire-filled stove. With everyone seated, they began to enjoy the meal, savoring the taste of fluffy pancakes, crispy bacon, and freshly squeezed orange juice. Tom, in particular, attacked his plate with a voracious appetite, his hunger amplified by the intense training. As they ate, suddenly, an emergency news broadcast played on the TV in the background, catching their attention. The screen showed footage of a giant sand monster flipping cars in a chaotic parking lot, while frightened pedestrians scattered in every direction. The monster's booming voice echoed through the speakers. Spider-Man. Get over here now. I know this is your fault. I need to get back home. I have a daughter to take care of. He shouted his complaints. Toby's eyes flashed with recognition. That's Flint Marko, a crook who gained the ability to control and morph into sand after falling into a supercollider. He should be from my universe. He explained. Peter's eyes narrowed as he stood up abruptly. Looks like we've got some trouble to deal with. And since it's just one guy, we'll handle it. Tom, this is also a part of your training, so no complaining. Tom groaned, half-heartedly stuffing another piece of pancake into his mouth. Seriously? Can't I at least finish breakfast first? Peter chuckled, grabbing Tom by the back of his shirt and dragging him away from the table. No time for that now. We'll eat later. Duty calls. Tom shot a longing look at the remaining food on his plate as Peter dragged him out of the door. Save me some bacon. He shouted as everyone, including May and Lily, stole strips of bacon from his plate, leaving not a single crumb behind. As they rushed out of the apartment, Toby watched them with a mix of concern and worry in his eyes. He wanted to be the one to stop Sandman since he knew the guy best, but he also didn't want to get in the way of Tom's training. As Peter and Tom arrived at the chaotic parking lot, they could see the police surrounding the area from a distance, their weapons at the ready. The monstrous sandy figure roared in frustration, his massive arms thrashing around, toppling the surrounding cars. Peter patted Tom on the shoulder, giving him a reassuring look. All right, this is your chance to practice your negotiation and de-escalation skills. Try to calm him down and find a peaceful resolution. Remember, the pinnacle of talk no jutsu is turning a lifelong enemy into a lifelong friend. It's time to awaken in your inner Naruto, Date Bayo. Seriously. Tom stares at Peter in disbelief. You know that's just an anime, right? Peter ignored his words and pushes him forward. Good luck. Tom took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. Negotiation wasn't exactly his strong suit, but he was determined to make Peter proud. He leaped forward, making his way past the police, who hesitated, their weapons lowered in respect to Spider-Man's presence. Peter found a flipped car nearby and perched himself on top of it, observing the unfolding situation with keen interest. He would let his new student handle this on his own, but he was ready to intervene if things took a turn for the worse. Thankfully, he knew that out all of the villains to appear here, Sandman was the least hostile. He had no ulterior motives or evil intentions, his only goal was to return back to his daughter as swiftly as possible. As Tom approached Sandman, the towering figure turned his attention towards the young Spider-Man. His voice boomed with anger and desperation. "You. Spider-Man. You brought me to this world. I know it." Tom raised his hands in a calming gesture, trying to project a sense of peace. "I understand your frustration, but we can't let you cause more harm to innocent people. Let's talk this out. There has to be a way to find a solution." Sandman's form shifted, his sandy body crackling with power. "Talk. You think talking will solve anything? I need to find my daughter. She needs me." Tom took a step closer, maintaining a calm and empathetic demeanor. "I get it. You're scared and worried about your daughter. But none of this will solve anything." Sandman growled, his sandy fists clenching. "Yeah, but it'll certainly feel good, won't it?" Tom shook his head, his voice filled with empathy. "I understand how much you miss her, but hurting people won't solve anything. We're already working on a solution. Just calm down and come with me, okay?" Before Sandman could respond, his frustration got the better of him. He swung a massive sandy hand at Tom, swatting him across the parking lot with incredible force. Tom crashed into several parked cars, his body tumbling and rolling. Peter craned his head and shot out a few webs, cushioning Tom's fall. "Remember. Embrace your inner Uzumaki, Dart Bayo," he shouted in mock encouragement. Tom groaned, rubbing his aching ribs. "Why yeah, I get that." He winced, trying to push through the pain. "I guess my talk no jutsu needs some work." Peter nodded sagely, offering verbal support. "Well, even Naruto needed some fighting scenes to get his point across. Now go, my young genin. Show everyone why you'll become the Hokage one day." Tom rolled his eyes, a small smile creeping its way onto his face. "Sure thing, sensei." They turned their attention back to Sandman, who was now seething with anger. The police hesitated, unsure of how to proceed, as they watched Spider-Man get pimp-slapped like that, wondering whether they should open fire or not. Tom nodded to himself, his determination reigniting. He stepped up, catching his breath and preparing for the next round. This time, he was ready to not only negotiate but also kick some sandy A*S. A/N, 1611 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone stones, gemstone PLS police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 400, C400 suspicious. Police car light, insert scammer gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Rotorikamaru, trophy, A/N, king on your fourth try, not bad crown. Tom's muscles tightened as he got back on his feet, his eyes locked on Sandman. The towering figure loomed over him, his sandy form shifting and swirling in the air. Tom took a deep breath, his mind focused on finding a way to convince his opponent to surrender. "Look, I know you're angry and scared, but let's just talk, okay? We can figure this out together," Tom called out, his voice steady but filled with empathy. Sandman growled, his sandy fists clenched. "We can talk after I beat you into the ground. After all, I still owe you a few hits from last time," he says, thinking Tom was his Spider-Man. Tom's eyes flickered with determination. He knew he had to do something to gain the upper hand. With a swift motion, he shot a web towards a nearby lamppost and swung himself around, launching a kick at Sandman's midsection. Sandman's sandy form absorbed the impact, dispersing into grains of sand before reforming. He retaliated with a powerful punch, forcing Tom to dodge and weave to avoid the blow. The fight escalated quickly as blows were exchanged between the two of them. Tom focused on his agility, using his acrobatic skills to dodge and counter Sandman's attacks. He spun through the air, his web shooters releasing a barrage of webs to ensnare Sandman's limbs, temporarily restraining him. Taking advantage of the moment, Tom launched a series of quick punches and kicks, but Sandman quickly broke free, his sandy body shifting and reforming. Sandman's attacks intensified, his sandy fists becoming more ferocious and unpredictable. Tom struggled to keep up, his spider sense tingling with warning signals, guiding his reflexes. He managed to dodge most of the blows, but a few connected, sending him crashing into nearby cars and concrete pillars. Peter watched from a distance, munching in a bag of Doritos. He wanted to step in and assist, but he knew this was an important lesson for Tom. He had to learn to settle things Naruto style. It was a test of both his physical and mental skills. Tom, battered but not broken, slowly rose to his feet. He swallowed some blood that appeared in his mouth, his eyes locking with Sandman's. "Please, just listen to me. There's a way we can find a solution that doesn't involve hurting anyone." Sandman sneered, not bothering to grace Tom's words with a response. He just wanted to capture him after a nice beating, and force Tom to send him home. Although he had no proof, he knew deep down that this was all Spider-Man's fault. Undeterred, Tom pressed on. He scanned his surroundings, searching for a strategy, a weakness he could exploit. Then it hit him. The nearby fire hydrant, still intact despite the chaos. With a flick of his wrist, he shot a web, wrapping it around the hydrant. As Sandman lunged at him, Tom dodged to the side, using his agility to circle around and yank the web, ripping the hydrant from the ground. Water sprayed into the air, cascading down on Sandman's sandy form. The moisture caused his body to clump together, hindering his movement. Tom seized the opportunity, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, his blows landing with much more impact than before. But Sandman still fought back, his strength and resilience making it difficult for Tom to gain the upper hand. The battle raged on, the two adversaries locked in a fierce struggle. As the fight wore on, Tom's fatigue began to take its toll. Signs of a night and morning full of intense training started to appear, his movements slowed, his strikes lacking their initial power. Sandman, fueled by his desperation to return to his daughter, grew stronger. He retaliated with renewed ferocity, his blows shaking the ground beneath them. Tom fought to stay on his feet, his mind racing for a solution. He needed to end this before he succumbed to exhaustion. He took a step back, using his web shooters to create a web trap on the ground, luring Sandman towards it. Sandman charged, his sandy form barreling towards Tom. With a well-timed move, Tom leaped over the web trap, causing Sandman to crash into it. The sticky webbing clung to his water-clumped body, immobilizing him momentarily. Tom seized the opportunity, landing a powerful blow to Sandman's midsection, followed by a roundhouse kick that sent the villain sprawling to the ground. Sandman groaned, his sandy body weakened and disoriented. Breathing heavily, Tom stood over Sandman, his voice laced with both exhaustion and determination. This didn't have to end in violence. There's always another way. I can help you. You just have to let me. Sandman began to shrink back to normal size, his human features returning. Gasping for breath as water continued to rain down on him from the hydrant, he stared up at Tom with a mix of defeat and frustration. I need to get back to my daughter. Tom extended a hand towards Sandman, offering him assistance. We can help you. We'll find a way. But you have to trust us. Sandman hesitated for a moment before reluctantly taking Tom's hand. With a grunt, Tom helped him to his feet, the fight finally coming to a halt. As the dust settled, Tom turned towards Peter, a triumphant smile on his face. He had faced a formidable opponent and managed to hold his own. It was a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. Peter approached, an impressed look on his face. Good job. You held your ground and managed to peacefully subdue Sandman in the end. I give you a B-. Tom frowned at his grade. What? That was at least an A. And where the hell did the minus come from? He complained. Sandman stood beside them, wondering why there were two Spider-Men in front of him. What kind of nightmare world did I wake up in? Due to the battle that just took place, the streets were scattered with debris and the remnants of Tom's clash with Sandman. Behind some of those debris, a shadowy figure stood in the distance, concealed within an inky blackness. The hidden figure watched with intense interest as Tom approached Sandman, extending a hand to help him up. As Sandman struggled to his feet, the figure's form shifted and contorted, transforming into the familiar shape of Flash Thompson. Venom, having taken over Flash's body, had been observing the fight from the shadows. Seeing an opportunity, Flash rushed past the police barricade, bypassing their attempts to stop him, and called out to Tom, feigning familiarity. Hey, buddy. You did great out there. Man, watching you fight that sand guys was crazy. I thought you were about to get squished like 10 different times. Tom narrowed his eyes, his skepticism evident. Flash. What are you doing here? Flash put on a wide grin, trying to hide his ulterior motives. I saw you in action. Dude, you were amazing. I just couldn't look away. He complimented, his tone turning awkward and hesitant. Look, I want to make it up to you for all those years I treated you like crap. I want to help. You know, I was such a big fan of Spider-Man and such a D***CK to Peter Parker. And I want to make up for that. Tom scoffed, crossing his arms. You think a few sappy words are going to make up for everything, Flash? I don't need your help. I've got it under control. The disguised symbiote's expression faltered for a moment, desperation flickering in his eyes. I know I messed up, but I've changed, I swear. I want to be there for you, to support you like Ned and MJ. Please, just give me a chance. He spoke on a sad, self-deprecating tone. Peter eyed Flash suspiciously. What's this little F***cur up to? Tom hesitated, the sincerity in his former bully's voice tugging at his heartstrings. He remembered the years of torment and ridicule, but he also believed in redemption and second chances. Reluctantly, he sighed and nodded. Fine, but this doesn't mean we're friends, Flash. Just, try not to get in the way. Flash beamed with gratitude, his relief palpable. Deal. You won't regret this, I promise. As they prepared to leave, the disguised venom slithered beneath Flash's skin, concealed from view. The symbiote listened intently, waiting for the right moment to strike. It hungered for power and hoped to find his captured host, knowing that patience would be its greatest asset in achieving its sinister goals. While keeping a mistrusting eye on their newest group member, Peter waved his hand and opened a golden portal, shocking many of the onlookers, including Venom. All right, let's go see if Doctor Strange has found a way to fix all this. Although he was extremely suspicious of Flash, he decided to just wait and see what the little douchebag was up to. Of course, he'll have to put some safety measures in place. Maybe I should put a reverse protection spell on him. One by one, everyone stepped into the portal and appeared in the Undercroft, unaware of the danger lurking beneath Flash's friendly facade. A/N, 1541 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone or else panda face pistol. Police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 401, C401 help. Silver medal, insert loser gifts here, most likes wins silver medal. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, monkayaking, trophy, A/N crown. As the group stepped into the dimly lit Undercroft, the portal snapping shut behind them, they found themselves surrounded by an eerie silence. Everyone's attention immediately turned to the assortment of cells embedded into the cave wall, each holding a different villain from various universes. Before anyone could say or do anything, Peter waved his hand, conjuring a portal beneath Sandman's feet. Ugh! The villain grunted in shock as he dropped. The trapped villains watched with curiosity as Sandman was deposited into a cell next to them, enjoying the bewildered look of betrayal that filled their neighbor's face. Sandman banged on the glass of his cell, his frustration evident as he thrashed and shouted. The other villains glanced at him, some chuckling sarcastically. Eddie Brock, his maniacal grin widening, taunted, "Welcome to the party, Sandy. Looks like you're in good company now." Doc Ock chimed in with a smirk, "Seems like our little gathering is growing by the minute. Quite the reunion, isn't it?" The only one who wasn't saying anything was Norman Osborn, who seemed to be in some sort of brain fog, like an elderly man with dementia. Where am I? He kept muttering to himself in confusion. As Sandman continued to protest and bang on the glass, Tom turned to Peter with a shocked expression. "What are you doing? Let him out." He surrendered. Peter's gaze shifted from the trapped villains to Tom, his expression filled with exasperation. He shook his head, rolling his eyes at Tom's request. "I understand that he surrendered, but we can't afford to take unnecessary risks. Sandman was obviously a villain in his universe, and neither of us can guarantee that he won't turn on us." Tom's face contorted with conflicting emotions. He understood Peter's reasoning, but a pang of guilt washed over him. He had promised Sandman that they would work together to send him home. "But we made a promise to him," Tom argued, his voice laced with uncertainty. "I can't just betray his trust like that." Peter sighed, his gaze shifting back to Sandman, who continued to rage inside the cell. "I'm not saying we won't help him. But it's best to keep him safely detained while we figure things out. He's not a scientist nor is he a master of the mystic arts who can help us send everyone back. We need to prioritize everyone's safety." Tom's conflicted expression remained, but he could see the logic in Peter's words. He glanced back at Sandman, whose shouts had turned into bitter insults. "I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. Let me out. I'll F***king kill you." The guilt weighed heavy on Tom's shoulders, but he knew he had to make a difficult decision. Reluctantly, Tom nodded, his voice barely above a whisper. "Okay. You're right. We'll keep him locked up for now." Sandman's shouts of betrayal grew louder as Tom's words reached his ears. He called Tom every name in the book, his anger boiling over. Tom winced, his heart aching for the men he had just fought against. But he knew deep down that Peter's decision was the right one. Peter stepped closer to Tom, placing a hand on his shoulder in a gesture of support. "I know it's hard. But we'll find a way to help him. We just need to keep everyone safe while we do it." Of course, the underlying meaning behind that was clear. Peter wouldn't allow Tom to release the villains as his counterpart did in the movies, which subsequently lead to the death of his only living family member. But that doesn't mean they can't help them. Tom nodded again, a mixture of determination and sorrow in his eyes. "I won't let Sandman down. We'll find a way to make this right." With a final glance at Sandman's raging form, Tom vowed to get him back to his daughter as he promised. A/N, my man wants to send a villain with obvious anger issues back to his young daughter. What could possibly go wrong? Peter watched the caged villains in curiosity. Each of them a product of either their own idiocy or just plain bad luck, though hopefully, they would be able to help. His attention, however, was soon drawn to Flash Thompson, the disguised Venom. Peter's suspicion lingered, and he knew he couldn't let his guard down. After all, Flash never joined them in the movie, which means either something simply changed to spark his decision, or someone behind him was up to something. Is it Venom or another villain? He wondered in interest. Unbeknownst to Flash and everyone else in the room, Peter discreetly cast a reverse protection spell on him, a precautionary measure to ensure the safety of everyone around him. The spell would prevent Flash from causing harm, freezing him in place should he attempt to attack anyone, while also keeping track of his movements. It was a delicate balance, as the spell had the potential to turn lethal if Flash's struggle surpassed a certain threshold of strength. Peter hoped it wouldn't come to that though. As Peter completed the spell, MJ, Aunt May, Lily, and the other Spider-Men came walking down the stairs. MJ walked up to Tom, her eyes filled with concern. Is everything okay? I saw the news and I had to come. Tom gave her a reassuring smile, placing a hand on her arm. Yeah, everything's under control. We just captured another one. That's all. MJ's relaxed, a mixture of relief and guilt filling her gaze. I just wish that I could be out there with you. She muttered under her breath. MJ has always wanted to help Tom however she could, but recently, she found out that another version of herself was an actual superhero. Now, she wants nothing more than to get out there and fight beside her boyfriend, but sadly, that was unlikely to happen anytime soon. If not ever. Tom frowned, unsure how to comfort her. I need to find a way to do what Peter did. Toby approached Tom, a genuine smile on his face. You did great out there. I saw your fight with Sandman on the news. It reminded me of some of my own battles. Tom's face lit up at Toby's words, his admiration for the older Spider-Man evident. Thank you. Coming from you, that means a lot. Just as the group started to settle, Norman Osborn's voice broke through the tense atmosphere. Toby. Toby, is that you? Please, I need your help. A/N, he would technically call him Peter, but we're trying to avoid confusion. Everyone turned their attention to Osborn, who appeared disoriented and lost. His voice trembled with confusion as he struggled to grasp his surroundings. I don't know where I am. I keep forgetting things. Sometimes, I'm not myself, and whenever he's in control, I can't remember. I don't know what's going on with me. Toby's brows furrowed, his skepticism surfacing. He knew firsthand the manipulative nature of the Green Goblin, and he couldn't trust Osborn's words. Nice try, but I'm not falling for that again. The last time Norman tried that trick, Toby almost ended up skewered by a very sharp glider. He wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. As he was about to continue and warn everyone of the Green Goblin's manipulation, Aunt May stepped forward, her voice firm but compassionate. Spider-Man helps people. No matter who they are or what they've done. If someone needs help, then we should help, she reminded him, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. And he obviously needs help. Maybe they all do. Everyone looked around the room, eyeing the villains, wondering if she was right. Toby's gaze shifted between Aunt May and Osborn, torn between his better judgment and the need to help anyone that comes his way. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly turned to Osborn. I don't know if I can trust you, but if there's a chance to help fix whatever you did to yourself, to bring back the men you were before, then I'll do it. Osborn's face brightened with a glimmer of hope as Toby's words reached him. Please, you have to believe me. I'm not in control. Something's wrong with me, with my mind. Andrew, who had remained quiet until now, stepped forward, his voice filled with certainty. Gwen and I have cured the Green Goblin in my universe. If it's the same serum that's affecting Osborn here, then I might be able to help. We can try to reverse its effects, bring him back. Toby's gaze shifted to Andrew, his expression a mix of relief and gratitude. He nodded, placing his trust in Andrew's words. If you think there's a chance, then let's do it. But we stay cautious, just in case. As the group prepared to assist Osborn, Lily watched from a distance, her young eyes filled with curiosity. She tugged at her father's sleeve, drawing his attention. Dad, why are they helping the bad guys? Peter looked down at Lily's, his voice gentle. Sometimes, people make mistakes or get hurt, and they end up doing bad things. But it doesn't mean they can't change or that they don't deserve a chance to be helped. In fact, I've done this with a few people back home. For example, Abomination is currently an Avenger. What? Tom nearly jumped out of his suit, shocked to hear that the monster, who fought the Hulk and nearly destroyed the entire city somehow became an Avenger. How the hell did you manage that? As Peter gave him a brief explanation, Toby turned to Andrew. Do you have an Abomination in your universe? He asked curiously. No. As everyone was talking, throwing out ideas on how to help Norman and the other villains, Dr. Strange paced down the stairs, an odd-looking cube in hand. A/N, 1653 words, smiley face. Police car light. Hand over your gemstone. Stones gemstone cause it's cool. Starstruck. Police car light. Backhand index pointing down. Don't forget to vote. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 402, C402. Peter vs. Strange. Police car light. Insert virgin gifts here. Most likes wins. Police car light. Trophy. Yesterday's gift winners: Wesley, Trophy, A/N New King. Who dis, Crown. The dimly lit Undercroft was filled with a tense atmosphere as the group of Spider-Men and their allies prepared to assist the trapped villains. Though their conversation was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Doctor Strange descended the stairs, his attention fixed on the cube in his hand. The room fell silent as he walked up to the cells, acknowledging the captives. Quite the collection you've gathered here, Strange commented, his tone laced with a mix of surprise and admiration. Impressive work. Thanks sir, but... Tom, eager to share their new plans, opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter more than a few words, Doctor Strange waved his hands, drawing intricate golden spell circles around the cube. Beams of light shot out from the cube, scanning each villain and the Spider-Men before vanishing along with the spell circles. In a matter of seconds, the process was complete. A button rose from the cube, and Strange turned his attention to the gathered group. With this device, we can send each of you back to your respective universes, he announced, his voice tinged with authority. Tom's eyes widened, and he frantically tried to interrupt. Wait, Doctor Strange, we have a plan. But Strange paid no mind to Tom's words. He reached for the button, ready to activate it and send everyone back. However, before his finger could make contact, Tom managed to assert himself, effectively stopping Strange in his tracks. Sir, please listen for a second, Tom pleaded, his voice filled with urgency. We want to help them before sending them back. We have a chance to fix what happened to them. Most of them are already dead in their universe, so maybe we can save them. You know, change their fate. Strange's eyebrows furrowed, his patience wearing thin. Fix them. Change their fate. He scoffed. You can't change fate. Death is a part of life, and it is their fate to meet their end. It's sad, but it's the truth. Tom's determination only grew stronger as he stood his ground. But what if their deaths were preventable? What if we could save their lives by helping them now? Their conversation caused a commotion in the cells. The trapped villains, unaware of their own deaths in their respective universes, looked on with curiosity and confusion. Only Eddie Brock seemed to remember his fate, the memory of his explosive demise fresh in his mind. Strange, growing increasingly frustrated, moved to press the button again, only to find the cube missing. He turned to see Peter holding the box, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. Looking for this? Peter asked, his voice clearly provoking the caped master. Strange's eyes narrowed, his expression a mix of annoyance and exasperation. Hand it over. You should know the consequences of something this. He stated, knowing Peter practiced the same arts as him. Peter shrugged, facing the famous sorcerer unwaveringly. Consequences can be accounted for and prevented with enough preparation and skill. Besides, we owe it to ourselves, and to them, to give them a chance at redemption, he declared firmly as he glanced at a proud-looking Aunt May. We can't simply send them back without trying to help. If we did, then we wouldn't be Spider-Man. Strange studied Peter for a moment, weighing his options. The dimly lit Undercroft crackled with tension as they faced off against each other. The other Spider-Men formed a protective circle around him, ready to defend their cause at any cost. Strange's eyes glowed with a dangerous intensity as he raised his hands, summoning mystical energy. You're making a grave mistake, Strange warned, his voice laced with a mix of frustration and determination. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to meddle with the natural order of things. Peter's eyes narrowed as his spider sense activated, the familiar tingling sensation flooding his body. Since he knew a fight was coming, he quickly stored the cube in his necklace, alongside his currently useless infinity stones. A/N, he made a storage necklace a while ago for the stones. In case anyone forgot. With a swift motion, Peter drew upon the energy of the universe, conjuring a shield of golden light just in time to block an eldritch whip coming his way, hoping to grab the cube before it was gone. The shield crackled and shimmered, absorbing the impact as Peter held his ground. Tom and Andrew watched in awe, their eyes widening at the display of power. This was a side of Peter they had never seen before. Yeah, they've seen his portals, but that was it. This felt like real magic. Meanwhile, Tom analyzed the situation, seeking an opening to assist Peter. He knew firsthand the strength of Strange's abilities and understood the gravity of the situation. He had to act quickly. Without hesitation, Tom launched himself into the fray, flipping through the air and landing behind Strange. He unleashed a flurry of blows, aiming to distract and disrupt the sorcerer's concentration. Strange swiftly countered Tom's assault, making himself briefly intangible, allowing each strike to harmlessly pass through his body. All eyes widened as Tom's fists phased right through his opponent, especially the villains who weren't used to such mystical feats. Seeing that one spider wasn't enough, Toby and Andrew jumped in as well, bracing themselves for what would undoubtedly be a difficult fight. Doctor Strange, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity, raised into the air with the help of his cape and conjured a swirling vortex of mystic energy. The air crackled with power as alien-like tendrils snaked out from the vortex, lashing towards the Spider-Man with deadly precision. Peter quickly covered Lily's eyes. I didn't know Strange practiced such kinky spells. He thought, knowing this spell was created by a certain hentai-obsessed master. Hey! Lily shouted as she tried to yank her father's hand away. I can't see. Toby, with his years of experience and battle-hardened instincts, was the first to react. He swiftly leaped into action, utilizing his agility and strength to dodge and weave through the onslaught of what appeared to be a dimensional octopus. His movements were fluid and graceful, reminiscent of a seasoned dancer, as he performed a series of acrobatic flips and rolls to evade the tentacles. Andrew, with his quick reflexes and sharp senses, followed Toby's lead. He moved with an unmatched speed, his spider sense guiding him to narrowly avoid each strike. As bolts of energy soared past him, fired from an odd-looking staff that appeared in Strange's hands, he somersaulted through the air, shooting his web shooters to create temporary barriers and leaping out of harm's way. Tom, the youngest and least experienced of the three, found himself struggling to keep up. However, his determination burned brightly, refusing to let his teammates fight alone. He used his web-slinging skills to create intricate patterns, attempting to ensnare and neutralize the monster that Strange summoned. His webs crisscrossed the undercroft, forming a thick, shield-like spider's web that provided momentary protection. But sadly, for them, Doctor Strange was a formidable opponent, his mastery of the mystic arts unmatched. He effortlessly countered their every move, using his magic to create illusions and distort the very fabric of reality. He warped the surroundings, causing pillars to appear and disappear, attempting to disorient the Spider-Men and disrupt their coordination. The battle raged on, each Spider-Man showcasing their unique fighting style. Toby's punches and kicks carried a raw power, born from years of experience and battle-tested strength. Andrew's moves were agile and acrobatic, his strikes precise and calculated. Tom, despite his relative inexperience, compared to the others, fought with an unwavering spirit, using his speed and agility to outmaneuver his opponent. The room echoed with the sound of clashes, the impact of blows, and the crackle of mystical energy. The Spider-Men fought valiantly, refusing to yield in the face of overwhelming odds. But with each passing moment, it became clear that Doctor Strange held the upper hand, his mastery of magic giving him a significant advantage. Peter watched the battle unfold, impressed by Strange's abilities. But it's time to end this. He knew it was time for him to step in. With a calculated leap, he propelled himself into the fray, his movements a blur of speed and agility. As he soared through the air, Peter focused his attention on the swirling vortex of mystic energy conjured by Strange. The tendrils of the dimensional monster lashed out, seeking to ensnare him, but Peter's spider sense guided his every move. He flipped and twisted in midair, narrowly evading the lethal strikes. With precise timing, Peter shot a single eldritch-coated web into the vortex, his web expertly stuck to the monstrous entity. And with a powerful tug, he yanked the creature out of Strange's control, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. The room fell momentarily silent as the Spider-Men and villains alike watched in awe at Peter's mastery of both combat and magic. Not wasting a moment, Peter disappeared in a burst of speed, his reflexes heightened by his enhanced spider abilities. He swiftly closed the distance between him and Strange, ducking and weaving through the illusory pillars that the sorcerer conjured in an attempt to hinder him. As Peter reached Strange, he leaped into the air, executing a flawless aerial somersault. In midair, he extended his arm, his hand gripping the odd-looking staff tightly. With a twist of his body, he wrenched the staff from Strange's grasp, disarming the sorcerer in an instant. With the staff now in his possession, Peter landed gracefully on the ground, his eyes locked onto Strange. He spun the staff expertly in his hand, smirking triumphant toward his opponent. Strange's eyes narrower with a mix of annoyance and disbelief at Peter's audacity. Without hesitation, Peter channeled eldritch energy into his new staff, powering it up with ease. He expertly wielded the staff, firing bolts of energy toward its former owner. Each bolt was swift and precise, aimed to disorient the sorcerer and weaken Strange's defenses. The room filled with the sounds of pure chaos as Peter's strikes and bolts of energy met Strange's attempts at defense. The staff crackled with energy, its power amplified by Peter's skill and experience. Blow after blow, Peter dismantled Strange's barriers and shields, exploiting any gaps in his defenses. Ugh. Enough. Strange shouted in annoyance as he tried to fight back, but he seemed to always find himself on the defensive. Peter smirked, clearly enjoying himself. What happened? It looked like you were enjoying yourself before. As the battle reached its climax, Peter's movements became a blur, his spider instincts guiding his every action. He swiftly sidestepped Strange's last desperate attempt to counterattack and seized the opportunity to strike. With a powerful swing of the staff, he delivered a devastating blow, sending Strange crashing to the ground. Of course, Strange tried to once again make himself intangible, but that would never work against a fellow master. Peter simply coated the staff in eldritch energy, countering him with ease. The room fell into stunned silence as Dr. Strange lay unconscious, defeated at Peter's feet. Well, that was easier than I thought, he muttered as he tossed the staff into a nearby pile of junk. Of course, Peter knew that Strange could have used more lethal spells, but refused since they weren't enemies. But Peter could have done the same, so he'll call it a fair win. Daddy, that was so cool. Lily shouts excitedly as she rushes over, followed by everyone else. Before they arrive, Peter waved his hands, weaving a fairly complicated spell circle. Once it was finished, he slapped it down onto Strange, who twitched as it covered him and disappeared into his skin. Huh. Strange groaned as he began to stir from his sleep. Acting quickly, Peter grabs him, as well as his thrashing cape, and throws them both into a cell beside the villains. What? Strange mutters as he wakes up in a cell, his cape bashing itself against the glass wall. What the? He mutters as he tries to phase through the cell, finding it impossible to wield even the tiniest bit of energy, eldritch or otherwise. A/N, 2061 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, unamused face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 403, C403 New Arrivals. Police car light, insert Karen gifts here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, low end and scar _ justice, trophy, A/N crown. The aftermath of the intense battle left the Undercroft in disarray. Peter took a minute to survey the scene. The defeated Dr. Strange stood confined in a cell, looking set off, his cape thrashing against the glass walls in futile attempts to escape. Peter's victory over the sorcerer sent shockwaves through the room, leaving the other Spider-Men and their allies in awe. Daddy, that was so cool. Lily exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement as she rushed over to her father's side. Peter couldn't help but smile at his daughter's enthusiasm. Thanks, sweetheart, he replied, ruffling her hair affectionately. The other Spider-Men approached, their expressions a mix of admiration and relief. They had witnessed Peter's display of power and skill, gaining a newfound respect for him. Man, he was tough, Andrew commented, a hint of awe in his voice. Tom nodded in agreement. I've never seen someone handle Strange like that before. Peter grinned, the satisfaction of his victory evident in his eyes. Well, let's just say I've learned a few tricks over the years. The group's attention then turned to the captured villains, still trapped in their cells. Tom, lost in thought for a moment, made a move towards the cells, but Peter held out a hand to stop him. Not so fast, Peter cautioned, his voice firm. What are you doing? He asked, knowing what happened in the movie. Tom looked at him with concern. What? I'm letting them out. It's not like we can stay in the Undercroft. It's too risky. What if someone from Camartage discovers that Dr. Strange has been captured? Peter sighed, knowing Tom had a point. If they stayed, then the likelihood of another powerful sorcerer coming along, either looking for Strange or not, was fairly large. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. But allowing them out of their cells would bring a whole host of problems. All right, Peter conceded. We can't stay here, but if we're going to release them, we have to make sure they won't cause any trouble. Turning to the caged villains, Peter eyes them with a dangerous, threatening look. But you won't cause any problems, will you? They all turned to own another and put on innocent facades. No, of course not. Doc Ock said, unconvincingly. Elector nodded along. Yeah, what he said. I would never hurt a fly. Lizard said as his long tongue shot out, aiming for a bug that landed on the glass of his cell. As each villain suddenly turned into innocent little angels, Peter turned to Tom and everyone else, finding them all just as doubtful as him. Yeah, right. Seeing that they couldn't be trusted, Peter approached each of the caged villains one by one. Norman Osborn, Electro, Doc Ock, Lizard, Sandman, and Eddie Brock watched him warily as he cast a quick spell on each of them. A beam of light shot out from his finger, enveloping their bodies before disappearing into their skin. The villains flinched and protested, demanding to know what Peter had done to them, but he only smirked and shrugged in response. Try to cause any trouble, and you'll find out, Peter warned, his voice laced with a menacing edge. Finally, Peter turned to Tom, a look of resignation on his face. Okay, you can let them out now. Stop sign important A/N, stop sign, since some of you don't think the spell was enough and that Venom should have been imprisoned, do you guys want me to edit the last few chapters and have Flash/Venom thrown into a cell? Obviously, he'll be let out anyway, since they're leaving the Undercroft, but I can edit it if it annoys you guys. Let me know in the paragraph/chapter comments, smiley face. Tom nodded and approached the cells, unlocking them one by one, allowing the villains to step out into the Undercroft. The tension in the room grew palpable as the former adversaries faced each other, the Spider-Men on guard, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of trouble. Venom eyed his former host from the confines of Flash's body, wondering if he should act now and return to Eddie or wait for a better opportunity. Or perhaps a better host. His eyes turned to scan the room, finding a few interesting candidates. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange remained confined in his cell, a scowl etched on his face. He muttered complaints and tried to explain why helping them was pointless, but Peter had heard enough. With a quick flick of his hand, Peter cast a spell on Strange's cell, muting his words for the time being. Ignoring Strange completely, Tom turned his attention to the assembled group. "All right, everyone," he addressed them firmly. "We can't stay here, and we can't risk leaving them unsupervised. So, we need to find a safe place where we can regroup and figure out our next steps." May stepped up with an idea. "We could use Happy's apartment. He's out of town and should still have some Stark tech that you guys can use." In the heart of an empty New York City junkyard, three figures seemed to appear out of nowhere, each bewildered by their sudden displacement. Kingpin, a towering behemoth of a man, stepped forward, his imposing frame casting a long shadow over the decrepit machinery surrounding them. Dressed in a large black suit, which could be used to cover a car, his immense size and boxy appearance commanded attention. Dr. Olivia Octavius, a disheveled scientist with wild, untamed hair, stood beside him, her four mechanical tentacle-like arms flexing instinctively. And finally, Tombstone, a pale and sinister gangster-like figure, with his slick-back white hair and finely tailored suit, completed the trio. A/N, obviously, they're from an Into a Spider-Verse universe. They know Spider-Man is Peter Parker, so they fit the criteria for the spell. Blinking in the dimly lit surroundings, Kingpin's deep voice boomed, where are we?" Dr. Octavius adjusted her glasses and furrowed her brow, her eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. Realization quickly dawned on her as she retrieved a small device from her lab coat. Activating it, she conducted a quick scan of the area, her gaze fixated on the readings. I can't believe it. This isn't our universe." Tombstone's gravelly voice cut through the tension, his eyes narrowing in Olivia's direction. "Did your collider do this?" he asked, accusingly. Kingpin clenched his fists, his massive form vibrating in anger. "Shut it. We need to figure out where we are." Dr. Octavius turned to her boss, a hint of concern in her voice. "We're out of our element here. This is so exciting," she happily exclaimed out of nowhere. Kingpin's intense gaze shifted from the junkyard to his loyal lackeys. "Let's go find out if this universe has a Peter Parker, and kill M." His grudge against the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man seemed to extend across the multiverse. The night was clear over New York City as a gust of wind swept across the towering skyscrapers. The Avengers Tower stood tall, its beacon of hope shining brightly in the darkness. Atop the building, the whirring of machinery and surveillance cameras hummed in the background, silently monitoring the city below. Unbeknownst to anyone, a strange phenomenon was about to unfold. Suddenly, with a blinding flash of light, a figure materialized on the rooftop. His lean frame exuding an air of confidence and charisma. Dressed in a broken iron suit of armor, which showed signs of an intense battle, he eyed the city below in confusion. "Huh? How did I get here?" he muttered in shock. He stumbled backwards, disoriented, his mind racing to comprehend what had just happened. Memories of snapping his fingers with a victorious smirk on his face flooded his mind, leading to his inevitable death. His body unable to survive the combined power of the Infinity Stones. "I'm alive," he uttered, his mind racing at 1,000,000 miles a minute. Suddenly, the alarms on the rooftop blared in response to his arrival, their shrill tones cutting through the night air. Startled, guards stationed in the tower quickly rushed to the source of the commotion. They arrived, guns drawn and expressions hardened, surrounding the bewildered men. A tense standoff ensued as the guards aimed their weapons at the unexpected intruder's back. Tony slowly turned around, his face partially hidden by the shadows. As he stepped into the dim light, his identity became clear, and the guards' jaws dropped in disbelief. It was Tony Stark, the man who had supposedly perished while saving the universe from Thanos, the Mad Titan. One guard, trembling slightly, managed to find his voice amidst the shock. "It can't be. You're supposed to be dead." Tony smirked wryly, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and confusion. "Yeah, well, death has a funny way of being overrated. Mind putting those things down? It's not exactly a warm welcome. After all, this is still my building, right?" Reluctantly, the guards lowered their weapons, unable to tear their eyes away from the men who had become a legend. The news of Tony's sacrifice had spread far and wide, etching his memory into the hearts of countless people. Just then, a familiar figure clad in a formidable suit of armor emerged from behind the guards. It was James Rhodes, known to many as War Machine, a dear friend and ally of Tony's. His face was a mixture of astonishment and disbelief as he beheld the impossible sight before him. "Tony." Rhodes stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. How? He couldn't find the words to say. Tony's gaze met Rhodes', his usual smirk replaced by a warm smile. You tell me, Rhodey. I've been asking myself the same question ever since I ended up here. 1 minute I'm gone, and the next, well, I'm back. Tony explains, eyed his friend's upgraded armor. Looking good, by the way. I like what you've done with my design. Thanks. Rhodes just couldn't speak properly. Anyway, can we order some food? Tony asks as he pats his stomach. Being dead can really work up an appetite. I could eat a whole cow. A/N, 1634 words. Police car light, hand over your gemstone stones, gemstone PLS police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 404, C404 Piss Analyzer. Police car light, insert ugly/hideous gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, _anyway, trophy, A/N, a new king rises. Crown. A golden portal appeared, shimmering with energy as Peter and the group stepped out onto the hallway outside Happy's apartment. The villains, still in awe of the magic they had witnessed, gawked at their surroundings, their eyes darting in and out of the portal. Aunt May, being familiar with the place as Happy's ex-girlfriend, swiftly approached the door. She punched in a code on the keypad, her fingers moving with practiced ease. With a soft beep, the door unlocked, and she motioned for everyone to hurry inside before the neighbors could notice anything unusual. As they entered the apartment, the group found themselves in a cozy living room, adorned with various pieces of Stark tech and personal belongings, including a framed picture of Happy and May, which she frowned at before laying it flat. Settling down on the couches and chairs, the villains eyed their surroundings with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Peter took a seat, Lily perched herself on his lap, glancing around at the assembled Spider-Men and their allies. It was time to come up with a plan to help the villains, to find a way to cure them and set things right. Andrew, having dealt with Harry Osborn and Lizard in his own universe, spoke up first. I can handle Norman and Dr. Connors. I've already cured their problems once, so I know what to do. Toby nodded in agreement. I've got some ideas for Sandman and Doc Ock. I'll take care of them. Peter turned his attention to Electro, who seemed uncertain. Tom and I will work on Electro. We'll figure something out. Tom nodded, a determined look on his face. Absolutely. We'll analyze his powers and see if we can come up with a solution. Eddie Brock, who had been silent for a while, scoffed and scowled at the mention of being fixed. There's no fixing me, he stated firmly. Venom didn't change me. He just gave me the chance to stop hiding behind a facade. Toby, not one to give up easily, raised an eyebrow. I still think there might be a way, Eddie. Let's run some tests, okay? We'll see whether you're right or not. As everyone geared up to start their respective tasks, Tom suddenly rushed off to a nearby storage room. He returned with a large metal box with the Stark logo rolling behind him. With a press of a button, the box began to morph and transform, revealing itself to be the Stark Industries fabricator. The villains' eyes widened in awe as they watched the transformation. The fabricator was a state-of-the-art device capable of analyzing, designing, and constructing practically anything. It hummed with power, its sleek design showcasing its advanced capabilities. Electro's gaze lingered on the arc reactor, which powered the fabricator, feeling the immense energy emanating from it. A flash of greed flickered in his eyes before he quickly masked it, not wanting to reveal his true intentions. Tom gestured to the highly advanced 3D printer. This is the fabricator. It can help us expedite their cures. It can analyze and construct whatever we need. The group nodded, their determination renewed. They were excited at the opportunity to not just subdue the bad guys, but actually fix them. And so, in Happy's apartment, the Spider-Men and their allies began their work, utilizing their knowledge, skills, and the advanced technology at their disposal. Each focused on their assigned task, hoping to make a difference and set things right. But no one seemed to notice the small red blinking light on the fabricator, which sent out a message across the city toward the Avengers Tower. Avengers Tower. Tony emerged from the bathroom, his hair still damp from the shower and dressed in a sleek, charcoal-colored suit. His face was freshly shaven, and his demeanor exuded the air of confidence that only Tony Stark possessed. Rhodes hovered nearby, unable to tear his eyes away from his miraculously returned friend. He would have followed his newly risen friend into the shower if he wasn't stopped. The shock of a hero returning from the dead was just as strong. You sure you're okay, Tony? Rhodes asked, his voice laced with concern. I mean, you just came back from the dead. It's hard to wrap my head around. Tony chuckled lightly, running a hand through his damp hair. Yeah. Well, it's a mind-bender for me too. But here I am, good as new. He flashed a mischievous grin. Maybe not good in the conventional sense, but you get the idea. Rhodes' eyebrows furrowed as doubt clouded his features. Tony, I have to ask. How can I be sure you're really you? I mean, there are some pretty shady characters out there who would jump at the chance to impersonate you and infiltrate the Avengers. Tony's eyes gleamed with amusement as he sauntered away, motioning for Rhodes to follow him. He led the way to a seemingly ordinary dead-end hallway, a puzzled expression on Rhodes' face. What are we doing here? Rhodes questioned, his voice tinged with curiosity. Tony turned to face him, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Just watch. With a flourish, Tony pressed his hand against the wall at the end of the hallway. Rhodes watched, his eyes widening as the wall lit up, scanning Tony's handprint. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed through the hallway. Verification, Tony Stark. Status, deceased. Error. Initiating vetting process. What followed after that was an in-depth 10-step verification process, which consisted of body part scans down to his skeleton, and fluid analysis from simple things, like blood and saliva, to the more odd requests, like urine. Tony made sure to smirk in his friend's direction as he drained his snake into a small hole in the wall, enjoying the look on Rhodey's face. And as the last of his urine was analyzed, the robotic voice returned. Vetting process complete. Welcome back, Mr. Stark. Rhodes glanced at Tony, his suspicion replaced by disgust. Did you have to add urine to the list? He asked, knowing Tony came up with the whole vetting process to begin with. Tony smirked as he zipped up his pants. Where's the fun in that? Besides, I had to be thorough. He motioned for Rhodes to step back, and the wall clanked a few times before slowly opening, revealing a hidden, dusty workshop bathed in soft lighting. Rhodes stood in awe, his eyes widening at the sight before him. The workshop was filled with all sorts of advanced technology, and prototypes of unreleased Iron Man suits lined the walls. How did nobody know about this? Rhodes stammered, struggling to comprehend the hidden treasure trove in front of him. Tony chuckled, stepping into the workshop and motioning for Rhodes to follow. It's my secret getaway, Rhodey. The place where I stash all the fun stuff. Dangerous experiments and works in progress mostly. Let's just say I'm not one to share all my toys with the world. Rhodes scanned the workshop, his eyes lingering on the suits with a mix of curiosity and awe. So, it's really you, huh? He turned to Tony in realization. Tony nodded, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. Yup, in the flesh. Rhodes let out a slow breath, his skepticism melting away. I guess you really are back, Tony. I can't believe it. Tony clapped Rhodes on the shoulder, a fond smile on his face. You should feel honored, you know. Nobody knew about this place. Rhodes looked around in awe, his gaze shifting from one technological marvel to another. How did you manage to keep this hidden? Tony shrugged, his eyes scanning the room as if searching for something. I guess I've always been good at hiding things. Besides, it's good to have a few surprises up your sleeve, right? As they spoke, a beeping sound suddenly emanated from Tony's workstation, drawing their attention. Rhodes raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. What's that? Tony turned his gaze to the monitor that had lit up, his brows furrowing in confusion. A disembodied voice filled the room, its tone slightly perplexed. Sir, it appears that one of the Stark Industries fabricators has been activated. Which one? Tony asked as he glanced at the monitor. It replied, its voice tinged with concern. It seems the activity is originating from Happy Hogan's apartment. But Mr. Hogan is out of town. Tony's curiosity was piqued, and a video feed appeared on the screen, showing a hidden camera's perspective from inside the fabricator. The footage revealed 4 different Spider-Men and a group of shady-looking individuals working on something in Happy's living room. Tony's eyes narrowed as he tried to make sense of the situation. Rhodes glanced at the video, his confusion evident. I thought there was only one Spider-Man. Who are these other guys? Tony rubbed his chin, deep in thought. I have no idea. He muttered, his eyes glued to the Peter, Tom, he knew, wondering why there was 2 of them. We need to find out what they're up to. Sure, but don't you want to see Pepper and Morgan? Rhodes asks, stopping Tony in his tracks. I'm sure they'll be happy to see you. Beyond happy, actually. Before, Tony's mind was clouded with the fact that he was alive again, filled with all sorts of theories behind his return. But now, reality came crashing down like a ton of bricks. He has a family that still thinks he's dead. What year is it? Tony asks, wondering how long he's been gone. It's 2024. Rhodes answers. Tony looked at the ground, a defeated sigh escaping his lips. So, I've been gone for a year. That's not too bad. Still, he couldn't help but regret missing a whole year of his daughter's life, not to mention his wife. Sensing his friend's turmoil, Rhodes stepped up and placed a comforting hand on Tony's shoulder. It's all right. You still have the rest of their lives to make up for lost time. It'll be hard, I'm sure, but you'll do fine. I know it. Tony scoffed haughtily. I'm Tony Stark. I'll do better than fine. He says, a confident smirk gracing his lips. But first, let's make sure Peter, Tom, doesn't F***ck anything up. Yeah. It might be too late for that. A/N, 1740 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone to this handsome author dancer. Police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 405, C405 Cures. Police car light, insert beautiful gifs here, most likes wins. Police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Mung kayaking, trophy, A/N crown. Toby, his brow furrowed in concentration, sat in front of a computer screen, analyzing data and organizing his thoughts. Eddie Brock sat across from him, a mixture of skepticism and annoyance written all over his face. Toby chose to work on 3 of the villains, Eddie Brock, Doc Ock, and Sandman. Doc Ock's cure was currently being crafted in the fabricator and Sandman was a complicated case, so he decided to run some tests on Eddie first. This moment was crucial, as he needed to understand the psychological state of his former co-worker and find a way to help him now that he's no longer being influenced by a symbiote. Toby glanced up at Eddie, his expression thoughtful. Alright, we're going to run a series of physical and psychological tests to assess your mental state and identify any underlying issues that could be affecting you. It's important to understand that this is a process. Meaning, your cure may take longer than the rest. Over the years, Toby has read many psychology-related books. As a seasoned superhero, he understood that most people, villain or otherwise, don't just start off evil, nor do they usually think themselves evil, to begin with. Nobody wants to be evil. Everyone, besides sociopaths, psychopaths, etc., has a reason behind their actions, whether it be the way they were raised or an event that set them off course from the norm. Toby only hoped that Eddie didn't fall into the psychopath/sociopath bracket since there's no real cure for something like that. Eddie nodded, a hint of apprehension evident in his eyes. He connected to Venom on a deep physical and mental level, which made their separation agonizing, like a druggie in withdrawal. He wasn't sure who he was without the symbiote's connection, feeling empty and powerless without its presence. After taking a bunch of samples from Eddie, like blood and other fluids, Toby placed a bunch of sensors on Eddie's head, each of them in key positions to examine his brain, similar to an MRI. With everything in place, Toby took a seat and reached for a stack of papers beside him, each one filled with questions and prompts. He handed a questionnaire to Eddie. I want you to answer these questions as honestly as possible. They'll give us a starting point to understand your mindset. Eddie took the questionnaire, scanning through the questions before starting to answer them aloud, obviously annoyed and snarky with his replies. Stopping at a specific question, Eddie looked up at Toby with a raised brow. How would I feel if my pet died? Seriously? He asks in exasperation. Toby replied, his eyes glued to the computer screen. Just answer the question. I'd toss M in a dumpster and move on. Who cares? Eddie replied callously, but his brain showed a very different response. Is that sadness? Toby questioned as a specific portion of Eddie's brain lit up. Maybe he isn't as incurable as he thinks he is. Back at the table, Eddie continued to answer the questions, his answers almost always sarcastic. Toby reviewed his notes from the completed questionnaire, his eyes scanning the pages. Alright, Eddie. We're going to move on to a series of psychological tests to further understand your emotional state and cognitive processes. Eddie groaned in annoyance, his gaze fixed on Toby. What kind of tests are we talking about? Toby gestured to a nearby table where various objects were laid out. We'll start with a Rorschach inkblot test. I want you to look at these images and tell me what you see. Once Eddie was done being tortured by psychology, Toby carefully held a small computer chip in his hands, his eyes focused on the tentacles on Dr. Octavius' back. The others watched with anticipation, knowing that this moment could be the turning point in reclaiming the villain's humanity. The inhibitor chip in Toby's hand holds a single purpose, to stop the AI-driven tentacles on Doc Ock's back from controlling or influencing his mind, since they had to be connected to operate. When he first made the tentacles, he had a working inhibitor chip, allowing him to control them while staying sane. But sadly, that didn't last very long. An accident in the lab caused the chip to get fried, allowing the tentacles to influence him without his knowledge. But with a new, working chip, Dr. Octavius should revert back to his original, kind nature that Toby remembers. After all, there was once a time when he looked up to Doc Ock, hoping to follow in his scientific footsteps. All right, Doc, Toby called out, beckoning him forward. It's time to fix this. Dr. Octavius hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He had been under the influence of his own creation for so long that the idea of regaining control seemed almost impossible. However, the calmness in Toby's voice and the determination in his eyes instilled a glimmer of hope within him. Slowly, Dr. Octavius approached, his tentacles twitching with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Toby gently removed the malfunctioning inhibitor chip from the back of Dr. Octavius' neck, carefully disconnecting it from the interface. As he did so, the tentacles reacted, sensing a threat to their autonomy. They squirmed and flailed, aiming to knock Toby away. But their efforts were in vain. Peter's spell, still active within Dr. Octavius' body, surged with electricity, instantly incapacitating him and his unruly appendages. The room filled with crackling energy as Dr. Octavius convulsed and collapsed to the floor, his tentacles writhing in a futile struggle before going limp alongside him. Everyone watched, a mixture of awe and concern etched on their faces. The villains looked down at themselves, fearing the same would happen should they step out of line. Peter stepped forward, his voice calm but resolute. "Toby, now's your chance. Replace the chip while they're down." Toby nodded, his hand steady as he inserted the newly fabricated neural inhibitor chip into the vacant slot on Dr. Octavius' neck. As the chip clicked into place, a wave of tranquility washed over the doctor's face. His furrowed brow smoothed, and the haunted expression that had plagued him for so long faded away. Dr. Octavius blinked, his eyes opening in astonishment. It was as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, and for the first time in a long while, his mind was clear and free from the incessant voices that had tormented him. Simultaneously, the tentacles on his back, once rebellious and uncontrollable, twitched and then stilled. No longer animated by their own will, they lay dormant, awaiting Dr. Octavius' command. Toby stepped back, a small smile playing on his lips. "There you go, document. It's over now." Dr. Octavius slowly rose to his feet, his gaze focused on his newly subservient tentacles. He flexed each of them experimentally, a sense of wonder evident in his eyes. I can't believe it. They're under control." A relieved sigh escaped Toby's lips as he recognized the old Dr. Octavius's return. "Welcome back, document. I've really missed you." It's good to be back." Once he was done with Doc Ock, who probably won't want to go by that name anymore, Toby turned his attention to Flint Marko, aka Sandman. Carefully studying some notes and research materials spread out before him, Toby had a few ideas. The molecular alteration caused by the super collider had granted Marko the ability to transform his body into sand, giving him control over every grain in his surroundings as well. It was a unique and challenging condition to tackle, but Toby was determined to find a cure. Sitting in the makeshift lab that was once Happy's living room, Toby meticulously went over the data, looking for any clues or patterns that could lead him in the right direction. He had access to advanced equipment and technology thanks to the Stark Industries fabricator, which greatly aided his research. As he analyzed the information, Toby's mind raced through various possibilities. He considered the nature of Marko's transformation, pondering the intricacies of sand manipulation and the molecular structure of his altered body. After some studying, Toby finally formulated a plan. He decided to focus on destabilizing the molecular structure of the sand particles that composed Marko's transformed body. If he could disrupt the cohesion between the sand particles, it might weaken Marko's control and eventually reverse the transformation. With a clear objective in mind, Toby set to work, gathering the necessary materials and preparing the equipment. Thankfully, he only had to request something and either the fabricator would make it, or Peter would portal it over in a matter of seconds. He carefully calibrated the devices, ensuring accuracy and precision in his experiments. Sandman stood nearby, observing Toby's preparations with a mixture of curiosity and hope. He had long yearned to find a way to revert to his human form, to leave behind the life of a supervillain and just be a father. Toby approached Sandman, his gaze filled with empathy. "I believe I may have a solution," he said, his voice calm and reassuring. "But it's important to note that this is an experimental process. There are risks involved, and I can't guarantee any accidents won't happen. Are you okay with that?" Sandman nodded, determination etched on his face. "I'll do whatever it takes. Just get it done." After witnessing Dr. Octavius turn from a raving madman to the calm and collected men he sees before him, Marko wanted the same for himself and his family. No matter the cost. Toby's determination matched Marko's as he guided him to a specially designed chamber, which he only just finished crafting. The chamber was equipped with various devices and mechanisms intended to interact with Marko's sand form on a molecular level. "Please step inside," Toby instructed, his voice steady and confident. Marko entered the chamber, a hopeful yet worried look on his face. Toby initiated the procedure with a tap on his keyboard, activating the mechanisms that would generate controlled disturbances within Marko's molecular structure. As the experiment commenced, Toby monitored the readings and feedback, making precise adjustments to the parameters. The chamber pulsed with energy as the devices worked in tandem, attempting to disrupt the cohesion between the sand particles. Marko's form wavered as patches of sand began to appear and disappear all over his body, his face displaying a mixture of discomfort and anticipation. He gritted his teeth, steeling himself against the potential side effects that may occur. Time seemed to stretch as Toby continued his work, his focus unyielding. Gradually, the sand particles within the chamber began to lose their fluidity, becoming more agitated and unstable. Suddenly, a surge of energy cascaded through the chamber, accompanied by a blinding flash. Toby's heart skipped a beat as he observed the reaction, hopeful that his efforts were yielding positive results. When the light subsided, Marco stepped out of the chamber, his form solidified in its human appearance. His expression held a mix of wonder and relief as he looked down at his hands, unable to call forth a single grain of sand. It worked. Marco whispered, his eyes growing watery. His voice filled with a mix of shock and gratitude. Stood at the back of the room, Norman's face began to twitch for a moment, unnoticed by the rest of the room. Suddenly, a dangerous look flashed over his eyes before disappearing, a kind facade returning. A/N, 1917 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, unamused face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 406, C406 tampering. Police car light, insert embarrassing gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Wolfie, trophy, A/N crown. Once Toby was done hogging the fabricator, as they can't fabricate more than one thing at a time, Andrew could finally get to work on his group. Alright, is it my turn now? Norman Osborn, or rather the Green Goblin, stepped forward alongside him, his posture composed and his expression a mask of congeniality. Unbeknownst to Andrew, the villainous alter ego had regained control, concealing his true intentions behind a facade of helpfulness. Norman extended a hand, his voice warm yet calculated. Andrew, my dear boy, I've been doing some thinking. I want to offer you my assistance in your endeavor to cure us. You may not know this, but I was quite the scientist back in my universe. Andrew raised an eyebrow, cautiously accepting Norman's handshake. You're really willing to help? Norman smiled, a hint of darkness hidden behind his gaze. Indeed, I'd like to know where I went wrong and be the one to truly cure myself. I understand the weight of my actions and the harm I've caused, even if I wasn't in control. If there's a chance for redemption, I wish to seize it. Andrew studied Norman, searching for any signs of deception. Something didn't feel right, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Still, he couldn't pass up the opportunity to save lives, even if it meant working with someone he had fought against before. All right, Norman. If you're sincere, then we can work together, Andrew agreed cautiously. I have a plan in mind, a serum that should counteract the effects of the Green Goblin formula, and get rid of that alter ego of yours for good. And for the lizard, a specialized gas that will neutralize his reptilian transformation. Norman nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Fascinating. Do explain the specifics. I'm all ears. Andrew took a deep breath, his mind focused on the task at hand. For the serum, I've devised a combination of genetic modifiers and cellular stabilizers. It will target the altered DNA caused by the Green Goblin formula and gradually restore it to its original state. The process will require a single injection. I have to warn you that it's a bit painful, but it won't last long, I promise. Norman's eyes narrowed slightly, a mixture of curiosity and wariness dancing in their depths. Ingenious. And what of the gas for the lizard? Dr. Connors joins the conversation. Yes, please explain. He asks, looming over the two of them. Andrew continued, his voice steady. The gas is a blend of specialized compounds that will act as a catalyst, triggering a biochemical reaction in the lizard DNA. It will counteract the transformation, reverting Dr. Connors to his human form. The gas will need to be inhaled, allowing it to directly interact with his respiratory system and distribute throughout his body. Norman leaned in, his interest growing. And the potential side effects? Will the serum and gas be safe? He asked as Lizard nodded along, unwilling to take it otherwise. Andrew contemplated his response, ensuring he provided a comprehensive answer. I've already been through this with Dr. Connors here, but you know, time travel. He states in annoyance. As for your cure, it's already been used on the Harry Osborn from my universe. Now, I know the Green Goblin serum that you've taken may be different, which is why we need to run some tests beforehand and make some tweaks, but there shouldn't be any problem. Norman's lips curled into a smile, his true nature beginning to seep through the cracks of his facade. Excellent. It seems we have much work ahead of us. Andrew nodded, a sense of cautious optimism filling his heart. He hoped that Norman's newfound cooperation was genuine, but he couldn't shake off the unease that lingered within him. Nonetheless, he would proceed with his plan. Let's get started then, Andrew said, a steely determination in his voice. We'll need to gather the necessary materials and prepare. Norman's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with malice hidden behind a thin veil of camaraderie. Indeed, my dear boy. Let the cure begin. As they got to work, taking possession of the fabricator, Peter sat on the couch, a smile spreading across his face as he watched his daughter, Lily, engrossed in otherworldly television show. A/N, like dimensional cable from Rick and Morty, he enjoyed times like this, where Lily's eyes widen in awe as she sees something brand new to her. It's one of the joys of parenting. He gets to relive things through the eyes of his daughter. Just as he settled into the peaceful atmosphere, Tom walked over, concern etched on his face. He glanced at Lily, ensuring their conversation wouldn't disturb her before speaking. "Peter, we need to discuss our next steps with Electro's cure," Tom said, ready to get to work. Peter nodded, as his cure shouldn't be too hard. After all, he already knew what would work from the movie, though he has to make it real. He motioned for Tom to take a seat beside him. "Grab me some paper and a pen, would you?" Peter requested, his mind already racing with ideas. "I need to sketch out the device we'll be creating." Tom nodded, quickly retrieving the requested materials. He handed them to Peter, who began to draw, his hand moving with a purposeful precision. As he sketched, he explained the concept to Tom. The key to extracting the excess energy from Electro's body lies in creating a device that can safely contain and redirect it, Peter began, his voice focused. "We'll need a combination of specialized circuits, conductive materials, and an intricate network of capacitors. This device will act as a containment and energy extraction mechanism." Tom listened intently, following Peter's explanation. Weird, he thought, wondering how they had the same exact idea. Peter continued, his pen gliding across the paper. "The device will consist of multiple layers, each serving a specific purpose. The outer layer will be composed of a high-density polymer that can withstand the immense energy levels without deteriorating. Beneath that, we'll have a network of conductive filaments, strategically placed to absorb and distribute the energy. Finally, the core will house an array of capacitors, designed to store and regulate the excess energy." As Peter finished his sketch, he looked up, meeting Tom's gaze. "Once the device is in place, we'll need to synchronize it with Electro's own energy patterns. This will allow us to control the extraction process and minimize any potential harm. After all, we need to leave behind a small bit of energy, or else he'll die." Their conversation had drawn the attention of Electro, who had been lingering nearby, his frustration palpable. He grumbled under his breath, resenting the notion of being cured but trapped by the spell that Peter placed on him. For a single moment, he wondered whether the spell placed on him would be the same as Dr. Octavius. Because if it was, he would only receive a power boost from the electricity, though he doubted whether Peter would be so stupid. Peter noticed Electro's reaction but remained undeterred. He folded the sketch and handed it to Tom, a determined glint in his eyes. "We have a plan, Tom. With this device, we'll be able to safely extract the excess energy from Electro." "Easy, right?" Tom nodded, taking the sketch and studying it carefully. "Yeah, I think so," he says as he glances at the fabricator, which was already in use. "But, I guess we have to wait." "It's fine." Peter shrugged uncaringly as he motioned toward the TV. "Can you explain this show to us?" "Huh." Tom turns to see a man in an arena, facing off against a car. "It's called Men vs. Car. I don't get it either." "Your universe is weird." Lily comments as she flips through the channel, finding a commercial about something called Strawberry Smiggles. Norman worked diligently alongside Andrew, keeping his intentions and plans hidden away from prying eyes. He had deceived everyone, disguising his true intentions behind a veil of helpfulness and redemption. While the others believed he was working on their cures, he was secretly altering the formulas, infusing them with a malevolent twist that only he knew. With a sinister grin curling his lips, Norman tinkered with the vials, carefully adjusting the ingredients. He reveled in the thought of the chaos and destruction that would soon unfold, relishing the power that surged within him. As he mixed the concoctions, a mad glimmer danced in his eyes. Soon enough, it came time to administer the cures, and Norman orchestrated the final act of his treacherous plan. Watching as Andrew gathered the vials, he joined Dr. Connors, who had unknowingly become entangled in Norman's web of deceit. "The moment has arrived," Norman said, his voice dripping with feigned concern. "I'm a bit nervous, but I know this is for the best." Dr. Connors nodded, unaware of the sinister intentions hidden behind Norman's gentle facade. The prospect of reverting back to his human form filled him with a small bit of hope. "Are you ready?" Andrew asks as he loads both vials into their respective devices. A giant syringe for Norman and a breathing mask for Lizard. Nodding, they prepared themselves. Norman's heart raced with anticipation. Taking the syringe from Andrew, he injected himself with a swift motion, a malicious smile spreading across his face, unable to hold himself back any longer. A surge of energy rushed through Norman's veins, accompanied by an agonizing pain. His body convulsed, muscles bulging and contorting as he transformed. His skin turned a sickly shade of green, and protruding bones formed a grotesque exoskeleton, resembling his monstrous alter ego, the Green Goblin. Simultaneously, Dr. Connors breathed in his own cure, unaware of the consequences, hoping for a cure but unknowingly sealing his fate. In an instant, the room filled with anguished screams as Dr. Connors' body grew, his bones elongating and reshaping. His transformation intensified, his mind succumbing to a primal, animalistic state. The group stood frozen, their eyes widening in horror as they witnessed the catastrophic results of Norman's betrayal. Lily turned away from the TV, watching the two monsters alongside her father, who was genuinely surprised by this turn of events. That didn't happen in the movie. Nonetheless, Peter remained calm and watched their transformation in interest. Norman's laughter echoed through the room, a wicked symphony of triumph and malice. Ha ha ha. This power, it's so intoxicating. As the dust settled, the monstrous forms of Norman, now a hulking green goblin, and the mutated Dr. Connors, known as the Lizard, loomed over the room. The air was thick with tension, as Andrew, and everyone else, realized the depths of Norman's treachery. As this was happening, Flash Thompson stood across the room, venom lurking underneath his skin, observing the chaos and sensing an opportunity. As Venom watched Norman's transformation into a true green goblin, a hunger ignited within the symbiote. The sight of the powerful and monstrous creature stirred its primal instincts. It saw in Norman the perfect host, one with immense power and darkness, a combination that enticed Venom's insatiable cravings. Without hesitation, Venom seized the moment, sensing a momentary vulnerability in Norman's transformation. The black, liquid-like form of the symbiote erupted from Flash's body, tearing through his clothing and revealing its horrifying presence. Its long tendrils snaked their way across the room and up Norman's legs, clinging to his body with an unnatural grip. Norman's eyes widened in shock as the alien entity covered him, its tendrils seeping into his skin. The symbiote's dark essence melded with Norman's transformed state, merging into a terrifying union. Venom had found its new host, one whose darkness matched its own. A/N, if any of you can find a good picture for this, I'd be impressed. Bonus points for a picture of Lizard's new appearance as well. For a moment, Norman's brows furrowed as a silent conversation took place between the two entities before both sides seemed to come to an agreement. A deep, resonating voice echoed from the merged form of Venom and Norman, their words filled with a mix of malice and triumph. Together, we are reborn. The room trembled with the weight of their malevolence, as the newly formed Venom Goblin turned its attention toward the stunned heroes. A sinister grin stretched across its monstrous face, razor-sharp teeth gleaming with wicked glee. Beside him, the hulking lizards let out a monstrous roar, shaking the building with its voice alone. Downstairs, a car pulled up to the front of the building and two figures stepped out. "You're telling me Peter, Tom, was tricked by that loser Quentin Beck?" Tony asked, recalling the guy that used to work at his company. "You know I slept with his wife, right?" He blurts out, getting an accusing look from Rhodey. "What?" This was before Pepper. "I can't believe you." Rhodes shakes his head in exasperation, realizing that Tony's cuckolding of Mysterio was most likely a big reason why he became a villain. Roar, suddenly, a deafening roar, similar to a T-Rex echoed in their direction. A/N, 2,204 words, smiley face. Will Peter's spell be able to restrain the combined strength of Green Goblin and Venom? Find out next time, on Dragon D's Nuts Across Your Forehead. Ha. Ga-team. P.S. I was told the next chapter's fight scene was very good, so expect a good chapter tomorrow, smiley face. Police car light. Hand over your gemstone stones. Gemstone starstruck police car light. Backhand index pointing down. Don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 407, C407 Battle of the Condominium, 1/2. A/N police car light, 2 chapters today. Because I bragged about the next chapter being good, because the patrons seemed to like it a lot, but I forgot that this one came before that one. Anyway. You guys get 2 chapters because I didn't want to let you down. Enjoy, winking face. P.S. The GIF contest is in the next chapter. Flash Thompson, his body finally freed from the clutches of Venom, stumbled backward in shock. He was both relieved and terrified, the adrenaline coursing through his veins as he processed the sudden return of control over his own body. His heart pounded in his chest, and he could hardly believe the ordeal he had just endured. Aunt May, who had been watching the chaos unfold, rushed over to Flash, noticing him start to hyperventilate. "Hey, it's going to be okay. Take deep breaths, all right? You're safe." Flash nodded, his breathing slowly returning to normal. He looked up at May, gratitude and fear mingling in his eyes. I can't believe it. That thing, it took over me. I couldn't do anything." May nodded empathetically, understanding the traumatic experience Flash had gone through. "It's okay. You're going to be all right." As May comforted Flash, the rest of the group remained focused on the 2 formidable figures that had emerged from Norman's betrayal. The new Venom-Goblin partnership towered over the room, its monstrous appearance and wicked grin instilling a sense of dread among the heroes. Meanwhile, the hulking lizard let out another earth-shaking roar, its primal instincts fully taking hold. The room trembled under the weight of its presence, and the heroes understood the imminent danger they faced. Before any confrontation could erupt, a voice called out from the shadows, slicing through the tense atmosphere. "Hey! Venom. It's me. Come on. Over here." Eddie Brock, who had once been Venom's host, stepped forward, desperation etched on his face. He held onto a glimmer of hope that Venom would abandon its new host and return to him. But his hopeful anticipation quickly turned to shock and sadness as Hobgoblin, Venom Goblin's new nickname, let out a booming laughter. "You weak, pathetic fool," Venom spoke, a chilling mixed callousness to his tone. "I've got the perfect host right here. What do I need you for? You're not worthy." Eddie's face fell, disbelief and heartbreak painted across his features. His former companion had cast him aside, deeming him unworthy. The rejection stung, fueling a surge of anger within him. In a fit of rage, Eddie lunged at Hobgoblin, throwing punch after punch, his fists connecting with the monstrous creature's hardened form. But Hobgoblin stood tall, absorbing the blows without flinching, as if being assaulted by a weak and pitiful toddler. The creature's laughter filled the room, a twisted symphony of malevolence. "Is that all you've got, Eddie? You're nothing compared to the power I possess now. In fact, you've always been nothing. Just another weak meat bag." Hobgoblin raised its arm, ready to rip Eddie to shreds, relishing in the opportunity to demonstrate its dominance. But just as it prepared to strike, Peter's spell, the insurance he had placed on each of the villains, activated. Golden ropes shot out from Hobgoblin's body, wrapping around it tightly, restraining its movements. The creature let out a roar of frustration and struggled against the bindings, its power rendered ineffective. Eddie, saved from the imminent threat, collapsed on the floor, his body trembling with fear. He scrambled away from the bound Hobgoblin, his eyes wide with a mix of terror and disbelief. He had narrowly escaped death and realized that without Venom, he was nothing but a powerless human. The new lizard, his mind still clouded by primal instincts, witnessed the chaos unfolding with Hobgoblin's restraints. Instinctively, he sought an escape route and fixated on the nearest window. With a powerful leap, he launched himself toward the opening, shattering the glass in his path. As Lizard plummeted towards the ground, Peter's spell triggered, enveloping his massive reptilian body in a golden glow. Gravity intensified around him, accelerating his fall and making it increasingly difficult for him to move. After a short fall, he smashed into the hard ground, creating a large crater that shook the earth below. "Raowa!" He roared and struggled against the gravity, desperately trying to regain control, but the weight of the spell kept him pinned belly down on the unforgiving concrete. Meanwhile, Tony and Rhodey, having just arrived, watched in confusion and shock as giant dinosaur-looking lizard flew out of a window and crashed into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the earth. They exchanged a bewildered glance, struggling to comprehend the bizarre circumstances unfolding before them. "Is that a T-Rex? What kind of weird sh*T has been going on since I left?" Tony asks as his red and gold Iron Man suit covers his body. Rhodes was just as confused as him. "How the hell am I supposed to know?" He shrugs as his own suit appears, a giant turret forming over his shoulder. Back upstairs, Hobgoblin continued to thrash and struggle against his restraints. With the combined might of Venom and Green Goblin, as well as the serum that transformed Norman's body, they exerted their newfound power, gradually breaking free, one golden rope at a time. "Ha ha ha." Their malicious laughter echoed through the room as they inched closer to freedom. "Ha." Peter grunted with an impressed look on his face. "You know, although that spell isn't very strong, the fact that you can break it is pretty impressive." Snapping in annoyance, MJ turned to Peter, shocked that he was so calm right now. "Can you save the compliments for later? This is a serious situation." Lily, who sat beside her father, turned to her mother's counterpart. "My dad is the strongest. These losers may be strong for you guys, but for him, these are just low-level mobs," she states proudly, using her newly acquired video game knowledge from her Uncle Ned. As they spoke, Electro remained relatively still, fearing the activation of Peter's spell. But when he witnessed Hobgoblin breaking free from his spell, he decided to try his luck as well. With a malevolent grin, he surrounded himself in a deadly aura of electricity, crackling and arcing with lethal power. In a swift motion, he made a mad dash toward the fabricator, aiming to seize the valuable arc reactor. Just as Electro's fingers closed around the coveted device, his own spell activated, encasing him within a translucent sphere of golden light. He found himself trapped, unable to escape the confines of the magical barrier. Yet, undeterred, a maniacal determination shone in his eyes. With the arc reactor in his possession, Electro drew upon its infinite power, tapping into its vast energy. Empowered by the surge of electricity, he unleashed a powerful surge, breaking free from the confines of the spell that held him captive. As the last golden barrier shattered, he stood triumphant, his body pulsating with raw energy. But he didn't stand alone. No, just as Electro broke the barrier, Hobgoblin snapped the last rope, freeing himself completely. "Ha ha. I'm free. And I'll take pleasure getting each and every one of you." He turns and eyes each Spider-Man before stopping at Toby. "Especially you." As the tension in the room reached its peak, the Spider-Men, united in their determination, positioned themselves in front of the weaker individuals, forming a protective barrier. Andrew, Tom, and Toby stood side by side, ready to face the oncoming threat. Doc Ock stood beside Toby, his metallic arms poised for action. "Allow me to assist. For old time's sake," he offered, bringing a smile to Toby's face. Hobgoblin's laughter echoed through the room, his monstrous form and newfound power fueling his arrogance. "Ha ha ha. You think you can stand against us? We are unstoppable. Prepare to be crushed, little spiders." Electro, intoxicated by the surge of power from the arc reactor, smirked and crackled with electricity. "I've got enough power to fry this entire city. Killing all of you will be nothing." Just as the tension threatened to erupt into a full-blown battle, Peter, calm and composed, stood up from the couch. Stretching his arms casually, he drew everyone's attention, his gaze fixated on Electro and Hobgoblin. "All right, guys, since my spells failed, I'll take care of these two," Peter announced, his voice steady. He wore a smirk on his face, a relaxed confidence surrounding him. The villains' laughter continued as they exchanged glances. They didn't believe Peter could be so calm and self-assured in the face of their combined power, thinking he was merely pretending. Hobgoblin scoffed, his voice dripping with mockery. "Oh, look at the brave little spider. Think you can take us on, do you? You're out of your league." Peter's smirk widened, his eyes sparkling with mischief. In a burst of incredible speed, he disappeared from his spot and reappeared beside Hobgoblin, his hand poised in a seemingly harmless gesture. Without a moment's hesitation, Peter flicked a single finger against Hobgoblin's forehead, a quick and seemingly innocent action. But the impact came with a surprising, thunderous shockwave, launching the mad villain backward and crashing through the nearest window. The room fell into stunned silence as everyone turned their attention to the shattered glass and the fading echoes of Hobgoblin's agonized scream. Even Electro's laughter came to an abrupt halt, his expression one of disbelief. Peter turned to Electro and held up a glowing object in his hand, showing off a shining arc reactor. "You know, it's rude to steal. Especially from people who were trying to help you." Electro's eyes go wide as he looks down at his hand, realizing that the reactor that once fueled him was gone. A/N, 1580 words, smiley face. A torturous A*S whooping begins in the next chapter. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone cause it's 2 chapter, victory hand police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 408, C408 Battle of the Condominium, February 2nd. Police car light, insert cruel gifts here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Wolfie, trophy, A/ and the 2-time, crown. The earth trembled once again as Hobgoblin tumbled out of the window, crash landing beside the struggling lizard with a bone-rattling thud. His forehead caked in blood from his earlier encounter with Peter, but his rage burned hot, fueling his desire for vengeance. Tony and Rhodes, still reeling from the chaos that had unfolded, watched in astonishment as the hulking villain rose to his feet, his eyes filled with malice and fury. They exchanged a brief glance, silently communicating their plan in a matter of moments. "Ah, hey there, big guy." Rhodes calls out, hoping to resolve things peacefully. "You okay?" Hobgoblin's deep growl reverberated through the night as he locked eyes with the 2 armored heroes. With a feral snarl, he lunged forward, his massive claws slicing through the air, leaving deep gouges in the floor and walls as he moved. "I don't think it wants to talk," Tony muttered as the black and green beast grew closer and closer. Tony, encased in his red and gold Iron Man suit, swiftly activated his repulsors, jets of energy propelling him into the air, evading Hobgoblin's initial attack. Rhodey, clad in his own suit, the War Machine, braced himself, his heavy armor absorbing the impact as Hobgoblin's pitch-black claws scraped across his metallic form. With a roar of frustration, Hobgoblin turned his attention to Rhodey, his monstrous strength on full display. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, each blow delivered with bone-crushing force. Rhodey fought back, his own armored fists meeting Hobgoblin's onslaught with unwavering determination. A clash of metal reverberated through the air as the 2 titans exchanged blow after blow. Rhodey's suit, designed for warfare, held up against Hobgoblin's brute strength, absorbing the impact of each strike. But Hobgoblin was relentless, his rage lending him an unnerving tenacity. Back upstairs, Peter's eyes glinted dangerously as he turned his attention to Electro. The room remained silent, the villain's laughter silenced by Peter's swift and surprising display of power. With a flicker of movement, Peter dashed towards Electro, closing the distance between them faster than lightning. Electro's eyes widened in realization, his overconfidence waning as he realized his mistake. But it was too late to react as Peter's fist connected with Electro's electrified form, sending him hurtling out of the already broken window. The force of the impact echoed through the building as glass shattered, and a cloud of dust billowed into the room. "Ugh!" Electro grunted in pain as he was launched out of the building, his screams fading into the distance. Without hesitation, Peter followed suit, stepped out of the window in pursuit of Electro. "Humph! Lily held her head high and smirked in MJ's direction. "See? I told you my dad is the strongest." MJ didn't have any words to say and simply nodded her head dumbly. Although none of them doubted Peter's abilities, they also didn't expect him to send Hobgoblin flying with a single flick of his finger. Tony circled above, his eyes scanning for an opening. He analyzed Hobgoblin's movements, searching for a weakness to exploit. With pinpoint accuracy, he fired a barrage of repulsor blasts, aiming to distract the monstrous villain. Hobgoblin, momentarily caught off guard, roared in fury as the blast struck him, causing his momentum to falter. Tony seized the opportunity, descending swiftly, his gauntlet-clad fist connecting with Hobgoblin's jaw, sending him staggering backward. But the resilient villain quickly regained his composure. With a mighty swipe of his clawed hand, he sent Tony hurtling through the air, crashing into a wall. The impact rattled Tony, his vision momentarily blurred, but he fought through the pain, pushing himself back into the fray. Rhodey, seeing Tony in trouble, unleashed a barrage of heavy firepower from his shoulder-mounted turret. The concussive blasts and energy projectiles rained down upon Hobgoblin, causing the ground to shake with the force of the onslaught. The villain staggered, his monstrous form barely able to withstand the relentless assault. Taking advantage of the distraction, Tony activated his suit's thrusters, propelling himself back into the fight. He targeted Hobgoblin's exposed back, firing a concentrated beam of energy that sliced through the air. The searing blast struck Hobgoblin with unyielding force, leaving a smoking hole in his armored hide. Hobgoblin bellowed in agony, his rage intensifying. He turned toward Tony, his eyes burning with a vengeful fire. With renewed ferocity, he charged at the armored Avenger, his massive form barreling through the debris-strewn battlefield. But before he could get too close, a blue flash suddenly descended from above, bashing into his back. The impact of it created yet another crater in the apartment building's parking lot. When the dust settled, Hobgoblin realized who it was that suddenly attacked him. Cough. Cough. Electro coughed as he picked himself up, bleeding from the mouth and nose. "What the hell are you doing, you idiot?" Hobgoblin raged as its attention turned from the two tin cans to his fellow conspirator. "We have to run, Coffee's coming dash," Electro tried to explain, but it was already too late. Performing a textbook October 10th superhero landing, Peter touched down between the two villains. Behind him, Lizard continued his futile struggle against the power of gravity, thrashing and roaring up a storm. With a smirk, Peter taunted the villains. "You two really thought you could escape? Well, I'm about to show you just how wrong you are," he said as he noticed Iron Man and War Machine standing a few meters away. "Is that Tony or is someone just using his armor?" Hobgoblin snarled, his voice laced with rage. "You'll regret underestimating us." Without wasting another moment, Hobgoblin lunged at Peter, his claws extended and ready to tear through flesh. But Peter, anticipating the attack, effortlessly sidestepped, allowing Hobgoblin's momentum to carry past him. With lightning-fast reflexes, Peter seized Hobgoblin's arm midair, twisted it with precision, and sent the villain crashing into the ground. Hobgoblin grunted in pain, his body embedded in the concrete floor. With a deep growl, he struggled to break free, but Peter's strength proved overwhelming. Using his enhanced agility, Peter leaped into the air, flipping and stomped on Hobgoblin's back with a powerful kick, sending him deeper into the parking lot floor. Meanwhile, Electro gathered his energy, his body crackling with electricity. He released a torrent of lightning bolts towards Peter, hoping to catch him off guard. But Peter, ever alert, dodged the projectiles with a series of acrobatic moves, evading the deadly bolts with ease. Closing the distance between them, Peter launched himself forward, his fists moving in a blur that even Electro couldn't follow. With each strike, his blows connected with precision, sending sparks flying as he pummeled the electric villain. The sheer force behind each punch and kick staggered Electro, causing him to stumble backward further and further. But Electro wasn't one to give up. Channeling his electricity, he unleashed a devastating surge of power, enveloping himself in a deadly aura. Bolts of lightning crackled around him, dancing in a lethal display. Peter, undeterred by the electrifying display, activated his own powers in the mystic arts. His body shimmered with a golden glow, nullifying every bit of electricity that came his way. With a sudden burst of speed, Peter closed the gap between them, still absorbing the electrified storm. "Weak," he commented as he delivered a swift punch to Electro's stomach. The force behind the blow was enough to send blood shooting out of Electro's mouth as he shot backwards, smacking into the side of a car, which toppled over upon impact. But Electro, desperate to regain the upper hand, unleashed yet another devastating wave of electricity. Bolts of lightning surged toward Peter, threatening to overwhelm him. Uncaringly, Peter strolled forward, absorbing the lethal barrage like it was nothing. Once again, Peter seized the opportunity, launching himself at Electro. He spun through the air, his leg extended, connecting with a powerful roundhouse kick. The impact sent Electro flying across the parking lot, crashing into debris and leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. As Electro struggled to recover, Hobgoblin finally broke free from his concrete prison, fueled by a mix of fury and determination. He charged at Peter, his monstrous form tearing through the room, leaving destruction in his wake. But Peter remained calm, his senses honed, ready to whoop some A*S. With agile and simple movements, Peter evaded Hobgoblin's frenzied attacks, effortlessly sidestepping each swing. Is that all you can do? This is pretty lame, don't you have anything else? Have you always been this weak? He taunted, enjoying himself as his opponent wears himself out. After sending Hobgoblin into a blind rage, Peter finally launched a counterattack. He leaped into the air, his body twisting as he stomped his foot down on his opponent's forehead. His boot collided with Hobgoblin's skull, delivered with incredible force. The impact sent a shockwave throughout the area, and sent the recipient crashing to the cement floor. With a final burst of energy, Peter channeled his powers, his muscles rippling with raw strength. He lunged at Hobgoblin, delivering a series of rapid-fire blows, each strike landing with precision. The force behind his punches and kicks was enough to send shockwaves through the area, shattering nearby windows and crumbling the pavement below. Hobgoblin's eyes became hazy, his strength waning. The combination of Peter's relentless assault and his own exhaustion proved too much to bear. With one final strike, Peter delivered a powerful fist, which shook Hobgoblin's brain. The villain's eyes fluttered shut, his brain shutting down into a deep sleep. "God damn," Tony muttered as he turned to Rhodes. "When did Tom, get this strong?" he asked, not aware that this wasn't the Peter he knew. Rhodes shook his head side to side. I don't know." As Hobgoblin lay defeated, Electro slowly rose from the debris, his once menacing aura diminished. The sparks of electricity that crackled around him flickered weakly. He glanced at Peter, a mix of fear and disbelief in his eyes. Peter approached Electro, his movements deliberate and controlled, holding up the stolen arc reactor. "You think you could handle this power, but you're wrong. You're nothing but an energy junkie. A frail little boy who was bullied all of his life. And you know what? I can relate. But when you finally became strong enough to stand up for yourself, you forgot that you could stand up for others as well. Instead of helping those that needed it, you turned into another bully." Every word that Peter spoke struck Electro like a barrage flaming arrows, each landing with pinpoint accuracy. "And before you say some lame sh*t like, you don't know me, do both of us a favor and keep quiet," Peter said as he drew closer and closer. "You know, I try to be nice for the most part, but I'm just going to say it. You make me sick." With a flex of his hand, Peter crushed the arc reactor, causing the electricity within it to fade. The last remaining villain slumped to the ground, his eyes dull and dead, his defeat delivered with words alone. The whole scene fell into silence once more, the aftermath of the battle hanging heavy in the air. Peter stood tall, his eyes scanning the area where he saw Tony and Rhodes. But before he could say anything to them, everyone else arrived, including Lily, who jumped on Peter's back, excited for her father's victory. "That was so cool," she exclaimed as everyone else seemed to notice the two Iron Men. Tom frowned deeply as he noticed Tony's suit. "Hey! Take that off. It doesn't belong to you," he exclaimed, unwilling to let anyone don his mentor's armor. Suddenly, the mechanical mask lifted open, revealing Tony's smirking face. "Hey there, kid. I'm back. A/N, 2,000 words, smiley face. Did I go too hard on Electro? In truth, I do believe he could have been a hero, but he just had to get drunk off the power. Police car light, hand over your gemstone cause it's the second chapter, victory hand police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 409, C409 Venom. Police car light, insert vampire gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Azure Inferno, trophy, A/N, is this a new king? I'm starting to lose track, crown. As everyone marveled at the sight of Tony Stark, alive and well, the shock and disbelief rippled through the group. Tom, in particular, was overcome with a mixture of emotions. Tears welled up in his eyes as he stared at the men he thought he had lost forever. A father figure that left far too soon. He stepped forward, his voice trembling with a mix of relief and disbelief. "Tony. I thought you were gone. I saw you die," Tom choked out, his voice laced with raw emotion. Tony smiled warmly, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Hey, kid. I know it's hard to believe, but somehow, here I am. One minute I'm staring down Thanos and the next I'm on top of the Avengers Tower, surrounded by security. You should have seen the looks on their faces when they realized it was me." He chuckled in amusement. Tom couldn't hold back his emotions any longer. He rushed forward and embraced Tony, tears streaming down his face. Tony awkwardly returned the hug, patting Tom on the back. "It's okay. I'm here now," Tony whispered, his voice filled with reassurance. He couldn't help but turn to Peter, wondering why his little protege had a taller, and admittedly stronger clone. Not to mention the two other Spider-Men, who stood alongside May and everyone else. The rest of the group watched the heartwarming reunion with a mixture of joy and relief. MJ, May, and Ned shared smiles, confused but glad to see Tony alive and well. It was a moment of respite amidst the chaos they had been facing lately. While the reunion unfolded, Peter turned his attention to the captured villains. He approached the restrained lizard, who was still struggling under the weight of the gravity spell. Peter extended his hand, channeling his magic once again, and gently lifted the spell's effect from the giant reptilian creature. "Hey, big guy, time to calm down," Peter said softly, hoping to coax the beast into a more docile state. Lizard's yellow eyes glared at Peter, filled with anger and hate. He growled and roared, but Peter remained unfazed. With a quick tap to the forehead, Peter cast a sleep spell, knowing Dr. Connors wasn't very lucid at the moment. Within seconds, the giant lizard was lulled into a deep slumber. Taking advantage of the moment, Peter summoned golden chains made of eldritch energy and swiftly wrapped them around the sleeping lizard, restraining his massive form. Moving on, Peter approached Electro, who remained on his knees, staring into the distance with a defeated expression, a dead look in his eyes. After hearing Peter's harsh words, he began to realize every mistake he's made since falling into that tank of electric eels. I could have been a hero. His mind repeated over and over. The electric villain didn't resist as Peter formed golden shackles out of eldritch energy and bound him tightly. With precise control, Peter levitated Electro and placed him beside the slumbering lizard. Finally, Peter turned his attention to Hobgoblin, lying unconscious and battered on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, Peter began to draw intricate golden spell circles in the air above the villain's body. The rest of the group, including Tony and Rhodey, watched with curiosity and anticipation, unfamiliar with Peter's magical abilities. "What's he doing?" Tony asked curiously. Nobody else had a clue either. As the spell circles activated, a shimmering energy seeped into Hobgoblin's skin. Slowly, black sludge started to ooze from every pore of his body, expelled by the energy. The sludge pulled on the ground, gradually taking shape and revealing two distinct forms: Green Goblin and Venom. The separate entities lay dormant, their unconscious forms still fast asleep after their brutal beating. Peter completed the spell, ensuring that both Green Goblin and Venom remained restrained, unable to cause further harm. With the villains securely contained and their powers neutralized, Peter prepared for his next bit of magic. This should work. Peter stepped over to the restrained form of Venom, his hands moving in precise, intricate motions as he drew new spell circles in the air. The golden energy crackled and hummed, infused with eldritch energy. The rest of the group watched in anticipation, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. "What is he doing now?" MJ asked, her voice laced with worry. "I'm not sure," May replied, her eyes fixed on Peter's concentrated form. "But he must have a plan." Peter's eyes glinted with determination as he started an incantation, his voice low and commanding as he spoke fluent Mandarin. "Umo gue gue faid zao, umo gue gue faid zao, umo gue gue faid zao." The golden spell circles hovered above Venom, pulsating with power. As the final words left Peter's lips, the energy surged, enveloping the restrained symbiote. Venom's eyes snapped open, the pure black orbs shimmering with malevolence and rage. With a snarl, he thrashed against his restraints, desperately trying to break free. The spell circles held him fast, restraining his violent movements. "Peter. What are you doing?" Toby's voice rang out, filled with concern. "I'm giving Venom another chance," Peter responded, his voice steady despite the chaos unfolding before him. "But in order to do that, I need to wipe his mind. It's been tainted by Eddie and the Goblin's craziness. And now that I'm taking a look, we can even throw some blame on you as well." "Huh?" Toby grunted in surprise. "What did I do?" Venom's struggles intensified as he heard Peter's words, a guttural growl escaping his throat. The symbiote strained against the spell circles, the black goo pulsating with a mixture of fear and anger. But Peter's magic held firm, preventing Venom from breaking free. "Well, let's take a look at his memories, shall we?" Peter says as he intercepts some of Venom's memories before deletion and waves his hand up to the sky. In an instant, holographic images filled the night sky, showing Venom's ship crash landing on Earth, Toby's Earth to be exact. A/N, just to be clear, I'm changing Venom's origin a bit to suit my needs. Also, the Peter and Spider-Man in this flashback/memory viewing is Toby. The night was draped in darkness as Venom's ship streaked through the sky, hurtling towards Earth. The alien creature within the ship was hungry, its insatiable appetite gnawing at its consciousness. It longed for the taste of meat, ignorant of the concepts of right and wrong. Venom was an entity born of survival, devoid of any moral compass, and without anyone to guide it. As the ship descended towards the Earth's surface, it crashed into an empty park, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The impact shattered the night silence, the ground trembling beneath the weight of the crash. Smoke billowed into the air, obscuring the area as Venom emerged from the wreckage, his black tendrils slithering out, seeking sustenance. After slithering out of the park in search of food, Venom's eyes locked onto an elderly woman walking alone on the dimly lit city streets. She didn't smell very tasty, but he would have to make do. He prepared to strike, hunger fueling his intentions, but it seemed like fate had other plans. Just as Venom prepared to pounce, a blur of red and blue streaked overhead. Spider-Man had arrived, his spider sense alerting him to potential danger. With acrobatic finesse, he swiftly dispatched a group of robbers who were about to surround the woman, their ill intentions shattered like glass. "Stay safe, ma'am," Spider-Man gave her a salute before rushing off. As Venom watched the hero in action, a realization dawned upon him. Spider-Man was strong, taking out a group of meatbags with ease. He became fixated on the idea that Spider-Man could be the perfect host. In the following hours, Venom silently stalked his chosen prey, still hungry after missing out on his meal. Under the cover of night, he trailed Spider-Man back to his apartment, his black mass coiling and merging with the shadows. With calculated precision, Venom waited until Peter Parker succumbed to sleep, his guard down. As the room fell into a deep silence, the symbiote emerged from the darkness, its inky form crawling across the walls and ceiling. It crept towards Peter, sensing his troubled soul, his heart weighed down by the burden of his personal struggles. In a horrifying dance, Venom extended its tendrils, delicately enveloping Peter, bonding with him on a molecular level. The symbiotic fusion was complete, and the two began to slowly influence one another. Days and weeks passed after Peter found out about Venom. Through the blossoming symbiotic relationship, Venom's emotions and feelings became Peter's. And Peter's emotions and feelings became Venom's. Though Peter didn't seem to realize this. Thinking Venom was affecting him alone, he slowly began to hate his gooey companion. And this lack of knowledge and hate seemed to slowly turn Venom from a naive alien, who admittedly had a craving for human brains, into the villain that he became today. It especially didn't help that his time with Peter was rather dark. Peter's life was in shambles. The love of his life was going to marry the son of the men who hated him most. His best friend hated him for killing his father. And his Aunt May was in and out of the hospital due to cancer treatments, nearly dying in the process. These dark emotions were all shared with Venom, molding him into the alien blob he is today. When the holograms disappeared, everyone turned to Toby, who frowned deeply and looked down at the floor, realizing that he could have done better. "But don't beat yourself up too much," Peter said as he deleted those memories. "You didn't know how symbiotes worked and already had a lot on your plate. Sure, you could have done better, but that's life. We could always do better." Hindsight is 20/20. Painful screams filled the air, drawing everyone's attention, as Peter's spell continued its work. Venom's form convulsed, writhing in agony as his memories were slowly erased. Each scream pierced the night air, a haunting symphony of suffering. The group watched in horror, their hearts aching for the tortured creature. "Peter, this seems cruel," May murmured, her voice trembling with unease. Peter's gaze never wavered, his focus solely on completing the spell. "It may seem that way, but Venom's mind has been corrupted by the influence of others. If he's to have a chance at redemption, I have to wipe away the pain and darkness that taints his memories." As the minutes stretched on, Venom's screams grew more desperate and anguished. The agony etched on his twisted, gooey form was undeniable. But Peter remained resolute, his eyes filled with determination and compassion. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the screams subsided, replaced by heavy panting. Venom's thrashing form stilled, devoid of the malevolence that once consumed him. The spell had done its work, erasing Venom's memories and leaving him in a state of bewildered innocence. The black blob of goo trembled as the spell circles vanished, confusion evident in its every movement. It looked around, its eyes darting from face to face, trying to make sense of its surroundings. Venom's form quivered, his voice a mere whisper filled with curiosity. Who am I? Where am I? A/N 1917 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone pleading face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 410, C410, another new arrival. Police car light, insert werewolf gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N welcome back, King Crown. The atmosphere crackled with tension and uncertainty as the group stood in the aftermath of the spell. Peter gazed down at the now innocent and confused Venom, his mind racing with the weight of the decision he was about to make. He knelt down, meeting Venom's uncertain gaze. "You're Venom," Peter began, his voice gentle but firm. "You're a symbiotic alien creature from another world. We're in a different universe now, and I'm sure that's beyond confusing." Venom's black goo rippled in response, its eyes widening with realization and curiosity. "Did you bring me here?" Peter shook his head, a sense of responsibility settling over him. No, but let's leave that explanation for later. I'm Peter. I'm here to help, so if you need anything just let me know, okay? Venom's tendrils twitched with anticipation, its voice barely above a whisper. Will you be my host? Help me survive. Peter hesitated, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts. It would be cool to be Venom's host, but do I really want another living being attached to me for the rest of my life? He could already picture Venom popping up when he's spending some quality alone time with MJ, blocking him at every turn. Even the possibility of using Venom for tentacle foreplay wasn't appealing whatsoever. But Peter also believed in redemption and second chances. Maybe I could just tell him to separate during private moments. He wondered, his mind being swayed by how awesome it would be to have his own symbiote. That's kind of a big decision, Peter said as he looked down at Venom, whose current appearance reminded him of a little black slime ball from fantasy anime. How about this? You can stick with me while I come to a decision. And if I end up refusing, I'll do everything I can to find a nice host for you, okay? As Peter's words sank in, Venom trembled with a mixture of gratitude and uncertainty. His host candidate didn't decline him, but he also didn't agree either. That's fine. Venom bobbed its blobby body up and down in agreement. Good, I hope we can get along well from now on. Peter says as he bends down and picks Venom up, placing him on his shoulder. You comfortable? He asked as Venom bobbed up and down again. Just as the moment settled, Tony Stark, the man who had seemingly returned from the dead, stepped forward. His eyes darted between the 4 Spider-Men, the captured villains, and the confused Venom. He couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. All right, everyone, can someone please explain what the hell is going on here? Tony's voice carried a mix of amusement and confusion. Tom, still emotionally overwhelmed by Tony's return, stepped forward and took a deep breath. This is all my fault. He began to explain the situation, recounting the spell gone wrong, the multiversal chaos, and the unexpected arrivals. Tony listened attentively, his expression shifting from surprise to concern. So, let me get this straight, Tony interrupted, his voice laced with disbelief. We have 4 Spider-Men from different universes, a group of villains I've never seen before, and I was brought back to life all because of a spell gone wrong. Tom nodded, a somber expression on his face. Yeah. It's a mess. Doctor Strange and I were trying to fix my identity problem, but things just spiraled out of control. Tony sighed, his gaze shifting to Peter, who had been observing the conversation quietly. And once you fix this mess and send everyone back, I'll go back to my time and die, won't I? The weight of Tony's words hung heavy in the air, the parking lot falling into a heavy silence. Tom exclaimed, his voice tinged in a mix of fear and unwillingness. No. I refuse to let you die again. We'll find another way. Tony smiled warmly in Tom's direction. It's okay. I knew I was going to die anyway. And if I don't go back, then who will defeat Thanos? Tears began to pour down Tom's face, his entire being unwilling to lose his father figure again. But, we can try to find another way. There's always another way. You know, kid. Tony steps up and places a hand on Tom's shoulder. I have a lot of regrets in my life. More than I could possibly count, but I don't think I'll regret killing that purple dinosaur Barney son of AB*TCH. Well, he deserved it. Tom said with a brief sorrowful laugh. But you don't. You have a daughter. She needs you. Tony's smile faltered for a moment. Yeah, but the universe needs Thanos to die, and my daughter has her mother. She'll be fine. Pepper will make sure of it. You're not taking this seriously. Tom shouted, though he was stopped as Peter cleared his throat, catching everyone's attention. I may be able to come up with a fix that can make both sides happy. Peter offered, a confident look on his face. But before we get into that, I need you guys to finish curing these idiots. He motions to the villains behind him. Curing? Rhodes asks in interest. Tom steps up to Peter, ignoring Rhodes for the time being. Can you actually keep him alive? I have an idea. Peter nodded as he motioned to the villains. But we need to finish with them first. And while you're doing that, I'll work on my plan. Tom looks Peter in the eyes for a moment, ultimately placing his trust in his doppelganger. Okay, I'll get it done. Just focus on whatever keeps Mr. Stark alive. He nods and walks over to the villains, ready to get back to work. Turning to the other Spider-Men, Peter motions to Tom. Keep an eye on him. I'll meet you guys back at Aunt May's in the morning. Where are you going? Toby asks curiously. Peter waves his hand, opening a golden portal. To raid the New York Sanctum for materials. Hopefully, Wong isn't around. He waved over his shoulder and disappeared into the portal. Wait for me. Lily shouted as she leaped in after him, unwilling to be left behind. After all, her father never let her go to any of the sanctums back in their universe. Natasha Romanoff, also known as Black Widow, stood on the edge of the cliff, her heart heavy with the weight of the impossible choice she faced. Hawkeye, her longtime partner and friend, stood beside her, both of them taking a moment to let the severity of the situation sink in. The wind whipped through their hair, carrying with it the whispers of their shared past, their missions, and their unbreakable bond. They had fought side by side through countless battles, but now they found themselves facing a sacrifice that neither was willing to make. Natasha knew that retrieving the Soul Stone meant paying a terrible price, but she also knew the stakes were too high to turn back. She sat down on a nearby rock, her eyes fixed on the ground as she contemplated the impossible choice before them. "We've been through too much together, Clint," she said, her voice laced with determination. "I can't let you die. I won't." Clint Barton, also known as Hawkeye, shook his head in disbelief. "Natasha, we've lost enough. We can't lose you too. There must be another way." But Natasha knew deep down that there was no other way. She had made up her mind, and she wouldn't let Clint sacrifice himself for her, or anyone else for that matter. A silent understanding passed between them, and they both knew what had to be done. As Clint turned to face her, his eyes filled with determination, a fight broke out between them. They grappled with each other, their moves swift and precise, reflecting the years of training they had undergone together. Neither wanted to give in, each trying to overpower the other, to be the one to make the ultimate sacrifice. Their punches and kicks echoed through the desolate landscape, their cries of desperation mingling with the harsh sound of the wind. Natasha's mind raced as she fought, the weight of her decision heavy upon her. She couldn't let Clint die. She also couldn't bear the thought of losing him. They had become family, and family meant everything. Especially since she has so little people that are considered family, even if they're not blood-related. With a surge of adrenaline, she mustered all her strength and managed to subdue Clint, pinning him down to the ground. "Natasha, no." Clint pleaded, his voice filled with anguish. Natasha looked into his eyes, her own filled with a mix of determination and sorrow. "I'm sorry, Clint," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "But I can't let you die. Not for me." With a final look of understanding, Natasha pushed herself off of Clint, turning her back to him. Clint tried to scramble after her, but without hesitation, she sprinted towards the edge of the cliff, her heart pounding in her chest. As she leaped into the void, a mixture of fear and relief washed over her, and a single tear escaped her eye. But instead of hitting the ground with a sickening splat, as she expected, Natasha found herself sitting on a park bench in the heart of New York City. Confusion washed over her face as she looked around, her mind struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Beside her on the bench lay a newspaper, its headline catching her attention. She picked it up and her eyes widened as she saw a picture of Peter Parker's face beside an image of Spider-Man. The headline read, "Spider-Man. Identity revealed." What is this?" Natasha murmured to herself, her voice barely above a whisper. She stared at the newspaper in disbelief, her mind racing with unanswered questions. That's before she saw the date printed in the paper. November 2024. A/N, 1673, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone face with steam from nose, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 411, C411 heist. Police car light, insert robot gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Monkayaking, trophy, A/ and the multi-posting Demon King returns, crown. Natasha Romanoff felt the weight of the past pressing down on her, unsure whether or not her sacrifice aided her friends in their fight against Thanos. I hope everything went as planned. She had managed to acquire a disguise, which was mainly a plain hoodie pulled up over her head, and made her way through the bustling streets of New York City, blending in with the crowds. The events of the past, her sacrifice on Vormir, felt distant and hazy, almost as if they belonged to another lifetime. But here she was, displaced in time, with no explanation for how or why she had been transported to the future. She had hoped that her fellow Avengers would have some answers. As she approached the entrance of the Avengers Tower, she noticed the security guards eyeing her suspiciously. "Hey, you there. Stop," one of the guards called out, causing Natasha's heart to race. She knew she couldn't afford to draw attention to herself, not until she had some answers. "Take that hood off. And keep your hands where we can see them." Reluctantly, she complied, removing her hood and turning around slowly, her hands raised above her head. The guards' expressions turned from suspicion to shock as they recognized the face before them. Black Widow. "But, you're supposed to be dead," one of them stammered. Natasha gave a small, wry smile. "You know. That's not the first time I've heard that. Can you take me to the team? I need to speak with them." Before the guards could respond, the doors to the Avengers Tower swung open, and a large and odd-looking group came waltzing in. Tony Stark led the way, with May, Ned, MJ, Tom, Toby, Andrew, and the villains in tow. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they caught sight of Natasha, who was surrounded by guards. Natasha. Tony's voice was filled with equal parts shock and joy as he approached her. Is it really you? Natasha nodded, her eyes turning to the many onlookers around them. Maybe we should talk somewhere more private. Tony's expression softened, and he gestured for her to follow them inside, the guards parting on his command. We have a lot to catch up on. Let's go to my workshop. As they walked through the familiar halls of the Avengers Tower, Natasha couldn't help but feel a sense of both nostalgia and displacement. Everything looked the same, yet different. The memories of the past clashed with the reality of the present, creating a jumble of emotions within her. Looking over her shoulder, she squinted suspiciously as she laid eyes on the multiple Spider-Men and bound villains. What the hell is going on? Soon enough, Natasha took a deep breath, ready to finally uncover the truth behind her unexpected journey through time. She turned to Tony, her gaze steady. I need you to explain everything. How am I here? What happened after Vormer? Tony took a moment, his eyes searching hers for understanding. Natasha, you sacrificed yourself on Vormer to obtain the Soul Stone. We mourned your loss, but Thanos still needed to be dealt with. Apparently I died killing him, but then, just recently, I found myself here as well. Somehow, Strange F** kept up some spell and it's bringing everyone that knows Spider-Man's identity. He went on to explain their predicament in detail. Natasha's brows furrowed as she tried to process Tony's words. This is so confusing. I'm starting to understand why Fury worried so much about magic users. Tony sighed, running a hand through his hair. Yeah, it's a pretty big mess. Feeling bad, as he held a part of the blame for all of this, Tom frowned. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Toby clapped him on the shoulder. We'll figure this out. Besides, Peter already has a plan. Natasha's confusion deepened, but she nodded, taking in the information. So, we're not the only ones who were brought here. Tony shook his head. No, you're not. We're all trying to find a way to send everyone back to their respective universes and timelines. But it's complicated. Natasha's gaze shifted to the partially cured villains, still bound and awaiting a complete cure. What about them? Are they going back too? Tony's expression grew somber. We're working on it. One of the Spider-Mans has a plan. He has powers like Strange, so he's raiding the New York Sanctum to gather materials while we finish curing the rest of these guys, he motions to the villains. Natasha nodded, her mind racing with the possibilities and challenges that lay ahead. I want to help. Tony placed a hand on her shoulder, offering a reassuring squeeze. Yeah, sure, but before that. A flicker of suspicion sparked in Tony's eyes as his red and gold glove appeared on his hand, sending a current of electricity through Natasha, which swiftly knocked her out. Shocked, Tom jumped forward to catch her as she collapsed. What the hell was that for? He shouted. We have to run some tests to make sure she is who she says she is. Tony replies as he steps past Tom, motioning for him to follow. Come on, the faster we confirm her identity, the faster we can cure these guys and meet up with that magic twin of yours. Speaking of Tom's better self, Peter stepped into the New York Sanctum, the weight of anticipation heavy in his chest. I might actually be able to save Tony's life. He thought, happy to undo the tragic scene that caused him to break down in tears in the middle of a crowded movie theater. Venom clung to his shoulder, observing their surroundings with curious eyes. Lily dashed in behind them, she couldn't contain her excitement, her gaze wide and filled with wonder. Wow, Dad, this place is amazing. Lily exclaimed, her voice filled with childlike awe. She took in the intricate details of the sanctum, her eyes glimmering with fascination. It's like stepping into Hogwarts or something. Peter smiled, watching Lily's enthusiasm. Despite her advanced intelligence, she still possessed a childlike sense of wonder and excitement. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Lily, he said, ruffling her hair affectionately. Just remember to be careful. Some of the artifacts here are pretty powerful and dangerous. Lily nodded eagerly, her eyes still wandering over the ancient relics and mystical texts. Don't worry, Dad. I'll be careful. I'm more interested in learning about them than touching them. As they made their way through the sanctum, Lily couldn't help but feel her excitement grow. She had heard about this place countless times from her father, but being here in person was an entirely different experience. The air was heavy with magic, and the atmosphere carried a sense of ancient wisdom. All right, Lily, how about a quick tour? Peter said, guiding her through the grand halls of the sanctum. He pointed out various artifacts and explained their significance, feeding Lily's thirst for knowledge. She soaked up every word, her eyes bright with curiosity. As they toured the place, Peter didn't hold back his sticky fingers. He had a mission to accomplish, and time was of the essence. He scoured the sanctum, searching for relics and books that could aid him in his plan. With each discovery, he carefully stored them away in his necklace, utilizing its pocket dimension. As Peter collected the last item, a voice echoed through the sanctum, cutting through the silence. And where do you think you're going with that? Startled, Peter turned around to see Wong, the new Sorcerer Supreme, standing in the doorway, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. Venom tensed on Peter's shoulder, a low growl rumbling from deep within its form. Lily took a step back, sensing the tension in the air. Wong. Peter greeted, his voice tinged with a brief moment of surprise. I didn't expect to run into you. Wong's gaze flickered between Peter, Venom, and Lily, his expression stern and disapproving. That much is evident, he replied, his tone laced with authority. But what I'm more interested in is whether you plan on returning what you've stolen or not. Peter's mind raced, weighing his options. He knew that trying to explain himself would be futile. After all, he had taken dangerous artifacts and forbidden texts without permission, not to mention the fact that Strange was still imprisoned in the basement. Wong was unlikely to trust his intentions or agree to his current plan. Taking a deep breath, Peter met Wong's gaze, his voice calm but resolute. I can't return them just yet, he said, his words filled with sincerity. But I promise you, they won't be used for anything nefarious. Wong's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing further. Words alone are not enough. You have taken things that are not meant for mortal hands. The consequences could be catastrophic. Venom's tendrils twitched with restlessness, sensing the tension in the air. Lily moved closer to Peter, ready to fight alongside her father. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, the silence heavy with the impending clash. I understand your concerns, Peter said, his voice steady. But I can't stand by and let everything fall apart. Lives are at stake. Wong's face remained unmoved, his gaze piercing through Peter. The air around them seemed to grow heavier, charged with magical energy. It was clear that Wong was not going to back down easily. A/N, 1,600 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over your gemstone stones gemstone eyes police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 412, C412 Peter vs Sorcerer Supreme. Police car light insert wife gifts here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, reality_warper 004, trophy, A/N new king, crown. Peter watched as Wong's gaze hardened, his eyes narrowing further, and the air around them seemed to grow heavy with an intense, unseen energy. Lily, sensing the tension in the air, moved closer to her father, ready to fight alongside him. Venom's tendrils twitched with restlessness, eager to join the fray. But Peter knew he had to protect them. He couldn't risk his daughter getting hurt in the battle. Especially against an opponent like the Sorcerer Supreme. After all, magic was a hard ability for those without it to fight. Lily, take Venom and stand aside, Peter grabbed the black blob and handed it to his daughter. I'll handle this. Lily's eyes widened, her brows furrowing in defiance. But Dad, I can help. I'm not weak, you know. Peter placed a hand on her shoulder, looking into her defiant eyes. I know you're strong, Lily. But you've never faced a sorcerer. Seeing his daughter's disappointment, he decided to cheer her up. How about this? If you promise to sit this one out, I'll teach you some magic when we get home. Does that sound fair? Instantly, Lily nodded, her expression shifting from disappointment to sheer and utter excitement. Okay, Dad, she agreed happily, her voice filled joy as she took Venom into her arms. Kick his butt. Peter gave her a reassuring smile, his eyes filled with fatherly love. I will. You and Venom stay safe. With a final pat on her head, Peter turned his attention back to Wong, who observed the exchange with a hint of approval. Wong, having no intention of hurting a child, respected Peter's decision and didn't intervene. I'll give you one last chance, Wong spoke, his voice laced with authority. Return what you've stolen and all can be forgiven. Peter smirked, finding it hard to stay serious in this situation. You know, this is a weird interaction for me. Because in my universe, you usually call me young master. Peter revealed, enjoying the confused look on Wong's face. Believe me, it's true. I didn't like it at first, but the title sort of grew on me over time. It's really shocking that you became Sorcerer Supreme in this universe. This young master is impressed. He said, nodding like a proud cultivator. A/N, I've been reading too many Chinese novels lately. It seems you can't be reasoned with. Wong spoke, his gaze hardening into a deadly glare. With a swift motion, Wong raised his hands, and the sanctum responded to his command. The air crackled with energy, and the walls seemed to shimmer with arcane symbols. From the corner of Peter's eye, he watched as the many statues and sets of armor in the sanctum came to life, ready to do Wong's bidding. Huh. Peter grunted in interest. I didn't know they could that. But Peter wasn't scared whatsoever. After all, he's faced much worse. With confidence radiating from his every move, Peter's spider sense blared as he prepared to take on the Sorcerer Supreme. In a blur of motion, Peter leaped into action, his spider-like reflexes allowing him to dodge the attacks of the animated statues with ease. With each graceful move, he closed the distance between himself and Wong, his fists charged with glimmering golden eldritch energy, which he used to destroy each animated enemy that crossed his path. Wong, impressed by Peter's agility, countered with his own display of magical prowess. He conjured gusts of wind, aiming to knock Peter off balance, but the web's linger adapted, simply sticking his feet to the ground to anchor himself, defying the sudden and invisible attack. As the battle intensified, Wong called upon the elements themselves. Flames roared to life, encircling Peter, but his spider sense allowed him to easily anticipate and dodge the fiery onslaught. With acrobatic finesse, he somersaulted through the air, maneuvering around the flames with the grace of a seasoned superhero. Finally, Peter made it through all of the obstacles and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Wong. His fists connected with precision, each strike infused with both physical and magical energy. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves rippling through the sanctum, causing mystical artifacts to tremble on their pedestals. "You know, I take it all back," Peter says as he plants his fist in Wong's gut, sending him flying across the sanctum. "I thought you'd be stronger than this. I mean, Strange put up a much better fight. Maybe he should have been Sorcerer Supreme." Hearing these slanderous words as he picked himself up off the floor, Wong couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. After all, that wasn't the first time he's heard those words. Everyone seemed to think Doctor Strange deserved the position. Deciding to prove Peter wrong, Wong retaliated with a dazzling display of magic, summoning ancient artifacts to bolster his defense. Weapons materialized in his hands as pieces of armor appeared on his body, each of them crackling with raw power, creating a spectacle of light and energy, illuminating the room in dazzling hues. Leaping forward with a newfound superhuman agility, Wong headed straight for Peter, ready to make him eat his words. He swung his dual swords with expertise, ready to chop his opponent to pieces. But sadly, Peter seemed to glide around each swing, gracefully dodging every attack sent his way. With each passing moment, Peter's confidence grew. He knew that Wong probably wasn't weaker than Strange. At least, not by much. But either way, both were relatively easy fights. As the battle raged on, Peter seized an opportunity, using his agility to dart beneath Wong's defenses and deliver a powerful uppercut to his chin. Wong staggered backward, his jaw cracking under the pressure, momentarily stunned by the force of the blow. Sensing an opening, Peter continued his assault until Wong was on the floor, panting in exhaustion. Peter stepped forward, his gaze turned down at his opponent. He knew that Wong didn't have much fight left in him. "Give up, Wong," Peter said, his voice firm. "It's over." Wong glared up at Peter, his defiance evident even in his beaten state. "Are you prepared for the consequences of your actions?" Peter shrugged uncaringly. "I'm ready for whatever comes next." Peter knew that Wong was mainly talking about provoking Camartage, which has many powerful masters at its disposal, who would hunt him to the ends of the earth for this. But that didn't matter. After all, Peter would return to his universe soon, so they wouldn't be able to do anything. Well, not unless they use that America Girls portals, but I doubt they'll do it. Peter knew Wong would calm down after the relics and books were returned. "Well, this has been fun, but I have some important business to take care of, so," Peter says as he forms a quick spell circle and slaps it down on his defeated opponent. What? Wong struggled to feel his magic, but Peter's spell held firm, restricting his use of energy for the time being, similar to Doctor Strange. With a final surge of magical energy, Peter summoned some restraints for Wong, and the sorcerer was officially subdued. Glancing toward Lily and Venom, who watched the battle with wide eyes, all clear to see on their faces, Peter enjoyed their impressed gazes. "That was great," Lily exclaimed, her voice filled with pride. "Can you teach me how he made those statues move?" Peter approached his daughter, a smile gracing his lips. He ruffled her hair affectionately, a surge of fatherly love filling his heart. "Sure, it's actually a pretty simple spell. Though you'll have to get through the basics first." Lily nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "I'll do my best." "I'm sure you will, but first." Peter smiled before turning back to Wong, who was wiggling against his restraints like a worm, hoping to somehow break free. Peter dragged the bound Sorcerer Supreme, defeated and restrained, down to the undercroft. The air grew colder, and the atmosphere in the dimly lit space was heavy with tension. Doctor Strange was confined in a cell, his powers neutralized by Peter's spell, his cape hovering around him, its cloth slumped over in boredom. As they approached, Strange's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of his friend being dragged in. "Wong. What happened?" Strange's voice was laced with concern and surprise. Peter smirked, finding amusement in the unexpected reunion. "Surprised to see your friend here, are you?" "Well, I had to borrow some stuff from the sanctum for a spell and Wong here found me. So, it looks like you'll have a neighbor for the time being." Wong shot Peter a disapproving glare, his restrained form struggling against the bindings. "This is a grave mistake you're making." Release us immediately. Peter chuckled, his eyes glinting mischievously. He unlocked the restraints on Wong before tossing him in the cell beside Strange, allowing him some form of freedom. Sorry, but I can't let you guys out just yet. You and Strange would just get in the way. Strange, still reeling from the shock of seeing Wong captured, attempted to reason with Peter. Peter, surely we can come to an agreement. I can help you. We should work together. Peter raised an eyebrow, clearly suspicious of Strange's sudden bout of helpfulness. But then he shook his head, a smirk playing in his lips. Sorry, but I have a date with Tony Stark. Stark. The same Stark from this universe. He exclaimed, realizing that his failed spell was worsening as Peter nodded his head. This isn't good. We need to send him back immediately. You need to let me out now. Thoughts of Thanos returning filled Strange's mind, sending him into a panic, which was totally justified. After all, the murderous purple dinosaur was extremely hard to get rid of in the first place. Peter shook his head. Yeah, that's not happening. I'll deal with it. As Strange's hopes for freedom began to fade, Peter turned his back to the trapped sorcerers. I'll see you guys later. He waved nonchalantly, the gesture dismissive. With those parting words, Peter strode away, leaving Strange and Wong behind in the dimly lit Undercroft. The sound of the door leading to the Undercroft closing echoed through the chamber, sealing their fate for the time being. A/N, 1726 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone stones, gemstone police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 413, C413 Waiting Villains. Police car light, insert husband gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Monk kayaking, trophy, A/and the Demon King returns, crown. Natasha's eyes fluttered open, her vision blurry for a moment before the sight of Tony Stark's smirking face came into focus. Her head throbbed slightly, and she felt a slight tingling sensation coursing through her body, remnants of the electrocution she had endured moments ago. She sat up, feeling a bit disoriented but quickly regained her composure. Congratulations, Nat. You passed the test, Tony said, his grin widening as he offered a hand to help her up. You're not a clone, shapeshifter, robot, or any other sort of imposter. Natasha scowled and swatted his hand away, standing on her own. Test? Did you really have to electrocute me to prove my identity? She asked as he looked away awkwardly. But I do understand the need for caution. Though you could have just asked for a blood sample or something. Tony chuckled. Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures. I needed to make sure you were really you. Well, next time, maybe give me a heads up, Natasha replied, her tone still slightly annoyed. Tony's smile softened into a more genuine expression. Fair enough. Anyway, we're glad to have you here. Now that we're all convinced of your identity, let's get to work. Tom stepped forward, eager to get back on track. Can we finally start curing the others now? Tony nodded. Sure. I'll give you full access to my lab, and we can use the resources here to make the cures. As everyone made their way through Tony's state-of-the-art lab, the atmosphere was a mix of hope and urgency. They had come so far and had overcome many obstacles, but the finish line was still ahead of them. The lab was an impressive sight, filled with advanced technology and equipment. Tom, Tony, Andrew, and Toby quickly got to work, using their scientific and engineering expertise to analyze the remaining villain's DNA. Meanwhile, Natasha and the rest of the non-scientific people in the room observed from the sidelines, impressed by the work being done. Hours passed in a blur as they tested different combinations and refined all sorts of serums and antidotes. They encountered setbacks and moments of frustration since Lizard and Green Goblin's little metamorphosis made them harder to study, but they persevered. The breakthroughs finally came when the sun began to rise on the horizon, illuminating the workshop with natural light. Tom, Toby, and Andrew set out to administer the cure to the defeated villains, starting with the Lizard, Dr. Kurt Connors. They placed an oversized mask over his scaly, sleeping face and turned a knob on a canister, releasing a green gas into the mask. They watched as Dr. Connors breathed in the gas, and gradually, his monstrous form began to morph and shrink. The scales receded, and he returned to his human form, still unconscious but no longer the Lizard. Next, they turned their attention to the Green Goblin, who was still very green. They injected Norman with the perfected serum, watching as the green-skinned, goblin-like features gradually vanished, revealing the aged face of the man beneath the madness. Though his madness should be gone with this. As the last traces of the goblin serum dissipated, Norman opened his eyes, confusion and fear evident in his expression. What happened? He asked, looking around at the faces of the Spider-Men. Toby stepped forward, his voice firm but compassionate. You've been through a lot, Norman. But you're safe now. We'll explain everything once everyone else is cured. Finally, it was time for Electro. Andrew approached him, a mix of determination and sympathy in his eyes. Electro still seemed lost in his thoughts, wrestling with his past actions and contemplating the possibility of a different path. I don't deserve to be a hero. Electro mumbled, his voice tinged with sadness. I've done terrible things. Andrew placed a device on Electro's chest, and it began to hum softly, drawing the excess electricity out of his body. We all make mistakes, Andrew said gently. But it's never too late to change and make amends. The electric blue energy around Electro started to dissipate, leaving him weakened but no longer a threat. The process was swift and painless, and when it was over, Andrew stood by him, offering a hand of support. Electro looked up at Andrew with a mixture of relief and sorrow. Thank you, he whispered. Andrew smiled warmly. You're welcome. And it's good to have you back, Max. As the morning sun continued its rise, the Spider-Men stood in the lab, victorious but exhausted. The villains were no longer a danger, and they were one step closer to finding a way back to their own universes. We've made progress, but there's still more to do, Toby said, his voice filled with determination. We need to meet up with Peter and figure out what to do next. May stepped up and gestured to the former villains. What about them? We'll just have to take M with us. Tony answers, unwilling to leave them in his workshop. Unless we're walking or taking the subway, we'll need a few cars to get there. Tom says, missing Peter's portals already. Tony nodded and whipped out his phone. I'll call for a bus. The sun had fully risen by the time Tom and the rest of the group left the Avengers Tower, heading towards his and May's apartment. They rode a luxury bus through the busy streets of New York City, relaxed now that the group of villains weren't a threat anymore. As they approached the familiar building, Tom's heart raced with anticipation and worry. He hoped that Peter didn't face any setbacks at the sanctum, and prayed that everything was going smoothly on his end. However, as they reached the entrance to the apartment, they were greeted not by Peter but by three menacing figures. A huge bald-headed man in a black suit stood menacingly, towering over two others. A messy-haired woman in a lab coat, and an ash-skinned man with white, slicked-back hair. Kingpin, Olivia Octavius, and Tombstone. They stood there, their expressions cold and calculating, seemingly waiting for somebody's arrival. Tombstone, a tall figure with impenetrable skin and superhuman strength, moved forward as they stepped out of the bus, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Well, if it ain't Spider-Man dash, he began to taunt, but froze in place as three separate Spider-Men appeared. Ah. Boss, are there supposed to be three of them? One or three insects? It makes no difference. Kingpin shrugged it off. Olivia spoke up, an interested gleam in her eyes. Let's just kill them already. She said, her tentacles appeared from under her lab coat. Just try to keep their bodies intact. I need to dissect them for my research. Doc Ock's eyes widened as he stepped out of the bus. Is that? He asked in shock, his own tentacles looming behind him. Tom clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Tombstone and the rest. I take it you're from another universe, he asked confidently. After all, he has two other Spider-Men, Iron Man, and War Machine at his back. He could confidently face an entire army right now. As Tom prepared for a possible fight, Olivia Octavius smirked in his direction. I see we aren't the only ones, she said, her eyes moving to her male counterpart. Fascinating. It is, isn't it? Otto replied as he eyed her up and down. I never thought in a million years that I'd meet myself from another universe. Or that I'd be a woman, no offense. None taken. Olivia shakes her head uncaringly. I'm quite glad you're here actually. I thought I'd only be dissecting Spider-Man today, but who knew I'd be able to cut myself open. This is truly a blessing for my research. Tony stepped up, his red and gold suit quickly building itself along his body, encasing him in a form-fitting set of high-tech armor. You know, I've dealt with some crazy women in my life. One even tried to cut off my... He gestures down at his crotch. But you might just be the worst I've ever met. Can we not make everything about the women you've slept with? Rhodes sighs as he steps up beside Tony, his armor covering his body as well. I never said that I slept with her. Tony says as he turns to Rhodes, a grin forming in his face. But I did. Aunt May frowned alongside MJ. Men are disgusting. MJ wanted to agree but then she remembered her sweet boyfriend and shook her head. No, Tony Stark is disgusting. Doing his best to ignore his group, Tom turned to Kingpin and his goons, his voice laced with defiance. If you're from another universe, then give yourselves up and we'll help you as best as we can. Kingpin chuckled darkly as his giant hands tightened into fists. Ah, the arrogance of youth. It will be a pleasure to put you all in your place. Olivia's tentacles twitched with anticipation. I've been waiting for a chance to dissect a Spider-Man, and now I get 3 for the price of 1. And myself included. Lucky me. Tombstone cracked his knuckles, grinning menacingly. Enough talk. Let's get the killing started, shall we? A/N, 1564 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone stones, gemstone eyes, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 414, C414 vs Kingpin and Goons. Police car light, insert haunted gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, low end, trophy, A/N, crown. As the tension in the air reached its peak, everyone split off into teams, picking an opponent at random, except for Natasha, who stayed behind to protect the weaker portion of the group. Tom, clad in his Spider-Man suit, and Tony, encased in his armor, stood side by side, facing Tombstone. His imposing frame was a stark contrast to their slender and agile forms, but they remained undeterred. Tombstone cracked his knuckles, a wicked grin spreading across his face. I hope you two are ready for a beating. I've taken down plenty of wannabe heroes in my time, and you'll be no different. Tom's eyes narrowed, his spider sense tingling as he prepared for the fight. We'll see about that, he retorted confidently, his muscles tensing in anticipation as he turned to Tony. Let's show him what we're made of. Tony smirked under his helmet. Oh, I've been itching for a fight ever since I got back. With a burst of energy, Tony shot forward, flying at incredible speed toward Tombstone. The air crackled with the force of his repulsor rays as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Tombstone, however, proved to be surprisingly agile for his size, effortlessly dodging the attacks and lunging forward to deliver a powerful punch. Iron Man managed to evade the strike, but it was clear that Tombstone's strength was no joke. The sheer force behind his blows sent shockwaves through the ground, causing the surrounding area to shake. Meanwhile, Tom relied on his enhanced reflexes and acrobatic skills to dart around Tombstone, striking him with precision blows whenever an opening presented itself. His agility allowed him to evade the brute's heavy attacks, but he knew that he couldn't rely on evasion alone. Analyzing the situation, Tom looked for an opportunity to exploit Tombstone's weaknesses. He noticed that while the villain was strong and durable, his speed was not as impressive. With this realization, Tom came up with a plan. Hey, I've got an idea. Tom called out to Tony, whilst keeping his distance from Tombstone. What is it? Tony replied, keeping his eyes on the pale brute. Keep him distracted with your ranged attacks. I'll go for his legs, Tom said, his mind racing with the strategy. Without hesitation, Iron Man unleashed another volley of repulsor blasts, drawing Tombstone's attention toward him. As he focused on Tony, Tom sprang into action. He used his web shooters to create webs beneath Tombstone's feet, entangling his legs and restricting his movements. Tombstone roared in frustration, trying to break free from the sticky trap, but Tom continued to shoot more webs, securing him in place. Nice work, kid. Tony called out, impressed by Tom's quick thinking. With Tombstone temporarily immobilized, Iron Man swooped in, his gauntlets charged with energy. He unleashed a powerful beam of energy directly at the brute's chest, sending him crashing backward into a nearby building. The impact created a cloud of dust and debris, obscuring their view for a moment. But as the dust settled, they saw Tombstone lying on the ground, knocked out and defeated. Tom landed gracefully beside Tony, feeling the rush of victory. That was easier than I expected, he remarked, almost surprised. Tony chuckled. Well, it was 2 against 1. And we make a pretty good team. But let's not get too cocky. Leave that to me. He smirked as they walked over and restrained their opponent. As Tom and Tony began their fight with Tombstone, the confrontation between Kingpin and the team of Andrew and War Machine was just getting started as well. The towering figure of Wilson Fisk, also known as Kingpin, exuded an intimidating aura. His immense size and strength made him a formidable opponent, and he seemed entirely unfazed by the presence of his 2 opponents. Andrew took a deep breath, preparing for the battle to come. He didn't know anything about his opponent, so he wasn't sure whether taking on someone like Kingpin would be an easy task or not, but he wouldn't back down either way. War Machine, clad in his powerful suit of armor, stood confidently beside Andrew. Damn, how tall do you think this guy is? He asked curiously. Because he can't be less than 9 feet tall. And that's a conservative guess. Andrew nodded, also in astonishment by Kingpin's size. I'm more shocked by how wide he is. Unwilling to listen any longer, Kingpin lunged forward, closing the distance between him and the 2 heroes with astonishing speed for someone of his size. He swung his massive fist at Andrew, who managed to dodge just in time, the rush of wind from the punch sending a shiver down his spine. War Machine unleashed a barrage of repulsor blasts from his gauntlets, trying to keep Kingpin at bay. The powerful energy beam struck the crime lord's thick hide, but he barely flinched, his dark eyes locking onto his targets. Andrew used his agility to move around Kingpin, evading his punches and strikes with impressive skill. He delivered quick, precise blows to Kingpin's midsection and legs, trying to find weak points in his defenses. However, Kingpin's durability was astounding. Each punch from Andrew seemed to have little effect on the massive crime lord. Kingpin retaliated with a powerful Spartan kick that sent Andrew flying back, crashing into a nearby car. War Machine, witnessing the exchange, quickly adjusted his strategy. He unleashed a barrage of missiles from his shoulders, aiming to disorient Kingpin and create an opening for Andrew to regroup. The missiles exploded around Kingpin, causing plumes of smoke and debris to fill the air. In the midst of the chaos, Andrew took the opportunity to recover and assess the situation. Kingpin emerged from the smoke, his suit burning and covered in soot, but his resolve unshaken. "Is that all you've got?" he taunted, his deep voice resonating with arrogance. Andrew gritted his teeth, refusing to be discouraged. He knew that taking on Kingpin head-on would be futile. He needed a different approach. With a quick burst of webbing, Andrew swung to a distance, surveying the battlefield with a thoughtful look on his face. While Andrew was thinking of a plan, War Machine engaging Kingpin once again, firing his repulsor blasts with increased intensity. He strafed around the crime lord, trying to stay agile and avoid his crushing blows. Meanwhile, Andrew quickly formulated a plan. He needed to take advantage of Kingpin's size and use his momentum against him. With a determined look in his eyes, Andrew swung back into the fray. War Machine moved away just in time as Andrew shot a web line at Kingpin's arm, yanking it backward. The sudden force caused Kingpin to stumble, momentarily losing his balance. Andrew seized the opportunity, springing forward and delivering a fully powered kick to Kingpin's torso, hoping to send the behemoth flying. Kingpin roared in pain as he stumbled back a few steps, but his resolve remained unwavering. He retaliated with a powerful backhand, sending Andrew tumbling across the ground. War Machine rushed to Andrew's aid, unleashing a barrage of missiles at Kingpin to draw his attention away from the fallen hero. The explosive display created a momentary distraction, allowing Andrew to catch his breath. But Kingpin proved to be relentless. He pushed through the smoke and debris, his eyes locked onto Andrew and Rhodes. With a fierce determination, he charged forward, his footsteps creating tremors in the ground. Andrew knew they had to end this quickly. He couldn't let Kingpin get the upper hand again. With newfound resolve, Andrew shot a line of web at War Machine's back. "Quick! Give me a boost!" Andrew called out. War Machine understood the plan and activated his repulsor thrusters, soaring toward Kingpin at full speed, whilst dragging Andrew behind him. Kingpin saw Rhodes coming from a mile away, but his eyes widened when instead of crashing into him, as he expected, War Machine pulled up and veered off course, revealing Andrew torpedoing in his direction. Andrew unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with the combined force of his spider strength and War Machine's propulsion. The punch connected with Kingpin's jaw, sending shockwaves through the crime lord's massive frame. For a moment, Kingpin staggered, his eyes wide with surprise. Andrew used this moment to his advantage, delivering a swift series of blows to Kingpin's head, trying to put the giant to sleep. Finally, with one last powerful hit to the forehead, Andrew sent Kingpin crashing to the ground, his colossal figure causing the earth to tremble upon impact. War Machine landed beside Andrew, both of them catching their breath after the intense battle. "Nice work," War Machine said, giving Andrew a nod of approval. Andrew smiled, feeling a mix of relief and satisfaction. "Thanks. You too." As Andrew and Rhodes battled the giant Kingpin, Toby and Otto Octavius faced off against their formidable opponent, Olivia Octavius. Olivia stood confidently, her tentacles swaying ominously behind her as she grinned at her newfound test subjects. "Well, let's get this show on the road. I'd like to get your bodies in my lab by the end of the day." She purred, her voice laced with both arrogance and excitement. Toby kept his emotions in check, his experience as Spider-Man guiding his actions. He knew that facing Olivia would be no easy feat, especially given her twisted and ruthless nature. "If you give yourself up, we can help you," he replied calmly as he gestures to the men beside him. "Especially if you have the same problem as Otto." Otto, on the other hand, could not hide his astonishment at seeing Olivia. He examined her with both fascination and concern. "It's remarkable," he mused, "the differences and similarities in our lives, all leading to this moment." Olivia scoffed. "Spare me the philosophical musings. I'm not interested in your petty reflections. I'm here for one thing only." Her tentacles thrashed in excitement, almost like a predator sensing its prey. "Now, try not to get too hurt. I'd hate to ruin a perfectly good cadaver." Toby and Otto exchanged a quick glance, silently communicating their strategy. They knew that facing Olivia together was their best chance at success. Without further delay, Olivia lunged forward, her tentacles striking with deadly precision. Toby's spider sense tingled, allowing him to dodge her attacks with remarkable agility. Meanwhile, Otto utilized his mechanical prowess, devising a plan to neutralize Olivia's tentacles. He struck out with his metallic tentacles, quickly maneuvering around her green tentacles, hoping to entangle them. A/N, every time I write the word tentacle, I think of hentai. Is my mind corrupted or is it normal? Olivia hissed in frustration, but her intellect was just as formidable as her physical prowess. She manipulated the tentacles, swiftly breaking free from Otto's hold and countering Toby's attacks. Toby and Olivia engaged in a fast-paced battle of agility and strategy. He used his experience and knowledge of his powers to outmaneuver Olivia's tentacles, dodging and weaving through her attacks with skillful precision. However, Olivia was relentless. She adapted to Toby's movements, anticipating his next steps. Her tentacles struck with blinding speed, forcing Toby to remain on the defensive. Toby could feel the weight of the battle, the pressure mounting as Olivia's attack seemed never-ending. He knew he couldn't keep up this defensive stance forever, and they needed a way to turn the tide of the fight. Seeing Toby's struggle, Otto realized that they needed to combine their efforts more effectively. Toby, distract her. I have a plan, Otto called out, his mind working quickly to devise a strategy. Toby nodded and engaged Olivia head-on, using his agility to keep her occupied and dodging her tentacles as best as he could. He knew he needed to create an opening for Otto to execute his plan. Meanwhile, Otto's mechanical tentacles whirred and shifted as he analyzed Olivia's movements. He spotted a pattern in her attacks, a brief moment when she was momentarily off balance after striking with a single tentacle. Seizing the opportunity, Otto took action. He swiftly joined the battle once again and maneuvered one of his tentacles to grab Olivia's outstretched tentacle mid-swing, effectively restraining it. Olivia growled in frustration, trying to break free, but Otto's hold was unyielding. With a tentacle immobilized, Olivia was momentarily vulnerable. Toby, seeing the chance, delivered a powerful kick to her midsection, forcing her back and causing her tentacles to flop to the floor. Acting quickly, Otto struck out, pinning all four of his tentacles against Olivia's, completely restrained by her male counterpart's mechanical appendages. She struggled against the grip, but it was clear that she couldn't break free easily. Toby didn't waste a second. He swiftly swung his webs into action, firing a volley of webbing to wrap around Olivia's torso and arms, further restraining her movements. Toby sighed in relief, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Good job, Doc, he said, extending his hand to shake Otto's. We'll make a hero out of you yet. Otto accepted the gesture, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The same goes for you. I couldn't have done it without your assistance. As each separate battle came to an end, with each villain restrained and captured, the group suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out to them. Yo, did we miss anything exciting? They turned to see another Peter, stepping out a portal, alongside his cute daughter Lily, who was holding Venom in her arms like a soft, plushy doll. A/N, 2,270 words, smiley face. Long boy today. Police car light, hand over your gemstone stones, gemstone face with steam from nose, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 415, C415, how to cheat death. Police car light, insert justice gifts here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, low end, trophy, A/N, the 2-time crown. The aftermath of the intense battles left the group of Spider-Men and their allies with a mix of exhaustion and triumph. The defeated three, Kingpin, Olivia Octavius, and Tombstone, were securely bound and restrained, unable to cause any further trouble. With their adversaries taken care of, the focus now shifted to Peter's life-saving spell and ultimately sending everyone back to their respective universes. As Peter returned from the New York sanctum, he carried all of the necessary supplies in his necklace. He noticed the restrained new arrivals and instantly recognized them from his trip to Miles's universe. Whether they were actually from his universe or a parallel one was a mystery. Peter turned to the group, Lily standing at his side. What's with these guys? They were waiting here when we arrived. Tom quickly explained everything that happened before Peter's arrival. Peter nodded. We'll deal with them later. Right now, our priority is my spell. He says as he looks up at the sky. After all, we're running out of time. Following Peter's gaze, everyone looked up at the sky, finding it in perfect condition. They began to wonder if he could see something that they couldn't. And they would be correct. Sending a small amount of eldritch energy into his eyes, Peter could see the tiny purple cracks beginning to form along the blue sky. Cracks leading to other universes, filled with all sorts of dangerous beings. Strange spell has been active for far too long, and it's starting to grow into an even bigger problem. We only have until sunset. Peter thought as he prepared to speed things along. Turning back to the bewildered group, Peter noticed Natasha standing among them. I take it she was pulled out of her time as well? He asked. Tony nodded. Yeah, don't worry. I've already checked her over. She's the real Natasha. He says as he frowns thoughtfully. Will your spell be able to work for two people? Because if not, I'd rather you save Natasha. Peter shook his head firmly. No, that won't be necessary. I grabbed some extra supplies just in case, so I can make it work. He said as he turned to Natasha and smiled. It's good to see you, Natasha, or at least a version of you. You know, in my universe, you're one of the few teachers I've ever had. You, the ancient one, a few master in camartage, and that's about it. What about school? Lily asks as she squeezed Venom on her arms. Meh, I don't count them. Peter shrugged. After all, they didn't really teach him anything that he didn't already know. Natasha's curiosity piqued as she heard Peter's words. Nice to meet you, Peter, she said with a small smile, extending her hand. I'm not sure what happened in your universe, but I'm glad I could help. Peter took her hand, his respect evident in his eyes. It's an honor to meet you too, Natasha. So, did you run into any problems? Tom asked. MJ stepped up as well. Yeah, is Dr. Strange still in his cell? Yeah, he's still locked up. And nah, it went pretty smooth. Peter shook his head. Though the Sorcerer Supreme did caught me stealing, Peter revealed, catching everyone off guard. And you call that smooth? Tony shouted in a mix of exasperation and worry. Peter shrugged. Meh, he didn't put up much of a fight. We had a bit of a battle, and then I locked him up with Strange in the Undercroft cells. He shouldn't cause us any trouble. Everyone was shocked to hear that Peter had defeated the Sorcerer Supreme, but Peter downplayed it, saying he was just a bit weaker than Strange, so it wasn't a massive fight. Lily, always proud of her father, chimed in. You should have seen it. She boasted with a huge smile on her face. Dad even promised to teach me magic when we get home. Tony chuckled at her enthusiasm, then turned to Peter. So, you can save both of us? He asked once again, for clarification. Without messing anything up. Thanos still dies and the universe won't implode. Peter nodded confidently. Yes, I can make it work. We'll get everyone back to their universes and save both you and Natasha. Still not fully convinced, Tony expressed concern about using May's apartment, suggesting they use the Avengers Tower instead. Peter agreed, knowing it was a more suitable location for the delicate spell. He glanced at Kingpin, who was still unconscious, and realized he wouldn't even fit through May's front door. Good call. Let's head to the tower. We have everything we need, and I can set up the spell there, Peter suggested as he waved his hand, conjuring a portal to the roof of the tower. As the group piled into the portal, leaving behind the bus they had arrived in and the wreckage of their previous battle, police sirens could be heard in the distance, growing closer and closer. It seems that superpowered fights were breaking out all over the city lately, but they always seemed to arrive just a minute too late to catch anyone. The group arrived at the Avengers Tower, where Tony and Rhodes led Peter to a large and open room suitable for his spellcasting. As Peter started pulling out artifacts, odd ingredients, and ancient tomes from his storage necklace, Tony couldn't help but be curious about the nature of the spell. So, what exactly is this spell going to do? Tony asked, his eyes flickering with a mix of fascination and concern. Peter continued setting up the components, drawing intricate symbols on the floor with blood, and placing ingredients at crucial points around the room. He consulted the ancient books he had taken out, double-checking every detail. This spell will allow us to save you and Natasha, while also sending you back to finish off your last moments, Peter explained as he worked diligently. After all, we have to make sure your past actions, the ones that were crucial to this universe, still happen. Tony raised an eyebrow, trying to comprehend the complexity of the situation. You're going to send us back to our deaths, he asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Not exactly, Peter clarified, pausing for a moment to meet Tony's gaze. You both have to go back to those moments in time, but I have a plan to get around the whole dying part. The group leaned in, curious to hear Peter's solution. I'll create soulless and mindless clones of both you and Natasha, Peter explained. I'll tie your astral bodies to the clones and send them back to your respective timelines, where you'll be able to perform the necessary actions. Once you've fulfilled your destinies and faced your deaths, I'll use a spell from this book I got from the New York Sanctum to pull your astral bodies back to your main bodies here. He said as he held up an aged, dusty tome. The room filled with a mix of confusion and intrigue as Peter held up the dusty book. What's an astral body? Lily asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. It's like your soul and conscious mind mixed together, Peter explained with a warm smile. Think of it as the essence of who you are spiritually and mentally. Tom frowned thoughtfully. Aren't the clones people too? I don't think we should be sending them to their deaths. Peter shook his head. No, the clones will only appear human. I'm not giving them an astral body. And even if I wanted to, it would be extremely difficult to do so. After all, creating actual life is hard. Which is why we have to put Tony and Natasha's astral bodies inside of them. But didn't you make me with magic? Lily asks curiously. Do I have an astral body? Peter froze for a moment. I don't know. He answered truthfully. Is there a way to find out? Lily asked with a small frown on her face. Peter nodded. Yeah, but are you sure you want to know? Yes. Lily answered instantly. Okay, hold still. Peter says as he reaches out and grasps Lily by the top of her head. And with a single pull, everyone watched as a ghost-like transparent Lily came flying out. Venom, catch her. In an instant, Venom morphed into a small bed, which Lily's pilotless physical body collapsed on. Whoa! Ghost Lily exclaimed in awe as she left her father's grasp and floated around. This is so cool. I guess you do have an astral body. Peter muttered in shock. I wonder how I did that. Tony processed the information, his analytical mind trying to grasp the intricacies of the spell. So, you'll pull our souls out like that, stick them in these clones and send us to die in our timelines, but then our souls will be brought back here, he asked, seeking confirmation. Exactly, Peter nodded. It's a way to cheat death, allowing you both to continue living here. This is the best I can do on such short notice. If I had a week or two, then maybe I could come up with a better plan. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed the gravity of Peter's plan. The weight of altering time and tampering with life and death hung heavily in the air. But Peter was confident in his abilities and knew the risks were worth it to save Tony and Natasha. While everyone was shocked, processing all of the information they were just given, Peter continued readying his spell, whilst Lily dashed around the room, looking like a cute little poltergeist. A/N, 1624 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone stones, gemstone pistol, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 416, C416 Cure and Parting Gifts. Police car light, insert crime gifts here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Monkayaking, trophy, A/N, the Demon King walks among us once again, crown. Before diving into the critical preparations for the spell, Peter turned to the group, who were watching him in interest. His eyes lingering on the more scientifically minded end of them. Tony, Tom, Toby, and Andrew in particular. Hey, Peter called, his tone dismissive. Make yourselves useful while I'm getting the spell ready. I need you to check over Kingpin, Olivia, and Tombstone. Try to cure them like we did with the others. Tony crossed his arms, looking reluctant. Can't we just wait and watch you do your thing? We don't want to miss it. Peter rolled his eyes. If you want to learn magic, then beg the Sorcerer Supreme to accept you into Camartage. Besides, I won't be done for at least another 3 or 4 hours. You won't miss any magic. Tony hesitantly nodded in agreement. Fine. He said, ideas of visiting Camartage swirling inside his head. Andrew sighed, accepting the responsibility. All right, we'll do it. But we expect you to call us when it's time to do the magic. I don't want to miss it. Sure, Peter said with a small grin. Now, I doubt Kingpin can be cured. I've run not him before and his abilities seem inborn, but Olivia Octavius most likely has a malfunctioning inhibitor chip, just like Otto. If we can fix that, she should return to her senses. And as for Tombstone, I have no idea how he gained his powers, so good luck with that. With their mission clear, the 4 Spider-Men reluctantly left Peter to his work and proceeded to drag the restrained and now awakening villains toward Tony's lab. The villains struggled and protested, but their efforts were in vain against the combined strength of the 3 seasoned Spider-Men and Iron Man. Tony, Tom, Toby, and Andrew stood in Tony's high-tech lab, the subdued villains, Kingpin, Olivia Octavius, and Tombstone, securely restrained nearby. The room hummed with the sounds of machines and computers, and the air was tense from the venomous glares that the prisoners were sending their captors. Tony ran a diagnostic scan on Kingpin, hoping to find some way to cure him. But as expected, the results showed that Kingpin's immense power was an inherent genetic trait rather than the result of an accident or experiment gone awry. Well, Peter was right, Tony muttered, studying the data on the holographic screen. Kingpin's abilities seem to be an innate part of his biology. There's no accident or scientific mishap we can reverse. Tom sighed, disappointment evident in his voice. So, he'll stay like that forever. Hey! Fisk shouted in protest, not liking how Tom said that. It appears so, Tony confirmed with a frown, ignoring the prisoner. His muscle and bone density are off the charts, which explains his superhuman strength. He's basically just an oversized human, but that alone makes him superhuman. Toby chimed in, concern etched on his face. What about Olivia? Can we help her? Tony nodded and motioned for them to follow him. They moved to a separate area of the lab where Olivia Octavius was restrained. She glared at them, still filled with anger and madness, but they could sense a flicker of despair in her eyes. Get away from me! She shouted as they inched closer and closer. I won't be dissected, like some common lab rat. Tom took a step closer to her, hoping to calm her down. Olivia, we can help you. Just like we did for Otto. You don't have to be scared. We won't hurt you. Olivia scoffed, but there was a hint of desperation in her voice. And why should I believe you? Why would you help me? Because we're the good guys. Andrew stated the obvious. I mean, when's the last time you've met a Spider-Man that dissects and tortures people? Geez. Just relax. Tony nodded, showing her the inhibitor chip he had prepared, as well as a holographic schematic of her extra appendages. It seems that you never installed an inhibitor chip in your tentacles, so we'll go ahead and do that for you. With this, you'll hopefully stop being crazy. If not, well, I guess you'll end up somebody else's problem. Olivia hesitated for a moment, but the unwillingness in her eyes was undeniable. Thankfully, they didn't need her permission, as she was restrained completely, so they simply installed the chip into the back of her neck. The transformation was immediate. The malicious gleam in her eyes vanished, replaced with a mixture of relief and surprise. Oh my. It's like a weight has been lifted from my mind, she said, her voice tinged with wonder. This is incredible. Thank you. Tom smiled, glad to see her mind slowly restore itself to sanity. You're welcome, Olivia. Just don't remove or damage the chip and you should be fine. The group then turned their attention to Tombstone, the ashen-skinned gangster, who sat quietly, awaiting his fate. He seemed to enjoy his physically superior condition, so did not welcome their little experiments. Toby approached him and asked gently, "Do you know how you got your powers?" Tombstone shook his head. Not much. It was a long time ago, and it all happened so fast. And even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. Of course, he knew exactly what happened. Tombstone was shot and sent tumbling into a room with the experimental chemical diox-3, which gave him enhanced strength, speed, and durability. Tony examined the test results they had gathered and devised a serum that could potentially reverse Tombstone's transformation. They dragged him to an airtight room and locked him inside while they released the serum in gas form. As the serum misted into the sealed room, encompassing his body, Tombstone's skin began to lose its ashen hue, and his muscles gradually returned to a more human appearance. Within seconds, he sat before them as a regular-looking man. Tombstone froze in disbelief as he felt all of his strength disappear. I'm normal again. He whispered in dread. Andrew smiled warmly. Yes, you are. Now, you have a chance to start anew. Tombstone merely glared in his direction, set off at his predicament. Only Olivia expressed her gratitude for their help, and even shed some tears of relief. Despite her past actions, she was given a second chance, and she was determined to make the most of it. Meanwhile, back in the spacious room, Peter continued his intense preparation for the spell. Sweat dripped from his brow, as he tirelessly and meticulously prepared every detail of the spells. The tiny purple cracks in the sky above continued to grow and multiply, threatening to unleash chaos upon the multiverse. Lily sat on a nearby chair, back in her physical body with Venom sat on her lap, watching her father work tirelessly. She could see the crazy amount of effort and detail that he was putting into it, which only made him look cooler in her eyes. Dad, are you sure you can handle this alone? Lily asked, concern lacing her voice. Peter looked up, giving her a reassuring smile. I'll be fine, sweetheart. I've done some pretty difficult spells before. But this one might be the biggest one yet. He looked up from his work for a moment, smirking in his daughter's direction. I do love a good challenge though. Lily couldn't help but smile in return, her trust in her father unwavering. Just be careful, okay? We need you. I promise, Peter replied, returning to his work. Now, I need you to do something for me, Lily. What is it? Lily asked, eager to help in any way she could. Go and get the others, Peter instructed as he stood up and admired his work. Lily nodded and hopped to her feet. Sure, do you need a few more hands? Should I bring Tony? No, I'm already done. Peter stated, surprising her. The ritual was ready. Or rather both rituals were ready. One to make the clones and another to bind Tony and Natasha's astral forms to said bodies, while also anchoring them to this timeline. The room looked like a murder scene at a crazed cult. Blood and body parts covered the room in intricate designs alongside the oddest-looking objects and tomes. If any normal person were to arrive and see this, they would shriek and pass out or run for the police. Excited to see the rituals in action, Lily rushed out of the room to gather everyone. I'll be right back. Don't start without me. Moments passed before the room was full, and the sun began its descent toward the horizon. They only had an hour at most before he would have to send everyone back to their respective timelines and universes. This is it, Peter announced with a mixture of determination and trepidation. Once the spell is complete, everyone needs to be ready to return to their respective universes immediately. The longer we linger here, the more dangerous it becomes. But before that, Peter says as he pulls out 3 matching smartphones. Tom, Toby, and Andrew looked at him in confusion as he handed them over. And as they hesitantly took the phones, each screen lit up as an application opened, filling the scene and revealing a message. Welcome to the Spider-Verse group chat. A/N, 1566 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones, gemstone, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 417, C417 Venom's host. Police car light, insert unlucky gifts here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Wolfie, trophy, A/N, crown. Tom, Toby, and Andrew looked at each other, confused by what they've been given. What's this? Tom asked. It's a way for all of us spider people to stay connected across the multiverse, Peter explained. I created it during my last visit to another universe, and it already has some members. He instructed them to open the chat on the 3 phones, revealing an active chat room. Spider-Pig, did everyone else get that notification? Eyes. Gwen, yeah, did Peter add more members to the chat? Miles, it's crazy that he has time to find new members, but can't find the time to talk to us, unamused face. Ben, right. He doesn't even know about me and MJ's engagement, face with steam from nose. Paney, isn't it just your ex-wife? Noir, yeah, you've already married that dame once before. Just let us know when you're divorced again, neutral face. Ben. These are the members already in the chat, Peter continued, ignoring their conversation altogether. They're all from different universes, just like us. With the group chat, we can share information and be there for each other whenever we need help or support. Toby raised an eyebrow, impressed by the idea. So, we're part of a superhero support group. Andrew seemed intrigued but also a bit hesitant. What if we accidentally reveal something that alters the course of someone's universe? Peter shook his head. That's the point. I made this chat so you guys can be better equipped to overcome any obstacles. He explained matter-of-factly. Need information on a villain or help with some tech, or possibly some romantic advice? Ask the chat and we can help. Though based on what we just witnessed, they may also tease you a bit along the way. Isn't that dangerous? Andrew asked. Shouldn't we try not to alter our destinies or whatever? Dude. Peter sighed in exasperation. You've been watching too many sci-fi movies. This is the real world. Getting some info or advice from a chat room isn't going to bring about the end of time and space. Tom smiled, admiring his new phone. This is actually pretty cool. I'd like to be a part of it. Me too, Toby chimed in, sharing Tom's sentiment. Andrew, convinced, nodded in agreement. All right, count me in. Welcome to the team, Peter said with a smile as they familiarized themselves with the chat app. Feel free to introduce yourselves to the other members later. After all, we have to dash. Tony cut in, interrupting Peter mid-sentence. Do we get one of those as well? If not, how much do I have to pay to get one? He asked, excited at the possibility of studying messages that travel through the multiverse. And he wasn't the only one that wanted their own phone. Almost everyone in the room stared at Tom, Toby, and Andrew and their phones with envious gazes. No. Peter flat out refused. Sorry, but this is kind of a spider people only sort of thing. The 3 Spider-Men glanced at each other, feeling a bit smug after hearing that, as if they were VIPs or something. They were now part of a unique community, connected with their counterparts all across the multiverse. Ignoring the depressed and almost hostile feeling that suddenly filled the room, Peter brought everyone back on track. All right, let's finish these rituals and get everyone back to where they belong. The Avengers Tower was abuzz with anticipation as Peter prepared to perform the intricate rituals that currently filled the room. The whole place was bathed in the eerie glow of eldritch energy, as Peter stood at the center, his very being pulsating with power. Lily watched her father with wide eyes, her heart filled with both excitement and admiration. All right, everyone, Peter called out, gathering the attention of the group. This is the first part of the spell. I'm going to create the clones now, and then we'll proceed with the second part to bind their astral forms. Stay back, and don't, under any circumstances, interrupt the ritual. He added, a very serious look on his face. They all nodded in understanding, knowing the importance of precision in magical workings. They watched in awe as Peter began the spell, his hands tracing complex patterns in the air. The room seemed to tremble with energy as the symbols took shape, glowing with otherworldly power. The components laid out around the room glowed in response, each contributing to the spell's power. Lily's eyes sparkled as she observed the magical display, and even the cured villains watched in fascination, curious about the sorcery they had never witnessed before. As the symbols began to take form, a soft hum filled the air, and the atmosphere became charged with raw energy. It was as if the very fabric of reality was bending to Peter's will. The symbols coalesced into 2 coffin-shaped shadows, and from within them, 2 ethereal figures started to emerge. The figures slowly took shape, formed bones to muscles, tendons, nerves, skin, and hair, they materializing into the exact replicas of Tony Stark and Natasha Romanoff. They were perfect duplicates, down to the finest detail, bearing the same appearances, clothes as their originals. A/N, Gotta keep it PG for Lily. Whoa. Lily gasped, her excitement bubbling over. Dad, you did it. You created them. Peter smiled at his daughter's enthusiasm. Your dad's cool, huh? He replied proudly before preparing for the next ritual. Now, I need Tony and Natasha to come forward. Tony and Natasha hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to expect. They looked at each other, silently seeking reassurance. Finally, they stepped forward, drawn toward Peter and the two identical clones. Now, you both need to take a deep breath and relax, Peter instructed. I'm going to pull your astral forms from your bodies, but don't worry, you won't feel any pain. He reached out with his hands, carefully manipulating the eldritch energy surrounding Tony and Natasha. He focused his willpower on their astral forms, coaxing them to separate from their physical bodies. Tony and Natasha gasped in shock as they felt a strange sensation wash over them. It was as if they were floating, weightless and intangible. They looked down and saw their own physical bodies below, lying unconscious on the floor. Oh my. We're souls. Natasha said, her voice filled with wonder. Peter nodded with a smile. Exactly. Now, stay calm and trust me. I'm going to bind your astral forms to your original bodies. With practiced precision, Peter initiated the second part of the ritual. Golfernix Lamenia Thursday Indal, Clauda Barada Nicto, Kokum Tonin, Clauda Varada Nicto, Zyron Mingtian, Bien Xinglia, Kalamat Fti, Elin Sila Lumen Omanti Elvo, Enkali Mon Sushentori, Yagami Rato, Hiril Nin, Lugovaded, Coronair Boromina Miles. He chanted ancient incantations, drawing runes in the air and intertwining their energies with the astral forms of Tony and Natasha. The glowing symbol spiraled around them, connecting them to their original, physical bodies below. As the ritual reached its climax, the runes glowed brighter and brighter, until they emitted a blinding burst of light that enveloped Tony and Natasha. The light seemed to merge with their astral forms, drawing them down into their respective clone bodies. In an instant, the light subsided, leaving Tony and Natasha gasping for breath as they opened their eyes and took in their surroundings. They were now in very familiar, yet unfamiliar vessels. But they could feel a sort of pull, magnetizing them toward their original bodies, which laid sprawled on the floor at Peter's feet. That was incredible. Tony exclaimed, still reeling from the experience. Natasha looked at Peter with a healthy bit of fear and wariness in her eyes. That was. She had no words to describe it. With the rituals completed and the clones successfully integrated with Tony and Natasha's astral forms, Peter took a step back, feeling a surge of satisfaction and a bit of exhaustion. He wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at his handiwork with a mix of relief and pride. Lily approached her father with a grin, full of admiration. You did it, Dad. That was so awesome. Peter chuckled, ruffling his daughter's hair affectionately. Thanks, it was my most challenging spell yet. After moving Tony and Natasha got used to their temporary bodies, it was finally time to head home. All right, that's it, I guess. Peter announced in a somber tone, as he activated his storage necklace, pulling out the large cube he stole from Dr. Strange. The spell is done, and everything is ready. Now, we need to proceed with the next part of the plan, which is sending everyone back to their respective universes and timelines. Wait. Lily exclaimed as she held her new slime pet tightly. What about Venom? Peter's eyes widened. Oh, I almost forgot about that. He muttered. Peter had been so engrossed in the rituals that he forgot about Venom. He almost activated the cube without thinking, which would have sent the poor blob back to his universe. Tony and Natasha's original bodies are safe since the cube will only target their souls, which are currently inside the clones, but everyone else would have been sent right back to their home universe. Peter hummed and thought as he wondered what to do about the little slime ball. After a moment of thought, he could only come up with a single solution on such short notice. Venom would have to attach to whichever host he wants to go with them, or else he'll go right back to Toby's universe. The shared connection should bypass the cube's spell. He would basically be hitching a ride in someone else's body. Peter quickly explained. I guess, you'll have to attach to a host dash. Lily instantly jumped, her arms tightly wrapped around the black blob. Can I be Venom's host? She exclaimed eagerly. As the room fell into a momentary silence, Peter stared at his daughter. His heart raced with concern, but before he could utter a word, Venom spoke, a sharp teeth mouth forming on the slime. I accept your offer, Venom declared, his tone deep and otherworldly. Lily squealed in excitement, her eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and thrill. She had spent a lot of time with Venom, and was more than delighted with his acceptance. Lily, wait. Peter called out, feeling a wave of apprehension washing over him. But it was too late. Before he could say anything more, Venom surged forward and engulfed Lily in his black, swirling mass. The symbiote seemed to wrap around her like a cocoon, covering her entire body. A/N, 1,800 words, smiley face. Police car light give me gemstone stones gemstone eyes police car light. Backhand index pointing down. Don't forget to vote. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 418, C418 Farewells and Cheating Death, January 2nd. Police car light. Insert lucky gifts here. Most likes wins police car light. Trophy. Yesterday's gift winners. Monk kayaking. Trophy. A/N. The multi-posting Demon King strikes again. Unamused face crown. The Avengers Tower fell into a stunned silence as Lily and Venom combined, their forms intertwining. The swirling mass of the symbiote wrapped around Lily, covering her entire body. As the transformation completed, Lily's Spider-Girl suit took on a sleek black appearance, with sharp, spider-like symbols crawling across its surface. Lily's mask became Venom's face, his vicious teeth and malicious eyes now on full display. Whoa! Tom whispered, taken aback by the sight before him. Everyone, besides Toby, stared in awe at the transformation, having never seen anything quite like it in their universes. Tony was especially interested, his inquisitive, scientific eyes glued to alien symbiote. Peter, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with worry. His heart raced, and 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind as he watched his daughter bound with a being as dangerous as Venom. He knew that Venom was harmless now, but he couldn't help but worry. It's what parents do. Lily, he called out, his voice tinged with concern. But before he could say anything more, Lily's mask moved and Venom spoke. Don't worry, I would never harm Lily. She offered herself willingly, and I'll protect her as my host. As Venom finished, Lily's mask retracted, revealing her unblemished face. Dad, it's okay. Venom and I are friends, so please don't make us separate. I'll take good care of him. I swear. She spoke as if he were a pet, which did little to quell Peter's worry, but he let out a sigh and decided to trust his daughter. He took a deep breath. All right, Lily, but please, be careful, he said, his voice softening with concern. Lily nodded, her voice filled with excitement. Don't worry, Dad. I'll be fine. And Venom and I will be right here if you ever need us. Peter managed a weak smile, still grappling with the strange mixture of emotions inside him. All right. I'll trust you. But once we're back home, we're talking about this with your mom. Lily nodded in agreement, happy that her father was willing to at least consider the idea of her being Venom's host. As the room settled into a tense silence, Lily's brows furrowed, realizing that she can telepathically speak to Venom. And after a moment of talking, the symbiote retreated back into Lily's body, disappearing completely. And thankfully, Lily looked the same as before, dressed in her Spider-Girl attire. A few people in the room couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at Lily's symbiotic pet, mostly the villains, but they wouldn't say a word. MJ gave Lily a smile and said, "You looked really cool, Lily." Lily grinned, genuinely excited. Thanks. I'm going to show my mom when I get home. Toby's eyes narrowed, looking at the familiar sight before him. Just be careful, all right? He was once Venom's host and it didn't end well. Peter nodded. Don't worry, I'll be watching carefully. Although it's not very likely that Venom will cause Lily trouble, he still has to be cautious. I should stock up on chocolate when I get back. After all, he didn't want Venom eating people, especially now that Lily is his host. With everyone's concerns voiced and Lily's excitement palpable, Peter knew it was time to proceed with the next part of the plan. He checked out the window and noted that the cracks on the sky were getting worse. It was time. Any longer and I'll have to make everyone forget about Tom. Peter frowned, unwilling to let that happen. He placed the cube that he had stolen from Doctor Strange onto a nearby table and turned back to face the group. All right, everyone, he said somberly. It's time for goodbyes. One by one, the members of the group said their farewells. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with emotion as some hugged and exchanged heartfelt words. The cured villains who had now become allies, the alternate Spider-Men, and Lily with Venom all said their goodbyes with a sense of camaraderie and appreciation for the time they had spent together. Finally, it was time for Peter to activate the cube and send everyone back to their respective universes and timelines. With a deep breath, he pressed the button at the top of the cube, activating Doctor Strange's spell. A surge of energy filled the room as the spell took effect and expanded, covering the city, and eventually encompassing the whole world. One by one, the members of the group vanished in flashes of light, disappearing from the Avengers Tower and returning to their own realities. Watching everyone disappear, Peter turned to Tom and gave him a wave, his body glowing in the process. I'll see you soon, so don't slack on your training, okay? Sure thing, Sensei. Tom answered, a sad tilt to his voice. Just as he was about to disappear, Peter motioned toward MJ. Oh, and be sure to use the knowledge we gave you that night. He said, wiggling his eyebrows as he disappeared, leaving behind a few final words. Lose that virginity of yours before college. Don't say things like that. Tom exclaimed in embarrassment, whilst MJ blushed and looked away, avoiding his eyes. Wait. Don't listen to him. Soon enough, the room was left with only Tom, MJ, May, and Ned standing together, surrounded by the echoes of their friends' departures. On the floor, Natasha and Tony's original bodies remained, waiting for their astral forms to return. Outside, the invisible cracks that threatened to break open universe itself slowly mended, disappearing completely after a few minutes. The silence that followed was heavy with the weight of their absence. MJ wiped away a tear and looked at the empty space where the others had been just moments before. "I'm going to miss them," she said, her voice choked with emotion. May nodded, her eyes misty as well. "Me too." Ned sighed, feeling a sense of loss. It was like we had this whole superhero team going on, and now they're all gone. Tom put his arm around MJ, offering her comfort. "Yeah, but we'll always have the memories, and who knows? Maybe we'll see them again someday," he says as he pulls out his new phone. "Besides, we can message them anytime." May smiled at her nephew, remembering the Spider-Verse chat. "You're right." Ned nodded, eyeing the phone curiously. "Maybe you should ask if they got back all right." Tom agreed and opened the app. "Okay, 1 second. Tom, hey, waving hand." After disappearing from the tower, Natasha Romanoff found herself back in her own timeline, standing on the desolate planet of Vormir. Confused and disoriented, she looked around, trying to make sense of the situation. She had just said her goodbyes to her newfound friends and was ready to crash into the ground and die, but the spell seemed to have taken her back a few minutes earlier than expected. Annoyed, she realized that she was once again faced with the heart-wrenching choice she had made before. She had to fight Clint Barton, her dear friend and ally, to sacrifice herself and obtain the Soul Stone. Natasha sighed, frustrated with the annoying turn of events. She had already made peace with her decision, and now she had to go through it all over again. "Seriously?" Natasha muttered under her breath. "I thought I was done with this part." Hawkeye approached her, his eyes filled with pain and determination. "Nat, we can't do this. Let me go. It has to be me." Natasha shook her head, her resolve just as firm as before. "Clint, we both know it has to be me. You have a family, a chance to get them back. I don't. This is the only way." They both knew there was no changing the outcome. The two friends had been through too much together, and now they found themselves in this cruel and agonizing predicament. They fought fiercely, each trying to save the other, but they both knew there was only one way this could end. "I doubt he'll believe me if I said I won't really die," she thought, knowing Peter's spell would save her. Natasha grunted as she blocked Clint's attacks, her mind racing with frustration. She didn't want to do this all over again. She had already accepted her fate once, and now she had to face it twice. But she had a duty to fulfill, a sacrifice to make. She couldn't let Clint anywhere near the cliffside, especially now that she knows she'll survive. With renewed determination, Natasha gathered her strength and pushed herself harder in the fight. Clint, too, fought with all his might, knowing that he had to do this for Natasha, the woman he considered his sister. They exchanged blows, each strike a testament to their friendship and the love they held for one another. "I'm sorry, Clint," Natasha said between breaths. "But I'll be fine, so don't worry." Clint's eyes filled with tears as he replied, "And I'm sorry too, Nat, but I can't let you." The battle reached its climax, and Natasha found herself at the edge of the cliff, looking back at Clint, who laid on the ground, beaten and defeated. The battle was decided yet again. Natasha hesitated for a moment, a small smile gracing her lips. "I love you, Clint," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "And I'll see you soon." Clint's heart broke, and tears streamed down his face. "I love you too." With one final look, Natasha jumped off the cliff for the second time, trusting that Peter's spell would do its work. As she fell, Natasha's mind flashed with the memories of her life as an Avenger. She smiled through her tears, grateful for the bonds she had formed and the love she had experienced. If the spell fails, then this isn't such a bad way to go out, she thought. In that moment, Natasha felt a sense of peace. She had found a family in her friends, and that love would live on in her heart, even in death. And as the famous Black Widow's life came to an end with a sickening splat, her body remained unmoving at the bottom of the cliff. But moments later, a faint wisp of light could be seen, shooting out of her body and disappearing over the horizon. A/N, 1731 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone starstruck police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 419, C419 Cheating Death, February 2nd. Police car light, insert sleep gifts here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Monkayaking, trophy, A/N, the Demon King continues his reign crown. Tom, May, MJ, and Ned stood in the Avengers Tower, their hearts heavy with the weight of their friends' departures. They were anxious and worried, waiting for Tony and Natasha's souls to return to their bodies. Time seemed to slow down as they watched Natasha's lifeless form lying on the floor, hoping for any sign of her return. Minutes passed, feeling like hours, and just when they were starting to lose hope, a faint wisp of light shot into the room and merged with Natasha's body. "Did you see that?" MJ exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Ned nodded, excitement and hope welling up within him. "I think that was it." Natasha's soul just came back. Tom's heart skipped a beat, and he rushed over to Natasha's side, closely followed by May, MJ, and Ned. They watched with bated breath as Natasha's body twitched, her eyes fluttering open. Natasha gasped for breath, her body jerking as life returned to it. She blinked a few times, disoriented and confused, before finally focusing on the worried faces surrounding her. "Natasha!" Tom exclaimed, relief washing over him. May's eyes were glistening with tears, happy that everything was working out. "Welcome back." Natasha took a deep breath, her memories flooding back. She remembered the fight with Clint, the fall, and then, nothing. I'm alive," she whispered, almost unable to believe it. Ned practically jumped in excitement. Peter's spell actually worked. Natasha managed a weak smile, still a little disoriented. What about Tony?" she asked as all eyes turned to Tony's body, which continued to lay lifeless on the cold hard floor. As Tony Stark descended down to face Thanos, he felt a rush of familiarity. He had been in this exact situation before, with the Infinity Stones in his possession, ready to face the Mad Titan. But something felt different this time. As he landed and saw Thanos in front of him, his gauntlet still adorned with the stones, it dawned on him that Peter's spell must have sent him back a few minutes earlier than he had anticipated. "Great," Tony muttered, annoyed. "I just had to deal with this once, and now I have to do it all over again." Thanos turned to face him, a grin forming on his face. "You again," he taunted. "I thought you learned your lesson last time." Tony chuckled, brushing off the comment. "Yeah, well, I've got a bad habit of coming back for more." Without further ado, the two engaged in battle once more. However, just like before, it was a one-sided affair. Tony's frustration over having to repeat this fight coupled with the knowledge of what was to come gave him a sense of recklessness. He fought with all his might, but he couldn't match the raw power of the Mad Titan. Blows rained down on Tony's suit, denting and cracking the once impenetrable armor. He struggled to keep up, but he refused to back down. Even though he knew the outcome, he fought with every ounce of strength he had left. As the battle continued, Thanos kept the upper hand, his immense strength overwhelming Tony's efforts to fight back. Soon, Tony found himself pinned against the ground, his armor and body in tatters. "You're no match for me, Stark," Thanos said with a wicked grin. "Your persistence is commendable, but it won't change the outcome. No matter what you do, I will always be inevitable." Tony, panting heavily, managed to speak through the pain. "I'm not giving up that easily." As Thanos lifted Tony by the throat, ready to deliver the final blow, Tony repeated history once again. He discreetly activated his nanobot Iron Man suit, which extended its tendrils, silently reaching for the Infinity Stones on Thanos' gauntlet. With precise movements, the nanobot started detaching the stones one by one. Thanos, unaware of Tony's actions, continued to taunt him. "You should have gone for the head like last time." With all the Infinity Stones now safely in his iron glove, Tony smirked triumphantly. "Well, this time, I'll do better than that." Thanos frowned in confusion as Tony lifted his hand, revealing all 6 Infinity Stones. "What was it you said again?" Tony asked with a **T-eating grin plastered across his face. "Oh, I remember. I'm inevitable." With a smug look, Tony snapped his fingers together, activating the Infinity Stones, and the universe erupted in a blinding light. The ground shook, and everything around them seemed to disappear into a void of pure energy. As the blinding light engulfed them, Tony Stark felt the toll the stones took on his body. Unadulterated pain and agony filled his entire being, engulfing him completely. And with that pain came a rush of emotions. Memories of everything he had fought for, his friends, his family, and the world he loved, flooded his mind. It was all coming to an end once more, but this time, there was a small sliver of hope that Peter's spell would work, allowing him to reunite with his family and friends once again. But as the light subsided and the echoes of Thanos' defeat faded away, Tony found himself alone on the battlefield with no sign of Thanos or his army. The universe around him seemed different, altered. "Did it work?" he muttered as he collapsed on the ground, his body fried from using the stones. As he looked down at his gloved hand, the one that held the Infinity Stones, he knew that something had changed. The stones were gone, and he could feel the lingering power within him. Tony's mind raced with possibilities. Did I succeed? However, before he could find any answers, a feeling of exhaustion washed over him. The strain of wielding the Infinity Stones took its toll, and Tony's body started to give into the immense power he had just harnessed. As the dust settled and Thanos' army disappeared, Pepper Potts watched in horror as the blinding light dissipated, revealing the aftermath of the battle. Her heart pounded in her chest as she searched desperately for Tony, praying that he had survived the onslaught as well. "Tony," she called out, her voice trembling with fear. Moments later, she spotted him, collapsed on the ground, his Iron Man suit battered and broken. Pepper's heart sank as she rushed towards him, pushing past the debris that littered the battlefield. Her eyes locked onto his face, which was pale and filled with a mixture of pain and exhaustion. "Tony," she cried out again, falling to her knees beside him. "Are you okay?" Tony managed a weak smile, though the effort seemed to drain the last of his energy. "Hey, Pep," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I did it. I made things right." Pepper's eyes filled with tears as she gently cradled Tony's face in her hands. "You did, Tony," she said, her voice choked with emotion. "You did." Tom, who had rushed over, looked on in shock. "Mr. Stark, you did it," he said, noticing Tony's horrible condition. "Are you okay?" Tony chuckled softly, his breaths growing shallow. "No, I don't think I am," he replied, looking at Tom with a mix of pride and exhaustion. "But I'll be back. So just wait for me." Pepper's tears fell freely now as she held Tony close, confused by his words. Just hang in there, okay," she pleaded. "We can find a way to heal you. Just don't die. Please, don't die." Tony shook his head gently, his strength waning. "It's too late for that, Pep," he said, his voice barely audible. "I knew what I was getting into, and I'd do it all over again if it meant keeping you and our daughter safe." Pepper's heart shattered as she realized the gravity of the situation. "No, Tony, please," she sobbed, unable to accept what was happening. But Tony's gaze remained steady as he looked at her lovingly. "I love you, Pepper," he whispered. "Always have, always will. Just, wait for me. With those final, yet cryptic words, Tony's body went limp in Pepper's arms, and she let out a heart-wrenching cry of anguish. Tom placed a hand on her shoulder and joined her, his expression filled with sorrow as well. "He did it," Dr. Strange appeared, a solemn look on his face. After all, he knew this would happen. This was the 1 in a million chance he was betting on, but he certainly wasn't happy about it. As Pepper grieved, Tom couldn't tear his eyes away from the fallen hero. Tony Stark, the man he had looked up to and admired, had sacrificed himself so that everyone else could live. "We'll make sure that everyone knows what he did," Tom vowed, his voice filled with determination. "I'll make sure they remember him, forever." Pepper looked up at Tom, gratitude shining through her tears. "Thank you," she whispered, her heart heavy with loss. Together, they mourned the loss of Tony Stark, unaware that they would be seeing him in about a year's time. As the sun set on the battlefield, Pepper held Tony's lifeless body close, unaware as a dim transparent light shot out of his corpse and dashed away, disappearing into the distance. "Tony." Natasha grumbled as she paced around the room. "What's taking him so long? Maybe the spell couldn't bring him back." Ned spoke what everyone was thinking and received harsh glares for doing so. Natasha turned to him, furious. "If you have nothing good to say, then don't speak. He'll make it back. He has to." As they waited, slowly losing hope as time passed, a faint wisp of light appeared in the night sky, like a shooting star. It swirled and danced before shooting in their direction. "Is that?" Ned whispered. Natasha snapped. "Didn't I tell you?" She froze as she caught sight of the wisp in the distance. The wisp of light grew closer, and within its glow, they could see the faint outline of a figure. It was Tony, his form flickering like a mirage. Natasha's eyes filled with tears. "It worked," she exclaimed as the flickering figure of Tony surged at the tower and shot into his body. Tony gasped, his eyes flying open as he took in his surroundings. He was back in the tower, alive once again. A/N, 1731 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 420, C420 reactions, 1/2. Police car light, insert funny gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Max Phantom, trophy, A/N, the cheated king takes the throne. Crown. After the emotional reunion at the Avengers Tower, Natasha found herself filled with a renewed sense of purpose. She knew that she had to see Clint and his family. They were the only real family she had ever been a part of, besides the Avengers. She had a niece and 2 nephews there that no doubt mourned her death. So, with Tony's promise to meet her later, she bid her friends farewell and slipped away into the night. Disguising herself as an air hostess, Natasha managed to sneak onto a commercial flight to Iowa without drawing any suspicion. Her many years spent as a top spy allowed her to pass all checks without a hitch. As the plane touched down, she quietly made her way out of the airport and into the parking lot, where she swiftly stole a car. Driving for hours, Natasha headed deeper and deeper into the barren areas of Iowa, where the landscape was dominated by thick forests. The familiar sights brought back memories of her time with the Barton family. They had been a part of her life for so long, and she longed to be with them once more. Finally, she arrived at Barton Farm, but she barely had a chance to step out of the car before an arrow pierced the door next to her. Whirling around, she saw Lila Barton, Clint's middle child, holding a bow and arrow. "Lila, it's me," Natasha said gently, hoping her niece would recognize her. Lila's eyes widened in shock. "Aunt Natasha," she exclaimed, lowering her bow hesitantly. Before Natasha could respond, another arrow whizzed past her, this time coming from the direction of the farmhouse. She turned to see Clint standing on the porch, with Laura and their other children behind him. The tension in the air was palpable. "Lila, come here now," Clint commanded, concern and caution written all over his face. Lila reluctantly obeyed, and Natasha stepped forward, hoping to bridge the gap between them. However, another arrow landed at her feet, preventing her from moving any further. "Clint, it's me," Natasha said, trying to sound as reassuring as possible. "I'm back. I was brought back by a spell. I know how it sounds, but it's true." Clint's eyes narrowed, not fully believing what he was seeing. Laura stepped forward, a mix of hope and uncertainty in her eyes. Could it be her? Clint hesitated, torn between his skepticism and his desperate desire to believe. "Maybe," he muttered, turning back to Natasha. "Keep your hands in the air and get down on your knees." "Okay." Natasha complied easily. After tying Natasha up with some wire rope, Clint deposited her in the living room. "If you so much as twitch in those ropes, I'll put an arrow between your eyes, are we clear?" Natasha nodded. "Crystal." Clint turns to his 3 kids, who were hovering around curiously. "Out. All of you. Go upstairs and do your homework." He shooed them off. As they left, Natasha began to explain everything that happened. From Tom and Strange's failed spell to Peter's spell that brought her back from the dead. Clint watched her with a skeptic eye. "It sounds like you've had a very magical few days." Laura, on the other hand, looked much more convinced than him. "Maybe she's telling the truth." "I am." Natasha sighed in annoyance. "Just call Tom or Rhodes. They can explain." Laura nodded in agreement. "We should call Fury too." Clint nodded. "He should be off planet right now, but we can try." Leaving Natasha tied up for a moment, they walked to the front porch to make some calls. Back inside the house, the Barton kids gathered around Natasha, asking her questions that only their Aunt Natasha would know the answers to. They talked about their childhood toys, their favorite games, and all the fun they had together. Lila held up an old stuffed animal. "What's this bear's name?" "Felix." Natasha answered with ease, a small smile on her lips. Cooper, the oldest, stepped up next. "What was the first move you taught me?" he asked, taking a combat stance. "A karate chop. I wanted to teach you some real fighting, like Muay Thai, but you watched too many kung fu movies and wouldn't take anything else." She answered perfectly once again. "What's this?" Nathaniel held up a messy child's drawing. "We drew that together on your birthday. You said the squiggles in the sky were birds." Halfway through answering their questions, Clint and Laura stood outside the room, listening in with their keen ears. It might actually be her. Clint admitted in a whisper that only his wife could hear. After an hour of waiting, the unmistakable sound of a spaceship approaching filled the front yard. A bright light illuminated the surroundings, and the humming grew louder before eventually fading away. Finally, a knock came at the door. Laura and Clint exchanged glances before Laura opened the door to reveal none other than Nick Fury standing there. He wasted no time with greetings and immediately entered the living room, where Natasha was still restrained. Fury began to rattle off coded questions to Natasha, a series of statements and responses that only she could provide. "I walked my dog today," he stated. Natasha understood immediately. Was he pulling at his leash again? "Did you see the news this morning?" he continued. "Yeah, they said it would rain, so I brought an umbrella," she answered with ease. This continued for a full 30 minutes and Natasha answered each prompt without hesitation, confirming her identity beyond a shadow of a doubt. "Well, F***ck me," Fury muttered as he ran out of prompts. "It's really you." Satisfied, Fury dropped onto a nearby couch, shocked that one of his best agents actually returned from the dead. "You can untie her now," Fury ordered. But just as Clint was about to untie her, Natasha simply stood up, causing the ropes to fall loosely at her feet, showing that she could have escaped at any moment. Fury chuckled at Natasha's display, finding the look on Clint's face amusing. "I can't believe it's really you," he said, his voice breaking with emotion. "Welcome back from the dead, I guess." "Yeah, it's me," Natasha replied, her eyes shining with tears of relief. "I'm back." Laura stepped forward and hugged Natasha tightly. "We missed you so much," she said, her voice filled with emotion. Natasha hugged her back, cherishing the warmth of their embrace. I missed you all too, she whispered. As the rest of the family crowded around, including the children, who were hovering in the hallway, laughing and crying, they embraced their long-lost sister and aunt. The pain of the past year melted away in the comfort of each other's presence. Fury stood at the side, a small smile gracing his lips. Though he knew that he'd have to get some answers soon enough. After all, people don't just come back to life. But that can wait until tomorrow. He thought as he watched the family reunion. As the hours passed, Natasha found herself overwhelmed with gratitude for Peter's help and the second chance he had given her. She was back with her family, where she truly belonged. The pain and heartache she had endured were fading away, replaced by a sense of belonging and love. Late into the night, as the stars twinkled overhead, Clint and Natasha sat together on the porch, watching the fireflies dance in the distance. I thought I lost you, Clint admitted, his voice filled with emotion. Natasha placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. And I thought I lost you, she replied. But here we are, together again. Clint looked at her, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you for coming back, he said softly. Your family, Natasha. You always have been. And your family to me too, Natasha replied, her voice choked with emotion. I'll always do my best to come back. With the weight of the past year lifted from their shoulders, they sat in companionable silence, cherishing the simple joy of being together. As the sun began to rise, Natasha knew that she had found her way back home, not just to the Barton family, but to herself as well. Ahem. The door opens and Fury comes walking out, ruining the mood in an instant. This is real sweet and all, but I need some answers. Hours earlier, back in New York. The night was calm as Tony approached the familiar address of his home, his heart pounding with both excitement and trepidation. A year had passed since Pepper and Morgan had seen him, and he couldn't bear the thought of the pain they had endured, believing he was gone forever. The weight of the guilt weighed heavily on his shoulders, but he knew he had to face them. With a deep breath, he knocked on the door, the sound echoing through the quiet and extravagant neighborhood. He heard the shuffling of footsteps on the other side, and his heart skipped a beat when the door opened to reveal Pepper standing there, looking both shocked and hopeful. Tony, she whispered, her voice quivering. Tony managed a weak smile. Hey, Pep, he said softly. A/N, 1548 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone eyes, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 421, C421 reactions, 2 halves. Police car light, insert gun gifts here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Max Phantom, trophy, A/N, crown. Tony. Pepper whispered, her voice quivering with emotion. Tony managed a weak smile. Hey, Pep, he said softly. For a moment, Pepper stared at him, as if unable to believe her eyes. Then, the dam broke, and tears spilled down her cheeks. She launched herself at Tony, wrapping her arms tightly around him, and he returned the embrace just as fiercely. Unlike the spies in Iowa, Pepper didn't need any verification or codes to believe that this was her Tony. After all, she was married to the man and had his child. Nor did she have a paranoid mind, born from a lifetime of espionage. You're really here, Pepper choked out, her voice filled with joy and disbelief. I told you I'd be back, Tony replied, his voice breaking with emotion. I'm so sorry, Pep. I never wanted to leave you and Morgan. Pepper pulled back slightly, looking into his eyes as realization dawned on her. You knew. She said, her voice trembling. You knew that you were coming back. A whole year, Tony. We thought you were gone forever. Why didn't you explain better? I know, but I was kinda in the middle of dying. I'm so sorry, Tony said, his heart aching at the thought of the pain he had caused. I wish I could have come back sooner. I really do. Pepper's fingers gently caressed his cheek, her touch filled with tenderness. It doesn't matter now, she said softly. You're here, and that's all that matters. Just then, they heard a faint sound coming from down the hall, and they turned to see Morgan, donned in her pink bunny pajamas, standing there, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Mommy, who's at the door? She asked, her voice still groggy with sleep. Pepper smiled through her tears, kneeling down to her daughter's level. Morgan, sweetie, look who's here, she said, her voice filled with both joy and trepidation. Morgan's eyes widened when she saw Tony standing there. Daddy, she whispered, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Tony's heart broke at the sight of his little girl, looking both excited and cautious. Hey, Bug, he said softly, using his nickname for her. It's me. Morgan's eyes filled with tears as she ran into Tony's open arms. Daddy, she cried, clinging to him tightly. Tony held her close, burying his face in her hair, inhaling the sweet scent of children's shampoo. I'm so sorry I was gone for so long, he whispered, his voice choked with emotion. I promise I'll never leave you again. As they stood there, Pepper wrapped her arms around both of them, holding her family close. The pain of the past year was slowly being replaced by the overwhelming relief and joy of having Tony back. They had spent countless nights longing for him, and now, he was here, in their arms once more. The three of them stood in a tight embrace for what felt like an eternity, finding solace and comfort in each other's presence. As the initial excitement settled, Tony shook his daughter, who held him tight like a koala. I think you should be in bed, but since it's a special occasion, why don't we all camp out in the living room? Pepper smiled, wiping away her tears. I think that's a great idea, she said, her voice filled with warmth. Hand in hand, they walked to the living room, where Tony got comfortable in the couch with Morgan attached to him like a super magnet. Morgan refused to separate from her father, her grip locked around his neck. Seeing this, Pepper couldn't keep the smile from her face. Since you're trapped, why I go and get some pillow and blankets? Pepper said and walked off. Morgan nodded, still processing the fact that her father had returned from the dead. I missed you, Daddy, she said softly, her voice filled with love and longing. Tony smiled, sitting on the edge of her bed. I missed you too, Bug, he replied, playing with her long hair. But I promise I'm here now, and I'm never leaving again. Promise? Morgan asked, her eyes searching his for reassurance. Tony placed his hand over his heart. I promise, he said, his voice unwavering. I love you both so much, and I'll always be here for you. Morgan pulled her head up, staring at her father with a frown. No, you have to say it right. She practically ordered. Huh? Oh. Tony was confused for a moment before realizing what she meant. I love you 3000. He said, bringing a blooming smile to her face as she resumed her position, glued to his body. Soon enough, Pepper joined them on the couch, bringing along all sorts of pillows and blankets, and the three of them cuddled close, reveling in the feeling of being together again. As the night stretched on, they shared stories, laughter, and tears, catching up on all that had happened during Tony's absence. For Morgan, it was a night she would never forget. Her father had come back from the dead, and she held onto him as if afraid he might disappear again. But as Tony tucked her in and kissed her forehead, she felt safe and loved, knowing that he was truly back for good. As they finally drifted off to sleep, Tony found himself overwhelmed with gratitude and love. He had been given a second chance at life, and he wasn't going to waste it. With his family by his side, he knew that no challenge was too great, and he was determined to make every moment count. And so, as the night turned to dawn, Tony Stark, the Iron Man, found himself surrounded by the two most important people in his life. The pain of the past year was still there, but it was now overshadowed by the joy of being together again. Time skip, 1 week. It didn't take long for the news of Tony Stark's resurrection spread like wildfire across the globe, capturing the attention of the general public and sending news stations into a frenzy. Reporters scrambled to cover the astonishing story, trying to make sense of the seemingly impossible events. Lucky, for Natasha, she didn't have much to gain by stepping out into the public again, so she was able to stay dead, so to speak. Tony, on the other hand, has a family, a large fortune, and a very successful company, so he had to step out into the light sooner or later. On television screens and news websites, headlines blared with excitement and curiosity: Avenger, Return from the Dead, Stark, Back from the Beyond, and The Marvelous Resurrection. How did he do it? As the news broke, people everywhere stopped in their tracks, unable to believe what they were hearing. Social media erupted with a mix of shock, skepticism, and joy. Memes and fan theories flooded the internet, with people speculating on how such a miraculous event could have occurred. Journalists sought expert opinions from scientists, historians, and even conspiracy theorists, trying to find a rational explanation for the unexplainable. But the consensus was clear. Tony Stark was indeed back among the living. The Avengers held a press conference to address the public directly. Tony and his family stood side by side, projecting an aura of love and happiness. Questions from reporters came in rapid-fire succession, but Tony faced them with composure and candor, opting to just say a short speech before heading home. Yes, I actually died a year ago. Yes, I'm now alive. No, I'm not an alien or dimensional shapeshifter. I hope that clears things up. Now, if you guys don't mind, I promise to take my daughter to the park. Iron Man out. He gave the reporters the peace sign and walked off, followed by Pepper, Morgan, and Happy, who would be driving for them. For the weeks to come, news stations continued to broadcast updates and stories, diving into the details of Tony's return to the living. The excitement of it all seemed to slowly give way to a renewed sense of hope and optimism. The world knew that if the Avengers could overcome death itself, then there was no challenge they couldn't face. The swirling energy engulfed Peter and Lily, transporting them back to their universe and their home. As the bright lights faded away, they found themselves standing in the familiar kitchen of their house. Peter's girlfriend and Lily's mother, MJ, was nowhere to be seen. "Dad, we're back," Lily called out, happy to be home. Peter nodded and let out a relieved sigh. Finally back home, he said, his voice tinged with exhaustion. After all, he had been universe hopping for a while now. But as they stood there, they noticed something odd. The house was in a state of chaos. All of the doors were open, including the cabinets for some reason, not to mention the mess. "Dad, where's Mom?" Lily asked, her brow furrowing with concern. "She was here when I left." Peter's heart skipped a beat as he looked around, calling out for MJ. "MJ. MJ, are you here?" A distant voice echoed from the living room, "Lily." "Peter. Is that you?" They rushed out of the kitchen and found MJ pacing nervously in the living room. As soon as she saw them, she let out a mix of relief and frustration. "Lily Parker. Where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you," she shouted, both happy for her return and irate for her leaving. Peter stepped forward, trying to explain, "We got caught up in something a bit complicated. But we're back now, safe and sound." Lily nodded. "It's true, Mom. We were in another universe." While MJ was contemplating what she just heard, Peter spoke up. How long ago did Lily disappear?" MJ's eyes narrowed as she checked her phone. "About half an hour," she revealed as she scooped Lily into her arms. "I was about to call Tony and have him scour the city's cameras for her, but thankfully she's back." "I missed you, Mom," Lily said, giving her mother a hug. Peter leaned against the wall, allowing them to have their moment. "As you can probably tell, it's been more than 30 minutes for us," he reveals, explaining their little adventure across the multiverse. MJ embraced her daughter tightly, trying to hold back tears. "So it's been a few days for you?" she asks, and Lily nods into her shoulder. Peter joined the hug, and the three of them stood there, cherishing the moment of being reunited. After a few moments, Peter pulled back and smiled at MJ, "Sorry for all the trouble. But we're home now, and that's what matters." MJ couldn't help but smile back, her heart filled with love for her little family. "Well, you better not disappear like that again, okay? It's not good for my nerves." "We promise," Lily said, giving her mother a mischievous grin. "At least not without a good reason." Peter chuckled, shaking his head. "I'll be looking into a way to stop any sort of forced multiverse travel, so you don't have to worry." After all, he didn't want this to happen again, especially to Lily or MJ. As the tension from the past events slowly dissipated, Lily couldn't wait any longer to share her experience with her mother. She excitedly recounted their adventure, from meeting the alternate Spider-Men to the confrontation with the villains, and finally, bonding with Venom. "Oh! And I made a new friend," Lily exclaimed as her body was instantly covered in an ominous black goo. "His name is Venom." She spoke through Venom's fanged mouth, her voice monstrous and distorted. A/N, 2000 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone face with steam from nose, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 422, C422 Strange Encounter. Police car light, insert sword gifts here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Max Phantom, trophy, A/N, 3 in a row. Can he be stopped, crown? After a long explanation, Lily managed to convince her mother that Venom wasn't a threat to her or anyone else. The three of them got to work cleaning up the mess MJ unintentionally created while frantically searching for Lily. Once the house was back in order, Lily turned to her father expectantly. "Can you teach me magic now? You promised," she said, looking up at him with puppy dog eyes. MJ perked up upon hearing this. "Can I learn magic too?" MJ asked, matching her daughter's manipulatively cute expression. "You don't have to teach me much. I just want to be able to open portals." Peter sighed in exasperation. He hasn't been back for more than a few hours and wanted to spend some time lazing around, but... "Sure, it would be great to have someone else that can open portals," he nodded, unable to say no to the double attack. "But we'll need to get a sling ring to open portals. They're heavily restricted by Camartage, for good reason." Lily and MJ's excitement deflated slightly upon hearing that. However, Peter reassured them, "Don't worry. You'll just have to become official students of Camartage." Their excitement immediately returned. "How do we do that?" Lily asked. Peter couldn't stop himself from patting her on the head affectionately. "We'll go and get the Ancient One's permission, of course." The idea of becoming students of Camartage instantly thrilled Lily and MJ, though they turned nervous upon realizing they'll be meeting the Sorcerer Supreme. It felt like they were being given a chance to step into a magical realm, almost like entering Hogwarts and meeting Dumbledore himself. Once the cleaning was done, the family got ready to visit Camartage. As Peter prepared to open a portal, he laid out some ground rules. "Remember, don't mention anything about us being superheroes. Only a few high-level masters know that I'm Spider-Man. To most of the masters and students, Peter Parker is just the Ancient One's student and Spider-Man is an entirely separate master. He warned. Agreeing to keep the secret, the two girls nodded eagerly, excited for the adventure that awaited them. With a gesture of his hand, Peter opened a swirling portal. Stepping through, they found themselves in the grand foyer of Camartage, a marvel of ancient architecture. The high, intricately designed ceilings adorned with ornate carvings and hanging tapestries greeted them, and the wooden walls were adorned with odd, runic carvings, filling MJ and Lily with awe and wonder. "This place is amazing," MJ whispered, taking in the surroundings. "Yeah, it's like something straight out of a magical story," Lily chimed in, her eyes wide with excitement. As they were about to venture further into the sanctum, they heard a knock at the door. Surprised to find someone at the entrance of the mystic realm, Peter strolled over and opened it to see a bearded, disheveled, and dirty man standing there. It was Dr. Strange. Insert picture of Dr. Strange here. "Hello." Dr. Strange greeted, looking at Peter with both confusion and suspicion. After all, he was in Kathmandu, Nepal, so seeing an American teenager answer the ornate door was a bit shocking. Peter was just as shocked, not expecting to meet Dr. Strange today. This must be his first encounter with Camartage. He thought as he collected himself and smiled welcomingly. "Dr. Strange, the Ancient One is expecting you." Laughing internally, Peter enjoyed the bewildered look on Strange's face. After all, the broken-handed doctor doesn't yet believe in magic, so he must be paranoid as hell right now. "I completely understand why the Ancient One does this all the time." Dr. Strange glanced at Peter before peeking behind him, where MJ and Lily stood. "I'm looking for Camartage," he answered, his tone cautious. "Is this the right place?" "Yes, come in." Peter stepped aside, allowing Strange inside. Dr. Strange narrowed his eyes but ultimately stepped inside. "Thank you." As he led Dr. Strange inside, Lily and MJ couldn't help but be intrigued by the new arrival. Lily was just about to say hello, since she knew Dr. Strange from Tom's universe, but one glance from her father told her to keep her knowledge to herself. As he closed the door behind them, Peter motioned to Lily and MJ. "This is my girlfriend MJ and our daughter Lily. They're here to become students of Camartage." Strange turned to Peter, eyeing him skeptically. "Your daughter? What are you two, 18? He asked, spotting the age problem. After all, it's unlikely that Peter and MJ had Lily when they were 7 or 8 years old. Lily perked up, happy to explain her birth. "Dad made me with magic and technology. I was an artificially intelligence." "Right." Strange drawled out, unable to believe a word she said. Peter smirked, enjoying himself. "Anyway, you're here for healing, right?" he asked, eyeing the doctors shaking hands. Strange's eyes widened. "How do you know Dash?" Peter waved him off, as if it wasn't that big of a deal. "That doesn't matter. Why don't you wait here with Lily and MJ? I'll go and get the Ancient One." "That won't be necessary." Just as Peter was about to head off, the Ancient One appeared, greeting them with a serene smile. "Welcome, everyone," she said, smiling toward MJ and Lily warmly. MJ was taken aback by the Ancient One's sudden appearance, momentarily lost for words. Lily, however, beamed with excitement. "You're the Ancient One. Why are you bald?" Peter sputtered, finding it extremely hard to hold back his laughter. "Yeah, teacher, why are you bald? Is it because you're so old?" The Ancient One chuckled softly, though the glare she gave him while Lily wasn't looking told another story. "The honor is mine, Lily. Your father has told me so much about you," she replied before turning to MJ. "You as well, Miss Jones." MJ hummed nervously. "Hello, ma'am." Nodding towards her, the Ancient One finally turned to Dr. Strange. "Stephen Strange, I've been expecting you." "So I've heard." Strange says, not nearly as weirded out as the first time. Seeing that her favorite part of moments like this was ruined, the Ancient One turned to the most likely suspect, Peter. "You had to ruin it, didn't you?" "What?" Peter shrugged uncaringly. "Are you the only one that gets to freak the guests out?" "All right." Strange shouted in exasperation. "I've had enough. Someone better explain what's going on, now." "I know this is difficult to comprehend, but magic is real," the Ancient One began her explanation, stepping closer to the doctor. "If you seek to cure your hands, I can't do it for you. Though I can teach you to do it yourself." Strange skepticism was evident. "Okay, thanks for nothing, I guess. If you don't mind, I'll be leaving now. No need to show me to the door, I know where it is. Enjoy this little cult you've got going for yourself." Peter interjected, stopping the doctor in his tracks. "She's not lying, you know. And if you leave now, you'll spend the rest of your life in regret. You'll never be Stephen Strange, the star surgeon again. Just Stephen Strange, the cripple." His words struck center mass, hitting all of Strange's weak spots. Dad. Lily shouted as she stomped over. Stop being mean. Peter smiled and raised his hands in the air. Sorry, sweetheart. He turned back to Strange and motioned towards Lily and MJ. Why don't you just stay and see for yourself? Even MJ and Lily are here to join Camartage. You can learn together, and I assure you, it's worth it. Learn what? Magic. Strange chuckled, dismissing the idea as utter nonsense. Seeing that he couldn't be convinced with words, Peter decided to just show him. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Peter took a step forward and struck out with an open palm, hitting Strange square in the chest. In an instant, Strange's astral form was ejected from his physical body, and he found himself watching in shock as his lifeless form collapsed to the floor. What is this? Strange stammered, completely bewildered by the surreal experience. The Ancient One, though mildly annoyed at Peter stealing her moment, sighed and motioned for him to bring Strange back. Peter smirked and guided Strange's astral form back into his body, saying, now you can do the open your mind thing, right? The Ancient One rolled her eyes playfully. What? You don't want to do that as well? She asked sarcastically as she walked towards Strange. Strange's astral self was now back in his physical body, and he was visibly shaken from the encounter. He tried to rationalize the events, attributing them to some kind of hallucination or drug-induced illusion. Ignoring Strange's frantic ramblings, the Ancient One stood before him, placing a finger on his forehead. Open your mind, Stephen, she said softly, her voice carrying an air of command. Suddenly, Strange's consciousness was thrust across dimensions, witnessing sights and phenomena beyond comprehension. He saw worlds folding in on themselves, mystical beings, and ancient cosmic forces. It was an overwhelming and awe-inspiring experience, pushing the limits of his perception and understanding. When his consciousness finally returned to his physical body, Strange found himself on his knees, humbled by the revelations he had just encountered. He looked up at the Ancient One with newfound respect and a desire for knowledge. Please, teach me, he implored, his ego shattered and replaced by genuine humility. The Ancient One smiled, happy with his transformation. Welcome to Camartage, Dr. Strange, she said, offering her hand to help him up. Your journey into the mystic arts begins now. Peter watched from the side, pleased to see the movie moment play out in real life. Though a frown suddenly marred his face. After all, he knew that this was a sign of what's to come. Eyeing the Ancient One, the teacher that was like an aunt or second mother to him, Peter wondered how he could save her. I refuse to let you die, whether you like it or not. A/N, 1703 words, smiley face. The Doctor Strange arc begins. But I also have another arc that will happen in the middle as well. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone pleading face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 423, C423 Dark Ritual. Police car light, insert animal gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Max Phantom, Trophy, A/N, our new multi-posting feudal-loving demon king has called out his ancestor eyes, how will monk kayaking respond, crown. In the courtyard of Camartage, MJ, Lily, and Dr. Strange stood among the other students, dressed in the traditional grey robes. They were diligently practicing katas, following the instructions of the master leading the training. Lily chatted happily with Strange, her friendly demeanor managing to chip away at his usual prickly personality. As they trained, Peter and the Ancient One observed from the sidelines, watching over the students. Peter's attention shifted momentarily as he caught a glimpse of a passing master, donned in a yellow robe. Insert picture of Caecilius here. Caecilius, a man with slicked back hair and piercing gaze, and the very man who would eventually betray and kill the Ancient One. With his future knowledge, Peter knew what lay ahead for her, and his determination to save her only strengthened. The Ancient One followed Peter's line of sight and frowned. Peter, let it be, she said gently, reading his thoughts. I have seen my fate and accepted it long ago. Peter turned to her with a resolute look. I won't accept that, not when I have the power to change it, he declared firmly. You've been like a second mother to me, and I won't stand by and watch you die, even if Dormammu himself stands in my way. The Ancient One couldn't help but be touched by Peter's unwavering determination to protect her. Despite her acceptance of her fate, she couldn't deny the warmth that his words brought to her heart. She remained silent, unsure of how to respond. With determination in his eyes, Peter continued, you don't have to say anything. Just know that I won't rest until I find a way to sever your connection with Dormammu and keep you alive. You've done so much for me, and I owe it to you to return the favor. A mix of emotions swirled within the Ancient One as she looked at Peter, this young man who carried the weight of the future on his shoulders. She had come to terms with her destiny long ago, but now, she found herself torn. A part of her wanted to accept Peter's offer of hope and salvation, while another part was still resolved to fulfill her destiny. For a moment, the Ancient One's emotions wavered, but she ultimately nodded at Peter, her voice soft yet firm. Thank you, Peter, but you must understand that some things are beyond our control. Fate has its way of unfolding, and I have seen the countless paths that lead to this moment. Yeah. Well, fate can go f*ck itself, Peter stated, his voice unwavering. The Ancient One placed a gentle hand on Peter's shoulder, her eyes filled with wisdom and compassion. I know you mean well, but remember that the choices we make can have far-reaching consequences. Saving me won't end well. Peter shrugged uncaringly. Then I guess we better prepare, he said resolutely. I'll protect you and deal with any consequences. Just sit back and leave everything to me. The Ancient One smiled softly, enjoying the feeling of being protected for once. Do what you will, she said, giving up. Now, let's focus on the training at hand. There is much for our new students to learn. You know, your daughter is quite skilled. Peter nodded as he turned to see Lily, who has already mastered the katas with ease. Well, she's my daughter, so it makes sense. He smirked smugly. Hours later. In a secluded courtyard within Kamartaj, Peter stood with MJ and Lily, ready to begin their magical training. The courtyard was surrounded by tall, ancient walls covered in intricate runes, giving it an air of mystique and secrecy. All right, let's start with the basics, Peter said with a warm smile. The first thing you need to do is focus your mind and tap into the energy of the universe. We call it Eldritch energy. 80% of what you'll learn here is all about channeling that energy and shaping it with your will. MJ and Lily listened intently, eager to learn. They both knew that this was a rare opportunity to delve into the world of magic, and they weren't going to waste it. Peter demonstrated a simple spell, conjuring a small ball of light in his palm. See? It's all about visualization and belief. You have to believe that you can do it, he explained. MJ nodded, her determination evident. I'm ready to give it a try, she said, closing her eyes to concentrate. Peter guided her through the process, helping her visualize the energy flowing through her body and focusing it into her hand. After a few attempts, a tiny spark of light appeared in her palm, bringing a smile to her face. Lily clapped excitedly, her eyes shining with admiration for her mother. That was awesome, Mom. Encouraged by her daughter's praise, MJ continued to practice, honing her newfound magical abilities under Peter's watchful eye. Now, it's your turn, Lily, Peter said, turning his attention to his daughter. Remember, you already have a connection to magic thanks to your unique origins. Just embrace that connection and let the magic flow through you. Lily took a deep breath and closed her eyes, focusing on the magic within her. She imagined herself as a conduit, channeling the energy from the universe. With a burst of energy, her hand started to emit a faint golden glow, far more impressive than her mother. That's it, Lily. You're a natural, Peter praised, proud of his daughter's progress. Lily beamed, feeling the magic surge through her veins. This is so cool. Can I try something else? Of course, Peter chuckled. Let's move on to something a bit more challenging. Over the next few hours, Peter patiently guided MJ and Lily through various magical exercises and spells. They learned how to create protective shields, and even manipulate objects with a weak form of telekinesis. As the sun began to set, the trio took a break, sitting together on a nearby bench. MJ and Lily were both excited and exhausted from their magical training. Thank you, Peter, MJ said, her voice filled with gratitude. You're an amazing teacher. Lily nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, Dad, you're the best. Peter chuckled, ruffling Lily's hair affectionately. It's my pleasure, he said as he checked the time. It's getting late. We should head home. The night was dark and shrouded in secrecy as Caecilius gathered his followers in a hidden chamber within Kamartaj. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on their faces as they prepared a very forbidden ritual. Are you sure about this, Caecilius? One of his loyal zealots asked hesitantly. Tapping into the dark dimension is dangerous. Caecilius glared at the doubter with unyielding conviction. The Ancient One hoards power from the dark dimension for herself, he retorted. We deserve to know the truth and claim our own power. Dormammu will grant us the immortality and strength we seek. Nervous glances were exchanged among his followers, but they were all united in their desire to defy the Ancient One's teachings and forge their own path. They surrounded a carefully arranged pattern of runes and symbols on the floor, ready to channel their combined energies into the spell. With determination in his eyes, Caecilius led the chanting, his voice resonating with power. Astropi thalassa pyr mystikon agalios arcanos magique phoibos dactylos, nymphi thavmata, theocelia. The words spoken were ancient and forbidden, invoking the very essence of the dark dimension itself. The chamber began to hum with energy as the ritual intensified. As the incantation reached its climax, the room seemed to pulse with an otherworldly aura. A swirling vortex of darkness materialized in the center of the rune pattern, and the air grew thick with an oppressive presence. A distorted voice echoed from the void, surprising everyone. Who dares touch my dimension? Caecilius stepped forward, undeterred by the ominous response. "I am Caecilius, and we are seekers of the truth," he proclaimed. "We wish to make a pact with you." The darkness in the center of the vortex seemed to shift, as if contemplating Caecilius' proposal. Dormammu, a cosmic entity beyond comprehension, had little interest in the affairs of mortals, but the audacity of these sorcerers had piqued its curiosity. "You seek my power," the distorted voice replied. "What do you offer in return?" "We offer loyalty, servitude, and the Ancient One," Caecilius declared, knowing that the Ancient One was feeding off of his dimension without an ounce of repayment for countless years. "We will be your devoted disciples." Dormammu's presence seemed to grow stronger, seeping into the chamber like a chilling wind. "Very well," the voice intoned. "Your pact is forged. Embrace the power of the dark dimension, and know that you shall serve me for all eternity." As the connection with Dormammu intensified, the zealous followers felt a surge of energy coursing through their bodies, empowering them with dark mystic might. Caecilius and his followers had taken a dangerous step, willingly aligning themselves with an entity far beyond their understanding. Unbeknownst to them, hidden in the shadows, the Ancient One had been silently observing the forbidden ritual. Her face expressionless, but her mind racing. "Where did I go wrong?" she wondered, her eyes lingering on Caecilius. After all, seeing one of the masters she trusted the most betraying her in real life was far different than her usual visions of the future. It felt far more real than she imagined it would. Sat at his computer desk while MJ slept in the bed behind him, Peter started formulating a game plan to save the Ancient One. "I already have the resurrection elixir, which can keep her alive, but now I need to find a way to sever her connection to the dark dimension." A/N, 1631 words, smiley face. "Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone face screaming in fear, police car light." Chapter 424, C424 red dust. Police car light, insert trapped gifts here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Max Phantom, trophy, A/N, crown. In the heart of the night, whilst Peter worked diligently on finding a way to help his teacher, a dark and sinister presence loomed over Camartage. The ancient compound, usually cloaked in an aura of tranquility, was now gripped by an ominous aura that sent shivers down the spines of its inhabitants. Caecilius, flanked by his devilishly empowered zealots, moved stealthily through the shadows, their footsteps masked by a veil of magic. With their knowledge of Camartage's defenses and the element of surprise on their side, they navigated through the countless secret passages and concealed corridors, steadily advancing toward their nefarious goal. As they approached the secluded library housing the vast repository of mystical knowledge, Caecilius signaled his followers to halt. His eyes glinted with an unholy fervor as he envisioned the power contained within those ancient tomes. The librarian, a venerable sorcerer well-versed in the secrets of the arcane, was lazily guarding the entrance to the restricted section. Oblivious to the impending threat, he was engrossed in the study of an ancient grimoire, illuminated only by the flickering light of a candle. With a silent command, Caecilius motioned his followers to surround the unsuspecting librarian. Like specters emerging from the darkness, they closed in, their eyes gleaming with a malevolent glee. In a heartbeat, Caecilius materialized behind the librarian, his hand wrapped in a dark, ethereal energy. Before the librarian could react, the malevolent sorcerer struck swiftly, severing the head from the shoulders with a single, cruel stroke. The room fell into an eerie silence, the only sound the echo of the librarian's lifeless body slumping to the ground. Caecilius and his followers wasted no time, stepping over the fallen sorcerer to enter the grand library. The shelves were lined with ancient manuscripts, grimoires, and scrolls containing knowledge that had been carefully guarded for centuries. Caecilius, driven by his thirst for power and knowledge, began to meticulously select the most forbidden and potent tomes, which he knew the Ancient One would never allow him or any other master to touch, let alone study. Each book he chose was a forbidden fruit, and as he stole them away, he could feel the tendrils of dark energy coursing through his veins, empowering him further. His followers eagerly followed suit, their faces filled with a mixture of reverence and trepidation at the forbidden knowledge they were acquiring. With their mission accomplished, Caecilius and his followers made their way back through the labyrinthine passages of Camartage. The weight of their stolen knowledge seemed to cast an oppressive aura over the once hallowed halls, a grim reminder of the betrayal that had taken place. As they reached the courtyard, Caecilius turned back to look at the imposing structure of Camartage, once his home and sanctuary. His gaze lingered on the tower where he had once trained and learned under the watchful eye of the Ancient One. "We are free now," Caecilius declared, his voice resonating with a mixture of triumph and bitterness. "No longer bound by the shackles of tradition, we shall forge our own path and wield the power of the dark dimension." The zealots nodded in agreement, their faces filled with zeal and devotion to their newfound cause. With their stolen knowledge, they believed they could reshape the world according to their desires, heedless of the consequences. Together, Caecilius and his followers vanished into the night, leaving Camartage behind them. Their departure marked the end of an era and the beginning of a dark chapter in the history of the mystic arts. The next morning, in the aftermath of their betrayal, the inhabitants of Camartage would awaken to a grim reality. The beheading of the librarian and the theft of many books in the forbidden section sent ripples of alarm throughout the compound, leaving the sorceress to grapple with the security breach and the implications of Caecilius' actions. Even the students, like Strange, who weren't privy to much information, heard about the theft. Even the world of magic has its problems, I suppose. He thought. The Ancient One, as ever, remained resolute and calm in the face of adversity. Though her heart ached for the loss of her trusted librarian, she knew that this was what needed to happen. It was her fate and only Peter was knowledgeable enough and willing to change it. The next morning, Peter woke up early to see MJ and Lily off to school. Lily was excited to study magic again today, but sadly she had to get through another day middle school first, while MJ playfully reminded Peter that he was welcome to grace the high school with his presence, despite his overwhelming absences. Peter smiled. Maybe I can spare some time to drop by for lunch, he said, thanking God that his academic achievements gave him special privileges. After seeing them off, Peter quickly changed into his Spider-Man suit and swung through the city toward the Avengers Tower, enjoying the sights along the way. As he arrived at the tower, Peter made his way straight to Tony Stark's workshop, where he found the man himself tinkering with one of his Iron Man suits. "Hey, Tony," Peter greeted as he entered the room. Tony glanced up and grinned when he saw Peter in his suit. "Look who decided to show up to work today," he teased. Peter smiled awkwardly, realizing his multiverse travel may have hurt his work attendance as well. "Come on, you know I'm always working," Peter replied, pulling off his mask and sitting down next to Tony. "In fact, I happened to visit 2 separate universes recently. I even managed to save a version of your sorry *S from dying. You're welcome, by the way." Tony's eyes widened with curiosity and jealousy. "Why do you keep leaving me out of all the fun stuff?" he asked in mock disappointment. "Well, I didn't exactly choose to leave in the first place." Peter chuckled. "But don't worry, I managed to bring back something interesting," he said, reaching into his suit and pulling out a hard drive. He plugged the hard drive into Tony's workstation, revealing the stolen plans and data from Olivia Octavius on multiverse travel. Tony's interest was immediately piqued as he browsed through the information. "Wow, this is some high-level stuff," Tony remarked, his excitement evident. "Olivia Octavius, huh? He read red name that was printed all over the research. "I've never heard of her." Peter smirked. "That's because she doesn't exist in this universe. Olivia Octavius, or better known as Doc Ock, is a villain from the first universe that I visited. As you can see, she has some interesting ideas pertaining to multiverse travel. I thought we could work together on this," he suggested. Tony raised an eyebrow. "Are you asking for a partnership, Mr. Parker?" he said playfully. "You bet, Mr. Stark," Peter replied with a grin. "I've come to realize that the multiverse is vast and filled with endless possibilities. With our combined brains, I think we can be safely traveling the multiverse by the end of the year." Tony leaned back in his chair, considering the proposal. "All right, you got yourself a deal, webhead," he said, extending his hand for a shake. Peter shook Tony's hand, feeling a surge of excitement. He knew that with Tony's expertise and the resources of Stark Industries, his dream of controlled multiverse travel will take place much sooner. As they delved deeper into the data and started brainstorming ideas, Peter's mind was already racing with the possibilities that lay ahead. "I wonder if we'll be able to visit non-Marvel universes." In the depths of a hidden underground facility, Yelena Belova, once a victim of the Red Room's insidious mind control, now stood defiant against her former oppressors. The bloody corpse of a rogue widow laying before her was a haunting reminder of the life she had once been forced to lead, a life of violence, manipulation, and heartless obedience. Insert picture of Yelena Belova here. Yelena was sent by the General Dreykov, the commander of the Red Room, to kill a traitorous widow, but in the process, Yelena was exposed to some sort of gas, which immediately freed her life of all foreign control. Her mind was free, her will her own. But sadly, it was too late for her target. The woman who managed to free her of her shackles was already dead. And as the dust settled, and Yelena emerged victorious, the rogue widow lay defeated, her body still and lifeless. A mixture of sorrow and relief washed over Yelena. She had killed the woman who helped her, acting as nothing but a puppet dancing on the strings of the Red Room's puppeteers. But now, she was free. In the aftermath, Yelena felt a momentary dizziness, her consciousness clouded by the after-effects of the antidote. Her mind experiencing freedom for the first time in a long while, leaving Yelena in a daze. Soon enough, realization dawned on her, the gas she inhaler was an antidote, a serum designed to neutralize the Red Room's mind control agent. It was a chance encounter that had freed her from the chains that had bound her mind and soul for so long. With her mind finally her own, Yelena knew what she had to do. She couldn't waste this opportunity. She had to help others still enslaved by the Red Room's control. Raiding the dead widow's supply of antidotes, Yelena packed everything up and ran off, disappearing into the night. Days later. After a long and stealthy journey, Yelena Belova, a former Black Widow, stood outside the towering structure of the Avengers Tower in New York City, her backpack filled with the few vials of antidote that she could find. Her heart raced with nervous anticipation, unsure of how her sister would react to her sudden appearance. Taking a deep breath, Yelena walked into the lobby, her confident demeanor masking the turmoil inside. The receptionist looked up from her desk, a friendly smile on her face. "Hello, welcome to Avengers Tower. How can I assist you?" the receptionist asked politely. Yelena's mind raced for a moment, searching for the right words. "I'm here to see Natasha Romanoff," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "Tell her, her sister's here to visit." A/N, 1730 words, smiley face. "Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 425, C425 Dracoff. Police car light, insert royalty gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, okay, maybe using the word trap for the last prompt wasn't the best idea. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Max Phantom, trophy, A/N, someone must rise to vanquish this evil king. He's growing too powerful. Monkayaking. Scar_justice. Anyone. Save us, crown. As Peter and Tony continued to work on Olivia Octavius's research, their minds fully engrossed in the fascinating possibilities of multiverse travel, Jarvis's voice suddenly echoed through the intercom. "Mr. Stark, there's a woman here to see Natasha Romanoff. She claims to be her sister." Tony looked up, slightly surprised. "Natasha has a sister? I didn't know that," he mused, scratching his head. Curiosity got the better of Peter as he recalled the Black Widow movie. "Jarvis, what's her name?" he asked. "One moment." Jarvis replied as he went quiet for a moment. "She says her name is Yelena Belova, but I can't seem to find a registered individual matching her description under that name." Yelena Belova. Tony's mind whirred, trying to recall any information about her. He couldn't remember Natasha ever mentioning a sister named Yelena. "Send her up to my office," Peter said, trying to portray confusion in his voice. "I'll handle it from here." Standing from his seat, Peter quickly donned his mask. He gave Tony a sheepish smile. "Sorry, Tony. Duty calls. I promise I'll be back soon." Tony huffed in mock annoyance. Sure, go save the day. I'll just be here, unlocking the secrets of the multiverse," he teased. Peter chuckled as he walked out of the workshop, leaving Tony to his devices. As he made his way up to his office, he contemplated Yelena's arrival. She never showed up like this in the movie. Although the small change alarmed him, this may actually work out for the better. Yelena couldn't have contacted the Avengers in the movie, because it was just after the Civil War, but thankfully, Peter has been able to avoid any mess like that from cropping up. The Avengers were completely united. At least, for the time being. Peter suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Shouldn't Wanda and her brother pop up soon? In the heart of the Avengers Tower, Peter sat in his office, awaiting his guest. He impatiently tapped his fingers on the surface of his desk, contemplating how to handle the situation. He couldn't help but imagine a division of Beta*S Black Widows working under him. And as he thought of that, some rather naughty images filled his mind. But as soon as they came, another image overlapped every single one of them. It was MJ, her eyes glowing menacingly in a red hue. She held a sharp blade in hand, eyeing his family jewels with a sharp glare. Finally, the door to his office opened, and Yelena Belova stepped inside. Her eyes widened in surprise as she saw Spider-Man waiting for her. I was expecting Natasha," she said hesitantly, unsure of what to do. Peter waved off her concerns. "Natasha's currently on a mission," he explained. "I'm Spider-Man, Natasha was my teacher, so when I heard her sister came to visit, I was intrigued. Especially since she's never mentioned anything about a sister. Or family, for that matter." "Right." Yelena replied, finding herself slightly taken aback. "Well, why don't you take a seat?" Peter gestured toward a chair, which she hesitantly took. "So, what brings you here?" Peter asked. "As I said, Natasha never mentioned having a sister." Yelena hesitated for a moment, considering her words carefully. "I'm Yelena Belova," she revealed. "I'm Natasha's adoptive sister and a former Black Widow operative under General Dracoff's control. When Natasha defected, the remaining Black Widows, including myself, were subjected to a mind control program. But recently, I managed to break free from it, and I came here hoping to get Natasha's help and the Avengers' support in freeing my sisters and shutting down the Red Room once and for all." Peter nodded his head, her story matched exactly what he knew. "I see," he replied, his voice calm compared to Yelena, who was a big ball of nerves. After all, she was seated before the world's most famous superhero. "I'll do everything in my power to help you," Peter said earnestly. Though you'll have to wait until Natasha returns and verifies your words. As long as she okays it, the Avengers will gladly assist. Yelena nervously gripped her fists. What should I do before then? Dreykov must already know that I defected. He might even know that I'm here. Peter shrugged, not threatened in the least bit. Then he can come and experience the tower's defenses. But Yelena appeared conflicted. What if he sends widows? They aren't in control. I don't want them to die. Peter smiled. We have non-lethal defenses as well. He revealed as he leaned back in his chair. You heard her, Jarvis. Suddenly, a disembodied voice filled the room, surprising Yelena. Yes, sir. The defenses will be set to capture for the time being. Yelena's eyes gleamed with hope, gratitude evident in her expression. Thank you, she said sincerely. I didn't expect Spider-Man to be the first person I'd meet here, but I'm glad it was you. Peter smiled beneath his mask. I'm glad too, he replied. Once Natasha returns, we'll discuss our plan of action and take it from there. But until then, let's find you an apartment to stay in. Peter stands up, followed by Yelena. I'd let you stay in Natasha's apartment, but she may not like that, so. Wait. Yelena suddenly called out, pulling off her backpack. While we wait, can you find a way to make more of this? She reaches inside and pulls out a case containing 5 vials, each filled with a red liquid. What is it? Peter asked, feigning ignorance. It's the antidote for the Red Room's mind control. She reveals, cradling the case as if it were the most important thing in the world. This is all that was left. Peter takes the case, which she was more than hesitant to part with. Okay, I'll get right on that. Now, let's head down a few floors and find you a place to stay until Natasha returns. After setting Yelena up in an apartment and leaving the antidotes for Jarvis to analyze and replicate, Peter departed the tower, intending to have lunch with MJ and Ned. In the bustling cafeteria of Midtown High School, MJ and Ned sat at their usual table, surrounded by the clamor of students chatting and laughing. The aroma of mystery meat wafted from the kitchen, causing a few wrinkled noses among the students. Just as MJ was about to take a bite of her less than appetizing cafeteria food, the cafeteria doors swung open, and a familiar figure strolled in, catching the attention of everyone present. It was none other than Peter Parker, the habitual no-show. Peter approached MJ and Ned's table with a grin on his face, holding a couple of takeout bags in his hand. Hey, MJ, Ned, he greeted them, waving the bags in front of their hungry faces. MJ's eyes lit up in delight. Peter, what are you doing here? She asked, sounding both surprised and pleased to see him. He did say he'd come for lunch, but when it came to school, Peter rarely showed up. I thought I'd drop by and join you guys for lunch, Peter replied. And I brought some good food too, so you don't have to suffer through the lunch lady's cooking. Ned chuckled as he eagerly peered into one of the bags. You're a lifesaver, man, he said gratefully. This cafeteria food is a real disaster. Peter handed them the takeout containers, revealing tacos from the best Mexican spot in the city. MJ beamed at him. You're the best boyfriend ever, she said, already stuffing her face with food. As they enjoyed their tasty lunch, Peter filled them in on the progress they were making on Olivia Octavius's research. Ned's eyes widened in shock as he heard Peter talk about the multiverse. Dude, can you send me to another universe too? I want to get a demi-human girlfriend with cat ears. Peter and MJ turned to Ned with raised brows. Have you been watching hentai again? Peter asks as Ned began blushing up a storm before stuffing a whole taco in his mouth, so he doesn't have to answer. Whatever, I'll see what I can do when everything is operational. After they finished eating, Peter decided to bring up the other reason he came here. Actually, I have a mission for you too, if you want it. Ned froze in place, his eyes going wide. Is it an Avengers mission? He asked, obviously excited. Peter nodded. Yeah, if you're interested dash. Ned practically jumped out of his skin in excitement. Yes. We'll take it. MJ sighed, but reluctantly nodded alongside him. Sure, what do you need us to do? Well, have you heard of the Red Room? Deep within the secure and shadowy confines of a hidden Russian underground facility, General Dreykov, the enigmatic and ruthless leader of the Red Room, received the alarming news about Yelena Belova's defection. His usually composed demeanor faltered for a brief moment as he processed the information, and his grip on the tablet tightened. Insert picture of the general here. One of his trusted agents, an operative loyal to the Red Room's cause, stood before him, delivering the report with a mix of fear and uncertainty. General, we have received confirmation. Yelena Belova has defected from the Red Room, the agent reported, keeping his head lowered in deference. Dreykov's eyes narrowed, his mind already calculating the implications of Yelena's betrayal. Tell me everything, he demanded, his voice steely and cold. The agent hesitated for a moment, aware of the general's formidable reputation for dealing with those who failed him. She seems to have broken free during her last mission, he explained cautiously. We were unaware of the extent of her programming's instability. By the time we realized, she was gone. Dreykov's jaw tightened, the revelation clearly unsettling him. And her whereabouts, he pressed, trying to maintain control over the situation. We've been tracking her movements, but she's been highly elusive, the agent replied, feeling a tinge of unease. She seems to be somewhere in the east coast of America. A dangerous glint flickered in Dreykov's eyes. The Avengers, he repeated, his tone laced with disdain. She must be trying to find her sister. The agent nodded in agreement, understanding the general's frustration. We believe she might be planning to expose the Red Room's operations, he continued. She's a liability, General. Dreykov's expression darkened, and his mind began to devise a sinister plan. Find her, he commanded. Bring her back alive if possible. We need to find out how she broke free, but if it's not viable, then at least bring her body back for study. The agent nodded once again, understanding the gravity of the order. Yes, General, he replied, before quickly leaving the room to execute Dreykov's command. Alone in the dimly lit chamber, General Dreykov contemplated the unfolding situation. Yelena's defection threatened to expose the darkest secrets of the Red Room, and he knew that he could not allow that to happen. The walls of the underground facility seemed to close in around him as he pondered his next steps. That night, Agent Natasha Romanoff returned to the Avengers Tower after completing a particularly easy assassination mission. Her eyes were tired, but her spirit was still strong as she made her way through the familiar corridors of the tower. As she approached the gym, heading to her apartment, she heard the faint sound of training equipment clinking and the rhythmic thuds of punches hitting a heavy bag. Curious, Natasha quietly entered the gym, expecting to find one of her fellow Avengers honing their combat skills. To her surprise, it wasn't one of her teammates but a young woman she didn't recognize at first. The woman had dirty blonde hair, and she moved with the grace and skill of a highly trained fighter. Yelena Belova, clad in a simple training outfit, was lost in her training routine, her focus unwavering. Natasha's eyes narrowed as she realized who the woman was. Yelena, her sister in all but blood. Her heart skipped a beat, and a mix of emotions washed over her. She had left her behind, hoping to allow her only family to live a normal life, yet here she was, training with the grace of a trained killer. Yelena. Natasha called out, causing her sister to jump in fright. And Natasha. A/N, 2075 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone eyes, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 426, C426 Sisterly Love. Police car light, insert peasant gifts here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Max Phantom, trophy, A/N, the evil king continues his reign. The street run red with the blood of our people as his Futa army marches unimpeded. Who will save us? Who can save us, Crown? As Natasha stood in the gym, her heart raced with emotions she thought she had buried long ago. Yelena's eyes filled with a mix of relief and anger as she saw her sister, and before Natasha could react, Yelena charged forward, her movements fluid and precise. Natasha. Yelena's voice was filled with a raw intensity as she swung a high kick aimed at Natasha's head. Natasha deftly dodged the attack, her body instinctively reacting to the threat. You left me. Yelena spat, her eyes blazing with fury. She followed up her kick with a rapid series of punches, each one laced with a deadly intent. Natasha parried the blows, her training kicking in as she maintained her calm exterior. Yelena, I didn't want you to be a part of this life, she tried to reason with her sister. I left to protect you. Yelena's attacks only grew fiercer as her anger bubbled to the surface. Protect me. You abandoned me, Natasha, she shouted, a mix of sorrow and rage in her voice. I thought we were family, but you left me to suffer in that hellhole. With a quick spin, Yelena aimed a low sweep kick, trying to knock Natasha off balance. Natasha leaped over the leg, somersaulting in midair to gain distance from her relentless sister. The two Black Widows circled each other, their eyes locked in a tense stare-down. Natasha was beyond confused, but she couldn't let her guard down. She knew that Yelena's emotions were clouding her judgment, and if she didn't defend herself, this reunion would end in disaster. Yelena lunged forward again, aiming a series of swift punches at Natasha's abdomen. Natasha expertly blocked and countered, her strikes measured and controlled. She wasn't fighting to defeat Yelena, but to subdue her without causing any serious harm. Their movements were a mesmerizing dance of power and grace. Natasha's years of training with the Red Room were mirrored in Yelena's every move. It was like looking into a mirror from her past, a reflection of the younger Natasha she once was. With a sudden shift in strategy, Yelena attempted a leg sweep followed by a roundhouse kick. Natasha anticipated the move and leaped over the sweeping leg, ducking under the roundhouse kick with impeccable timing. She swiftly followed up with a gentle palm strike to Yelena's chest, just enough to knock the wind out of her without causing significant damage. Yelena stumbled back, her breath catching as she glared at Natasha. "You think you're better than me, don't you?" she seethed, her voice laced with hurt and bitterness. Natasha shook her head, trying to appeal to the lost connection between them. "No, Yelena. Now, can you please tell me what's going on? Why are you here?" she asked, her voice soft yet determined. Yelena's fists clenched, her resolve wavering for a moment. But the pain in her heart quickly turned into anger once more. She didn't plan to fight, but as soon as she saw her sister stroll in, this boiling anger erupted deep inside of her. "You don't get it, Natasha. I was alone, abandoned, and you never came back for me," she accused, her voice breaking with emotion. Before Natasha could respond, Yelena launched herself forward again, a renewed fire in her eyes. She threw a barrage of rapid strikes, each one driven by frustration and despair. Natasha evaded and deflected the attacks, her heart heavy with the burden of the past. "I can't change the past, Yelena," Natasha said, her voice carrying a touch of sorrow. "But I promise I will make things right now. Just please stop and explain to me what's going on, okay? What happened?" Yelena wouldn't relent. All of the anger and resentment that filled her body over these many years finally erupted. The very fact alone that Natasha had to ask those questions sent her over the edge. Their fight intensified, both sisters equally matched in skill and determination. Each blow and dodge was a testament to their shared history and the bond that had been severed. Natasha refused to fight back with her full force, unwilling to harm her sister more than necessary. Technically, she could end this fight in a few moves, but what good would that do? I should just let her tire herself out. As the minutes passed, the tension in the room grew, and the once smooth movements of the sisters started to falter. Yelena's anger and pain were draining her strength, while Natasha remained calm, waiting for the right moment. Finally, Natasha saw an opening. Yelena's exhaustion was becoming evident, and her attacks were losing their edge. With a quick step, Natasha expertly flipped Yelena, sending her falling to the ground. Before Yelena could react, Natasha swiftly moved in and wrapped her arms around her sister, pulling her into a tight embrace. Yelena struggled for a moment, but her resistance slowly melted away as tears welled up in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Yelena," Natasha whispered, her own tears escaping. "I never wanted you to suffer, but I had to protect you from the life I led. I couldn't bear to see you become like me." Yelena's anger and resentment finally gave way to her true emotions. She buried her face in Natasha's shoulder, clutching onto her sister as years of pent-up pain poured out in tears. "I thought you abandoned me," she sobbed, her voice choked with emotion. "I will never abandon you again," Natasha vowed, her heart heavy with remorse and determination. "Now, tell me what's going on. What happened to that family I left you with? You really don't know, do you?" Yelena asked, shocked and saddened that her sister didn't even bother keeping tabs on her. "The family you left me with all those years ago, they're dead." Natasha's eyes widened in shock. "What happened?" she asked, her voice trembling with concern. Yelena's gaze dropped to the floor, and she took a moment to steady her emotions before continuing. "The Red Room found us. Only a month after you left, Dreykov came knocking at the door with a platoon of soldiers. They tried to stop them from taking me, but they didn't make it," she explained, her voice strained with grief. Natasha felt her heart sink as she heard the devastating news. Guilt washed over her, realizing that her attempts to protect Yelena had led to this tragic outcome. She had left her sister with the hope of giving her a better life, and instead, it had led to unimaginable pain. "But that doesn't make any sense," Natasha said, her mind racing. "I killed Dreykov. I took down the Red Room. How is he still alive?" Yelena looked up, her eyes filled with pain. "I don't know," she replied. "But this wouldn't have happened if you had simply took me with you." Before Natasha could press for more answers, Jarvis's voice unexpectedly filled the room from the intercom. "My apologies for interrupting, but Spider-Man is waiting for you both in his office," the AI announced. Natasha frowned, wondering what could be so important that Spider-Man would need both her and Yelena. "What's this about, Jarvis?" she asked. In response, Jarvis projected an image on the holographic display, showing the surveillance cameras around the Avengers Tower. Natasha's eyes widened as she saw the footage of two groups of women in tight, tactical bodysuits infiltrating the building. "Widows." Yelena's voice quivered with fear. "They know I'm here." Natasha's mind raced, realizing that the Red Room, which she thought was long dead only seconds ago, had somehow tracked Yelena to the Avengers Tower. She knew they couldn't afford to let these highly trained operatives wreak havoc in their home. "We need to stop them," Natasha said, her voice resolute. Her expression hardened into that of a seasoned operative ready for battle. "I'll help." Yelena stood beside her sister, ready to fight. Just as they were about to head out, Jarvis's voice appeared again. "That won't be necessary." "Why?" Natasha asks. "Is Spidey handling it?" Just watch. Jarvis says cryptically. Natasha and Yelena watch the surveillance cameras closely, observing the two teams of Red Room widows making their way through the Avengers Tower. Thankfully, it's past work hours, so all of the non-mechanical staff has already left for the night. As the first team of widows entered an elevator, the doors closed behind them, sealing them inside. Unaware of the danger, they waited patiently for the elevator to arrive at their destination. Their faces are partially covered, but the look in their eyes was noticeably dull and almost robotic. Suddenly, a low hiss filled the elevator, and the widows began to cough as a cloud of knockout gas filled the small space. Panic spread among the team as they desperately tried to find a way out, but the gas quickly took its toll, and one by one, they slumped to the floor, unconscious. Natasha and Yelena exchanged glances, realizing that the building's defenses were doing the job for them. Meanwhile, the second team of widows continued on their mission, passing by a seemingly harmless cleaning droid, which was waxing the floors. Unbeknownst to them, the droid was equipped with a hidden mechanism. As they walked past, the droid silently fired sleep darts at their backs, striking each widow with precision. One by one, the widows collapsed, unable to fight off the sudden onslaught. They never even had a chance to identify the source of the attack, the droid already retreating down the hall to continue its work. Natasha and Yelena couldn't help but feel a mix of satisfaction and relief as they saw the two teams of Red Room widows neutralized by the building's defenses. Their friends and allies in the Avengers were safe, thanks to the security measures they had put in place. As the automated defenses continued to maintain control, the two sisters turned their attention to the captured widows. They knew that these operatives were just pawns, forced to follow the Red Room's orders without question. "We need to find out why they're here," Natasha said, her voice determined. "They're here for me," Yelena revealed, her eyes trailing off to the floor. Suddenly, Jarvis's voice appears again. "Excuse me, but Spider-Man is waiting." He said, and I repeat, "What the F***ck is taking them so long?" A/N, 1735 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone face with steam from nose, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 427, C427, past decisions and regrets. Police car light, insert dancing gifs here, most likes wins police car light. Stop sign A/N, I'm thinking about limiting multi-posters because it's getting a bit out of hand. How do you guys feel about a 3 gifs per person rule? Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Max Phantom, trophy, A/N, unamused face. Crown. In Peter's office, Natasha and Yelena walked in, and Peter couldn't help but notice the complex emotions on their faces. On the way up, Yelena explained her ordeal of being mind-controlled by the Red Room, and that the captured widows were currently under the same influence. Peter turned to Natasha as she and her sister took a seat across from him. "So, she's really your sister, huh?" Natasha nodded solemnly, "Not by blood, but we grew up together." Peter nodded understandingly. "What do you want to do about the Red Room?" "I can put you in charge of this and give you a team, if you want." He wondered if she wanted to fight them again. "Of course, I'll help where I can." Natasha's eyes hardened with determination, "I'll take care of it. I don't know how Dreykov survived, but I failed once to take him down. I won't fail again." "How do you think he survived?" "I mean, you put 2 in his chest and 1 between the eyes, right?" Yelena asked, repeating what they were taught in the Red Room. "Did you check the body?" Natasha took a deep breath, her mind drifting back. "I had a plan to take down the Red Room, but in order to do that, I had to take out Dreykov, but that was impossible." Flashback. A much younger Natasha Romanoff stood outside her small, run-down apartment, clutching a small card with a phone number she had received from an odd bow and arrow-wielding agent. He gave her an offer that could change her life forever. The past few years had been a constant struggle for Natasha as she tried to distance herself from the Red Room's darkness, all while looking after a newfound baby sister, who had been thrust into a life of violence and manipulation. Opening the door, Natasha found Yelena sitting at the table, surrounded by piles of books and dangerous-looking weaponry. The sight of her trying to learn the art of assassination filled Natasha with anguish. "At least, I was able to bring her with me on my missions, or else who knows what they'd do to her," Natasha thought as she frowned softly. "You should be in school, Yelena." Yelena looked up, her eyes filled with a mix of innocence and curiosity. "But I want to be like you, and you didn't go to school," she said, her young voice filled with admiration. Natasha's heart ached at the sight of the young girl aspiring to become a cold-blooded murderer like her. She knew she had to make a choice, either let Yelena continue down this dark path or take the opportunity she was given and give her a chance at a better life. Later that night, after tucking Yelena into bed, Natasha sat alone in the darkness, contemplating her decision. The bow-wielding man's words still echoed in her hand, urging her to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and work from within to dismantle the Red Room. "I can't let Yelena go through this," Natasha whispered to herself, her resolve firming. "I'll take down the Red Room, protect her, and make sure she has a future free from all of this bullshit. T. The next day, Natasha made the call, accepting the offer to join S.H.I.E.L.D. It was not an easy decision, as it meant eventually leaving Yelena behind. But Natasha knew it was for the greater good. After all, she can't give her the life that she deserves. She had to ensure that Yelena had a chance at a normal life. But before any of that, in order to win S.H.I.E.L.D's trust and prove herself, she had to do the impossible. Destroy the Red Room. And with a heavy heart, Natasha knew what she had to do. One fateful night, Natasha stood hidden in the shadows, watching the great General Dreykov and his young daughter enter their luxurious house. Her finger hesitated over the wireless detonator in her hand. She had planned for every contingency, calculated every risk, but there was one thing she hadn't accounted for. The sight of a child in the blast zone. As she stared at Dreykov's daughter, innocence radiating from her, Natasha's own memories of Yelena as a young girl flooded her mind. Tears welled up in Natasha's eyes as she struggled with her emotions. She didn't want to take an innocent life, but she also knew that this was the only way to free countless other children from the Red Room's grip. And who knew when Dreykov would give her an opportunity like this again? In the end, Natasha clicked the detonator, her heart shattering as the explosion engulfed the house. She knew that Dreykov's daughter was inside, but she had to remind herself that she was doing this for Yelena and all the other children trapped in this nightmare. The weight of her actions weighed heavily on Natasha's soul as she fled the scene. The first part of her mission was accomplished, but the cost was immeasurable. She couldn't escape the guilt that washed over her, knowing she had taken a young, innocent life, even if it was to save others. Flashback end. He survived an explosion. Yelena exclaims in shock. Why yeah. Natasha stuttered, unable to reveal who else was in the house at the time. She couldn't help but wonder if his daughter survived as well, finding herself hoping that she did. Maybe she's fine. I see. Peter nodded, knowing that Natasha was leaving out a key detail. Didn't Dreykov turn his daughter into a cold-blooded killing machine? Maybe I can help her. So, what do we do now? Yelena asks, ready to work. Well, do either of you know where Dreykov is? Peter asks, unable to remember much from the movie. I guess, I didn't really care about the Black Widow movie at the time. Nope/no idea, the sisters answered in unison. Okay, then let's move on to Plan B. Peter says as he stands up and walks to the door. Follow me. Peter, Natasha, and Yelena stood before a row of glass prison cells, each containing a mind-controlled widow. Their dull and lifeless expressions sent chills down the sisters' spines, especially Yelena, who recalled all sorts of atrocities she had endured under the Red Room's control. Jarvis, let's do it, Peter commanded, his voice firm but filled with compassion. A red gas began to fill each cell, as the AI carefully administered the antidote that would break the mind control. Yelena jumped in place as she turned to Peter, a smile forming on her lips. You were able to make more. Peter smirked under his mask. We're the Avengers. There's nothing we can't do. As the widows breathed in the gas, their vacant gazes slowly began to change. Confusion gave way to awareness, and the transformation was evident as they blinked and looked around with uncertainty. In the first cell, a widow clutched her head, her eyes widening with recognition. Memories of the horrors she had been forced to commit came flooding back, and she broke down crying, the weight of her actions overwhelming her. One by one, the other widows followed suit, tears streaming down their faces as they recollected the dreadful acts they had been compelled to perform. The room filled with the sounds of their anguished sobs, as years of suppressed emotions finally found release. Yelena watched with experienced empathy, knowing all too well the pain of being controlled and manipulated. But even through their tears, there was a sense of relief on the widows' faces, as they began to regain control of their own minds. I'm free, one of them whispered through her tears, her voice trembling with gratitude. Natasha stepped closer to the cell, her heart heavy with sympathy. You're free now, she assured, her own voice choked with emotion. We're here to help you. You're safe now. With newfound hope, the liberated widows looked to Natasha as a symbol of strength and freedom. Yelena, too, approached the cell, her presence a reassuring reminder that they weren't alone in this fight. Peter stepped forward as well, hoping to get some answers from them. We need your help, he said gently. We need information about the Red Room. High-level targets, bases, and especially Dreykov's location. Can you tell us anything that might help? Through tears and shaky breaths, the widows began to share what little they knew. They spoke of secret facilities hidden around the world, the intricate network of agents and operatives, and the sadistic cruelty of Dreykov. But sadly, none of them seemed to know where Dreykov could be. As they recounted their experiences, Natasha's anger grew, but she pushed it aside, knowing that they needed to focus on gathering as much information as possible. Peter listened intently, offering comfort and reassurance where he could. We'll do everything in our power to bring down the Red Room and kill Dreykov, Natasha promised, her voice unwavering. You have my word. After getting everything they need, Peter prepared to leave, but Yelena stopped him. "We aren't leaving them here, are we?" she asked, motioning toward the still imprisoned widows. "Yes, we are," Natasha answered for him. "Why, they aren't being controlled anymore." Yelena was not happy. This time, Peter spoke up. "Because they need to go through a ton of security procedures. Not to mention the possibility of one or more of them tipping off the Red Room," he said, causing each captured widow to look amongst one another suspiciously. "They wouldn't do that," Yelena yelled angrily. Peter nodded. "That may be true, but it also doesn't mean we shouldn't take precautions." Yelena glared at him and Natasha for a moment before letting out an annoyed sigh. "Fine. Good, now let's go and figure out where Dreykov is hiding." Peter walks off with the two sisters following closely behind. "I think I might know how to find him, but I'm not going to like it," Natasha said, piquing everyone's interest. "How?" Yelena asks curiously. Natasha turned to her sister, a frown forming on her face. "Simple, we ask our parents." A/N, 1,700 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone starstruck police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 428, C428 Red Guardian. Stop sign A/N, okay, new rule for the GIF contest is now in effect. Only 2 entries per person will be allowed. I know many of you wanted it to be 1. But I think 2 is a good compromise that can keep both sides happy. If you post more than 2 GIFs, you will be disqualified and the next most voted person will take the crown instead. Police car light, insert thief GIFs here, most likes wins police car light. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Low End and Wolfie, trophy, A/N, crown Max Phantom technically won, but his image wouldn't load so he's disqualified this time around. Maybe he was banned for all of that futa he was posting. Back in Peter's office, the atmosphere was heavy with tension as Natasha explained the next step of their plan. My and Yelena's parents were high-level members of the Red Room. Our father in particular was a close friend of Dreykov, so he might have information about his whereabouts or how to contact him. Yelena's eyes widened at the revelation. You know where they are? Can we contact them? She hasn't seen or heard from her adoptive parents for a long time. Mind-controlled slavery will do that to a person. Natasha sighed, her face clouded with mixed emotions. I don't know where our mother is. She could be dead for all I know, but our father is currently in the 7th Circle prison for criticized the Russian government. It's a black site prison built for high-level prisoners. Yelena was taken aback, disbelief written all over her face. Our father is in prison. Why didn't you tell me? He raised us like we were his own children, even if it was for only a single mission. I can't believe you just wrote him off like that. Natasha's gaze hardened, a hint of remorse evident in her voice. After I joined S.H.I.E.L.D., I wanted to distance myself from any reminders of my past. I heard about his imprisonment and just thought, maybe he deserved it. You know, we did some horrible things in the Red Room, him included. I'll admit, he was a good father for the short time that we had him, but he was a horrible person. Yelena's anger softened, replaced with sadness and understanding. I get what you mean, but he's still our father, Nat. He cared for us like we were his own children, and he didn't have to. We owe him, even if he's a complete and total D***ck. She said, causing her sister to laugh. In 1992, following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, their father, Alexei Shostakov, was sent deep undercover in Ohio to infiltrate and destroy a Hydra-occupied institute within S.H.I.E.L.D., assigned with Melina Vostokov, their mother, to pose as an American family with 2 surrogate daughters, Natasha Romanoff and Yelena Belova. The mission was simple for the newly made sisters, pretend to be a happy American family, but behind closed doors, they didn't have to act. They could have just pretended for their neighbors, friends, and colleagues, but no, Alexei treated them like his own children 24/7, as if he actually adopted them. And this small action triggered their mother, Melina, to do the same. Within a couple weeks of their mission, what was supposed to be a fake family turned into a real, loving household. Melina took care of the house and the children, while Alexei went to work, providing for the family. Natasha and Yelena even went to school for the first and last time. And between all of that, they actually spent time as a family, watching TV, playing games, visiting amusement parks, cooking in the kitchen. For the first time ever, Natasha and Yelena felt what it was like to live normally. No killing, no brainwashing, no experiments, no cruelty. It was beautiful. Of course, Alexei had many faults, but at the end of the day, he was a good father to them during that mission. This is why Natasha was so quick to accept S.H.I.E.L.D.'s offer and betray the Red Room. Because when that dreamlike mission came to end, so did their happy family. Their parents disappeared, leaving them in the hands of the Red Room once again. And before they knew what happened, it was right back to killing, brainwashing, experiments, and cruelty. Natasha didn't want that for her sister. And if her parents wouldn't do anything about it, then she would. Peter watched the emotional exchange, sensing the complex bond between the sisters. From what I'm hearing, you're both right in your own ways, but your father might be the key to finding Dreykov, so we should get him. And who knows what's happened to your mother? For all we know, she could be a mind-controlled slave right now. Natasha nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. You're right, we should break him out. You should have broken him out years ago. Yelena huffed, though she turned sympathetic as Natasha flinched at her words. Look, everything will be okay. Besides, he was a raging douchebag, so maybe prison has taught him a lesson. Taking a deep breath, Natasha composed herself. All right, I'll figure out a way to get him out, but we need to be careful. I'm sure the Red Room has eyes and ears everywhere, especially in Russia. Peter smirked under his mask and waved his hand. Did you forget that I can open portals to just about anywhere? He asks as a golden portal appeared, showing the rocky landscape of the moon. Just get me the prison's coordinates and I'll have your daddy here in no time. Whoa. Yelena muttered in awe. I heard Spider-Man could open portals, but this is crazy. Natasha nodded. That makes things easier. I'll make some calls. Since it's a black site, we won't be able to get coordinates the normal way, but S.H.I.E.L.D. should have something. She said as she rushed out of the office. A half an hour later, Natasha returned to the office and handed Peter a piece of paper with the precise coordinates of the prison, and he waved his hand, opening a portal to the heavily fortified facility. The trio stepped through the portal, finding themselves in the shadows just inside the prison's high walls. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter, and surveillance cameras were placed at strategic points, watching every move. Okay, we need to be quick and silent, Natasha whispered, her eyes scanning their surroundings. He has to be in a cell designed to contain someone with superhuman abilities, so we need to find a way to get him out without triggering any alarms. Your dad's enhanced? Peter asked, pretending that he didn't already know. Have you heard of the Red Guardian? Yelena asked, as if she were bragging. You mean, Russia's Captain America knockoff? Peter answered, a teasing smirk hidden under his mask. Yelena frowned, unhappy. He's not a dash. Natasha interrupted their conversation, an annoyed scowl on her face. Can we please talk about this later? I'd like to break Alexei out without tipping Dreykov off. Yelena huffed. Fine. Peter nodded, his senses heightened as he assessed the situation. Okay, I'll open another portal deep inside the prison. From there, we can try to find his cell. Natasha glanced at Yelena, her expression firm. Stay close to me, Yelena. Yelena nodded, her face resolute. We've got this. Peter waved his hand, creating a second portal inside the prison. They stepped through, finding themselves in a dimly lit corridor with cells lining the walls. Natasha led the way, her years of espionage experience guiding them through the maze-like layout. As they approached Alexei's cell, they could see him sitting in the corner, his large figure hunched over, seemingly lost in thought. Natasha's heart clenched at the sight of her father, and she swallowed back the rush of emotions threatening to overwhelm her. Both good and bad. So, do you have a plan to open that cell? Yelena asked, her voice low. A portal maybe. Peter nodded, stepping closer to the thick metal door. He tapped his knuckles on the door, his hands glowed with a faint, otherworldly light as he began to manipulate the energy around the cell door. The cell door seemed to shake for a moment before shimmering with a golden light. And in front of everyone's shocked gazes, the door disappeared completely. Yelena especially watched in awe as it vanished. Hearing the knock alongside a sudden rush of fresh air, Alexei looked up in surprise, his eyes widening at the sight of his daughters standing before him. Natasha. Yelena. My two little killers. You've come for me. He exclaimed, his voice tinged with a mix of shock and excitement. Insert picture of the Red Guardian here. Keep it down. Yelena snapped at him. We're here to get you out quietly, not alert the whole of Russia. She said, a small, unnoticed smile tugging at her lips. Natasha stepped forward, hiding all emotion with a blank, annoyed look on her face. Let's go, stop wasting time. Alexei's face softened as he walked up and pulled his daughters into a tight embrace. I never thought I'd see you two again. Who would have thought my little murderers would actually come and break me out? He spoke, his voice gruff with emotion. I knew you loved me more than that vixen mother of yours. Yeah, whatever. Natasha muttered, pulling away from her smelly father's grip. Maybe save the hugs for after you take a shower. Yeah, you smell like sh*T. Yelena agreed. With the three reunited, Peter opened a portal back to the tower, and motioned for them to step in. Come on, let's get out here. This place smells like dirty Russian as *hole. Finally realizing that they weren't alone, Alexei turned to Peter, seemingly offended by his comment. Is this the Spider-Man I've heard so much about? He asks, looking Peter up and down. You don't look like much. And neither do you, fatty. Peter replied, eyeing the old man's protruding stomach. Aren't you supposed to be a Captain America knockoff? How did you get fat? Don't most people get fit in prison? Maybe those Russian scientists got the serum wrong. You mother asterisk cur. Alexei shouted as he rushed toward Peter, who simply stepped aside and tossed him through the portal. Ugh. Motioning toward the portal, Peter turned to the two sisters, who looked very amused by what just happened to their father. Ladies first. A/N, 1647 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone eyes, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 429, C429 obvious trap. Police car light, insert dying gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Max Phantom, trophy, A/N, crown. As they stepped through the portal, Natasha and Yelena followed their father's lead, but Peter lingered for a moment, casting a quick spell on Alexei's prison cell to camouflage it. What is he doing? Alexei asked his daughters as he picked himself up off the floor. Magic. Yelena guessed due to the glowing spell circle. Satisfied with his work, Peter joined the group on the other side, the portal snapping shut behind him. Alexei looked around, confused by all the magic that was happening. What did you do? Is this some sort of witchcraft? He exclaimed, crossing himself and spitting on the floor. Peter chuckled behind his mask. Not witchcraft, just a little magic. I cast a spell on your cell to make everyone think you're still inside while also forgetting to check on you. This way, Dreykov won't be alerted to your disappearance. Dreykov. Alexei spat again, a deep-seated bitterness in his voice. He's the one who put me in that place. We used to be like brothers, but after the Ohio mission, I told him I wanted to take Melina and my daughters away to retire as a family. He refused, and instead, he sent an army of soldiers to attack me. Natasha's eyes widened in shock. He attacked you. But I thought you were just locked up for criticizing the government. Alexei shook his head, his face darkening with resentment. No, he betrayed me. I was no longer useful to him after I started talking about retirement, and he couldn't risk me taking away his precious widows. So he had me thrown in that prison and branded me as a traitor. Yelena's fists clenched with anger. He's going to pay for this. She growled, realizing that her and Natasha could have lived normal lives again if things just went a little differently. I agree, Natasha said, her voice filled with the same anger as her sister. We'll make him pay for everything he's done, but first. She turns to her father, a frown marring her face. I'm sorry. What? Why? Alexei asked in confusion, realizing that things just got emotional out of nowhere. What's happening? You know, I'm not good with these sorts of things. Natasha looked down at her hands, struggling to find the right words. I believed for so long that you left us behind willingly. I thought you abandoned us to the Red Room. Alexei's expression softened with understanding. I can see why you would think that. But don't be sorry. This is my fault, not yours. I should have listened to you all those years ago. We could have stayed in America or hid in Canada. Things might have turned out differently. Natasha looked up, meeting her father's gaze. Yeah. She still felt bitter from the betrayal of that moment. All those years ago, in Ohio, Natasha pleaded and begged Alexei to not return to Russia, hoping to stay and be the family they created. After all, Yelena was only 4 years old, she didn't deserve a life in the Red Room. But sadly, Alexei wouldn't listen to her pleas, thinking he knew better. Alexei sighed, looking at his 2 grown daughters. I know I can't change the past, but I promise you both, I will do everything in my power to protect you now. I won't let anyone hurt our family again. He says seriously before a playful smile forms on his bearded face. Though we all know you don't need my protection. My little assassins could kill 1,000-man army in their sleep and no one would wake up to find the bodies. You take after your mother in that way. The sisters rolled their eyes at his constant mention of their killing abilities. Finally, Natasha broached the topic that they broke him out for. We need to find Dreykov. Do you have any idea where he might be or how we can get in touch with him? Alexei thought for a moment before shaking his head solemnly. I wish I did, but it's been many years since I was a free man. Everything has changed by now. And Dreykov won't trust me anymore after what happened. Yelena frowned, frustration evident in her voice. So, what do we do then? How do we find him? Alexei hesitated for a moment before speaking. There might be one person who could have some information, your mother. Melina was always close to Dreykov, and if anyone knows where he is or how to contact him, it would be her. Natasha raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Is she even still alive? It's been so long, and I haven't heard anything about her. Alexei smirked. My lovely Melina is a survivor. Nothing but death itself could kill that woman. She's resourceful and cunning. If she's alive, she might be hiding somewhere, keeping a low profile. Or she's still working for Dreykov. He frowned at that last part. Yelena looked determined. Then we need to find her. She might be our only link to Dreykov. Peter leaned forward, intrigued by the possibility. How can we reach her? Alexei looked at each of them, his expression solemn. I need to warn you all, dealing with Melina is not easy. She's cunning, manipulative, and sexy vixen. And if she is working for Dreykov, then this could get messy. Natasha's face hardened with determination. We'll take that risk. And if she is willingly working for Dreykov, then I guess Yelena and I only had one real parent, after all. Yelena nodded, her eyes glinting with resolve. We'll tread carefully, but we have to try. Alexei took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself. All right then. There's a specific radio frequency that Melina and I used to use to talk during missions. If she's still using that signal, we might be able to reach her. Peter snapped his fingers and a ham radio appeared on his desk. All right, let's get to work. After tuning the ham radio to the specific channel they believed Melina might be using, they spent an hour periodically calling out over the receiver. Hello, is anyone there? Please respond. Frustration was starting to set in, but just as Alexei was about to complain for the 100th time, a female voice with a Russian accent crackled over the radio. This is Melina, the voice said, causing everyone in the room to hold their breath. Natasha took the lead, speaking clearly into the radio. Ah, hi. It's Natasha and Yelena. We need your help. There was a brief pause before Melina responded, her voice guarded yet tinged with curiosity. My daughters, is it really you? Why are you calling? How do you know about this channel? Alexei, who had taken a shower and changed into fresh clothes, grabbed the receiver from Natasha. You know, Melina, I never stopped thinking about you all these years. Even in prison my love for you couldn't be extinguished, like a roaring forest fire. Yelena groaned, rolling her eyes. Seriously, Dad. Now is not the time for this. She said, while Natasha couldn't help but smile at the familiar, yet cringe, lines her father would always spew. Melina's voice softened slightly. Alexei, you never could resist your own charm. But enough of the pleasantries, what do you want from me? After some banter, Alexei got down to business. Melina, we need to talk. In person. Where can we meet you? The radio went silent for a moment before Melina's voice returned. Meet me at this address 629 Road. I'll be waiting. She gave them the address, and then the radio went silent. The room was filled with uncertainty, and all eyes turned to Alexei, who was still holding the receiver. Well, this is probably a trap. Natasha spoke what everyone else was thinking, but we have to go. We can't let this opportunity slip away. In a dimly lit room, Melina sat by the ham radio, her mind clouded and her emotions suppressed by the grip of mind control. General Dreykov loomed over her, his presence suffocating as he commanded her every move. Insert picture of Melina here. Tell them the address, Melina, Dreykov ordered, his voice cold and commanding. Melina's expression remained blank, her eyes devoid of any spark of life. She spoke into the radio in a monotonous tone, meet me at this address, 629 Road. I'll be waiting. As the transmission ended, Dreykov stepped closer, observing her every move. Good. Now turn off the radio, he commanded. Without hesitation, Melina reached out and switched off the ham radio, her movements mechanical and robotic. She was a puppet in Dreykov's hands, bound by the invisible shackles of mind control. Dreykov's satisfaction was evident in the cruel glint of his eyes. He reveled in the power he held over Melina, using her as a pawn in his twisted game of manipulation and control. You will do as I say, without question, Dreykov sneered, his voice dripping with malevolence. Melina nodded obediently, her mind locked in a state of compliance. She was a highly skilled agent, once formidable and independent, but now reduced to a mere pawn in Dreykov's grand scheme. For many years, Melina was forced to carry out Dreykov's orders without protest, her free will extinguished by the relentless grip of the mind control. She no longer recognized herself, lost in the labyrinth of manipulation that Dreykov had ensnared her in. In moments of respite, when Dreykov was not watching, flashes of her past life would briefly surface, memories of her daughters, Natasha and Yelena, and the love she once shared with Alexei, the big, lovable idiot. But those memories were fleeting, washed away by the powerful conditioning that held her captive. Despite her altered state, Melina still longed for freedom. Deep within the recesses of her mind, a flicker of resistance remained, a tiny ember of defiance that refused to be extinguished. A/N, 1652 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 430, C430 Farmhouse Battle. Police car light insert wrapper gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Max Phantom, trophy, A/N, crown. A couple hours later, everyone assembled in Peter's office, ready for their mission to confront Natasha's mother. Natasha donned her tactical suit, and even gave a spare to her sister alongside some weaponry as well. Alexei was offered a spare Captain America suit, but, "Are you F***king with me?" he exclaimed in disgust as he spit on the floor. "I would rather die than wear that American scum's colors." And since he refused, Peter just shrugged it off and left him to his Adidas sweatsuit. When it was time to go, Silk, MJ, and Black Noir, Ned, stood beside Peter, their faces hidden as they embraced their roles as superheroes. Peter promised them an Avengers mission, so now was the time to deliver. Waving his hand, Peter summoned a shimmering portal. "Let's go," Peter said, stepping through the portal, followed by a very excited Ned Leeds, and the rest of the group followed shortly after. As they emerged on the other side, they found themselves in the front yard of a quaint Russian farmhouse. Standing by the front door, a portly pig caught their attention as it bumped into the door, inadvertently opening it for them. "Guess that's our invitation," Natasha remarked, eyeing the peculiar scene before them. Once inside, they found Melina sitting at the kitchen table, her expression impatient. "Took you long enough. Poor Alexei has been waiting outside for hours in the cold," she chided them. Alexei couldn't help but glance at the pig with a mixture of disbelief and amusement. "You named the pig after me?" he asked incredulously. Ignoring her husband completely, Melina waved over the group. "Come and join me for dinner. I didn't expect so many of you to show up, but I think I made enough." As they reluctantly took their seats, Peter's heightened senses picked up on a strange number of presences around the farm. Hidden soldiers, probably under Dreykov's control, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He thought. Without even looking at the food, Natasha began questioning her mother. "We came to ask if you know where General Dreykov might be." "Why do you want to know?" Melons asks back, guarded. Natasha frowned in annoyance. "Because he." After a quick explanation of what Dreykov did to Alexei and Yelena, Natasha turned an expectant eye to her mother. "Basically, he locked up your husband and enslaved your daughter. Now, where is he?" Melina went silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Let me tell you what really happened during that family mission years ago." She paused for a moment, as if trying to find a way to speak. "It wasn't just about stealing weapons technology from S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra. It was about stealing the key to controlling the mind. We inadvertently gave Dreykov the means to subjugate anyone he pleases." Natasha's eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean?" Melina took a deep breath, the weight of her past decisions evident in her gaze. "I was more than just a widow, Natasha. I had a scientific background that Dreykov found valuable. He wanted Hydra's mind control technology, and I was tasked with verifying it for him." Yelena's expression turned from curiosity to anger. "So, you willingly helped him?" Melina's eyes filled with regret. "I had no choice. I was a widow, and a widow completes her mission, no matter what. I couldn't refuse." Amidst their conversation, Peter noticed something peculiar. First, Melina seemed to be fighting to speak, as if she could barely get the words out. Is she veering off of Dreykov's instructions? He wondered. And secondly, Melina was tapping on the kitchen table constantly. She seemed to be keeping a certain rhythm to it as well, which was odd. What is she doing? After a moment of thought, Peter began deciphering it as Morse code, and soon realized that she was desperately trying to warn them not to eat the food. "Don't eat food," she repeated, her message over and over again. But thankfully, no one here was dumb enough to eat or drink anything. Well, except for one person. Like a starved beast, Alexei dug into his dinner as soon as he sat down, savoring the flavors without a care in the world. Meanwhile, the others remained captivated by Melina's revelations, unaware of the danger they were in. Seconds after Peter realized this, Alexei fell face first onto his dinner plate, snoring loudly. "He's out like a light," Peter remarked, trying not to laugh. Natasha's eyes narrowed, suspicion growing as she glanced at her mother. "So you are working for Dreykov?" Melina was forced to smile. "No, I would never, my dear. Now, let's get back to dinner. After all, you don't want to hunt down Dreykov on an empty stomach." As she spoke, Melina's hand slowly grabbed the knife beside her plate and swiftly stabbed herself in the leg. "Ugh! Don't eat. Soldiers nearby." She yelled as the pain freed her trapped mind for a single second. And when that second came to an end, as if she didn't just stab herself, Melina smiled and continued eating. This chicken is so good," she said, her voice almost haunting. Everyone watched in shock, especially Ned and MJ, who haven't dealt with something remotely like this before. They're mainly used to stopping normal crimes in New York City. The oddest thing they've ever seen couldn't measure up to this. Okay, I think this has gone on long enough. Peter says as he stood from his seat and pulled a small spray canister from his suit. Hello, miss whatever the hell your Russian last name is. Please look this way. And when she turned her head, Peter sprayed her in the face, engulfing her in a cloud of antidote. With the cloud of red dust enveloping Melina's face, her eyes widened in shock as if she was waking up from a nightmare. The effects of Dracov's mind control started to fade, and a glimmer of recognition returned to her eyes. Peter swiftly pulled the knife from her leg, and used a quick spell to heal the wound. Melina, can you hear me? He asked gently, his hand on her shoulder for reassurance. Melina blinked, trying to grasp her surroundings. What's happening? She asked, her voice shaky and confused. We'll explain later, but first, where is Dracov? Natasha asked. P** said off that even her mother was under his control. I. Melina seemed to be in a daze, unable to respond for the moment. Peter turned to Alexei, casting another spell to remove the drugs that had put him to sleep. The big man groaned and rubbed his head, slowly regaining consciousness. Wah. What happened? Did I drink too much vodka? He mumbled, looking around in confusion. No time to explain, Alexei. Get ready to fight, Peter said, his senses alerting him to an approaching threat. Even Silk could feel the soldiers closing in, and she immediately warned the group, guys, we've got company. A lot of them. Time to show them what we're made of, Ned said, excitement evident in his voice as he practically bounced in excitement. Moments later, the farmhouse was lit up by assault rifles, tearing countless tiny holes in the walls as a hail of bullets turned the place into Swiss cheese. Acting quickly, Peter summoned a golden translucent dome around the kitchen table, stopping every bullet that came their way. In a matter of seconds the small house turned into a battlefield as the Avengers faced off against the soldiers outside. Natasha and Yelena moved with precision and grace, finding cover and pulling their pistols before returning fire, taking down the soldiers with deadly precision. Alexei, now fully awake and fueled by anger, displayed his formidable strength, rushed out of the house and overpowering his opponents with each strike. He would pick up soldier after soldier, using them as shields to avoid the rifle fire, only dropping them when they became too mangled to be a proper shield anymore. Silk leaped through the air, dodging bullets with ease, taking out the soldiers from a distance with a few well-shot webs. Black Noir rushed to cover and began throwing household objects at the soldier. Thankfully, his super strength could turn even the most fragile figurine into a conclusive projectile. Peter left the dazed Melina in the Golden Dome and danced along the battlefield with agility and finesse, using his webs and hand-to-hand combat skills to subdue the enemies with ease. After all, these were only normal soldiers, so he wasn't worried one bit. Everyone, including the enemy, watched in awe and fear as Peter swept through dozens of soldiers at a time, dismantling them as if they were made of cardboard. Soon enough, Melina awoke, free from Dracov's control. Without a second thought, she rushed to fight alongside her daughters, determined to make amends for her past actions. Her combat skills, honed from years of training. The battle raged on, the clash of metal and the sound of gunfire filling the air. Despite their outnumbered situation, the Avengers swept through hundreds of soldiers with relative ease. As the dust settled and the last soldier fell, surrounding the once quaint farmhouse with blood and bodies, the Avengers stood victorious. They gathered in the farmhouse, catching their breath, especially Ned, who's never seen so many dead bodies before. I think I'm gonna puke. Ned rushed to the kitchen sink and instantly emptied his stomach. Natasha looked at her mother with a mixture of emotions. Thank you for helping us, she said, her mind finally at ease. Thankfully, either of her parents were the traitors that she thought they were. Melina smiled weakly. I'm sorry for everything, Natasha. I never wanted any of this to happen. She said, feeling responsible for everything. Well, you can make it right. Peter said as he took a seat amongst the wreckage. Where's Dracov? A/N, 1,700 words, smiley face. The next chapter will end the Red Room arc. Police car light. Give me gemstone stones. Gemstone face with steam from nose. Police car light. Backhand index pointing down. Don't forget to vote. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 431, C431 Red Room. Police car light. Insert argument gifs here. Most likes wins. Police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy. Yesterday's GIF winners, Lemaire_3815, Monkayaking, and Max Phantom. Trophy, A/N, crown. He's on the Red Room. She says, getting confused looks all around. It's a giant airship facility that he can move anywhere he wants. Since he was here only a few hours ago, that means it's nearby. I think it's west of here. Then we have to move fast if we want to catch him before he flies away. Peter stood up and waved his hand. Melina nodded, eager to help. I can guide you there, but I don't think we'll make it in time. Before she could finish, Peter opened several portals, each leading further and further to the west, looking for anything that wasn't a clear sky. The group gathered around him, watching curiously. There it is, Melina whispered in shock, pointing at a distant cloud-covered tower-like structure, amazed by Peter's magic. The Red Room was an imposing sight, a sinister testament to Dracov's malevolence. Insert picture of the Red Room ship here. Opening a portal inside the floating facility, they stepped through, arriving in a large hangar filled with much smaller aircrafts, which were probably used to ferry people on and off of the facility. Before setting off to cause havoc, Peter opened a portal and dumped a pile of spray cans and smoke grenades onto the floor. Remember, use the red dust antidote on the widows instead of wasting your time. We can save them, so we should at least try. You have spray cans for close targets and grenades if they're farther away or in a large group. Peter reminded the group as they snatched as much antidote as they could carry. With a strategic plan in mind, they stormed the facility, moving as a synchronized unit. Peter made sure to neutralize all the aircrafts before leaving the hangar, cutting off any escape routes for Dracov and his subordinates. The Avengers struck with precision, their training and powers complementing each other seamlessly. The facility echoed with the sounds of combat and alarms as they encountered widows under Dracov's control. Working in harmony, they used the smoke grenades and stray to administer the antidote to the affected widows, freeing them from the mind control's grip. As the Avengers pressed deeper into the Red Room, their hearts sank as they stumbled upon a group of young girls, huddled together in a dimly lit chamber. Fear and confusion etched on their innocent faces. These girls were mere children, aged between 4 and 8, far too young for a place like this. Thankfully, they didn't seem to be under Dracov's mind control, and if they were, the red smoke that poured into the room from the hallway would have already taken care of it. Natasha's heart ached at the sight, memories of her own past flooding back. She stepped forward, her gaze softening as she approached the frightened girls. It's okay, you don't need to be scared. We're here to help you, she reassured them gently. The young widows in the making eyed Natasha warily, uncertain of her intentions. Their training had instilled a deep-rooted distrust for outsiders. One of the older girls, around 8 years old, took a hesitant step forward, her small fists clenched. I'm not afraid of you, she declared with a brave attempt at defiance, though her trembling voice betrayed her fear. Natasha kneeled down to be at eye level with the girls, her tone soothing. I know it's hard to trust us, but we're not here to hurt you. We want to help you. Another young girl, around 7 years old, piped up, her eyes glistening with tears. Really? You'll take us away from here? Tears started to roll down her cheeks. I don't like killing. Natasha nodded firmly. Yes, I promise. You'll be safe with us. We'll bring you to a place where you can be just like regular children, okay? Seeing as they couldn't stay here, Peter opened a shimmering portal behind them. Come on, let's get you out of here, he said gently, gesturing for the girls to step through. The little ones were hesitant at first, but Natasha's words had sparked a glimmer of hope in their young hearts. One by one, they cautiously approached the portal, taking a leap of faith into the unknown. As the last girl stepped through, Peter could hear a familiar voice called out from the other side. What the hell? My workshop isn't a daycare. Hey, you. Don't touch that. Ignoring Tony's screams, Peter turned to the kids. All right, girls, listen up. That's your new Uncle Tony over there. And he has more money than anyone else in the world, so don't kill him or else he won't be able to buy you stuff, okay? Bye. He gave them a wave before snapping the portal shut, leaving Tony to the wolves. With the young widows safely transported to the Avengers Tower, the group could now continue their assault, knowing that Tony, who was less than thrilled to find a group of young female assassins dumped on his doorstep, would take care of them. Or at least, he'll give them to Pepper, who would most definitely take good care of them. As they advanced through the Red Room, leaving a trail of dazed, yet freed, widows in their wake, they eventually reached the heart of the facility. The tension intensified as they found Dracov accompanied by an entourage of armed soldiers, with one figure shrouded in a mysterious blue and orange armor. Insert picture of Taskmaster here. Peter's heart skipped a beat when he realized the armored figure was none other than Taskmaster, the mangled, brainwashed daughter of Dracov himself. I feel for her the most out of everyone here. Her father is a real D*CK, he thought, knowing that he could never do such a thing to Lily. It's just unthinkable. Determined to confront Dracov, who stood surrounded by Russian soldiers, Natasha stepped forward, her eyes blazing with fury. Where do you think you're going? Dracov sneered at the sight of her. Ah, Natasha, how delightful to see you again. But when he caught sight of Peter beside her, he suddenly smiled, putting up a fake persona. Spider-Man, it's an honor to meet you. I'm a very big fan. Question mark. Everyone raised an eyebrow at how quick his tune changed. Since you're here, I'm willing to surrender. Dracov offers, sweating nervously. Surely, we can talk about this, can't we? Maybe we can come to some sort of agreement. After all, the Red Room would be happy to assist the Avengers. With all of his widows neutralized, besides Taskmaster, Dracov only had his loyal soldiers. And Spider-Man was someone that even he didn't have the confidence to beat. Peter's powers were just too mysterious and unpredictable. One day he would be trapping his enemies in portals and another he could be shooting fire from his hands. Dreykov continued, every word out of his mouth enraging Natasha further. I wouldn't mind bringing the Red Room under the Avengers banner. As long as I remain in control, of course. After all, I am the Red Room. It doesn't exist without me. He motioned to Natasha. She knows this. That's why she tried to kill me, the little traitor. Peter listened as Dreykov tried his best to weave his way out of the situation, finding it rather amusing. Sorry, but I'm not interested in joining forces. I'm more of a take what I want kind of guy, you know. I mean, once you're gone, all of this will belong to me anyway. So why should I bother with keeping you around? He asked, smirking under his mask the whole time. Enraged by Peter's provocative words, a vein bulged on Dreykov's forehead. Kill them. He shouted as he turned to run down the hall. With a gesture of his hand, Peter's team rushed forward on his command. Natasha led the charge, happy with Peter's refusal. Together, they charged at Dreykov's remaining soldier, who did their best to follow orders. The room erupted into chaos as the Avengers and their allies took on the soldiers, steamrolling them rather quickly. Taskmaster tried to do as her father said, but before she could even take a step, Peter appeared behind her, tapped her on the head. Sleep. He whispered, sending a current of eldritch energy into her, rendering her unconscious in an instant. With Taskmaster and the other guards out of the way, all that was left was Dreykov, who made a desperate attempt to escape to the hangar. However, to his dismay, he found all his ships destroyed, courtesy of Peter Parker. Cornered and desperate, he turned back to face Natasha, his eyes filled with rage and fear. You can't stop me. I'll destroy you and everything you care about. Dreykov snarled, lunging at Natasha with a wild swing. But before he could reach her, a strong hand grabbed his wrist, halting his attack midair. It was Alexei, Natasha's father, and the Red Guardian. His eyes blazed with fury as he stared down at Dreykov. You thought you could get away with all that you've done. Alexei growled, tightening his grip on Dreykov's hand. Arg. Dreykov screamed as his wrist snapped. Betraying me, imprisoning me, enslaving my wife and daughter. Alexei spoke, his grip growing stronger with every word. And now you tried to touch my other daughter. With a swift and powerful punch, Alexei broke Dreykov's ribs, sending him crumbling to the floor, gasping for air. Wait. Cough, don't. Without even bending over, Alexei continued to unleash a barrage of blows, stomping his former friend into the hangar floor. Each blow was fueled by the years of suffering and torment Dreykov had inflicted upon him and his loved ones. As the final blows landed, Dreykov was left a bloodied and broken man. Alexei's super strength really did a number on him. His bones were broken, his body was covered in blood, and even his skull was caved in with a small, yet noticeable dent. Peter watched in silence, knowing that this wasn't his fight to interfere in, nor did her care to do so. After all, Dreykov was a man that kidnaps little girls and does God knows what with them. He might as well be on the same level as a pedophile in Peter's eyes. Finally, Alexei stood over Dreykov, panting heavily, but a sense of satisfaction in his eyes. Piece of sh*t, he spat, turning away from the defeated men. Natasha approached Alexei and silently pulled him into a hug, happy that this was all over. Yelena soon joined in, pulling a very out-of-place-looking Melina along with her. Before anyone knew it, a big family hug was underway. Aw. Ned found it very cute. MJ nodded. Yup, they're like one big, happy, murdering family. And you ruined the moment, thanks. Ned sighed as he shook his head. It's true though. Peter said as he stood beside them. With Dreykov defeated and the whole Red Room secured, the Avengers regrouped to form a game plan. All prisoners, including Dreykov, have already been detained in the tower, leaving only them and a large group of confused and free widows trapped on the ship. We did it, Peter declared. But now we need to figure out what to do with all of these trained assassins. Not to mention the ones that aren't here. We'll have to find a way to call them all back. Melina nodded. I can do that. I know how the technology works. I can show you, if you want. She offered her assistance. Yeah, sure. Peter nodded in return. Can you and Natasha work on calling them back? If you have to, we can send them to a specific location on the ground and I can portal them up here. Yeah, we'll take care of it. Natasha said as she walked off with her mother. When they were gone, Peter turned to Yelena. Now for the more challenging part. Can you call all of the widows to gather here in the hangar? We need to have an important talk. A/N, 2019 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone face screaming in fear, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 432, C432 Recruitment. Police car light. Insert ocean gifts here. Most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy. Yesterday's gift winners, Wolfie, trophy, A/N, crown. The hangar was abuzz with whispers and hushed conversations as the freed widows gathered, forming a sea of faces that ranged from hopeful to uncertain. They eyed each other, their newfound freedom a tantalizing prospect that seemed almost too good to be true. Standing at the forefront, Spider-Man's presence commanded their attention, his mysterious aura captivating their focus. Peter cleared his throat, projecting his voice to reach every corner of the hangar. The room grew silent, eyes fixed on him in anticipation. With a deep breath, he began to speak, his words resonating with a mix of empathy and charisma. Thank you all for being here today. I know the path that brought you to this moment has been difficult, and I can't even begin to fathom the challenges you faced. But now, you stand at a crossroads, and the choice is yours to make. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. The widows exchanged glances, curiosity and skepticism warred within them. I offer you 2 options, Peter continued, his gaze sweeping across the gathered widows. Option 1, if you seek a life free from the shackles that have bound you for far too long, if you yearn to be part of a world where you can have a fresh start, a normal life, then the Avengers will assist you in any way possible. And we have Tony Stark footing the bill, so the sky is the limit. He smirked under his mask, happy to waste more of his friend's money. Whispers filled the air once again, more intense than before. Yelena exchanged a surprised look with Melina, both astounded by Peter's unexpected offer. Option 2, Peter's tone grew firmer, if you feel that your skills, your experiences, and your sense of purpose align with continuing this line of work, but on your own terms, then the Avengers extend their hand as well. We recognize the strengths that each of you possess, and we believe that you deserve the freedom to wield those strengths as you see fit. The crowd seemed divided, wavering between 2 paths that had never seemed so attainable. Hope and apprehension danced in their eyes as they listened to Peter's words. Here's what I promise you, Peter's voice carried conviction, his sincerity evident in every word. For those who choose option 1, we will ensure your transition into society is as smooth as possible. We will provide housing, education, and assistance in finding jobs. You'll have a chance to rebuild your lives, free from your past as a slave for the Red Room. Taking a moment for them to process his words, Peter motioned to the left side of the hangar. If that's something you'd be interested in, then please stand on the left. The left side of the hangar seemed to grow more populated as the widows considered the idea of a life beyond the Red Room. On the other hand, Peter continued, gesturing to the right this time. For those who choose option 2, you will have the opportunity to become part of something bigger. You will become agents like Black Widow, who's been a part of the Avengers since its inception. And unlike Dreykov, who I doubt treated any of you humanely, we pay a very generous salary, provide a free apartment in the Avengers Tower, and much more. Basically, we'll treat you like human beings. With days off, vacations, sick days, insurance, and just about anything else you can think of. The right side of the hangar saw a surge of movement as more widows leaned towards the second path. It seemed that some of them, despite their history, felt a sense of empowerment and purpose that resonated with them. Finally, Peter gestured to the left. Once again, if you wish to choose option 1, please move to the left side of the hangar. If option 2 resonates with you, stand on the right. A tense moment lingered as the remaining widows exchanged glances, weighing their options. And then, as if breaking a spell, the crowd began to shift. Some moved confidently to the left, eager to embrace a new life, while others hesitated before making their way to the right, intrigued by the opportunity to use their skills for good. The left side of the hangar gradually filled with widows who chose to seek a different path, a chance at normalcy. Their faces bore expressions of determination, hope rekindled in their eyes. Meanwhile, the right side became a testament to the bravery and resilience of those who believed in their ability to rewrite their stories. A sense of unity seemed to emanate from this group, an understanding that they were taking ownership of their own destinies. Peter watched as the crowd divided, a complex mixture of emotions evident on their faces. Yelena stood among the widows who had chosen to join the Avengers, a sense of purpose igniting within her. Not to mention the fact that she would be joining her sister, which was an added bonus. Peter nodded his head, happy to see that around 60% of the widows chose to join the Avengers, which was more than he initially expected. Okay, since everyone has made their choices, we can start getting the ball rolling. Why don't all of you go and pack any sort of belongings you may have and meet here again in an hour's time? That should give me enough time to prepare everything. The hangar emptied gradually as the freed widows dispersed to gather their meager belongings. Soon, only Peter, Yelena, Alexei, MJ, and Ned remained, standing amid the echoes of choices that had been made. It was a pivotal moment, one that carried the weight of a new beginning for these women who had spent their lives as mindless weapons. As the hangar doors closed behind the last widow, Melina and Natasha returned, their expressions a mixture of weariness and relief. Melina cleared her throat, addressing the group. We've managed to contact all the active widows who weren't present. They'll be arriving at my farmhouse over the next few days, depending on their locations around the world. Peter nodded in gratitude. Thank you, both of you. Your help means a lot. As the conversation turned to the two newly returned figures, Yelena moved closer to Natasha. She glanced at her sister, excited to reveal the big news. Hey, she said, sounding a little nervous. I chose to join the Avengers. Natasha's gaze flickered toward Yelena, a mix of surprise, pride, and concern reflected in her eyes. You did? Yelena nodded. Yeah. I mean, I've always wanted to be like you. And now, with everything that's happened, I want to be with you. This is my chance. She knew her sister didn't want this, but it wasn't her choice to make. Natasha's lips twitched into a small smile. She placed a hand on Yelena's shoulder, her voice gentle. Just promise me you'll be careful, okay? This isn't a life I would have wished for you. Yelena met her sister's gaze, her own expression determined. I know. But it's my choice. I want this. The sisters shared a moment of understanding before Peter's voice drew their attention. Speaking of choices, he said, turning to Melina, I offer you the same options as the other widows. You can choose to live a normal life with our assistance or join the Avengers in a role that suits you. Melina's gaze shifted between Peter and her daughter, her decision wrought with consideration. After a pause, she looked back at Peter. I'm willing to join the Avengers, but I won't be going on missions. I've grown tired of that life and I'm not as young as I look. Peter nodded in understanding. Of course, that's completely understandable. I never intended for you to go on missions anyway. Your expertise will be valuable in other areas. A sense of relief seemed to wash over Melina as she made her choice, wishing to stay close to her daughters. Natasha raised an eyebrow inquisitively, unaware of her mother's intentions. Peter turned to Natasha, addressing her with a note of seriousness. Natasha, as you know, the widows will need a new leader, someone they can look up to. So, I'll be creating a new branch within the Avengers, called Nightingale. They'll operate in a more behind-the-scenes manner, similar to S.H.I.E.L.D., but without public knowledge. And you'll be the director. Natasha's eyes widened in surprise, her mind struggling to process the implications of this unexpected responsibility. Director? But I didn't. Peter cut her off with a small smile. You don't have to make a decision right away. Just think about it. You've earned this opportunity, Natasha. Yelena, however, was not one to hold back. She frowned at Peter's choice of name. Why Nightingale? Shouldn't they be named after something? I don't know, more related to spiders. We are black widows, after all. Peter chuckled softly, explaining, the nightingale is a bird that suffers when captured and confined, but it thrives when free and able to sing its melodious songs in its natural habitat. Now that they're free, I hope they'll thrive like the nightingale. Natasha sighed, her gaze shifting between Peter and Yelena. I can't refuse, can I? She muttered, a mixture of exasperation and amusement in her voice. Fine, I'll give it a try. But don't expect me to be half as good as someone like Fury. Peter shrugged nonchalantly. You can do whatever you want. No pressure. Natasha rolled her eyes, but a small smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Okay, fine. I'll give it a shot. Good, now I'll appoint your first subordinate and assistant director, Melina, whatever the hell your Russian last name is. Congratulations. Peter said, shocking both mother and daughter. Feeling left out, Yelena stepped forward, a noticeable pout on her lips. What about me? Peter shrugged once again. Ask your sister. She's free to give you any position she wants. I only made your mother the assistant director because she has the most experience out of all the widows. She'll be a massive help to Natasha. Turning to her sister, Yelena starred a hole in the side of Natasha's head, waiting expectantly for a cool high-level title. What about me? Suddenly, Alexei spoke up. Can I join the Avengers? A/N, 1726 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone smiling face with sunglasses, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 433, C433 Kingly visit. Police car light, insert influencer gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, monk kayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. The hangar was silent in shock as the group absorbed Alexei's unexpected request to join the Avengers. Peter's brow furrowed, a mixture of surprise and curiosity evident in his eyes. You want to join the Avengers? Even though Captain America is a part of the team. Alexei crossed his arms, his expression resolute. I do. I may not like that star-spangled douche, but I won't let my hate for him, or your capitalist regime, get in the way of being with my family again. Peter arched an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. Your family, huh? He was more than happy to see Natasha get a happy ending like this. Natasha, Yelena, and Melina exchanged surprised glances, astonishment washing over their faces at Alexei's words. The rugged man looked down at his feet, his voice uncharacteristically soft. I've spent years regretting my actions, especially the way I treated all of you. I let my own ego blind me to what truly mattered. Now, I want to make amends and stay close to you all. A warm smile spread across Natasha's face, her heart softening at Alexei's sincerity. It feels like I'm dreaming, she said gently. I wonder how Steve will react to this. Alexei huffed, a frown playing out on his lips. We don't use that name in this family. It leaves a bad taste in the mouth. Natasha raised an eyebrow. What am I supposed to call him then? She asked, clearly amused by her father's antics. American scum, star-spangled sissy, Yankee doodle dandy boy, freedom faker, shield-swinging weakling, liberty lapdog, capitalist swine. Without missing a beat, Alexei started unloading all sorts of hateful nicknames. Peter chuckled in amusement. Welcome to the Avengers, Alexei. The days that followed were a whirlwind of activity. Peter worked tirelessly to help the widows transition into their new lives, leveraging his connections to streamline the process. Government officials, influenced by his personal rapport with the president, expedited the paperwork required for granting them brand new identities as U.S. citizens. Each widow received a birth certificate, social security number, and ID card. For those who chose to join the Avengers, Peter's meticulous planning ensured they had their own apartments within the tower. As for the widows who opted for a civilian life, he placed them in areas they desired, with a free home, recommendations for jobs, and a financial cushion to begin anew. Tony Stark's generosity knew no bounds. God bless his soul. Peter thought, excitedly anticipating the look on Tony's face when he sees the bill. As the days passed, Peter finally met with the widows at Melina's farmhouse. He freed them and gave them the same offer as the others, tripling the staff of the Nightingales in a single day. Though Natasha's role as director came with its challenges, Peter supported her every step of the way. He admired her tenacity and knew that she was more than capable of shouldering the responsibility. During this time, Peter also took control of the Red Room's assets, including the airship, which he officially adding to the Avengers fleet. He was beginning to wonder if he should remodel the ship into a mobile Avengers base. I would have to upgrade the tech, thought. After all, even the sh*-tiest spaceship in our fleet is more advanced. Peter saved those thoughts for another time. The real challenge came in dealing with the Red Room's mind control technology and data. Knowing its potential for manipulation and destruction, Peter made the very easy call to keep it away from everyone, including his family and the Avengers. He couldn't risk any misuse of accidents with such dangerous tech. Melina's stash of mind control tech was confiscated as well. And she was banned from recreating anything of the sort ever again. It was just too dangerous. Peter even searched the widows as they left the Red Room, making sure they didn't take anything on their way out. Even his team wasn't immune to such treatment. Everyone was searched. With every passing day, the widows began to find their footing. Some adjusted to their new roles as Avengers, training alongside Natasha and embracing their newfound purpose. Others explored their civilian lives, creating families, attending schools, building up their careers. Once it all began set in, every widow began to realize how grateful they were for the second chance they had been given. As Peter observed the progress from afar, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. He had orchestrated a new chapter for these women, guiding them towards a future that was no longer shackled by their past. But man. Peter thought, his mind descending into the gutter. If I was some evil villain, I would have definitely taken those widows under my wing, personally. As those thoughts came, suddenly, an image appeared in Peter's mind. It was MJ. Why does this always happen? Did she curse me? He wondered as he took in MJ's demonic form. Her once radiant beauty is now twisted into a menacing visage. Her skin is a deep shade of obsidian, giving off an otherworldly sheen. Her eyes, which were once warm and expressive, now glow with an intense and malevolent crimson light. The pupils are slitted, like those of a predatory animal. Her hair, once flowing and vibrant, now takes on a life of its own, writhing and shifting as if it were made of serpents. It's a chaotic mix of deep black and fiery red, like molten lava frozen in time. As she moves, the hair seems to flicker and writhe as if it's alive. Her delicate features are now sharp and angular, with pronounced cheekbones and a pointed, sinister smile that reveals gleaming, razor-sharp teeth. Her attire is a blend of elegant yet eerie, with flowing robes that seem to meld and shift like shadows, giving the illusion of her form being constantly in flux. Her hands have long, claw-like nails that are as black as her soul, and they drip with an ominous, greenish venom. Her aura exudes an aura of darkness, making her presence both alluring and terrifying. What the F***ck? Peter shook his head, dispelling the evil creature from his mind. It's getting stronger. As the day's tasks drew to a close, Peter let out a satisfied sigh, looking around his office within the Avengers Tower. It had been a productive day, and the completion of the Black Widow business felt like a significant milestone. He trusted Natasha to handle the Nightingales and her new division. It was time for him to return to his own life, if only for a little while. I want to be a lazy bee *starred for at least a week. Peter thought, ready to head home and become one with his bed. Just as he was about to head home, the soothing voice of Jarvis echoed through the room's speakers. "Sir, I have a visitor requesting your audience." Peter rolled his eyes in annoyance, releasing a sigh of frustration. "Who is it this time, Jarvis? Because if it's another government official, then just send them home." The AI's response carried a hint of amusement. "Actually, it is King T'Chaka of Wakanda." Peter's interest was piqued immediately. His eyebrows shot up, and he leaned against his desk. "King T'Chaka. Send him up, please." He barely had time to prepare himself before the door to his office opened, and in walked T'Chaka, dressed in the regal attire of a diplomat. The king's presence commanded respect and held an air of wisdom that was unmistakable. "Yo, what's up?" Peter greeted with a nod, throwing away all formalities. "Does Wakanda need help with something?" T'Chaka returned the nod with a solemn expression, unperturbed by Peter's casual greeting. "It is good to see you. I come with an important decision that has been reached after much deliberation." Peter leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. "Please, enlighten me." T'Chaka clasped his hands behind his back, his posture regal as he spoke. "After careful consideration and discussions with the tribal leaders of Wakanda, I have come to accept your offer to join the Avengers Council." Peter blinked, momentarily caught off guard. He had made that offer during his visit to Wakanda, but it seemed like a distant memory now. Still, he recovered quickly, his surprise giving way to a sense of intrigue. "Are you telling me that it took you this long to come to a decision?" T'Chaka inclined his head slightly. "Indeed. It is a decision that was not taken lightly. After all, Wakanda is a very introverted nation, but we recognize the importance of unity and collaboration." A small smile tugged at the corners of Peter's lips. "I'm happy that you've chosen to accept. I'm sure you'll be an invaluable addition to the council," he said as he turned to the stacks of paperwork on his desk. "Unlike some, who dump all of the work onto me." T'Chaka's eyes held a glint of amusement. "Thank you. As you've said before, the world is changing and so should Wakanda. I believe that together, we can work towards a more harmonious world." Peter nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. I'll convene the council tomorrow and have a vote. If it passes, you'll be an official member of the Avengers Council, so you'll have to attend." T'Chaka's expression remained composed, his voice steady. "I'll be there. Know that I take this responsibility seriously, and I am committed to making the council's decisions for the greater good, for not just Wakanda, but the world as well. No need to lay it on so thick with me." "Save all of that politician talk for the council meeting tomorrow," Peter said dismissively, eliciting a laugh from the old monarch. T'Chaka couldn't keep the amused smile from his face. "I see, you haven't changed since our last meeting." Peter shrugged. "Nope, not one bit," he said, leaning back in his chair. "So, are you going to remain king after this? Or is T'Challa stepping up? If everything goes well tomorrow, then I'll step down and T'Challa will take my place," he said, a complex look on his face. "I only hope that he's ready. Because I know that I wasn't when it was my time. He'll be fine." Peter shrugged. "Besides, if he messes up, then his daddy can come bail him out, like all the other rich kids." He smirked under his mask. "The Avengers will have your back, so don't worry too much." T'Chaka paused for a moment before a relieved smile returned to his face. "Thank you, but let's hope he doesn't need us." A/N, 1,800 words, smiley face. "Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 434, C434 New Councilman and Luke's. Police car light, insert UFC/MMA gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, the _crimson_abyss, trophy, A/N, crown. The following day brought about a sense of anticipation within the walls of the Avengers Tower. The council members were gathering for a pivotal meeting that held the potential to shape the course of events to come. Tony Stark, Nick Fury, Charles Xavier, Eric Laneshare, and of course, Peter, all sat around the table, the holographic interface illuminating their faces. Tony leaned forward, fingers dancing across the console embedded in the table's surface. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this show on the road. After all, I don't want to be here any longer than I have to. Today we're here to vote on a new member joining the council." Fury, as usual, was the first to speak. "Any objections?" he asked, scanning each of their faces. Charles spoke up next, his calm demeanor contrasting with Fury's intensity. "No objections from me." Eric nodded in agreement, his magnetic presence palpable. None from me either. Though I do hope we'll be able to trade for some vibranium after this. A greedy glint flashed across his eyes. Peter chimed in with a casual thumbs up. I'm all for it, he said before turning to Eric. As for trading with Wakanda, I doubt they'll do that anytime soon. You'll probably have to wait until they get a bit more comfortable with us. Tony looked around the table. Great. Then let's put it to a vote. He initiated the voting process, each member selecting their choice on the holographic panel before them. Moments later, the results appeared in a holographic tally and the vote was unanimous. Tony grinned, leaning back in his chair. Congratulations, Chaka. You're officially an Avenger. The door to the council room slid open, and King Chaka walked in, regal in his bearing as always. He acknowledged the council members with a nod, his expression a mixture of pride and humility. I am honored by your trust in me. Tony gestured to the empty seat beside him. Take a seat. Chaka settled into the chair, his gaze steady as he met the eyes of his fellow council members. I will do my best to contribute positively. As Chaka sat down, Tony's fingers danced across the console again. A holographic globe appeared above the table, displaying Earth in all its splendor. The globe zoomed in, honing in on a particular region, the hidden nation of Wakanda. The image was both awe-inspiring and alarming, especially for Chaka. Chaka's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on the hologram. How did you find Wakanda? Is this live? He shouted upon noticing the time and date on the hologram. Tony smirked, his eyes glinting mischievously. I upgraded my satellites with a bunch of alien tech. Cool, huh? Peter chimed in. Yeah, and it's only a matter of time before someone else's tech gets better too. Chaka's brow furrowed, concern etching his features. Our isolation has been our strength for centuries. To be discovered like this. Peter leaned forward, his voice earnest. Chaka, the world is changing faster than we can anticipate. Technology is growing exponentially. As I've already told you before, soon enough, someone else will stumble upon Wakanda. We're just lucky it was us this time around. Chaka nodded slowly, his mind grappling with the implications. How long do we have before others find out? Tony leaned back, his expression serious. In my professional opinion. A few years, tops. Peter leaned back as well, his tone casual despite the gravity of the situation. We're living in a time where secrets are harder to keep. People are curious. They're going to find out eventually. Chaka's shoulders sagged slightly, the weight of his responsibilities evident. Then we must prepare. Tony nodded, his eyes locked onto Chaka's. We can help with that. We've been through our fair share of controversies and media frenzies. We know how to handle public scrutiny. Peter leaned forward, resting his arms on the table. If you're open to it, we could call a press conference and reveal the existence of Wakanda ourselves. You could explain everything on your own terms. This way, no one can twist the news before us. Chaka considered their words, a thoughtful expression on his face. While I appreciate your willingness to help, the decision to reveal ourselves does not lie solely with me. It involves our tribal leaders, and they're all isolationists. Not a single one of them would ever agree to that. Peter shrugged, a wry smile on his lips. Well, if they're not up for it, then we can only leave it up to fate. Chaka nodded, his gaze steady. Indeed. We'll have to wait and prepare for the worst. As the meeting concluded, Chaka rose from his seat, a sense of determination in his eyes. Thank you for your assistance. I will consider our options carefully. Peter smiled under his mask. Now, if no one has anything else to report, I believe that concludes our meeting. Tony abruptly hopped out of his chair. Oh, thank God. He muttered as he paced out of the room, ready to lock himself in his workshop once again. Chaka chuckled in amusement. He reminds me of my daughter. He said before leaving his chair as well. Speaking of my family, I must return to Wakanda to prepare for my son's inauguration. Remembering what's supposed to happen on Chala's inauguration day, Peter called out behind Chaka. Don't forget to send us an invite. Of course, of course. Chaka replied as he left the room. The council chamber slowly emptied as the members departed, each lost in their thoughts and tasks for the day. Alone in the room, Peter leaned back in his chair, stretching his arms above his head. I wonder if Killmonger will still be able to get into Wakanda. After all, Clow is already off the board, so he would need to find another way in. As he rose from his seat, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. The door to the chamber swung open, and in walked Deadpool, his red and black suit in stark contrast to the muted tones of the room. Hey, Spidey, he exclaimed, arms wide as he strolled in. Long time no see, huh? Peter sighed. Hey, Wade. Yeah, been kinda busy lately. Deadpool crossed his arms, his masked face twisting into an exaggerated pout. Busy, schmizzy. You disappeared on me, buddy. Where the F*** have you been? Peter chuckled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Sorry about that. Things got a little hectic. I was dash. Deadpool waved a hand dismissively, interrupting before Peter could explain. Whatever. You're here now. And speaking of being here, I found out who Kingpin is. Peter sighed once again, knowing he wouldn't be headed home as he had hoped. You did? How? Deadpool's grin was practically audible in his voice. Let's just say I've been doing a little detective work. Spent the last month or so hunting down anyone connected to Kingpin until I finally got a lead on his true identity. Peter leaned forward, feigning interest. So, who is Kingpin? Deadpool's tone was triumphant. Wilson Fisk, my friend. The big guy himself. Peter did his best to sound shocked. Wow. Wilson Fisk. I should have known. Deadpool looked smug with himself. I know, I'm amazing for figuring it out. But here's the fun part. Remember our plan to take him down together? I just want to be lazy. Why won't anyone let me? Peter shouted in his head, utterly defeated. Of course. I assume you want to go after Kingpin now. Deadpool nodded, his excitement palpable. Exactly. And I'm inviting you to come along for the ride. We can murder and defile his corpse together. What a drag. Peter sighed once again, embodying his inner Shikamaru Nara. I'm in, minus the defiling part. But first, we need to organize a team for this. Deadpool rolled his eyes dramatically. Ugh, come on. We don't need a whole team. It's just Fisk. Besides, they'll just interrupt our budding bromance. That's even more reason to invite them. Peter held up a finger. Now hold on a sec. I know a few people who'd probably want to be involved. Ignoring Deadpool's protests, Peter pulled out his phone and quickly typed out a message to Daredevil and Jessica Jones. Sending out a couple of texts, he explained, eyes on his screen. Deadpool let out an exaggerated sigh. Fine. Text your buddies. But can we go already? Peter shook his head. Hold on a second, I'm almost done. Just as he was about to put his phone away, he paused, a thought striking him. Wait, there's one more person I want to reach out to. Deadpool groaned, flopping into a nearby chair. You're killing me, Spidey. Ignoring Deadpool's antics, Peter stashed his phone away and opened up a portal. Hopefully, he's in Harlem already. If not, then I'll just have to wait, I guess. He thought as he stepped through the portal. Deadpool's eyes widened, surprise evident beneath his mask. Hey! Wait for me! He shouted, rushing to follow Peter through. Harlem. A swirling portal shimmered into existence on the bustling streets of Harlem, and out stepped Spider-Man, followed closely by Deadpool. The appearance of the two heroes caused pedestrians to stop in their tracks, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. Spider-Man gave a casual wave to the onlookers before leading the way into a dive bar named Luke's. As they entered the bar, the atmosphere shifted. Conversations died down, and all eyes turned towards the two newcomers. The place was alive with energy, but it fell into a hushed silence as Spider-Man and Deadpool made their way inside. Behind the bar stood a tall and imposing figure, his muscles practically bursting through his clothes. This was Luke Cage, the man Peter had come to see. He glanced up from his work, his expression wary but curious. The room seemed to hold its breath as he regarded the unexpected visitors. Insert picture of Luke Cage here. Ignoring the odd looks from the patrons, Peter and Wade took two empty seats at the bar. Wade leaned in, his tone overly enthusiastic. Hey, barkeep. 2 mojitos for me and my husband. A/N, 1710 words, smiley face. Police car light give me gemstone stones gemstone smiling face with sunglasses police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 435, C435 Weak Wilson. Police car light insert weak/powerless gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Kinte, trophy, A/N, crown. Inside Luke's bar, the air was thick with tension as the patrons gawked at the masked figures who had just walked in. Luke Cage, the bar's owner and resident powerhouse, observed the scene with a mix of caution and curiosity. He wiped a glass clean, his eyes briefly meeting Peter's before shifting away. Wade's exuberant order for drinks broke the silence, and Luke began to pour the requested mojitos. As the glasses were placed before them, Peter caught Luke's eye again. Mind if we have a quick chat? Luke hesitated, clearly not interested in whatever they had to say. He turned to the customer beside him, asking if he needed a refill. The customer waved him off, seemingly more interested in whatever Spider-Man had to say. Seeing that Luke wouldn't listen, Peter leaned in slightly, his tone low. "We're here with an offer, Luke. How would you like to join the Avengers?" The murmurs from the patrons grew louder as the implications of Peter's words began to sink in. Luke tensed, looking from Peter to Wade and back again. He glanced around the room, perhaps gauging the atmosphere before finally answering. "I'm flattered, but I'm not interested," Luke replied, his voice steady and measured. Peter didn't back down. "Listen, Luke, I've known about you for a while. You've got powers, you've got the heart to protect your neighborhood. But with the Avengers behind you, you could do so much more. We want you on our team." The tension in the room escalated as Luke remained silent, his brow furrowed in thought. The patrons exchanged glances, some recognizing the name Avengers and realizing the gravity of the situation. A few murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd. "Look, man, give him an answer so we can go. We got shit to do. Places to visit and people to kill." As Wade spoke, Peter's elbow found its way into his ribs. "Ugh. I mean people to apprehend." Luke let out a tired sigh, his gaze shifting from the two heroes to the glass in his hand. "The bar's closed, folks. Time to clear out." As if on cue, the patrons began to disperse, albeit reluctantly. Luke's authority in the bar was clear, and no one dared to defy him. Soon, the bar emptied out, leaving only Luke, Peter, and Wade. "What do you guys want?" Luke said dryly, his tone laced with a mix of weariness and annoyance. "Yeah, I have powers, but I'm not interested. I like my life here, in Harlem." Peter leaned back, taking a sip of his drink. "And we respect that. But joining the Avengers doesn't mean you have to change who you are or where you live. We just want you to use your abilities to make a bigger impact." Luke poured himself a shot of whiskey, his expression guarded. "I'm not interested in being a world-saving hero. I've got my own way of doing things, and it works for me." Peter nodded, his mask hiding his understanding smile. "That's fine. We're not here to change you. We're here to support you." Luke took the shot, his gaze locking onto Peter's. "And what's in it for you?" "Nothing, we're heroes. It's what we do." Peter answered with a shrug. "Right." Luke didn't sound convinced. "We've got resources, funding, technology," Peter explained. "With us behind you, you could do even more for Harlem. Start a charity, improve your crime-fighting efforts, make a real difference." Luke sighed, rubbing a hand over his bald head. "You know, sometimes I just want to live my life in peace." "And you can," Peter assured him. "Joining the Avengers doesn't mean you have to give up your life either. It just means you'll have some backup when things get tough." Luke eyed Peter for a moment, skepticism evident in his gaze. He downed the shot of whiskey before looking back at Peter. "Fine, let's say I'm interested. What's the catch?" Peter smiled, his voice earnest. "No catch. Just join us on a mission. See how we work. If you like it, great. If not, no hard feelings." Luke considered his words, a mix of curiosity and doubt playing across his features. He set the shot glass down with a thunk. "So, what's the mission?" Peter's expression turned serious as he leaned in, lowering his voice. "We're going after Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin." Luke's eyes narrowed at the mention of the Kingpin's name. "Kingpin, huh? I've heard that name before. He's the source of all the guns and drugs that flow into Harlem." "Exactly," Peter nodded. "And we're going after him tonight. You in?" Luke's fingers drummed against the bar's surface as he thought it over. "All right, I'm in. But I've got one condition." Peter raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What's that?" "You guys better keep up," Luke said, a hint of a challenge in his voice. "I'm not slowing down for anyone." A smile tugged at the corner of Peter's lips. "Deal." On the bustling streets of New York City, a swirling portal materialized, revealing Peter, Wade, and Luke stepping out onto the pavement. The towering presence of Fisk Tower loomed before them, casting a shadow over the surroundings. Luke eyed the portal nervously. So, that was odd. Just as Peter was about to respond, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows nearby. Daredevil, clad in his signature red suit, stood with his arms crossed. Jessica Jones leaned against a nearby lamppost, her casual demeanor contrasting with Daredevil's more intense stance. Daredevil's voice held a hint of disbelief as he spoke. "So, you guys really found out who Kingpin is?" Wade chimed in, his tone mischievous. "Yup, I had to hunt down his goons for a whole month before someone told me his name. I've been trying to bring him down for months." Daredevil admits, annoyed at his own lack of progress. Peter nodded. "Well, sometimes it takes a maniac to find a maniac." Wade gasped in offense. "Is that how you speak about your bestest buddy?" Daredevil's gaze shifted to Wade, his frustration evident. Can we focus on the mission, please? Peter cleared his throat, shifting the attention to himself. All right, let's get on the same page. I've got a proposal. The assembled heroes turned their attention to Peter, their curiosity piqued. Peter continued, his tone earnest. I'm planning to build a team for small-time hero work in the city. A team that focuses on the neighborhoods, the people, and the issues that might not make the front page. Basically, you'll handle the crimes that fall through the cracks. Wade's eyebrows shot up, his tone incredulous. No. Deadpool doesn't do teamwork, you hear. Peter ignored Wade, a confident smile hidden under his mask. And this is the starting roster. Daredevil, Deadpool, Luke, and Jessica. You're going to be the heroes that people can count on when they're not sure who else to turn to. Jessica raised an eyebrow, her skepticism evident. So, we're a team now. Peter nodded again. Yep, consider this your debut mission. Wade's gaze shifted between the faces around him, his eyes wide. Hey, wait a minute. No one told me about this. I thought this was just going to be a bros night out. Peter grinned, his tone teasing. Surprise. Daredevil's lips twitched beneath his mask, his stance relaxing slightly. All right, let's worry about this team *T later, what's the plan? Peter nodded in agreement. I'm tagging along, but I won't help you unless it's absolutely necessary. This is your show. If one of you wants to take the lead, then feel free. Act as if I'm not even here. Got it. Daredevil, Deadpool, and Jessica answered simultaneously, each vying for the leading role. The group moved through the sleek and opulent lobby of Fisk Tower, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Despite the tension in the air, there was an underlying sense of camaraderie among the heroes. As they entered the building, the question of leadership lingered unspoken between them. Daredevil, Deadpool, and Jessica each cast glances at one another, a silent contest of wills to determine who would take charge. Yet, no one spoke up to claim the role. Instead, they continued forward, ascending the tower without a designated leader. Peter followed them from a distance, his steps silent as he manipulated the building's power with a whispered incantation. Lights flickered and went out, plunging the interior into darkness. Even the emergency power remained stubbornly dormant, trapping Fisk and his guards in a world of shadows. On their way up the tower, the group encountered armed guards, their guns trained on the heroes. The absence of a leader was evident as they charged in without a plan, each relying on their own unique skills and instincts. The fight was messy, with shots echoing through the air and fists flying. I expected better. Peter thought with a shake of his head. Deadpool's sword slashed through the darkness, Luke's impenetrable body deflecting all attacks, Jessica's strength sending guards flying, and Daredevil's agility allowing him to weave throughout the battle. The chaos was palpable, the sounds of struggle echoing through the halls as the heroes fought for their lives. Bullets ricocheted off walls, shattered glass rained down, and sparks erupted from damaged equipment. Despite the lack of coordination, in the end, their individual expertise and powers allowed them to overpower their adversaries. Finally, they emerged on the top floor, finding themselves in a lavish penthouse apartment. The tension in the room was palpable as they spread out, searching for any sign of Fisk. Deadpool kicked open doors, Jessica examined the living area, and Daredevil navigated through the shadows. Peter and Luke stood back, watching the team with keen interest. Peter's enhanced senses picked up the faint sound of breathing from one corner of the room, obscured by a large bookshelf. Daredevil paused, his head tilting as he honed in on the noise as well. Daredevil gestured for Jessica to join him. She approached, her brow furrowing in concentration. What is it? Daredevil's voice was low. Listen. Jessica's ears strained, and then she heard it too, a rhythmic, shallow breathing. Her eyes widened, and she gestured toward the shelf. Behind there. Without hesitation, Jessica's superhuman strength came into play. She positioned herself in front of the shelf and exerted force. Metal groaned and bent under her might as she tore away a thick, concealed door, dropping books everywhere. The hidden compartment was revealed, and within it stood Wilson Fisk, his face contorted with fury and fear. Fisk held a shotgun in his hands, his finger twitching on the trigger. Wade. He yelled as he caught a glimpse of Deadpool before opening fire, the deafening blast filling the room. The heroes scattered, seeking cover as bullets tore through the air. Well, not all of them. In the chaos, while everyone was jumping out of the way, Luke stood at the front, deflecting every bullet he could with his body alone. With him there, not a single bullet hit the team. Finally, Fisk's shotgun clicked empty, and the room fell into an eerie stillness. The penthouse apartment was now a scene of destruction, shattered glass, and ricocheted bullet holes. Fisk stood there, with nothing but an empty shotgun in his bare hands to defend himself. Peter stepped up. I'd give up, if I were you. He says as he gestures to Wade. Because my friend here is very keen on cutting you into pieces. So, it's in your best interest not to give him that opportunity. Spidey. Wade whined like a child, but suddenly a voice appeared in Wade's head. Peter used some minor telepathy to project his thoughts over to his kill-happy friend. Just wait until we're alone with him. I want to give Luke a good impression of us. If we kill him now, he may leave the Avengers. Or worse, he'll tell the news. Fine. Wade huffed as he sheathed his blades. Fisk looked at his assailants, sizing them up. All right, I surrender. He said, knowing he couldn't win this fight. I'll leave it to my lawyers. They'll have a much better chance than me. A/N, 2036 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone yin yang, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 436, C436 Deadpool's killing technique. Police car light, insert strong/powerful gifs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Scar_Justice, Trophy, A/N, Crown. After the exhilarating takedown of Wilson Fisk, the newly assembled team of Daredevil, Deadpool, Luke, and Jessica went their separate ways, each with their own thoughts and motivations. They may not have been a perfectly coordinated unit, but there was a certain bond forming among them, forged through a night of chaotic teamwork. Well, maybe not all of them. Deadpool didn't seem to mesh well with the group, but time would tell whether that could be fixed or not. Hours later, in a dimly lit cell within the Avengers Tower, Peter walked up and opened the door to Kingpin's cell, letting Deadpool step inside. The air was heavy with tension as Kingpin glared at them, his confidence clearly shaken after their earlier confrontation. All right, you clowns got what you wanted, Kingpin growled in annoyance. I demand to see my lawyer. Deadpool's laughter echoed in the small space as he brandished his dual swords. Kingpin's eyes widened in realization that this wasn't going to be a conventional interrogation. With a sadistic grin, Deadpool leaned in close, his voice dripping with malicious amusement. Oh, we're not going by the book today, big guy. Kingpin's protests turned into stuttered words as he backed away, his back hitting the cold concrete wall of his cell. Deadpool advanced, his blades glinting in the dim light. Why, you can't do this? Kingpin stammered, desperation seeping into his voice. I have rights. Deadpool chuckled. You know what's funny? So do I. The right to stab you if I feel like it. As Deadpool raised his swords, Kingpin's eyes widened in terror. But just as the blades were about to pierce his flesh, Deadpool's grip on the weapons shifted. Instead of the sharp edges meeting their mark, Deadpool wrapped his arms around Kingpin in a tight hug, holding him close. Kingpin's confusion was evident, but before he could react, Deadpool shushed him softly like a mother comforting a child. It's okay, big guy. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Let it all out. Kingpin's fear transformed into a cautious hope as he began to babble apologies, his words a jumbled mess of regret and fear. Deadpool held him tightly, even going as far as to pat his back soothingly. Peter, standing by the door, shook his head in disbelief, muttering under his breath. This guy is seriously messed up. As Kingpin continued to apologize, Deadpool's voice took on an eerily soothing tone. There, buddy. Let it all out. You're safe now. This is a safe space. Kingpin's eyes widened as he felt a sharp pain in his back, and his words were cut off with a gasp of agony. Looking down, he saw both of Deadpool's blades embedded in his flesh, the tips poking through his chest. His hope shattered, and his eyes locked onto Deadpool's with a mix of shock and betrayal. Deadpool's maniacal grin widened as he leaned in, his voice a twisted mockery of comfort. Oh, don't worry. It'll all be over soon. Just close your eyes and let the pain fade away. As Kingpin's life force ebbed away, Deadpool finally released him, letting his body slump to the ground. The mercenary pulled his blades free, wincing at the shallow wounds he'd inflicted upon himself in his enthusiasm. However, his healing factor quickly kicked in, closing the wounds within moments. Peter shook his head in disbelief as he approached Deadpool. You really are something else, Wade. Deadpool shrugged, wiping his blades clean. Meh, it's more fun when they think you'll forgive them and let them go. Kingpin's lifeless body lay in the cell, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Despite the gruesome end he met, his demise was a twisted mixture of Deadpool's insanity and calculated ruthlessness. Besides, he deserved it, Deadpool muttered, as if justifying his actions to himself. He almost took Vanessa from me. Peter sighed, glancing at the lifeless figure on the ground. Yeah, whatever. He shrugged uncaringly as he waved his hand, vanishing Kingpin alongside any evidence of his death. Let's go get some food. I haven't eaten all day. Wade perked up as he followed Peter out of the cell. Oh. I know a good place. They have these little tacos with a tiny sombrero on top. Weeks had passed since Kingpin's death. In Camartage, amidst the serene landscape and hidden away from the world's chaos, Peter stood with a watchful eye, observing his small family practicing the mystical arts alongside a crowd of other students. Lily, his young daughter, was showing an uncanny affinity for magic, her tiny hands shaping reality with the guidance of the sling ring. Beside her, MJ smiled with pride as she encouraged their daughter's progress alongside her own. But his focus wasn't solely on his family. Peter's gaze occasionally shifted to Dr. Strange, who always seemed to attend the same classes as his family. Peter couldn't help but feel that fate had a role to play in the convergence of their paths. Usually, he would force a convergence, but this time it was like fate was giving him a helping hand. As he observed, the Ancient One approached him. The two of them shared a silent understanding, a camaraderie formed through their shared experiences and future knowledge. Peter turned his attention to the Ancient One, his expression softening as he spoke. "Have you heard any news of Caecilius and his followers?" The Ancient One shook her head, her gaze distant. "No, they've been quiet since their little rebellion." Peter's brow furrowed, a look of skepticism in his eyes. "Is that so?" "Of course, you wouldn't tell me either way, would you?" The Ancient One's lips curved into a gentle smile as she regarded Peter. "No, I wouldn't." Peter shook his head in exasperation. "Then I better prepare for whenever he rears his ugly head, shouldn't I?" Turning away from his suicidal teacher, Peter eyed his family. "Lily. MJ. That's enough for today. It's time for your private lessons." Instantly, all eyes turned to Lily and MJ, jealous looks clearly cemented on all of the students' faces. After all, none of them will ever get the chance to learn from the direct disciple of the Ancient One. Let alone the Ancient One herself. It was truly shocking to learn that nepotism existed even in the magical side of the world. "Wait." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. Stepping up beside MJ and Lily, Dr. Strange looked at Peter with imploring eyes. "Please teach me as well," he begged, deeply bowing toward Peter. Although Strange has learned a lot during his time in Camartage, most of it has been boring group classes and reading homework, which he's already finished weeks ago. And since his classes weren't getting any more interesting, he decided to take a chance and ask Peter to teach him. In the beginning, Dr. Strange thought of Peter as just another teenager, but after spending some time in Camartage, he began to realize just how respected and skilled he supposedly was. Masters and students alike always seemed to have nothing but praise to say about him, which has slowly built up Peter's image in Strange's head. Smirking over at the Ancient One, who did not look pleased, Peter nodded his head. "Sure, you can join us for today." "Peter." The Ancient One spoke in a warning tone. Peter's smirk continued to grow. "Yes, teacher. Do you have a problem with me teaching one of the students?" he asks, loud enough for everyone to hear. Sighing in annoyance, the Ancient One decided to hold her tongue for the time being. "No, just remember not to teach him anything beyond his level." "Of course." In a serene courtyard of Camartage, Lily, MJ, and Dr. Strange stood in a line in front of Peter. The open space held an air of anticipation, as if the very air hummed with untapped potential. As they stood there, the warm breeze rustling through the foliage, Peter turned to MJ and Lily. "All right, you two, go practice your eldritch constructs. I want to see those golden energies transformed into precise shapes, like we practiced yesterday." MJ nodded with a determined smile, leading Lily to a different corner of the courtyard where they began their practice. The golden energy danced between their fingertips, swiftly morphing and shifting into various forms under their guidance. Dr. Strange watched the two with a mixture of awe and curiosity. It was unlike anything he'd ever witnessed, the sheer control over the mystical energy was astounding. He looked back at Peter, a newfound respect in his eyes. Peter's training methods seemed to be different from the other masters. Peter caught Strange's attention and motioned for him to join him. "All right, Stephen, now it's your turn." Strange stepped closer, his gaze fixed on Peter. "What do you have in mind?" Peter's eyes held a glint of mischief as he began to explain. "First things first, you need to learn how to manipulate eldritch energy. After all, it's the basis of most of our mystic arts." Strange nodded, his determination evident. "Show me." Peter extended his hand, summoning the same golden energy that MJ and Lily had been working with. He molded it into larger intricate patterns and shapes, the energy responding to his every thought. "Now you try," Peter instructed. Strange hesitated, then extended his hand, summoning the golden energy. However, his attempts were met with limited success, the energy wavering and faltering under his control. Peter's expression was patient as he observed Strange's struggle. "You're overthinking it. You have to feel it, let it flow through you." Strange closed his eyes, taking a deep breath and relaxing his stance. Slowly, the energy began to respond, forming delicate patterns in the air. As Strange's control improved, Peter's smile widened. "Good. Now, let's take it up a notch." With a flourish of his hand, Peter conjured an even more intricate configuration of golden energy, shaping it into complex geometric forms. Strange's eyes widened at the sight, the challenge evident. "Now, do the same," Peter said. Strange's brow furrowed in concentration as he attempted to replicate the pattern. The golden energy hesitated, but with a surge of determination, Strange managed to form a semblance of the shape. He looked at Peter with a mixture of frustration and determination. "Why is this so much harder than their training?" he asked, gesturing toward a Lily and MJ. Peter shrugged nonchalantly. "If you want to return to your slow-paced classes, be my guest." A flash of determination ignited in Strange's eyes, his resolve unwavering. "No, I'll do it." Peter's gaze softened as he recognized the spark of potential within Strange. "Good. You're capable of far more than you know. This isn't just about conjuring energy. It's about bending reality to your will." Strange nodded, his focus returning to the golden energy between his fingertips. With renewed determination, he began to shape it, the complex pattern gradually taking form. As the hours passed, Strange's control improved, the golden energy responding more readily to his commands. The intricate forms he created began to rival even Peter's displays. Peter watched with satisfaction, knowing that he was unlocking a potential in Strange that had yet to be fully realized. He knew that Strange had the potential of a sorcerer supreme, so he refused to coddle him. And as the day stretched on, with the sun casting long shadows across the courtyard, Peter called their first day of training to an end. "That's it for today. It's getting late and Lily has school tomorrow." As the family was preparing to leave, Strange stepped up and bowed once again. "Can I join you tomorrow as well?" Peter smirked, knowing that the Ancient One won't like this. "Sure, we'll see you tomorrow." A/N, 1972 words, smiley face. Police car light give me gemstone stones gemstone face with steam from nose police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 437, C437 A quick death. Police car light insert love gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Wolfie, trophy, A/N, crown. In the depths of a long-abandoned cathedral, Caecilius and his devoted zealots gathered, their dark cloaks casting eerie shadows in the dim candlelight. Before them lay an intricate arrangement of mystical symbols, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. Caecilius, his eyes ablaze with fanaticism, stood at the center, his followers forming a circle around him. With a low, resonating chant, the zealots' voices intertwined, resonating with the vibrations of the symbols. The air itself seemed to quiver as the ritual began, their connection with the dark dimension growing stronger with every word. As the chant reached its climax, the very fabric of reality seemed to tear, revealing a swirling vortex of darkness. From its depths emerged a presence that sent shivers down their spines, the dreaded Dormammu himself. Caecilius and his zealots fell to their knees, their heads bowed in reverence as Dormammu's voice echoed around them. "Caecilius, my loyal servant, you have called, and I have answered. Speak your desires." Caecilius, his voice trembling with reverence, stood and met Dormammu's gaze. "We seek your guidance and power to carry out your will." Dormammu's presence seemed to swell, his approval tangible. "Speak. We beseech you to grant us more strength, so that we're able and ready to act out your commands," Caecilius declared, his voice unwavering. "We wish nothing but to serve you, as best as we can." A sinister smile curled across Dormammu's formless visage. "Very well. I shall grant you the means to achieve your desires, but I'm afraid you'll have to wait. Once you've struck down the sanctums, their barriers will crumble, and my influence shall seep into the realms. Then, and only then, will I be able to gift you more of my power." With a wave of Dormammu's incorporeal hand, a surge of dark energy enveloped Caecilius and his zealots. Their bodies trembled as they felt his power, but couldn't absorb a single grain of it. Their senses overcome with a sensation both intoxicating and nightmarish. As the dark energy washed over them, Dormammu's voice reverberated through their minds. "Go forth, my servants, and unleash the chaos you so desire. Strike down the sanctums and let the realms tremble." The ritual's energy peaked, and Dormammu's presence slowly began to fade. Caecilius and his zealots watched as the vortex of darkness closed, leaving them with an even greater lust for power than before. "Prepare yourselves," Caecilius ordered, his voice carrying the weight of their dark pact. "We commence our attack on the London Sanctum in 2 hours. The time has come to bring about the end of the Ancient One's feeble defense." His followers nodded, their eyes burning with power-hungry desire. The zealots scattered, each one preparing for the battle that would bring them closer to their ultimate goal, the annihilation of the Kamartak and the ascent of Dormammu's reign. Almost a month had passed since Dr. Strange joined Peter's training sessions. The London Sanctum's training room was abuzz with energy as the trio stood side by side, Lily and MJ flanking Dr. Strange. The room was bathed in soft, ethereal light, illuminating their focused expressions. Peter, standing at a distance, watched intently as the 3 of them practiced their mystic arts. He had chosen the London Sanctum for these sessions, knowing that the attack from Caecilius and his followers was imminent. In the Doctor Strange movie, the London Sanctum was the first to fall. So Peter decided to spend his time here, waiting for Caecilius to show up. The training sessions had been grueling, pushing Doctor Strange to his limits and beyond. Peter had been relentless, determined to bring out the Sorcerer Supreme within Strange. And his efforts had paid off. Doctor Strange had proven himself to be a prodigious student, mastering the control of eldritch energy and learning a wide array of spells. As Peter observed, he couldn't help but be impressed by Strange's progress. The air around him seemed to hum with energy as he conjured complex patterns of light and energy, weaving spells with a precision that was awe-inspiring. MJ and Lily, though not as advanced as Doctor Strange, held their own. Their dedication was evident in the way they worked together, their spells complementing each other seamlessly. Lily's AI mind seemed to grasp the intricacies of the mystic arts with remarkable ease, her natural affinity for magic shining through. With a wave of his hand, Doctor Strange conjured a shimmering shield of energy, blocking an incoming barrage of energy projectiles. He then countered with a burst of energy from his own fingertips, sending a surge of mystical force hurtling toward Lily. Lily reacted swiftly, weaving her own spell to redirect the energy, sending it harmlessly into the ground. MJ, on the other hand, focused her attention on Doctor Strange, her eyes glowing with determination as she conjured illusions to test his abilities. Peter's lips quirked into a half-smile as he witnessed their training. Doctor Strange's growth had been remarkable, far surpassing his own expectations. He had learned around 40 spells, mastered telekinesis and just started delving into telepathy. He even mastered the use of the sling ring, a skill that had been surprisingly easy for him to acquire after his intense eldritch energy training. As the training session came to a close, Doctor Strange lowered his shield, his breathing steady despite the intensity of their practice. He turned to Peter, a mixture of exhaustion and satisfaction in his eyes. "I never imagined I would come this far in such a short time." Peter nodded approvingly. "You've put in the effort, and it shows. But remember, don't get too full of yourself. You're still incredibly weak compared to most masters." Doctor Strange's gaze turned solemn. "I understand." Peter's eyes met Strange's, a shared determination passing between them. "Good. Because if you start getting an ego, I'll be forced to beat it out of you." MJ and Lily joined them, their faces flushed from the intense training. Lily smiled up at her father. "How was I? Did I do good?" Peter smiled warmly toward his daughter. "You did amazing, my love." Lily perked up, her excitement palpable. Hee hee. "I can't wait to show off my new spells." Peter ruffled Lily's hair affectionately. "You'll get your chance." As the group began to make their way out of the training room, a loud explosion shook the sanctum, echoing through the hallways. Peter's senses tingled with anticipation as he turned to face the entrance of the building, his expression growing serious. "They're here," he murmured, his voice carrying a weight of certainty. The air crackled with tension as Peter opened a swirling portal, leading to the entrance of the sanctum. Stepping through, he found the once intact door obliterated, the protective spells that had guarded it now nothing but ashes. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the destruction, knowing that Caecilius and his zealots had breached their defenses. Entering the sanctum's interior, Peter's gaze fell upon the figure of Caecilius, casually strolling inside with an air of arrogance. Behind him, the zealots followed in eerie silence, their eyes gleaming with the twisted devotion that had ensnared them. Caecilius' gaze locked onto Peter, a sinister smile curling his lips. Well, if it isn't the Ancient One's favorite student." Peter waved, his demeanor nonchalant. "Yo." Caecilius' smile twisted with envy, his jealousy clear in his tone. "You're nothing more than a pet to her, aren't you? A mangy dog she picked up along the dash." Peter waved his hand, interrupting him. "Save the monologue for someone else. I could care less about your insecurities." Caecilius' lips curved into an annoyed frown. "Oh, don't worry. I'll be sure say it all for the Ancient One when I deliver your lifeless corpse to her, a gift that will shatter her precious illusions." Peter waved him over. "Enough talk. Let's get this over with. I got sh*t to do today." With a sudden motion, Caecilius raised his hands, his fingers dancing with arcane symbols. Dark energy surged around him as he launched a barrage of projectiles toward Peter. The air crackled as Peter deflected them with a shimmering barrier of eldritch energy, the impacts causing ripples of energy to cascade through the room. Caecilius' attacks came relentless, the zealots watching with unblinking eyes as their leader attempted to overpower Peter. But Peter's mastery of the mystic arts was undeniable. He wove intricate spells, conjuring defensive wards and launching counterattacks with fluid precision. The battle danced between them, the room bathed in the swirling lights of their magic. Peter's movements were swift and calculated, his control of eldritch energy evident as he twisted and redirected Caecilius' assaults. As the confrontation escalated, the air seemed to crackle with energy. MJ, Lily, and Doctor Strange stepped through the open portal, their eyes widening as they took in the spectacle before them. Doctor Strange watched in awe as Peter's movements flowed seamlessly, each spell executed with a mastery that left him speechless. He had never witnessed such finesse in the mystic arts, and his respect for Peter's abilities grew exponentially. Even MJ and Lily were shocked by how skilled Peter truly was. They had seen him in action before, but he rarely used much more than a portal when fighting. Luckily, this time around, Peter couldn't use his spider powers, for fear of revealing his identity as Spider-Man, so it was all about magic today. Soon enough, the tide of battle shifted, Peter's attacks gaining momentum as he forced Caecilius to retreat. With a sudden surge of power, he summoned a sword of pure eldritch energy into his hand. The weapon gleamed with an otherworldly light as Peter advanced, his expression focused and determined. Caecilius stumbled back as Peter snapped his finger, sending a huge gust of wind his way. Before he knew what happened, Peter appeared in front of him, his sword pressed close to his throat. The zealots watched in horror, their leader's dominance shattered. Peter's voice was steady, devoid of emotion. "Any last words?" Caecilius' lips moved, but before he could utter a single syllable, Peter sensed the Ancient One's presence drawing near. Acting quickly, before she could interfere, Peter's grip tightened as the blade of eldritch energy slicing through flesh and bone with ease. Caecilius' severed head fell to the ground, his vacant eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Peter's expression remained impassive as he gazed down at the lifeless body. "You know what? I didn't really care what you had to say." As he spoke, the Ancient One appeared beside him, frowning down at what was supposed to be her killer's headless body, a conflicted look in her face. A/N, 1785 words, smiley face. "I wanted to draw the fighting out more, but then I remembered that Peter is far stronger than Caecilius, so that wouldn't be possible. Though I do have a big fight planned for Dormammu. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone dizzy face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 438, C438 Eye of Agamotto. Police car light, insert family gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, monk kayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. The aftermath of Caecilius' downfall left a somber tension in the air. The Ancient One stood beside Peter, her gaze fixed on the lifeless form of Caecilius himself. A mixture of emotions churned within her. Satisfaction that her would-be killer was defeated, annoyance at Peter for intervening, and a gnawing uncertainty about what her future held now that her intended death had been thwarted. Peter watched her in silence, his expression a mix of sympathy and understanding. He had known that his actions would not be met with approval, yet he couldn't bring himself to stand by and watch her die. As much as he respected her choices, he couldn't ignore the bond they shared, a bond that compelled him to protect her. Meanwhile, the remaining followers of Caecilius stood frozen in uncertainty, their eyes darting between the Ancient One and the exit. The air was thick with tension as they considered their options, realizing that they were ill-prepared to face the wrath of a sorceress of her caliber. But before they could make their escape, the Ancient One's gaze turned toward them, her eyes ablaze with a fiery intensity. With a swift, almost casual gesture of her hand, she manipulated space itself, bending it with the force of her will. In an instant, the air around the zealots twisted and contorted, and a sickening crack filled the room. The trio of Doctor Strange, MJ, and Lily could only watch in shock as the scene unfolded before them. The Ancient One's mastery over mystic arts was beyond anything they had imagined, her power a force to be reckoned with. The air seemed to scream as the twisted space bent reality itself, and in the next moment, the remaining zealots collapsed to the ground, their severed heads tumbling beside them. Silence descended upon the room, broken only by the sound of lifeless bodies hitting the ground. The Ancient One's gaze remained fixed on the fallen zealots, her expression unreadable. She had taken her anger out on them, a silent display of the rage that simmered beneath her calm exterior. Doctor Strange's jaw hung open, his mind struggling to process the sheer magnitude of what he had just witnessed. His training had brought him into contact with extraordinary power, but this was on an entirely different level. After all, each of those zealots was a sorcerer with much more experience than himself. Killing them so easily was a huge blow to his ego. MJ and Lily stood beside him, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and a little bit of fear. Thankfully, MJ has seen death before and Lily was an AI, so the gruesome decapitations that just unfolded before them wasn't that big of a deal. The Ancient One slowly turned to face the trio, her gaze piercing through them with an intensity that sent shivers down their spines. Her lips parted as if to speak, but the words remained unspoken. The tension in the room was palpable, a heavy weight that bore down on them. Peter, sensing the unease that hung in the air, approached the Ancient One, his expression a mix of empathy and determination. He could feel the storm of emotions within her, and he understood the conflict that raged within her heart. With each step he took, he closed the distance between them until he stood before her. Taking a deep breath, he met her gaze with a calm resolve. "I know you're angry at me, but I couldn't just stand by and watch you die. You're like a second mother to me, and I couldn't let that happen." The Ancient One's eyes softened, a hint of vulnerability flashing across her features. She averted her gaze for a moment, seemingly lost in her thoughts. Then, with a sigh, she finally spoke, her voice laced with a mixture of resignation and acceptance. You really won't let me go, will you, Peter? You know, they don't call me the Ancient One for nothing. I've already lived a very long life. Thousands upon thousands of years, in fact. Peter's lips curved into a small smile. Well, then what's another century or two to a bald hag like you? He said as he dodged a slap. Besides, there's so much more to do. MJ and I will get married sooner or later, and Lily is only just starting her life. You can't miss it. She nodded, a ghost of a smile touching her lips. Fine, I truly give up. You win. I'll live for as long as you're alive. Damn right, I win. And I plan to live for a long time, so buckle up for an extended, happy life. Peter smirked, happy that she finally gave in. The three onlookers exchanged confused glances. None of them knew about the Ancient One's original intention to die at Caecilius' hands. Peter had kept that detail well hidden, and their perplexed expressions mirrored their lack of understanding. The Ancient One let out a sigh, though the smile of her face couldn't be stopped. I look forward to it. Me too. Peter nodded as he reached out and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, his expression turning serious. And you don't have to go through everything alone, you know. I'm here for you. If you're lonely, come and stay at my house. I have spare rooms. And if you have troubles, tell me and I'll handle it. After all, life is easier when you can rely on others. Her gaze met his, gratitude and a hint of a tear glistening in her eyes. Thank you, Peter. With a reassuring nod, Peter stepped back, allowing her a moment of respite. The Ancient One turned her attention to the fallen zealots once more, her expression a mixture of sorrow and regret. The room was heavy with the weight of the lives lost, a reminder of the darkness that still lurked in the shadows. And as Dr. Strange, MJ, and Lily watched the scene unfold, they couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for the Ancient One, a respect that transcended the bounds of their previous perceptions. They were witnesses to a moment of vulnerability, a moment that revealed the complexities of a sorceress who had walked a path of both light and darkness for a very long time. Is she like the most powerful sorceress ever? Lily whispered to her mother, her voice filled with awe. MJ nodded slowly, her eyes wide as she regarded the Ancient One. Yeah, pretty much. Dr. Strange remained silent, his eyes locked on the Ancient One as he grappled with a mixture of admiration and trepidation. He had known her power was immense, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Seeing the happy tears rolling down his teacher's cheeks, Peter wrapped his arms around her in a hug, surprising her with the sudden intimacy. I'm really glad that you won't die to some scrub sorcerer. I mean, it took me less than 2 minutes to kill that guy. It was a real letdown. The Ancient One's surprise melted into a begrudging acceptance, and she hesitantly returned the embrace. Really? Caecilius is probably one of the strongest sorcerers from Camartage. At least in the top 10. Peter grinned against her shoulder, his tone light. Then maybe we should revamp their training, because he was obscenely weak, and he even had a small power boost from Dormammu as well. Drawing back slightly, the Ancient Ones rolled her eyes as she regarded Peter. Well, not everyone can be as powerful as us. Shrugging, Peter gestured to Strange, MJ and Lily, who watched the scene with wide eyes. I think they have the potential. The Ancient One nodded in agreement. True, they've made great strides under your tutelage. Peter smirked playfully, his ego growing by the second. I know, I'm great, aren't I? As the Ancient One blinked away her remaining tears, she couldn't help but slap him across the head. Stop being such a prat. It's unbecoming from a student of the Ancient One's stature. Peter smirked as he let her hit him. Now who's the one with the ego? The Ancient One let out a small chuckle, ignoring his words completely. But I have one question. How do you plan to sever my connection to Dormammu? Peter shrugged nonchalantly, his plan was already formulated. I've got a plan. I just need to borrow something from you. As his gaze fell to the eye of Agamotto that hung around her neck, the Ancient One raised an eyebrow in curiosity. The eye. Peter nodded, his eyes glinting with a mix of mischief and determination. Yeah, with this and another trinket in my possession, I think I'll have a better shot at handling Dormammu. The Ancient One considered his words for a moment, a wry smile touching her lips. Very well, Peter. But you must promise to return it when you're done. Peter sighed in exasperation. Ah, come on, you're no fun. She simply raised an eyebrow, her unspoken retort evident in her gaze. With a defeated sigh, Peter relented. Fine, fine, I'll bring it back. He huffed in mock annoyance. Geez, I just saved your life and you're so stingy. As the Ancient One removed the eye of Agamotto from her neck and placed it around Peter's, there was a moment of connection between them, a silent understanding that transcended words. It was a gesture of trust, a recognition of the bond they shared. With one last nod, the Ancient One turned to leave, but Peter's voice stopped her. Hey, thanks for not dying on me. I'd be really sad if you left. He spoke honestly. Her gaze softened, and a tear slid down her cheek. Go, Peter. Do what you must. As the Ancient One departed, the room seemed to exhale, the tension gradually dissipating. Doctor Strange, MJ, and Lily exchanged bewildered glances, still puzzled by the entire exchange. How was she going to die? Strange mused aloud, still utterly confused. Lily shrugged. I don't know. As they spoke, Doctor Strange's gaze lingered on the Eye of Agamotto. A confused look filled his face as he felt a connection with the odd necklace. Though the longer it remained in Peter's possession, the less he could feel this connection, as if Peter was slowly taking something away from him. A/N, 1734 words, smiley face. Police car light give me gemstone stones gemstone face screaming in fear police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 439, see 439 into the dark dimension. Police car light insert gangster gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Mum Kayaking, Trophy, A/N, the 2-time, Crown. Leaving the masters of the London Sanctum to deal with the aftermath, Peter, MJ, and Lily stepped through a portal back to their house. It's been a rather eventful day, after all. As they departed, Doctor Strange bid them goodbye and returned to Camartage, ready to spend the rest of the day sifting through the library's endless knowledge. Back home, Peter was forced to recount the backstory for what just happened, explaining to MJ and Lily, who wouldn't stop pestering him for answers. His words flowed as he detailed the Ancient One's planned suicide, and his own intervention to save her. MJ and Lily listened with rapt attention, happy that Peter was able to fix everything. After spending the day with his family, watching TV, and just being lazy while he could, Peter tucked Lily into bed, reading her a bedtime story that was more scientifically accurate than most fairy tales. Due to her AI brain, she tended to like more realistic stories, so he had to edit a bunch of famous stories, adding explanations for all of the unexplained magic. And she loved it, for some odd reason. Good night, my love. With a kiss on her forehead, he left her room, moving toward his bedroom across the hall. In the sanctuary of his and MJ's room, Peter sat cross-legged on the floor. Before him lay the Eye of Agamotto, its mystical aura pulsating gently. He had spent months preparing for this moment, poring over books, scrolls, and ancient texts in search of a way to sever the Ancient One's connection to Dormammu. It was a task easier said than done, for the entity's power was vast, and the bond forged between them was deep. Over the last couple of months, Peter had discovered that the Ancient One had tied herself so tightly to Dormammu that severing the connection was a monumental challenge. Not to mention the fact that Dormammu wasn't inclined to let go, and Peter would need to confront the godlike being within the dark dimension to force him to release his grip, which was easier said than done. As he contemplated his strategy, MJ entered the room, clad in pajamas, her concern etched on her face when she saw Peter engrossed in his preparations. Peter, she said softly, her voice tinged with worry. Are you really going through with this? Peter looked up from the Eye of Agamotto, his expression a mixture of determination and reassurance. MJ, I have to. Dormammu won't give up, and even though we've dealt with Caecilius, there might be others like him in the future. It's better to face Dormammu now, before things escalate. MJ sighed, walking over to him and sitting down. She regarded him with a mixture of love and concern. But facing Dormammu, he's different from anything you've ever faced before. You said he's a dimensional entity, a god in his own dimension. Are you sure that you can do this? Peter offered a small smile, reaching out to hold her hand. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Dormammu is a challenge, but I can't back down. The Ancient One's life is at stake, and it's up to me to protect her. MJ squeezed his hand gently, her eyes reflecting her worry. What are the odds that you win? Peter thought for a moment, then spoke with a mixture of confidence and caution. Before I had the Eye of Agamotto, I'd say around 20%. But now, with this artifact and my own abilities, I'd put it at around 90%. Maybe even higher, but I don't want to be overconfident. MJ sighed, leaning in to rest her head on his shoulder. Peter, promise me something. Promise that you'll come back. Peter wrapped his arm around her, holding her close. I promise. I'll do everything in my power to come back to you, Lily, and everyone else. A playful glint entered MJ's eyes, and she lightly slapped Peter's chest. Good, because if you don't, I'll find a way to resurrect you just so I can kill you myself. After all, I'm a sorceress now. Peter chuckled, a warmth spreading through his chest. Deal. And when I'm a spider zombie man, we can see if my family jewels are still working. MJ smirked, leaning up to press a quick kiss to his lips. Not happening. She pulled back and stuck her tongue out at him. I refuse to let any zombie bits near me, so you better not die. Before the mood could grow somber, Peter lightened it with a grin. Don't worry, I don't plan on it. I plan to be here, annoying you until the end of time. MJ rolled her eyes, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Great, just what I always wanted. As the night stretched on, Peter continued to familiarize himself with the Eye of Agamotto and mentally prepare himself for the confrontation ahead. The eye pulsed with energy, as if sensing the weight of the task at hand. In the midst of his focus, MJ's presence provided him with a sense of comfort and strength. Soon enough, in the quiet sanctity of his and MJ's room, Peter finished his meticulous preparations. The Eye of Agamotto hung around his neck, its mystical power resonating with the spell he was about to cast. A spell that would hopefully be his trump card against his dimensional godlike enemy. Using golden eldritch energy, Peter drew intricate spell circles in the air, each one filled with a complex arrangement of runes and ancient writing. MJ watched in rapt attention and curiosity, awed by the advanced spell playing out before her. It was a spell he had devised himself, a potent mixture of his magic knowledge that he wouldn't have been able to accomplish without the Eye of Agamotto's power over time itself. With a final flourish, Peter's hands stilled, his energy infused into the spell circles that now hung suspended before him. The golden light of the eldritch energy pulsed with an otherworldly glow, casting dancing shadows across the room. This spell was the linchpin of his plan, and without it, his odds of winning fall right back down to 20%. Thankfully, the spell was a success, or else I'd be screwed. Peter thought in relief. Turning away from his work, Peter faced MJ, who stood nearby with a mixture of concern and determination. Their eyes met, and he gave her a reassuring smile. I'll be back before you know it, MJ. I promise. MJ's gaze was filled with emotion, her worry etched on her face. She stepped closer to him, her voice soft and filled with a mixture of love and urgency. Peter, be careful. And come back to me. Lily and I need you. Peter nodded, his expression serious as he drew her into a warm embrace. You know I will. Their lips met in a final, tender kiss, a bittersweet reminder of the bond they shared. Then, reluctantly, they pulled apart, their fingers lingering before letting go. With one last lingering look, Peter turned and opened a portal with a flick of his wrist. The portal shimmered before him, leading to the ominous expanse of the dark dimension. As he stepped through the portal, Peter glanced back at MJ, who stood with tears in her eyes. With a determined nod, he disappeared from her sight, the portal snapping shut behind him. Inside the dark dimension, the vast expanse stretched out before him, a void illuminated by eerie colored gases that danced in the distance. The air was thick with an ominous energy, a palpable sense of foreboding that sent shivers down Peter's spine. The very nature of the dimension seemed to twist and churn with an unnatural quality, as if reality itself was fluid and malleable. In this surreal environment, the portal behind Peter closed with a soft whoosh, leaving him alone within the bleak expanse. He stood still for a moment, adjusting to the overwhelming atmosphere around him. It was then that he sensed movement in the distance. From the shadows emerged the mindless ones, pitch-black humanoid wraiths that swarmed toward him like a ravenous horde of starving, wild dogs. Their forms were twisted and grotesque, their eyes vacant and empty as they scrambled forward with an insatiable hunger and rage. But just as they drew close, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the dimension, its words reverberating in Peter's ears. What do we have here? The voice was all-encompassing, filling the very fabric of the dark dimension itself. It carried an air of authority, a commanding presence that sent even the mindless ones scrambling in the opposite direction, their pursuit halted by its mere utterance. Peter stood his ground, his senses heightened as he gazed into the darkness ahead. Here we go. Suddenly, the very fabric of reality seemed to ripple and distort. A presence, immense and otherworldly, made itself known. Dormammu, the ancient and formidable ruler of this dimension, materialized before him, his figure casting a shadow that stretched across the void. Dormammu's form was colossal, towering above Peter like a giant among bugs. His sheer size was overwhelming, his body easily capable of containing entire worlds within its grasp. Yet, his form held an almost ethereal quality, as if his very being existed on the threshold between the material and the immaterial. Translucent and ghostly, Dormammu's body seemed to be a shifting tapestry of dimensions, as though one could peer through his form and glimpse the myriad layers of existence that he embodied. His figure was shrouded in an eerie, purple gaseous light, an ominous aura that radiated from every inch of his being. This spectral luminescence danced and swirled around him, casting eerie shadows that danced across the expanse of the dark dimension. Within the heart of the gaseous shroud, Dormammu's eyes and mouth glowed with the same ethereal purple hue, their radiance an unsettling contrast to the abyssal darkness around him. However, the ominous glow was not confined to a single color. Along his surroundings, other gaseous hues pulsed and shifted, creating a surreal and nightmarish rainbow that seemed to defy all logic. Dormammu's head was distinct from the rest of his form, an anchor in the chaos of his being. It resembled an aged skull, but one that had been carved with countless linear lines that ran from top to bottom, giving it an intricate and mesmerizing appearance. Insert picture of Dormammu here. As Dormammu's presence loomed before Peter, a feeling of insignificance washed over him. He stood like a solitary figure against the backdrop of an ancient cosmic force, his determination his only shield against the overwhelming might that confronted him. Yo. Peter waved casually. A/N, 1,800 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone dizzy face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 440, C440 Spidey vs Dormammu, 1/2. Police car light, insert police gifs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Monkayaking, trophy, A/N, the 3-time, crown. Peter's gaze remained locked onto Dormammu, his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't deny the overwhelming power and presence that emanated from the colossal being before him. Yet, he refused to let fear paralyze him. With a deep breath, he steeled himself for the encounter ahead. Dormammu, Peter spoke with a confident grin, his eyes locked onto those of the dimensional godlike being. I've come to kick your A**s. For a brief moment, Dormammu's ethereal form froze, his gaze locking onto Peter with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner, let alone taunt him with a bold challenge. His deep, rumbling laughter echoed through the dark expanse, reverberating like the roll of distant thunder. Ah, this is a first, Dormammu boomed, his voice resonating through the dimension. A mere insect defying me with such arrogance. You amuse me, little fool. Peter couldn't help but chuckle, a grin tugging at the corners of his lips. Spiders are arachnids, not bugs. There's a difference. He hasn't had the chance to say that for a while, and it felt good. Dormammu's laughter subsided, his eerie gaze narrowing as he regarded Peter with renewed interest. Why are you here, little bug? You might as well tell me before your death. Maybe I'll make it quick, if you're compliant. That is, if I feel like it. Why am I here? Peter straightened his stance, his expression unwavering. I've killed your followers. Caecilius and his zealots are all dead. Well, actually the Ancient One killed the zealots, but the details don't really matter, do they? And I've come to ask you to release your hold on the Ancient One's soul and to never again threaten Earth's dimension. I want you to swear upon it. Dormammu's gaze remained fixed on Peter, his aura flickering with the mixture of emotions that surged within him. The concept of swearing an oath was not to be taken lightly in the mystical realms. Peter knew this, and he could sense Dormammu's hesitation. In the realm of dimensional beings and magic practitioners, making a vow was a sacred and dangerous act. By swearing upon something of immense importance, one was bound by the vow's terms, or else they'll face dire consequences. Although Peter was relatively new to the world of magic, compared to age-old masters, who had been studying for hundreds of years, he had witnessed the power of vows firsthand. Years ago, during his early days as a student of Camartage, a fellow student had rashly made a vow to never betray his girlfriend. And a few days later, said girlfriend found him talking to a woman in a courtyard, alone. Just for a fraction of a second, she felt the tiniest bit of betrayal, which set off the vow. In a gruesome instant, the poor student's life was taken, leaving behind only a bloody mist as a testament to the power of his ill-fated vow. And worst of all, the person he was along to turned out to be a middle-aged man. She only thought it was woman because of the long hair. That day, Peter learned that even the tiniest of misunderstandings could set off a vow, especially if they're vague enough. Understanding the stakes, Dormammu regarded Peter with both intrigue and caution. Why should I humor your request? He asked as if Peter were an idiot. I knew you wouldn't agree. Peter smiled, a bloodthirst grin spread across his face. I challenge you to a battle, Dormammu. If I win, you'll have to abide by my terms. But if you win, I'll serve you for eternity. Dormammu's eyes gleamed with interest, his spectral form shifting in the darkness. A battle. Interesting. Peter held his ground, his gaze unwavering. To win, one side must either be dead, unconscious, or surrender. A low, resonant chuckle escaped Dormammu, his voice a chilling echo that reverberated through the expanse around them. Very well, I accept your challenge. After all, what does he have to be afraid of? This is the dark dimension, and he's a god here. Got him. Peter smirked. Should we swear on it now? Eager, aren't we? Dormammu's booming voice sounded amused. Peter held Dormammu's gaze, his voice resolute. Well, I'd rather we set everything in stone beforehand. That way, you can't weasel your way out of it after I win. Dormammu regarded Peter with a mixture of skepticism and amusement. Very well. I accept your challenge and swear my existence on its terms. But know this, if you fail, your fate will be sealed, and you will serve me for eternity. Agreed. And I swear my existence on the terms as well. Peter replied firmly, feeling the vow form between them. Just remember, victory can be achieved through surrender, incapacitation, or death. Dormammu's form shifted, a nod of acknowledgement rippling through the gaseous shroud that surrounded him. Then let the battle commence. Prepare yourself. A moment of tension between Peter and Dormammu seemed to stretch infinitely, the weight of their challenge filling the air around them. Before the first blows were exchanged, a palpable energy charged the atmosphere, and Peter began to change. Peter's form seemed to transform, his muscles bulging and his skin turning a fiery shade of red. With a powerful surge of energy, he morphed into the imposing figure of the Red Hulk. Dormammu's eyes flickered with an impressed glint as he observed the transformation, his spectral form hovering above the ground. You've truly embraced the power of rage, how curious, Dormammu mused, his voice carrying a mix of intrigue and arrogance. But even in this form, you are nothing before me. Peter met Dormammu's gaze with a defiant smile, his towering frame radiating a sense of raw power. I've had some practice with this power. Fought a dragon once. Wasn't too impressed though, felt like it could have been stronger. Dormammu's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes narrowing with amusement. A dragon, you say? How quaint. Let's see if I can provide a more suitable challenge for you. With a casual wave of his hand, Dormammu's power surged, and the dark dimension around them seemed to tremble with the unleashed energy. The air crackled with an otherworldly intensity, and the battle between them intensified as they clashed once more. The ebb and flow of their fight unfolded in a relentless dance, a fierce back-and-forth exchange that resonated with cosmic power. Peter's blows connected with Dormammu's form, creating shockwaves that reverberated through the dimension. Yet, Dormammu's retaliation was swift and powerful, his attack striking with a ferocity that tested Peter's endurance. As they exchanged blows, Peter seized every opportunity to taunt his formidable opponent. Is that all you've got, Dormammu? I was expecting something more impressive. Dormammu's response was a surge of energy that sent Peter hurtling through the air, crashing into a distant expanse of the dark dimension. The impact was powerful, but Peter quickly regained his footing, his body unyielding in the face of the assault. Not bad, Peter remarked, grinning as he wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth. But I felt worse. Dormammu's eyes glowed with an icy intensity as he unleashed a torrent of dark energy, the malevolent force slicing through the air with an otherworldly shriek. Peter braced himself to withstand the attack. His form absorbed the impact, the energy crackling around him as he emerged unscathed. But the battle was taking its toll. Despite his best efforts, he was struggling to match Dormammu's overwhelming power. In a desperate move, he channeled the fiery energy within him, surrounding himself with the searing flames of the phoenix. Dormammu's form flickered with surprise as the intense heat engulfed Peter. The flames of the phoenix were legendary, the hottest and most destructive force in the universe. Yet, even as the flames raged, Dormammu's composure remained unshaken. After all, only the phoenix itself could scare him. Peter only wielded the tiniest fraction of its power. With a roar, Peter charged at Dormammu, his flaming fist striking with a force that reverberated through the dimension. Dormammu countered with a surge of dark energy, the clash of their powers sending shockwaves that rippled outward, distorting the very fabric of the dimension. Dormammu's eyes glinted with irritation as Peter's attacks continued to find their mark, his defenses faltering under the onslaught. His anger surged, fueling his next attack with a reckless intensity. Suddenly, with an eruption of dark energy, Dormammu opened his mouth, unleashing a thick beam of dark power that washed over Peter, erasing his existence in an instant. OSH*T. Peter thought as he died. Dormammu's form shifted as he sighed in exasperation, a hint of annoyance coloring his voice. I let my anger cloud my control. What a foolish mistake. He muttered, annoyed that he accidentally killed what could have been a fairly impressive servant. Yet, before Dormammu's thoughts could fully solidify, an odd phenomenon unfolded. The dimension seemed to ripple and rewind. Seconds later, Peter reappeared where he had stood moments before, his form alive and intact. The eye of Agamotto around his neck glowed with a pulsating green light, an eerie symbol of his control over time itself. Dormammu's spectral eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What is this? Did I not eradicate you? Just as the confusion began to set in, a familiar portal materialized exactly where a Peter first arrived, and surprisingly, another Peter stepped through, his casual demeanor and familiar words echoing through the dark dimension. Yo. He said, waving casually. Dormammu, I've come to kick your ass. The original Peter's gaze turned toward his past self, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Oh. It already started. A/N, 1641 words, smiley face. Police car light give me gemstone stones gemstone neutral face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 441, C441 Spidey vs Dormammu, February 2nd. Police car light insert doctor/nurse gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, monk kayaking, trophy, A/N, the 4-time. Can he be stopped, crown? Dormammu's ethereal form shimmered with confusion and irritation as he stared at the two distinct versions of Peter before him. The dimensional being struggled to comprehend the presence of two individuals who appeared to be the same person, not to mention the fact that the original just came back from the dead. The new Peter turned his attention to the original Peter, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Without needing words, they shared an unspoken understanding, their connection rooted in the events that had transpired before their entry into the dark dimension. "Hello, how nice of you to join us," the original Peter remarked with a wry grin. The new Peter chuckled softly. "Yeah, I thought you could use a hand." The concept behind this was rather intricate yet simple at the same time, a paradoxical dance that had the potential to sway the course of their battle against Dormammu. With each death and subsequent revival, the cycle reset, and another version of Peter joined the fray, ready to take up arms and help against our all-powerful enemy. This is why Peter had to activate the spell before entering the dark dimension. It's a similar spell to the one that Doctor Strange used in the movies. But instead of trapping Dormammu and annoying him to death, Peter wanted to use this opportunity to hone himself and beat the sh*t out of Dormammu. After all, not everyone can say they got the chance to win a fight against a being like Dormammu. In the movie, Strange technically beat him, but was it really a fight? No, he practically bored the guy to death after dying thousands of times. Peter wanted a fight. Dormammu's voice resonated with a mixture of irritation and disbelief. "You died. Your existence should be forfeit. Those were the terms of our vow. Why is this not so?" The original Peter shook his head, a smirk forming on his lips. "I'm pretty sure I'm breathing right now. So, either I'm not dead, or the afterlife is weirder than I thought." The new Peter chuckled, his tone light. "Maybe Dormammu needs glasses." Both Peters exchanged knowing looks before turning their attention back to the perplexed entity before them. "You know, you're looking a bit tired, Dormammu," they both Peter spoke at the same time. "Maybe you need a vacation." Dormammu's eyes blazed with anger, his voice thundering through the dark dimension. "Silence. I will not be mocked by insects like you." Before the fighting could start again, the second Peter's form began to transform, his muscles bulging and his skin taking on the fiery hue of the Red Hulk, perfectly matching the original Peter. "What's the matter, Dormammu?" the original Peter taunted. "Feeling a little outnumbered?" Dormammu's response was a surge of dark energy, unleashed with a newfound intensity. The battle erupted once more, a symphony of clashing forces and reverberating energy that filled the dark expanse. The two Peters fought with coordinated precision, their movements harmonizing in a fluid dance of offense and defense. They strategized seamlessly, capitalizing on each other's strengths to counter Dormammu's onslaught. However, the cosmic being's power still held a distinct advantage, and their battle remained a grueling struggle to survive and fight back. Blows were exchanged, shockwaves were created, and energy crackled in the air as the battle raged on. Dormammu's attack struck with raw force, and the two Peters did their best to evade and retaliate. The fiery presence of the Phoenix and the brute strength of the Red Hulk surged forth, creating a tumultuous storm of power that shook the very foundation of the dark dimension. Despite their combined efforts, Dormammu's power began to overwhelm them. His mastery over his immense power and his intimate connection to the dimension itself granted him an almost insurmountable advantage. The two Peters fought valiantly, but even their combined strength could not break through Dormammu's formidable defenses. As the battle continued, the second Peter found himself in a dire predicament. Dormammu created a ball of dark purple energy, which he threw with swift and deadly precision, obliterating him in an instant. The original Peter watched helplessly as his counterpart vanished into nothingness. Yet, just as the second Peter's form disappeared, the fabric of time itself seemed to twist and reverse once again. The second Peter reappeared where he had fallen moments before, his form intact and unharmed. The eye of Agamotto's green light pulsed with an eerie intensity, a testament to the spell's power. The original Peter's lips curled into a triumphant smirk as he looked at the second Peter. "You can't keep a good spider down." The second Peter laughed, his tone light-hearted. "Guess you're stuck with me, huh?" As the two Peters taunted Dormammu, the dimensional being's fury intensified. His form radiated with dark energy, his eyes glowing with an intensity that matched his growing anger. But before he could do or say anything about it, yet another portal opened in the exact spot that the first two Peters arrived. The cycle repeated, and the original Peter's lips curved into a confident grin. "Looks like we have another visitor. I wonder who it could be." As the third Peter arrived through the portal, he looked up at Dormammu and waved casually. "Yo. Dormammu, I've come to dash." Sadly, his casual greeting was cut short by the overlapping voices of the other two Peters. "To kick his *s, we know." Dormammu's rage reached a new heights as the three Peters stood before him, an embodiment of defiance. His ethereal form trembled with unrestrained fury, and he launched into a frenzied assault, attacking without a shred of caution. Blows were exchanged, energy crackled, and the dark dimension itself seemed to shudder under the weight of their battle. However, in his frenzy to end the onslaught, Dormammu's unrelenting attack struck all three Peters simultaneously, their forms obliterated in a blinding burst of energy. Instantly, the dark dimension seemed to ripple and rewind, and in the wake of their destruction, the three Peters appeared once again, as if they were never killed. But that's not all. Instead, three separate portals materialized. As the portals pulsed with a vibrant light, three more Peter Parkers emerged, each appearing as determined as the last. 6 sets of eyes turned to regard Dormammu, and in eerie unison, they offered the same greeting. Yo. But their words were cut short as they registered the presence of their counterparts. 3 sets of gazes locked onto one another, and their voices echoed simultaneously, I see it's already started. Dormammu's wrath escalated to a new level as he watched the 3 new Peters undergo the transformation into the towering figures of the Red Hulk. 6 Red Hulks stood before him, an army of Peters that seemed to defy reason. The cosmic being's anger only intensified as he faced this ever-expanding force that continued to multiply. The battle reignited, an overwhelming symphony of raw power and cosmic fury. With 6 Red Hulks in their arsenal, the Peters found new opportunities to counter Dormammu's attacks and begin to close the gap between them and their formidable opponent. Dormammu's defenses were formidable, but the sheer force of their combined might began to wear away his strength. Time passed in a chaotic blur as the battle raged on. More Peters fell and were reborn, their numbers multiplying exponentially. 50 Red Hulks now faced Dormammu, their collective power sending shockwaves that reverberated through the dark dimension. Each death only fueled their determination, strengthening their numbers as they pressed forward. Soon enough, the tide began to turn, and now over 100 Red Hulks stood united against Dormammu's onslaught. Their power was immense, and with each strike, each surge of energy, they began to overwhelm the cosmic being. Dormammu's form contorted in pain, his once imposing presence now faltering under their relentless assault. The mindless ones, those who had once served Dormammu, watched in fear from a distance. Their god, once invincible, now faced an army of his own creation, an army of Peters who refused to relent. Ethereal blood flew through the dark dimension as their god's defeat seemed inevitable. Finally, as the Peters stood over a collapsed and battered Dormammu, their voices echoed as one. Will you surrender, or will you die? They asked, as it didn't seem possible to knock him out. Dormammu's voice trembled with both fury and pain, his form contorting in agony. I will not surrender. The Peters exchanged glances, their collective determination unyielding. Very well, they said in unison. We don't know how to kill a being like you, but we'll do whatever it takes to end this. With a determined nod, the Peters unleashed a barrage of energy and force that shook the very fabric of the dark dimension. Power surged through them, a crescendo of strength that battered against Dormammu's defenses. The cosmic being's form quaked, his resistance waning as the onslaught continued. The battle raged on, each strike bringing them closer to victory. Dormammu's form twisted and convulsed, his ethereal presence growing more tenuous with each passing moment. And then, in a moment of climactic force, Dormammu's resolve broke. His form collapsed, his power dwindling to a mere shadow of its former self. The Peters stood over the defeated Dormammu, who seemed to shrink to about half their size. It's your choice now, they declared, their voices unwavering. Surrender, or face the consequences. Dormammu's voice was weak, his defiance shattered. I surrender. As soon as he spoke, the many Peters could feel the vow being enacted. They had won. In the ancient halls of Camartage, the Ancient One sat in contemplation, a cup of tea cradled in her hands. The air was still, the atmosphere tranquil as she meditated, a sense of serenity enveloping her. Though that wouldn't last for long. As the battle between the army of Peters and Dormammu reached its climax in the dark dimension, a disturbance rippled through the very fabric of all dimensions. The Ancient One's brow furrowed in confusion as a faint tremor vibrated through the astral plane, causing her tea to ripple in its cup. Her eyes widened as she felt a sensation she had never experienced before, the severing of a bond that had once been unbreakable. A gasp escaped her lips, and her form shifted as an invisible force began to pull at the essence of her being. In an instant, the connection she had held with Dormammu and the dark dimension was severed. Suddenly, the Ancient One's form began to shift. Her bald, youthful visage was replaced by wrinkles that etched deeply into her skin. Her once vibrant energy waned, and her body aged before her very eyes, transforming her into a frail and withered figure. The teacup slipped from her trembling fingers, its contents spilling onto the stone floor as she clutched at her chest. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her heart pounding as she felt the very essence of her life force dwindling. Her eyes clouded with disbelief as she realized the implications of what was happening. Peter, she whispered, her voice barely audible as it quivered with shock. He actually did it. As the connection to Dormammu was severed, the Ancient One's own life force seemed to be drained away, the years catching up to her in a cruel and accelerated fashion. Her body trembled, her form now that of an aged and fragile woman, her once piercing gaze dimmed with the weight of her newfound frailty. Tears welled in her eyes as the reality of the situation sank in. Peter's audacious plan, his relentless determination, had led to the unimaginable, a victory over Dormammu, a being of cosmic power. The very fabric of the universe was shifting, and the consequences of this victory were rippling through the dimensions. As the last threads of her connection to Dormammu dissipated, the Ancient One's body seemed to sag, her form now hunched and feeble. She clutched at her fists together, her hands trembling as she stared into the distance with a mixture of awe and trepidation. The burden of knowledge and experience weighed heavily upon her, and she knew that the world was forever changed. If something wasn't done within the next few hours, she would certainly die of old age, which would break her promise to Peter. I refuse. She thought as a flash of determination flickered in her old eyes. With a deep, shuddering breath, the Ancient One rose from her seat, her steps unsteady as she opened a portal to the dark dimension. She slowly stepped through the portal, feeling her old bones creak and her shriveled muscles ache. The once mighty sorceress now bore the weight of her age, which was truly titanic. A/N, 2138 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone eyes, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 442, C442 The Young One. Police car light, insert mental illness gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Monkayaking, trophy, A/N, the 5-time. Will he ever be stopped? Crown PS, Wolfie was only 1 vote off from a tie. With Dormammu defeated and Peter's army of time clones disappearing into the ether, Peter stood alone in the dark dimension. He took a deep breath and focused his will, undoing the Red Hulk transformation that had granted him such immense power. As his form returned to its normal size, he stared down at the weakened cosmic being before him. Dormammu's voice was ragged, a mixture of irritation and begrudging respect lacing his words. You've won. Leave this dimension and be done with it. Peter's lips curled into a half-smile as he turned to leave, but then he paused, a sly glint in his eyes. With a deliberate turn, he walked back to Dormammu and raised his foot, gently placing it on the entity's neck. Dormammu's breath hitched, and his eyes widened with a mixture of confusion and alarm. You know, Dormammu, I've been thinking, Peter said casually, increasing the pressure on Dormammu's neck just enough to make it uncomfortable. You've been causing a lot of trouble for Earth lately. But now that you're in a bit of a bind, I figure it's time to make some reparations. Dormammu's voice was strained as he spoke through gritted teeth. What more could you possibly want from me? Peter's smile widened. Simple. I want you to make a vow, Dormammu. A vow that you will unconditionally follow 3 requests from me in the future. No questions, no loopholes. You'll do as I say. Dormammu let out a harsh, humorless laugh. You think I would bow to your demands, insect? Peter's eyes narrowed, and his foot pressed a little harder on Dormammu's neck. You see, you're in a precarious situation. You're lucky you're not dead or enslaved right now. But you will do as I say, or I can make your existence a whole lot worse. And if I try hard enough, you might even die. Dormammu's defiance wavered, replaced by a glint of fear. You wouldn't dare. Killing Dormammu is something that Peter would be very hesitant to do. Not because he doesn't like killing or that he thinks that Dormammu doesn't deserve death. No, he definitely deserves it. The reason is quite simple really. Whoever would replace Dormammu upon his death could end up being a far bigger threat. I'd rather keep the enemies I know around than deal with a mysterious one. Peter thought. As for enslavement, Peter thought about it, but at the end of the day, he would have to look after Dormammu, which would just be another responsibility. And he already had enough in his plate as it is. Though the option is still open. If he somehow causes trouble again in the future, then I'll have to use one of my requests to enslave or limit him further, and keep him on a shelter leash. Peter thought. Peter's gaze remained steady, his tone unwavering. Oh, I would. Trust me. So, are you going to cooperate, or am I going to have to demonstrate how creative I can be? Dormammu ground his teeth in frustration, his ethereal form trembling. He weighed his options, clearly reluctant to submit but aware of the consequences if he refused. Fine, Dormammu spat out, his voice dripping with venom. I agree. I will make the vow. Peter's grip on Dormammu's neck loosened slightly, and he nodded in approval. Good choice. Dormammu's voice resonated with a mixture of anger and begrudging respect as he recited the vow. I hereby swear to unconditionally fulfill your 3 requests in the future. I shall abide by these requests without question or hesitation. As the vow was sealed, a sense of power surged through the air, a testament to the binding nature of Dormammu's words. Nice, I wonder what I can make him do. Peter held back the urge to laugh maniacally. Just as the cosmic being finished speaking, a portal shimmered into existence behind Peter, and a frail, elderly woman stepped through. Despite her weakened form, the determination in her eyes burned fiercely. Peter's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the woman before him, the Ancient One. Memories of his training and their interactions flooded his mind, and he couldn't hide his astonishment at her appearance. Teacher. Peter murmured, a mixture of shock and concern in his voice. The Ancient One's voice was weak but steady as she looked at Peter with a resolute expression. Yes, I see you have achieved the impossible. The consequences of your actions are rippling through the dimensions, reshaping reality itself. Peter's eyed his teacher, shocked to see her so weak and frail. Man, without Dormammu, you're really an old decrepit granny, aren't you? I mean, I can smell the stench of an old folks' home from here. The Ancient One eyebrow twitched, her eyes narrowing in annoyance. Yes, and I'll die soon if you don't do something, so you better act quickly. Before she could finish speaking, the Ancient One's frail form swayed side to side and collapsed, her aged body succumbing to the weight of thousands of years. Without hesitation, Peter darted forward, his reflexes honed to perfection. He caught her just in time, his arms wrapping around her gently as he cradled her unconscious form. His heart raced as he looked down at her, his fingers pressed against her pulse point. Her heartbeat was faint, her breath shallow. Peter's mind raced, fully aware of the dire situation. The Ancient One's life hung in the balance, and if he didn't act quickly, she would die of old age before his eyes. F***CK. Peter muttered, his voice laced with concern. Come on. Hang in there. Without sparing a moment, Peter's determination flared. He couldn't afford to waste any time saying his goodbyes to Dormammu. With a swift motion, he opened a portal back to his own reality, stepping through and leaving the dark dimension behind. Emerging in the basement of his home, Peter's eyes fell on a metal coffin-like device connected to a tank. Inside the tank, a black, viscous substance sloshed around. This was the mixture of Captain America's blood and crushed dragon bones that he had prepared months ago, knowing that the Ancient One's life might depend on it. Gently, Peter laid the Ancient One's unconscious form inside the coffin, his fingers brushing against her frail skin. Before closing the lid, he snapped his fingers, removing her clothing for the procedure, his mind far too focused and worried to register the naked old lady in front of him. He muttered to himself as he closed the lip, his voice tinged with uncertainty. I hope this works. I've never tried using the resurrection elixir on someone as old as her. With a determined exhale, Peter pulled a lever, and the tank's contents spilled into the coffin with the Ancient One. He watched as the black, viscous liquid surrounded her form, hoping against hope that the elixir would work its magic and restore her to perfect health, as it should. Knowing that the procedure would take time, Peter settled against the wall, his back resting against the cool surface. He sat in silence, the minutes ticking away as he waited with bated breath. His mind raced with thoughts of all he had done, the battles he had fought, and the choices that had brought him to this point. Hours passed, the darkness of the basement giving way to the soft light of the approaching sunrise. Peter's eyes remained fixed on the metal coffin, his gaze unwavering as he waited for any sign of change. And then, in a moment that felt like an eternity, the lid of the coffin swung open. Peter's heart leapt in his chest, hope surging through him as he watched a figure sit up with a gasp. The black, tar-like substance covered her body, making it difficult to discern her appearance, but the Ancient One was alive. Teacher. Peter called out softly, his voice a mixture of relief and anticipation. The Ancient One's gasping breath slowly steadied, and she raised a trembling hand to wipe away the black substance from her face. As the material fell away, her features became more visible. While her hair was still nowhere to be found, and her eyes held an age-like wisdom to them, her skin held a vitality that hadn't been there before. She looked to be in her mid-20s, which is even better than before. The Ancient One's voice trembled as she spoke, her tone filled with disbelief. Peter. Peter couldn't help but smile, his heart lightening at the sight of his teacher's survival. I'm here. He said as he walked over and conjured a towel for her. I brought you back, just like I promised. How does it feel to be young again? Tears welled in the Ancient One's eyes as she looked down at herself, her voice choking in emotion. I feel amazing. Peter nodded. Yeah, that's probably the Captain America blood. Not only are you young again, but your body should be in superhuman condition. As he spoke, a golden energy surrounded the Ancient One's hand as she made a tight fist. My chi has increased by a large margin as well. Peter nodded once again. That's the dragon bone dust. It holds some leftover dragon chi. I feel like I could go for a few rounds with the Hulk. She said, a fighting spirit erupting from her body. Peter placed a hand on her shoulder, calming her in an instant. Now, that's the power high. It'll go away soon. Just try to relax and get used to your new body. As the sun's rays filtered into the basement, casting a warm glow on the scene before them, Peter and the Ancient One sat together in the quiet moments of dawn. The weight of their shared experiences, the battles they had fought, and the bond they had forged together settled around them. A/N, 1655 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone eyes, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 443, C443 new roommate and police car light, insert Naruto gifs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Lemaire_3815, trophy, A/N, crown. After a heartfelt conversation with the rejuvenated Ancient One, the two of them momentarily went their separate ways. She returned to Camartage to prepare some things, and Peter made his way up the basement stairs and into the cozy kitchen of his home. The smell of breakfast filled the air, and he found his family gathered around the table, sharing a meal together. As he stepped into the room, MJ's eyes lit up with a mix of relief and joy. She jumped out of her seat and rushed into his arms, wrapping him in a tight embrace. "Peter. You're back," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with emotion. Peter held her close, savoring the feeling of being in her arms once again. "I'm here, MJ. I told you I'd come back," he whispered, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Around them, Lily, his energetic and excitable daughter, squealed in delight. She dashed over to him and clung to his leg, looking up with wide eyes. "Dad, did you win?" she asked, her voice filled with a mix of curiosity and pure happiness. Peter chuckled and scooped her up into his arms, holding her tightly. "Of course, I did. What do I look like? I'm Spider-Man, I always win." Aunt May beamed at him from her seat at the table. "It's good to see you safe and sound, Peter." Grace, MJ's mother, smiled warmly as well, her gaze filled with a mixture of relief and affection. "You had us all worried, you know." As Peter settled into his seat, with Lily now firmly in his lap, he shared the details of his battle with Dormammu, sparing no detail. His family listened intently, hanging on to his every word. The Ancient One's miraculous revival, thanks to the resurrection elixir, which gave her a new lease on life. Though, they all knew very well about the elixir since it was used on them as well. After finishing his story, Peter cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over his loved ones. "There's something else I need to tell you all," he began, his tone both serious and thoughtful. He took a moment, letting the suspense build, and then announced, "The Ancient One will be moving in with us. We talked about it, and I think it would be better if she lived in more of a home-like household, instead of Camartage, which is basically like living at her job." The room fell into a surprised hush, everyone's eyes widening at the unexpected news. MJ blinked in astonishment. "Wait, what? The Ancient One is going to live here?" she asked, clearly shocked. Peter nodded. "Yes, as I said, she's free from Dormammu and young again. Now she wants to experience some semblance of a normal life. She also feels a connection to me and wants to be closer, so I offered her a room." Aunt May exchanged a glance with Grace before sharing a smile with Peter. "Well, if you trust her, Peter, then we'll support your decision." MJ's expression softened, her concern turning into acceptance. "I've only met her a few times in training and with you, but she seems nice." Lily, who had been listening attentively, clapped her hands in excitement. "That's so cool. We're gonna have another person in the house." Peter grinned at his daughter's enthusiasm. "Indeed, Lily. And I'm sure you'll get along great with her." Lily's eyes lit up, and she turned to MJ. "Can I help decorate her room? Please?" MJ chuckled and ruffled Lily's hair. "Of course, sweetie. We'll all help make her feel welcome." With everyone on board, plans were made to go furniture shopping later in the day. The weekend was a perfect time for such an excursion, and with Lily and MJ's new mystical abilities, they could easily transport any chosen items back home. As breakfast came to an end, Lily was practically bouncing in her seat with excitement. "Can we go now?" Peter laughed and ruffled her hair. "Let's finish cleaning up first, then you girls can head out." After the dishes were cleared away, Peter spent some quality time with his family, enjoying their company and the normalcy of their interactions. However, duty soon called, and he excused himself, giving his daughter one last tight hug before heading off to the Avengers Tower. After all, the Ancient One wasn't only joining his family. Upon arriving at the Avengers Tower, Peter wasted no time in calling for a council meeting. It had been a while since they all gathered to discuss matters of importance, and Peter had a significant update to share. He activated the holographic communication system and sent out invitations to the council members, arranging the meeting for a few hours later. As the designated time approached, the council room began to fill with members. Tony Stark entered with a yawn, clearly not thrilled about the sudden meeting. Charles Xavier strolled in, his bald head shining in the light, followed by Nick Fury, who took his seat with his trademark scowl. King T'Chaka, the newest member of the council, looked around with a calm demeanor. And finally, Magneto entered with a silent and imposing presence. Once everyone was present, Tony leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed. "All right, Spidey, what's so urgent that you had to pull us all away from our work?" Peter stood at the head of the table, a small smile hidden under his mask. "Well, I've got some big news to share. My teacher has agreed to join the council." The room fell into a stunned silence, each council member processing this unexpected revelation. Chaka was the first to speak up, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "Your teacher? Who's that?" Peter nodded in understanding, launching into an explanation. After all, Chaka was new. He detailed the existence of Camartage, the school of sorcerers, and their mission to protect the Earth from mystical and dimensional threats. He spoke of the Sorceress Supreme, the leader of Camartage, and her agreement to join the Avengers Council. Tony's eyebrow raised. Didn't she refuse to join over and over? I remember you complaining about it. Peter nodded again. Yeah, but I finally managed to convince her this morning. It took a lot, but she's on board. Tony leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Should we vote on this or what? Peter agreed, looking around at the council members. But before we vote, does anyone have any objections or questions? Chaka raised a hand. I am not familiar with this Camartage. Magic is new to me, so I'll abstain from this vote. He says as he leans back. Please continue without me. With Chaka abstaining, Tony tapped a button on the holographic table. All right, let's vote. The holographic screen displayed the vote, and one by one, the council members registered their decisions. And just as Peter expected, the vote passed unanimously. The Ancient One was officially recognized as a member of the Avengers Council. Fury, always one to cut to the chase, spoke up. So, she's here, right? I've got a few agents I'd like to send her way for training. Suddenly, interest peaked among the council members. Each of them wondered whether they should do the same. Charles and Eric could send some metahumans. Tony would just like to go himself, and Chaka thought that his daughter would love to learn magic. Even sending a few of his most loyal soldiers sounded like a good idea. Peter shook his head with a smile. She's not here right now, but she'll be at the next meeting. She's got a busy schedule. As the meeting drew to a close, King Chaka stood up and produced a set of elegant invitation cards from his chest pocket. Before we part ways, I would like to extend an invitation to each of you. He handed out the cards, one to each council member. It is an invitation to my son's inauguration as the new king. Chala will be taking over the throne. Curiosity lit up the room as the council members examined the invitations, carving the time and date into their minds. After all, none of them wanted to miss the one time that they'd be allowed into Wakanda, the world's most wealthy and advanced nation. Frowning, Chaka quickly apologized to Peter. Please send my regards to the Ancient One. I didn't know to bring an invitation for her. He said, like the perfect diplomat. If she wishes to attend the inauguration, then please bring her along. After all, we both know that you don't need an invitation to get into Wakanda. Peter grinned under his mask. Thank you, Chaka. I'll be sure to bring her along. Hours later, as Peter returned home, he was met with a heartwarming surprise. The Ancient One's room had been fully furnished, a testament to the efforts of MJ, Lily, Grace, and Aunt May. The room looked warm and inviting, ready to welcome its new occupant. Peter couldn't help but smile as he looked around. The presence of the Ancient One was already bringing positive changes to their lives, both personally and on the council. Later that night, while everyone was asleep after a long day of decorating, Peter waited patiently in the Ancient One's room. And soon enough, a portal opened and the Baldy herself came walking out, pulling suitcases behind her. Sorry, I took so long, she said as she collapsed onto her new bed without an ounce of her usual grace and poise. I had to change the command structure of Camartage before leaving. With me not being there 24/7, some changes needed to be made to keep things running smoothly. It's fine, Peter says as he leans back into his chair. Do you like your room? The girls spent the whole day furnishing it for you. A warm smile creeped its way onto the Ancient One's face. I love it. Tell them I said thank you. She originally thought that Peter used a few spells to decorate for her, but hearing that it was her new roommates brought a warm, happy feeling to her, which she hadn't felt in a long time. Peter shook his head. Just tell them during breakfast tomorrow. You live here now, remember? Oh, yeah, she muttered in realization. After explaining everything that happened at the council meeting, Peter stood up and walked to the door, leaving her to sleep since it was getting late. But before he could get too far, the Ancient One called out behind him. I believe you're forgetting something. Turning around, Peter gave her an innocent and forgetful smile. What do you mean? He asks, the eye of Agamotto still hanging around his neck. My necklace, she states as she holds out her hand. Clicking his tongue, Peter reluctantly pulled off the necklace and handed it over. Fine, I was planning to give it back, in a few hundred years, maybe. Rolling her eyes, the Ancient One waves her hand and opens the necklace, revealing a shining green stones. Here. She levitates the stone out and guides it toward Peter. You can borrow the time stone for as long as you want, but it needs to return to Camartage at some point, understood? Peter eyed the stone as if it were the One Ring, but stopped himself from taking it at the last minute. Don't you need the stone to power the Eye of Agamotto? I know you like to use it a lot. After all, you have a huge peeping fetish. The Ancient One did her best to squash the urge to strike her student. First, I don't have a peeping fetish. That's nothing but a baseless lie and you know it. And second, the Eye of Agamotto has been bathing in the Time Stone's power for thousands and thousands of years. I should be able to use it for minor to mid-level time-related spells. And if I need a bit more power, then you can lend me the Time Stone. After all, we live together now, remember. Smirking as he heard his own words used against him, Peter reached out and stored the Time Stone in his necklace, alongside the other Infinity Stones. Thank you. You're very welcome. She nodded and waved her hand, shooing him away. Now get lost and lock the door on your way out. I need to get some sleep. It's been a long and hectic day. A/N, 2,100 words, smiley face. Police car light give me gemstone stones gemstone dizzy face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 444, C444 Black Panther begins. Police car light insert Dragon Ball Z gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, monk kayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. In the heart of London, a museum bustled with visitors, their footsteps echoing through the grand halls as they marveled at the historical artifacts on display. Children giggled and whispered, their eyes wide with wonder, as they observed relics from times long past. Everything seemed peaceful and serene, a snapshot of human history frozen in time. But that tranquility was shattered as the air was pierced by the sharp sound of gunshots. Panic rippled through the museum-goers like a shockwave, as they dropped to the ground, their faces etched with terror. The sound of assault rifles being brandished filled the air, sending a clear message to anyone who dared to resist. Amidst the chaos, a group of masked men stormed into the museum, their faces obscured by menacing expressions and heavy armor. They moved with a calculated precision, each one wielding a firearm that seemed far too deadly for such a serene setting. The overweight and elderly guards at the entrance were caught off guard, and before they could even react, the masked intruders fired rounds into the air, commanding everyone's attention. On the ground now. One of them yelled, commanding compliance. A lone guard, seemingly brave or foolish, attempted to stand his ground. His trembling hands reached for his holstered weapon, but in his haste, he forgot to release the restraining strap. His fingers fumbled in vain as he struggled to unholster the gun. But the masked figure at the forefront of the assault was having none of it. Without hesitation, he aimed and fired, the gunshot deafening in the enclosed space. The guard's lifeless body slumped to the ground, a pool of blood rapidly forming around him. The shocking death of the guard sent a wave of terror rippling through the crowd. People cowered and cried out, huddling together on the ground in a desperate bid for safety. Amid the chaos, another guard managed to hit a hidden panic button, hoping to alert the authorities. But as his distress signal was being transmitted, one of the masked intruders spotted him. A hail of bullets tore through the air, striking the guard multiple times. He collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished in a matter of seconds. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the leader of the group, wearing a mask to conceal his identity like the rest, approached a glass display at the center of the room. His gaze locked onto an ancient African axe and an intricate Dogon mask, both invaluable artifacts of history. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired, shattering the glass and grabbing the artifacts with gloved hands. With his loot secured, the leader stepped back, revealing his face as he removed his mask. Eric Stevens, better known as Killmonger, grinned with a self-assured confidence. His dark eyes met the numerous surveillance cameras that surrounded him, capturing his every move. Unfazed, he slipped on the Dogon mask, its presence both a symbol of his defiance and a mark of his intent. Insert picture of Killmonger here. While his men ransacked the museum, stealing valuable artifacts and precious treasures, Killmonger's attention remained fixed on the surrounding chaos. The tension in the air was palpable, a mixture of fear, anger, and helplessness that gave him an intoxicating sense of power. He reveled in the chaos, watching as his plan unfolded exactly as he had orchestrated. With a final nod to the cameras, Killmonger signaled his men to retreat. They left the museum just as they had entered, walking out through the front doors with their ill-gotten gains. Outside, a truck awaited them, its back compartment open and ready to be loaded. Killmonger joined his men, the Dogon mask now a part of his identity, and watched as they efficiently stored the stolen artifacts. With his men loaded into the truck, Killmonger stepped back, took aim. The sudden eruption of gunfire echoed through the air as he opened fire, his aim deadly and precise. One by one, the masked figures fell, their bodies collapsing inside the truck storage. The truck's back compartment was soon sealed, the stolen treasures and dead accomplices concealed within. Killmonger casually walked over to the driver's seat, his expression calm and collected. He settled behind the wheel, his fingers gripping the steering wheel with confidence. As the wailing sirens of approaching police cars filled the air, he started the engine and pulled away from the scene, leaving behind a scene of chaos and destruction. In the aftermath of the robbery, the police arrived, their vehicles surrounding the museum. Officers rushed inside, finding a scene of disarray and traumatized museum-goers. The authorities quickly secured the area, tending to the wounded and assessing the extent of the damage. But as they searched for clues and tried to make sense of the situation, Killmonger's face reveal in the security footage was the only lead they could follow. Only a day had passed since the daring museum heist, and Eric Killmonger found himself in a dimly lit apartment that he had deliberately chosen to lead back to him. Dressed in the African Dogon mask and seated on a worn-out couch, he cradled an ancient African axe in his lap, the stolen treasures from the heist arranged around him. His face remained hidden behind the mask, an enigmatic expression concealed beneath its eerie visage. As he sat there, seemingly waiting, he couldn't help but hope his plan would work. The disappearance of Ulysses Klaue, along with his stash of precious vibranium, had thwarted Killmonger's original plans for revenge and entry into Wakanda. Klaue was the key to gaining access past the barrier and a means to establish credibility among the Wakandan tribes. Now that this path was blocked, Killmonger had devised a new strategy, one that required him to expose his face to the world during the heist. This is far more risky than my original plan, but sadly, there's no other way. Killmonger thought as he eyed the ace in his lap, wondering if it was really vibranium or not. Either way, he didn't know how to check without Klaue, so it didn't matter. Suddenly, the silence of the room was shattered by a crash as a dark figure burst through the window, shards of glass scattering across the floor. It was the Black Panther, Prince T'Challa, dressed in his sleek black bodysuit that absorbed and redistributed kinetic energy. His eyes locked onto Killmonger, a tense energy radiating from him as he surveyed the scene. Insert picture of Black Panther here A/N. I can't remember if I did this already, so just do it again. Killmonger's lips curled into a confident smirk behind the mask. This was the moment he had anticipated. Without waiting for the Black Panther to speak, he stood up and raised his hands. "I surrender," he declared calmly, his voice muffled by the mask. T'Challa was momentarily taken aback by Killmonger's swift surrender. His keen instincts told him that something was amiss. Why would an experienced thief and criminal mastermind so willingly give up? Before T'Challa could voice his confusion, Killmonger swiftly pulled off the Dogon mask, dropping it to the ground with a clang. He then pressed his finger to his lower lip, revealing a hidden Wakandan marking, a tattoo that served as proof of his citizenship. The gesture was calculated and meant to prove his heritage and identity as a citizen of Wakanda. The shock on T'Challa's face deepened as he recognized the tattoo, realizing that the man before him was indeed a fellow Wakandan. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, one that he had not foreseen. His mind raced, searching for answers as he confronted this intriguing and confusing revelation. Killmonger took a step forward, his eyes fixed on T'Challa. His tone was unwavering, a mixture of defiance and assurance. "I'm N'Jadaka, son of Prince N'Jobu. I'm a prince of Wakanda." The weight of Killmonger's words hung heavily in the air, each syllable resonating with a truth that T'Challa had never anticipated. Before T'Challa could respond, a voice resonated from a hidden speaker in his suit, breaking the silence. "What the fuck?" It was Shuri, T'Challa's younger sister and Wakanda's brilliant technological genius. She had observed the entire scene through the cameras and microphones embedded in T'Challa's suit. The revelation had sent shockwaves beyond the confines of the room, rippling through the hearts and minds of those who witnessed it alongside her. The intricate web of Killmonger's intentions had been spun. As the revelations between Killmonger and T'Challa unfolded within the walls of the dimly lit apartment, a parallel scene was playing out on the vibrant streets of Wakanda. The air was thick with anticipation, an electric energy pulsating through the city as its people prepared to welcome their new king. Banners fluttered in the wind, streets were adorned with colorful decorations, and the entire city seemed to be painted with a sense of celebration. In the midst of this joyful atmosphere, a golden portal shimmered into existence, revealing the Avengers Council's arrival. One by one, they stepped through the portals, dressed in their respective attire. Peter stood alongside his Lily and MJ, each of them donned in their usual spider suit. Both of them were beyond excited to tag along for the grand occasion, especially Lily. Behind them, Tony, Magneto, Professor Xavier, Nick Fury, and the Ancient One followed, each one exuding a distinct presence. Unlike Peter, they treated this very seriously, and didn't bring along anyone, unsure as to whether doing so would anger the Wakandan. The moment they arrived, they could feel the excitement in the air, the buzz of anticipation that had swept through Wakanda like wildfire. The city was a living testament to the occasion, bedecked in decorations that reflected the joyous occasion of T'Challa's coronation as king. It was a sight to behold, a harmonious blend of tradition and modernity that spoke to the essence of Wakanda itself. As they stepped out of the portals and onto the Wakandan soil, they were greeted by the dignified presence of T'Chaka, the soon-to-be former king of Wakanda, and his wife, Queen Ramonda. Their regal attire spoke of their lineage and the deep respect they commanded. The Avengers Council members stood before them, a collective force of power and responsibility, each one representing a unique facet of the world. T'Chaka's eyes held a warm, noble bearing. "Welcome, my fellow councilmen," he greeted them, his voice carrying the weight of authority and gratitude. "Your presence here honors us on this momentous day. Peter stepped forward, waving without a care for formalities as always. "Yo, I'm excited to see a real king's coronation," he said, his casual demeanor causing the surrounding guards to frown in annoyance. After all, their king deserved respect. Tony Stark, always the charismatic figure, grinned and offered a playful salute. "Couldn't miss a party this big, could we?" Magneto's presence radiated power and confidence, especially in a nation built on metal. "Wakanda is a beacon of strength," he remarked, wondering how he can get some vibranium out of this. "Perhaps, I can just steal some." Professor Xavier's calm demeanor contrasted with the jubilant atmosphere, his voice carrying a quiet wisdom. "We are here to support Wakanda and its new leader," he stated, his words carrying a sense of purpose. Nick Fury, as enigmatic as ever, offered a curt nod. "It's an important day for Wakanda and for the world," he said, his gaze focused on the city below, calculating a quick threat assessment. The Ancient One's presence exuded an aura of wisdom and mysticism. "It's nice to finally meet you in person, King Chaka." Chaka and his wife raised their brows in confusion. "In person?" Ramonda asked. Peter waved his hand dismissively. "Don't mind her. My teacher has what I like to call a peeping fetish. She's probably known about Wakanda since its inception." Before anyone could fully comprehend Peter's words, a young girl, only a couple years older than Lily, came running out of the palace, her expression filled with shock and disbelief. "Mom. Dad." She shouted as she rushed up to Chaka and Ramonda, catching her breath for a moment. "Insert picture of Shuri here." "What is it?" Ramonda asked. "Is your brother back from his mission?" "No," she says, eyeing her parents questioningly. "Dad. Who's Njidaka?" A/N, 2084 words, smiley face. "Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone victory hand, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 445, C445 Wakanda Drama. Police car light, insert musical gifs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Munkayaking, trophy, A/N, boobs equals win crown. As the name Njidaka echoed through the air, it was met with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Chaka's somber expression revealed that this name carried a weight that few others could comprehend. His gaze remained distant, his thoughts a tumultuous sea of memories and regrets. Ramonda, on the other hand, looked just as puzzled as the rest. She glanced at Chaka for a moment, silently questioning the significance of the name. But her husband's reaction was enough to tell her that this was a topic best discussed in private. While the others exchanged bewildered glances, Peter maintained his casual demeanor, though inside he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Njidaka, better known as Eric Killmonger, was a name that held significant weight in the history of Wakanda. But Peter kept his knowledge locked up tight, refusing to reveal anything. At least for the time being. The Ancient One's eyes flickered with a knowing glint, having glimpsed the threads of fate that connected Njidaka's story with Chala's. But like Peter, she remained silent, content to let everything unfold without interference. As Chaka quickly ushered his daughter Shuri inside the palace, leaving the councilman momentarily standing there, Ramonda's keen intuition urged her to follow. "I apologize, but I should go and see to the coronation ceremony." "Okoye. Take care of the guests." She cast a brief apologetic look to the guests before briskly walking after her husband and daughter, a storm of thoughts churning in her mind. Meanwhile, Okoye, the steadfast leader of the Dora Milaje, stepped forward to fill the silence that had settled over the courtyard. She greeted the guests with a respectful nod, her eyes sweeping over each council member with a sense of vigilance and assessment. "Greetings, honored guests. I am Okoye, leader of the Dora Milaje. Shall I give you a tour of the palace?" Lily's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked around, clearly impressed by the surroundings. "Yes, please. This place is amazing." With a graceful gesture, Okoye led the council members through the majestic palace. She shared tidbits of history, culture, and tradition, guiding them through corridors adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant tapestries. The palace was a testament to Wakanda's rich heritage and advanced technology, a harmonious blend of the old and the new. As they walked, Lily couldn't help but notice the formidable female guards stationed throughout the palace. She looked up at Okoye with a curious smile. "Why are all the guards women?" Okoye's posture remained regal as she explained, her voice carrying a hint of pride. "The Dora Milaje are the elite female warriors of Wakanda. We serve as the personal bodyguards of the Black Panther and the Golden Tribe." MJ nodded in appreciation. "Cool, are you the boss? Do you beat up all of the boy guards? Can I hold your spear? Is it made of vibranium?" She fired off question after question, clearly overexcited. In the heart of the palace, Ramonda stood before Chaka and Shuri, her expression a mixture of concern and urgency. "Chaka, what is the meaning of this? Who is Njidaka?" Chaka's eyes held a weariness that seemed to stretch beyond time itself. He took a deep breath before answering, his voice heavy with emotion. Jadaka is my brother's son, my nephew. He was born in Oakland, California. Ramonda's eyes widened in shock as she realized the implications of her husband's words. You didn't, did you? She asked, hoping her husband didn't do what she thought he did. Please tell me you didn't leave him out there. She knew exactly who Njoba was, and what he did. Since Njoba was the younger son, he couldn't become king, so he joined the war dogs and served Wakanda by traveling to the United States of America to ensure that all of their secrets were still being maintained from across the world. Following a theft and attack on Wakanda by Ulysses Klaue which had left many dead, Chaka learned that it was his own brother, Njoba, who had informed Klaue of Wakanda's weaknesses, assisting him in the operation. When Chaka confronted his brother about the attack, knowing exactly what he had done, Njoba explained how he had seen the African Americans being oppressed and beaten down, which led him to try to steal vibranium weapons to help them rise up, knowing that Wakanda would never support such an idea. Sadly, this didn't justify spilling Wakandan blood. Although Chaka felt bad for his American brothers and sisters, his duty was to Wakanda, not every African in existence. Seeing his brother's uncaring attitude, Njoba lashed out, almost killing a fellow war dog, leading to his death at the Black Panther's claws. Of course, after killing his own brother, Chaka found out about his nephew, but... Chaka nodded solemnly. Yes. I left him there. Ramonda's eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and disgust. You left our nephew out there. Chaka's expression grew even more somber. You and I both know that Njadaka's presence here could trigger a series of events that we may not be able to control. He defended his actions, even though he regretted them. He has a claim to the throne and I killed his father. For the sake of our children, it was better to just leave him in America, where he could live a normal life. Ramonda reached out and took her husband's hand, shaking her head in disapproval and disappointment. No, it would have been better to at least try to raise him ourselves, and explain everything when the time came. Now, we must tread carefully. For all we know, our nephew has been waiting his entire life to avenge his father. Chaka's gaze met hers, a mixture of determination and uncertainty in his eyes. We must make sure he doesn't enter Wakanda. Shuri spoke, pointing outside the tall widows, where a brother's ship could be seen, flying toward the palace. That might not be possible. Chala said he was bringing Jadaka back with him. The tension in the air was palpable as Chaka, Ramonda, and Shuri rushed out of the palace, their gazes fixed on the Wakandan ship that had just landed. The door to the ship opened, and a figure emerged, flanked by Dora Milaje guards. It was Chala, the Black Panther, and beside him stood a figure that sent shivers down Chaka's spine. Killmonger stepped out of the ship, his smirk as confident as ever. He had achieved his first objective, he was inside Wakanda, the nation that he believed had wronged him and his father. His eyes scanned the gathered crowd, and when they landed on Chaka, Ramonda, and Shuri, his smirk only grew wider. This was the beginning of his plan falling into place. On the way to Wakanda, Killmonger had seized the opportunity to recount his version of history to Chala. He painted a tale of betrayal, of his father's murder at the hands of Chaka and his subsequent abandonment in a world he knew nothing about. The words had taken root in Chala's mind, sowing seeds of doubt and confusion. As Chala and Killmonger emerged from the ship, the two men shared a charged moment of eye contact. Chala's expression was a mixture of curiosity and caution, while Killmonger's eyes sparkled with a combination of triumph and anticipation. This was the confrontation that he had been waiting years for. With a deliberate step forward, Chala addressed his father directly, his voice carrying a weight that reverberated through the courtyard. Father, is it true? Did you kill your own brother and abandon your nephew in America? Chaka's face contorted with a mixture of pain and guilt. He glanced at Chala, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the truth could shatter the foundation of trust between them. Slowly, he nodded, his voice laden with sorrow. Yes, my son. It is true. He said as his gaze turned to his nephew. But it's not as black and white as he would make it seem. A triumphant smirk tugged at the corners of Killmonger's lips, satisfaction evident in his posture. Everything was going according to plan. The revelation had rocked Chala to his core, and now he was ready to exploit the seeds of doubt that had been sown. Killmonger's face morphed into an aggrieved and pitiful facade as he met Chala's gaze. Don't be fooled, cousin. He killed my father, a prince of Wakanda, in cold blood. Not only that, but he left me there to find my father's body. You can't trust a word out of his mouth. It's nothing but lies. As Killmonger began to recount the tale of his father's death and his own journey through life, everyone listened with a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. The palace staff and guards saw the pain in Killmonger's eyes, the scars that marked his journey, and some couldn't help but feel a pang of empathy. But empathy didn't mean acceptance. Although he may be a prince, he hadn't stepped a single foot inside Wakanda until today. He wasn't one of them. Perhaps some of the other tribes would have more sympathy. After all, the Golden Tribe was full of Chaka's supporters. The tour group, including Peter, Lily, MJ, and the Avengers Council members, observed the unfolding drama from a distance. Peter turned to the Ancient One with a knowing grin. And so the Wakandan soap opera begins. The Ancient One rolled her eyes playfully. Even I must admit, there's a certain allure to the drama. As Killmonger finished his Oscar-winning performance, his gaze narrowed as he spotted Spider-Man and the Avengers out of the corner of his eye. This wasn't something he had accounted for in his plans. He hadn't expected outsiders, especially ones with such power and influence, to be present during this pivotal moment. His mind raced, analyzing the situation. Could the presence of the Avengers aid his cause, or would it complicate matters further? It was a question that could only be answered as events continued to unfold. Because, if the Avengers have already allied with Chaka and his son, then his plans would need to change, drastically. But if they hadn't, then why shouldn't they ally with a fellow American? I never thought my American citizenship could actually help me. Killmonger thought, hoping for the best. A/N, 1727 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone neutral face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 446, C446 Challenge for the Throne. 1/2. Police car light, insert Game of Thrones gifs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Monkayaking, trophy, A/N, the streak continues, crown. Amidst the echoes of the tense argument between Chala and Chaka, ripples began to spread among the various tribes of Wakanda. Whispers of the confrontation between the king and his son and the story of Killmonger reached even the ears of those who had not witnessed it firsthand. As the news spread, murmurs of discontent swirled through the Golden Tribe, carrying with them a sense of unease about the future of the nation. Despite Chaka's wishes to remove the threat posed by Killmonger, Chala's resolute refusal to abandon his cousin cast a shadow over his father's efforts. Sadly, for Chaka, his son's actions seemed to resonate with many members of the Golden Tribe who valued family and loyalty above all else. Killmonger's crimes involving vibranium and the deaths he had caused weighed heavily on Chaka's mind, but to his dismay, Wakanda's isolationist policies played in the favor of his nephew. The insular nature of Wakandan society meant that they rarely concerned themselves with the affairs of those outside their borders, making the deaths of foreigners a non-issue in the eyes of the nation. And I can't even charge him for theft, since he is a Wakandan prince. How can he not have vibranium? Especially when he stole it from the outside world. Chaka sighed in annoyance as he watched his nephew skulk around the palace, obviously up to no good. Amidst the backdrop of family turmoil and political machinations, the grand ceremony to crown the new king of Wakanda was set in motion. At a secluded area of the nation, surrounded by towering waterfalls and lush vegetation, representatives from every Wakandan tribe assembled. The colorful clothing they wore represented their unique heritage, creating a vibrant mosaic of tradition and unity. Standing amidst the tribes, Peter, MJ, Lily, and the other Avengers Council members stood out in their more modern attire. Lily's curious gaze fell on Shuri, and she couldn't resist the urge to inquire. "Hey, why are we here at the waterfalls? I mean, I know it looks amazing, but why? Is your brother being crowned here?" Shuri turned her attention to Lily with a warm smile, happy to explain. "This is where the challenge for the throne takes place. By tradition, my brother, the Black Panther, must face the challenges set forth by the leaders of the other tribes. If he succeeds, he'll become king. If not, the tribe that prevails will take the throne instead." Interest ignited in the eyes of the Avengers Council members. What was initially anticipated as a straightforward ceremony had transformed into something far more intriguing. Their attention remained fixed on the proceedings ahead. Suddenly, a small Wakandan ship appeared on the horizon, its presence signaling the arrival of Chala. Dressed in tribal shorts and adorned with panther-styled paint, Chala leaped gracefully from the ship, landing within the shallow pool of water at the base of the falls, holding a spear and shield in each hand. The water barely reached past his ankles as he stood with an air of regal confidence. As the ship retreated, the gathered crowd burst into a rhythmic chant, a hauntingly beautiful melody that seemed to reverberate through the very air itself. The song was an ode to tradition, an ancient call to honor and unity that resonated deep within the hearts of all Wakandan present. The tension in the air was thick as a man in purple robes stepped forward, silencing the chanting with his presence alone. "I, Zuri, son of Badu, give to you, Prince Chala, the Black Panther." The elders watch as Zuri holds up a ceremonial cup with a mysterious concoction inside. "The prince will now have the strength of the Black Panther stripped away." Zuri exclaims as he turns to Chala and pours the solution into his open mouth. Chala reacts violently, choking on the red fluid. He collapses into the water in spasms for a brief moment, his veins expanding and his muscles contracting as the poison spreads through him. But soon enough, he stops shaking and takes a few breaths, feeling the power that was once bestowed upon him disappear. Zuri turns back to the crowd. "Damaku. Damaku. The crowd answers in unison. Victory in ritual combat comes by yield or death. If any tribe wishes to put forth a warrior, I now offer a path to the throne. Zuri states, waiting patiently for their reply. Chala stood before the gathered tribes, the waterfall serving as a picturesque backdrop to the event. His eyes met those of the tribe leaders, each one representing a different facet of Wakanda's culture and heritage. As the future king, he knew that the challenges they presented would be anything but easy. Lily, standing beside her parents, Peter and MJ, glanced at Shuri with wide eyes. So, he has to fight one person from each tribe? Shuri nodded with a nervous look on her face. Yes, but they can choose to not participate. Only one tribe chose to fight when my father was crowned king. Hopefully, my brother will have the same luck. Peter leaned over and whispered to the Ancient One, looks like things are starting to get interesting. He said as he peeked over his shoulder. Following his gaze, the Ancient One could see Killmonger hiding behind the crowd, waiting for his opportunity. Should we warn Chaka? Peter shook his head, noticing that Chaka seemed to be peeking over his shoulder as well. I think he already knows. Meanwhile, Killmonger watched the proceedings with a mixture of interest and calculation. He had his own plans for this ceremony, but patience was key. As the ceremony was underway, Chala turned his attention to the first tribe leader of the merchant tribe, who stepped forward with an ornate spear in hand. The crowd fell silent, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The tribe leader spoke with a voice that carried authority, addressing Chala directly. The merchant tribe will not challenge today. Next, the border, river, and mining tribes stepped up one by one and spoke the same words, refusing to challenge the future king. Seeing this, Chala seemed to relax as a smile adorned his face. His people accepted him fully, which was rare for this type of ceremony. Only one person didn't look happy about this turn of events. What a bunch of F***king cowards. Killmonger clicked his tongue in annoyance. Just as the atmosphere started turning friendly, a distant rumble caught everyone's attention. Heads turned toward the entrance of the ceremonial area, where a group of figures emerged from the lush forest. Their arrival was accompanied by the deep, resounding rhythm of heavy drums, the beats echoing like the heartbeat of Wakanda itself. It was the Jabari tribe, known for their reclusive nature and their reverence for the old ways. Their imposing leader, M'Baku, stood at the forefront, his presence commanding attention as he stepped forward with purpose. The Jabari wore fur-trimmed attire and carried large wooden staffs, their imposing figures and primal aura setting them apart from the other tribes. As they marched, their chants intensified, a thunderous roar that sent vibrations through the ground itself. The onlookers watched in awe as the Jabari approached the pool, their imposing figures forming a circle around Chala. The other tribes exchanged glances, a mixture of intrigue and concern etched on their faces. Chala's gaze met M'Baku's, their eyes locking in a silent exchange that spoke volumes. The challenge was unmistakable. The Jabari were not content to merely observe, they intended to contest the throne. A hushed murmur of uncertainty rippled through the gathered tribes. The rules dictated that any tribe could challenge the current Black Panther for the throne, but few expected the Jabari to show up. The fact that they had come all the way from their mountainous domain to participate spoke volumes about the gravity of their intent. M'Baku's deep voice resonated as he raised his arms, his commanding presence filling the air. I, M'Baku of the Jabari, challenge Chala, the current Black Panther, for the throne of Wakanda. Chala's expression remained steady, his pride and resolve unwavering. He stepped forward, facing M'Baku with the regal demeanor expected of a king. I accept your challenge. Kick his A***'s brother. Shuri exclaimed, receiving a disapproving look from her parents. Yeah. Kick his A***'s. Lily joined her, shocking many of the Wakandan. The tension in the air was palpable as the two leaders stood before one another, the ceremonial area now transformed into an arena of tradition and legacy. The drumbeats continued, punctuating each heartbeat of the gathered onlookers. As the ceremonial drums reached a feverish crescendo, M'Baku and Chala moved to the center of the pool, the symbolic battleground where their fates would be determined. The challenge had been made, and now it was time to fight. The two combatants circled each other, their movements graceful and precise. Chala's training and instincts guided him, allowing him to anticipate his opponent's every move. As the tribe leader lunged forward, Chala sidestepped and countered with a fluid strike of his own. The combat was a dance of agility and skill, the clash of weapons reverberating through the air. Chala's movements were like a flowing river, adapting to every shift in the battle. But M'Baku fought like an angry bear, powering through like a ravenous monster. After almost 30 minutes-eyed fighting, with a well-timed maneuver, Chala managed to disarm his opponent, his spear skimming across the water before falling off of the nearby waterfall cliff. Chala held his spear to his opponent's throat. Yield. He commanded. M'Baku paused for a moment, fists tightened as he contemplated his options. Fine. You won this time. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause as Chala emerged victorious, his demeanor composed but his eyes alight with triumph. Baku acknowledged Chala's prowess with a respectful nod, then stepped back and prepared to leave alongside his tribe. After all, they didn't care about what happened next. Shuri bounced in excitement, showing just how happy she was for her brother's victory. Even her parents, who had to put up a calm and regal appearance, could barely contain their emotions. Zuri steps up once again and speaks the words that Chaka was dreading. Is there any member of royal blood who wishes to challenge for the throne? Shuri smirked and raised her hand, enjoying a collective gasp from the entire gathering. This corset is really uncomfortable. So could we all just wrap it up and go home? Sighing in relief, her mother swatted her upside the head, as the many elders in attendance groaned in annoyance. Though the many young Wakandan amongst them could be heard laughing at her little joke. And this would be a picturesque, happy ending for Chala's kingship ceremony, but sadly, not everything can be so easy. Peter, the Ancient One, and Chaka watched as Killmonger pushed through the crowd and dropped into the pool. Prince Njadaka of the Golden Tribe challenges Prince Chala for the throne. A/N, 1,900 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 447, C447 challenge for the throne, 2 halves. Police car light, insert death note gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Alien Warlord, trophy, A/N, it's me, crown. Prince Njadaka of the Golden Tribe challenges Prince Chala for the throne. Killmonger exclaimed, a smug look on his face. The atmosphere crackled with tension as shocked gasps echoed through the gathered crowd. The rumors that had circulated were proving to be true, the king's long-lost brother had indeed spawned a child, and that child had returned to Wakanda. Whispers and discussion spread like wildfire among the attendees, each person processing the implications of this revelation. Amidst the murmurs, Chala's gaze remained locked on Njadaka, his cousin. It was hard to ignore the truth that was staring him in the face. The bond he thought they had formed, the kinship he believed they shared, was nothing more than a carefully woven facade to manipulate him into this very situation. As Chala pieced together the puzzle, he realized that Njadaka had used him from the moment he stepped foot in Wakanda. The false sense of camaraderie, the show of familial connection, all of it was designed to lead Chala to this moment. The moment where his birthright was challenged, where his role as the Black Panther was put on the line. Chala's eyes darkened, a mix of anger and betrayal boiling within him. He had defended Njadaka, fought for his right to be here, and now it seemed that all his efforts were in vain. He was facing a wolf in sheep's clothing, a shadow that sought to steal his crown and tear apart the very fabric of his existence. Chaka stepped forward, hoping to somehow put a stop to this. But Chala's mind was made up. His eyes never wavered from Killmonger, and with a heavy heart, he spoke the words that his father dreaded the most. I accept your challenge. The crowd hushed as a mixture of disbelief and anticipation hung in the air. Killmonger was given ceremonial clothes, a spear, and a shield akin to Chala's. The gravity of the situation settled over the ceremonial arena like a storm cloud, casting a foreboding shadow over what was to come. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the ceremonial pool, while torches and bonfires flickered to life, casting long shadows that danced on the water's surface. The backdrop seemed almost surreal, as if nature itself was attuned to the gravity of the situation unfolding before it. The two contenders faced each other, the tension palpable as they exchanged sharp words, their voices dripping with animosity. Once this is over, you may return to America. You're no longer welcome in Wakanda. Chala spoke, his face hardened, hiding the betrayal that he felt. Killmonger smirked dangerously. When this is over, you'll be nothing but a dead body, floating face down in this puddle. He taunted as he turned his head, eyeing Chala's family with a bloodthirsty look. But don't worry, I'll be sure to take care of that sister of yours, after I kill your father, of course. As for your mother, well, I wouldn't mind keeping her around. Do you think she knows how to throw that A*S back? I wouldn't mind seeing that while I kick back on my new throne. Gasps filled the air once again as everyone heard Killmonger's vulgar words. Most among the tribes were angry and shocked that someone would say such things about their royal family. But a few lecherous tribesmen turned to discreetly admire their queen's backside, unconsciously picturing exactly what Killmonger spoke of. The Ancient One felt the urge to kill. Men are disgusting. True. MJ nodded in agreement. Even Lily, who was too young to understand what was happening, seemed to agree with her mother on instinct alone. Peter turned to his family. Hey, we aren't all that bad. He spoke up in defense of himself and his gender. Killmonger's words worked like a charm, his cousin's eyes instantly went bloodshot as he leaped forward, spear and shield at the ready. You won't leave this place alive. He shouted. With the final exchange of words, the battle commenced, the air heavy with anticipation. The drums ceased, the chanting stopped, and all eyes remained fixed on the two contenders. And as the sun's last rays painted the sky with hues of gold and purple, Killmonger stepped to the side, dodging the painted end of his cousin's spear. With a swift, fluid motion, Killmonger lunged forward in retaliation, his spear slicing through the air toward Chala's side. Chala met the attack head-on, deflecting the blow with his shield and countering with a sweeping strike of his own. Killmonger danced backward, avoiding the strike by a hair's breadth, the water rippling beneath his feet. The royal family cringed in worry every time Chala faced Killmonger's spear, fearful that it might soon hit its mark. This is exactly what I wanted to avoid. Chaka thought in exasperation. The two combatants circled each other, their movements graceful and calculated. Killmonger's attacks were relentless, each thrust of his spear aimed to exploit any opening. Chala responded with a mixture of agility and precision, his shield deflecting blows while his own spear arced through the air in a deadly dance. Killmonger feinted left before swiftly switching to a low thrust of his spear. Chala, having anticipated the move, sidestepped the attack and rushed forward, swinging his shield in a sweeping arc, forcing Killmonger to twist away and barely avoid the blow. Droplets of water scattered in all directions as the impact echoed through the air. As the fight wore on, the intensity only increased. Each parry and dodge showcased their skill and familiarity with their weapons. Chala's movements were like water, adapting to every shift in the battle, while Killmonger's attacks were fierce and calculated, each blow precise and deadly. Chala thrust his spear, aiming for Killmonger's midsection, but his cousin twisted to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Killmonger seized the opportunity, lunging forward and slamming his shield against Chala's, the force of the impact causing Chala to stumble back a step. The water beneath him splashed as he fought to regain his balance. Killmonger pressed his advantage, attacking with a series of rapid strikes that forced Chala to go on the defensive. He deflected each blow with his shield, the metal ringing out in a metallic chorus. With a swift motion, Chala managed to hook Killmonger's spear, using his shield to disarm him. But just then, Killmonger did the same, bashing into Chala and kicking the spear from his hand. As the spears crashed into the pool, Chala saw an opportunity. With a quick, fluid movement, he swung his shield at Killmonger's side, catching him off guard and knocking him off balance. But Killmonger's agility saved him once again as he stumbled back and managed to recover his footing. The two adversaries continued their dance, each move and countermove a testament to their training and determination. Their breathing was labored, their faces etched with sweat. The waterfall's roar served as a backdrop to the relentless clash of weapons, the tension escalating with each passing moment. Chala's muscles tensed as he saw a momentary opening. He struck with precision, his spear aimed at Killmonger's exposed flank. But Killmonger's reflexes were lightning fast. He deflected Chala's blow with his shield, countering with a powerful jab that forced Chala to retreat with an aching ribcage. A grim determination settled in Chala's eyes as he calculated his next move. He circled Killmonger, his movements deliberate and controlled. Killmonger mirrored his actions, an image of focus and readiness. The two combatants were evenly matched to begin with, but as time went on, Killmonger seemed to be slowly taking the upper hand, his years of military training and service pushing Chala to the brink. Chaka watched closely, his fists gripping into fists so tight that his palms began to bleed. If this continued the way it was going, Wakanda would most certainly fall into his nephew's hands. The hands of an outsider who knew nothing of their country or their heritage. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared in the old king's head. "Hey, you want me to help?" "Huh? Who's there?" Chaka calls out, confusing his family. "Are you okay?" His wife asked, knowing just how stressed her husband must be right now because she feels the same. The voice appeared again. "It's me, Spider-Man, don't talk out loud. I'm using telepathy to speak to you. Just think and I'll hear you." "Yeah, sorry. I'm just worried." Chaka nodded to his wife, who immediately returned her attention to the fight. "How can you help? I can't even do anything and I'm the king. And if outsiders interfere in favor of Chala, then he'll never be accepted by Wakanda again." Peter's voice returned again. "Did you forget that I can do magic? Just say the word and Chala's opponent will slip in the water. Or perhaps his shield will break. No one will ever know." Peter's words were like the devil's whispers, sweet and alluring yet unscrupulous and evil. Chaka didn't know what to say. The devil's voice continued urging him. "What are you hesitating for? Who knows what this psycho has planned? You already heard his plans for your family. Do you think he has good intentions towards Wakanda?" Finally, Chaka came to a decision. Whether he regrets it or not would remain to be seen. "Do it. But make sure no one finds out." Peter smirked as he snapped his fingers. "You owe me one." And then, in a split second that felt like an eternity, Chala saw an opening. Killmonger seemed to slip and fall into the shallow pool, leaving him completely vulnerable. With a fierce battle cry, Chala surged forward, kicking his spear up out of the water and catching it with ease. Winding it back, he aimed to the center of Killmonger's stomach. Seeing this coming, Killmonger held up his shield to block, but the spear sliced right through it, shattering the shield as if it were made of paper. Before Killmonger's shocked eyes, the blade of Chala's spear connected with deadly accuracy, piercing through his exposed stomach with a sickening squelch. The world seemed to slow as the two adversaries locked eyes, a mix of shock and realization passing between them. Killmonger's strength wavered, his body betraying him as he sank further into the water, a spear now lodged in his abdomen. The water around them was stained crimson, a stark contrast to the purity of their surroundings. Chala stood before his fallen cousin, his chest heaving with exertion and emotion. The fight was over, the battle won. Killmonger's gaze met Chala's one last time, a mixture of pain, defiance, and regret. And then, with a final breath, Njidaka, also known as Killmonger, succumbed to his wounds, his journey ending in the place he spent his entire life trying to find. As Chala looked down at the fallen form of his cousin, he couldn't help but wonder how different things might have been if they had grown up together as they should have. Maybe he would have had a loyal brother that he could trust. With a heavy heart, Chala raised his head to the sky, the night sky shining with twinkling stars. He was king now, but he wished that his reign didn't begin with the death of his family. A/N, 1936 words, smiley face. Police car light give me gemstone stones gemstone smiling face with sunglasses police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 448, C448 leaving Wakanda. Police car light insert street fight gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Hazer 0508, Trophy, A/N, Crown. The air hung heavy over Wakanda as the somber aftermath of Killmonger's challenge and subsequent death settled in. The tension and unease couldn't be shaken off easily, casting a shadow over the upcoming coronation of Chala. Although he had bested the challenger, the price of that victory weighed heavily on the hearts of the people. The city was draped in muted colors, a reflection of the collective mourning that gripped the nation. The vibrant celebrations that usually accompanied such events were replaced by a subdued atmosphere, where even the wind seemed to whisper condolences. The people of Wakanda may not have known Killmonger, but Chala knew that the death of a prince was a pretty big deal for his people. Even he was a bit saddened by his cousin's death, even if he was a manipulative, disgusting piece of sh*t. As for his family, Ramonda and Shuri seemed a bit somber, but they'd be alright. Chaka wore a conflicted look on his face. On one hand he was happy that everything went smoothly, but on the other hand, his brother's child was dead and he had to take a measure of responsibility for that. As Chala stood before the council and the assembled tribes, his gaze sweeping over the faces of his people, he couldn't help but feel the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. His parents flanked him, their expressions a mixture of pride and sadness. They had abdicated the throne, placing their trust in him. The ceremony began, but the joy that usually infused such occasions was less than Chala imagined. To him, the chanting of the tribes sounded more like a solemn dirge than a celebratory chorus. Even the ceremonial music carried a mournful tune, a stark departure from the vibrant melodies that typically filled the air. Chala was adorned in the regal attire of the Black Panther, the vibranium threads shimmering in the muted sunlight. As the coronation rituals proceeded, he felt the weight of tradition and the legacy of his ancestors upon his shoulders. He wondered if Njidaka's actions were a manifestation of the pain that came from feeling disconnected from their heritage. Soon enough, the moment finally came when Chala was officially crowned king of Wakanda. The crown rested upon his head, a symbol of his authority and duty. The moment should have been triumphant, a culmination of his journey to become a true leader. But the absence of Njidaka cast a shadow over the proceedings. He couldn't help but wonder if things would have been different if they had grown up together. As the coronation ended and the council members took their leave, a palpable tension remained in the air. Some left with a sense of unease, unable to shake off the implications of recent events. Fury, for instance, had hoped to secure a foothold for S.H.I.E.L.D. in Wakanda, but Chala's refusal reminded him that not all doors were open to him, no matter his influence. Usually, he would simply create a secret base and be done with it, but sadly that couldn't be done in Wakanda. They're far too technologically advanced for him to scull around. Magneto, however, seemed satisfied, a rare smile gracing his lips. His plans, driven by his insatiable lust for power, had borne fruit. He had unearthed an untapped vein of vibranium under the mountain, and with his mastery over metal, he intended to take it for himself. While the ceremony was taking place, he was constantly dragging the vibranium ore through the earth until it was outside of Wakanda's border shield. It's time to pick up the fruits of my labor. Magneto thought as he strolled out of Wakanda alongside his fellow councilman and woman now that the Ancient One joined. Chaka watched them go alongside Peter and his family, who would be staying a bit longer to enjoy the city, the threads of fate weaving together in ways that were beyond his control. He was no longer a king but a member of the Avengers Council and Wakanda's only link to the outside world, a balancing act that would demand his attention. As MJ and Lily walked off to get ready for their Wakandan vacation, Chaka found a moment to approach Peter privately. In a quiet corner of the palace, away from prying eyes, the former king turned to Peter, a mixture of gratitude and unease in his expression. "You did us a great service," he began, his voice carrying the weight of the unspoken favor. "Without your assistance during that battle, the outcome could have been far more dire. My nephew, he might have been crowned king, and who knows what kind of rule that would have brought." Peter shrugged casually, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. "No big deal. I'm just glad I could help out." Chaka's gaze grew solemn. He had been prepared to pay his debt immediately, to offer something of value in return for Peter's intervention. But Peter's nonchalant attitude threw him off balance. "Is there nothing you desire? No request you have in mind?" Peter chuckled lightly. "I appreciate the offer, but I don't exactly need anything right now. I'll just keep the favor in my back pocket until I do." Chaka nodded, though his expression was far from content. He hated owing anyone, especially when it came to matters entrenched in the blood of his family. But he understood that he couldn't force the issue. "Very well then. Enjoy your time here in Wakanda." With a nod, Peter turned to leave, his footsteps echoing through the corridor. He was heading back to MJ and Lily, who were eager to explore the wonders of the advanced vibranium city. Before he left, though, he turned to Chaka. "By the way, I'll be stopping by the palace in the next few days to have a chat with the new king." Chaka's gaze lingered on Peter for a moment before he nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. We'll be awaiting your visit." As the door closed behind Peter, Chaka's thoughts shifted to the upcoming funeral of his nephew. It was a duty he couldn't avoid, even if their relationship had been strained. With a heavy heart, he turned away and began to prepare for the somber occasion. Meanwhile, Peter and his family enjoyed the wonders of Wakanda. From the advanced technology to the natural beauty, they immersed themselves in this new world. MJ marveled at the possibilities, and Lily's wide-eyed wonder was infectious, spreading to everyone around her. But all good things had to come to an end. MJ and Lily returned home through a portal of their own making, leaving Peter behind in Wakanda. As the portal closed, Peter took a deep breath, knowing that he had something important to do before he left. He made his way to the palace, finding Chala in the midst of a meeting with the tribal council. Seeing Peter's arrival, some of the leaders voiced their complaints, but Chala called for a recess and invited Peter to join him, expecting his visit. With a nod of thanks, Peter sat beside Chala, their voices low in the echoing chamber. "I was wondering," Peter began, his tone serious, "has your father talked to you about the lifespan of Wakanda's anonymity from the outside world?" Chala frowned, shaking his head. "No, he hasn't." Peter leaned in slightly. "Well, it's something you should consider. With the constant advancement of technology beyond your borders, it's only a matter of time before someone else discovers the true Wakanda. We've narrowed it down to a few years at best." Chala's eyes widened, and the Dora Milaje standing guard exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Peter's voice grew more urgent. "Perhaps it's time for you to get ahead of the problem. You could announce Wakanda's existence before outsiders twist narratives about you. It's a risky move, but it might be the best way to control the situation." Chala opened his mouth to speak, but Peter held up a hand to stop him. "I know what you're going to say. The tribal leaders won't like it. Your father said the same thing, but there's always a solution even when it seems impossible. You just have to be willing to act." Standing up, Peter summoned a portal that opened into his house in New York. He turned back to Chala. "Before I go, I wanted to offer you something. A place in the Avengers. If you join, you'll have access to our resources if you ever need them. And I don't mean money and technology, we all know you have enough of that. I'm talking about information. You'll see when you join. The Avengers may not have much to offer someone as rich and powerful as the King of Wakanda, but they do have information on the outside world and the universe at large. Thanks to their connection to the Nova Corps and friendship with the Nova Prime, they receive tons of information on a monthly basis. Of course, nothing too high level was shared since the Earth isn't a member of the Nova Empire, but it was still a lot." Chala nodded, his expression thoughtful. "I'll discuss it with my father. Thank you for the offer." With a final nod, Peter stepped through the portal, which snapped shut behind him. Chala was left standing in the throne room, his thoughts swirling with the possibilities that Peter's words had brought to light. The future of Wakanda was uncertain, but he was determined to face it head-on, just as he had done with the challenges that had come before. A/N, 1609 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone starstruck police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down.